Chapter 1. Script murder? No, it's time travel. When Wang Zhong saw the silvery-haired girl in military uniform before him, his first reaction was to think it was a cosplay from some hardcore military-themed anime game that wasn't pandering to otakus. Usually, he'd take a second look at such a sight, but the vibrations of the floor and walls interrupted his appreciation. "What the hell is that?" he asked loudly, only for the dust falling from the ceiling to float into his mouth. The beautiful girl in front of him shushed him and whispered, "Tank." Wang Zhong was stunned. Tank. He scratched his head, trying to figure out what was going on. He first tried to recall the events leading up to now, but couldn't remember anything besides getting drunk. It was almost Chinese New Year, and he'd had a drink with some friends. Could it be that his friends had dragged him to a murder mystery role-play cafe while he was drunk? And then he just happened to run into this beautiful girl and they started a game together? Wow, what luck, better add her on WeChat first. Wang Zhong reached into his pocket for his phone, but instead of finding it, he pulled out a document. The document cover felt very sturdy, like it was made of leather. Wang Zhong was impressed. The shop was pretty good, with realistic settings and props. Then he opened the document and was stunned by the photo inside. What's going on? That's not me in the photo. It was only then that Wang Zhong belatedly realized something all the people around him had in common: they were all fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Where are my friends? Did they leave me behind to play a murder mystery game with strangers? Could it be, it's not a murder mystery game, but that I've traveled through time? Wang Zhong just briefly considered this possibility, but immediately dismissed it. One must believe in science. This was definitely a prank by his mischievous buddies. Damn it, playing me for a fool. The resentment that had just begun to build dissipated after another glance at the beautiful girl before him. Damn, this was even better. He definitely had to connect with the foreign beauty on WeChat. His prankster buddies were probably hiding somewhere, watching the joke unfold. Well, I'll add the beautiful girl on WeChat, and that'll wipe the smiles off their faces. Just then, the rumbling sound grew closer, and the vibrations in the walls and floor became more pronounced. Wang Zhong noticed two small windows by the wall he was leaning against. They were placed high up, with sunlight slanting through them. They seemed like basement light wells. Wang Zhong had a classmate who moved to Beijing after graduation and always lived in such basements, often sharing photos on his moments, occasionally playing with various prison cell jokes. He tiptoed a little, drew closer to one of the windows, and peered out. He saw a pair of military boots near the window. For a murder mystery game, isn't this a bit too realistic? He was puzzled when suddenly more pairs of boots appeared. It felt like there was a platoon passing by outside. What in the world? The next moment, Wang Zhong saw the source of the trembling and rumbling tank tracks. The murder mystery cafe not only had a platoon's worth of actors but also got hold of a tractor. That's not right, is it? Wang Zhong's breath quickened. He vaguely felt that he truly might have traveled through time. So, that relaxed, carefree, unconcerned mood vanished instantly. He retreated and took another look around the basement room. Aside from him and the beautiful girl, there were 4 males, all with Northern European faces. Everyone was wearing the same style of military uniform, mainly khaki with a somewhat drab green collar section. 3 of the men were holding rifles, which Wang Zhong thought looked a lot like the Mosin Nagant. The rifles had bayonets fixed, and one of the bayonets was stained red. Wang Zhong looked several times at that red stain, thinking that it couldn't have already been used to kill someone, could it? The remaining man held a weapon that looked a lot like the Finnish Suomi submachine gun, his uniform slightly different from the others, with 2 V-shaped marks on the sleeve. "Sergeant?" Wang Zhong tentatively asked. The submachine gun man looked at Wang Zhong. "What, do you need a diaper?" The men all laughed but quickly subdued their voices. The girl turned her face away, embarrassed. "Wang Zhong, diaper." The sergeant glanced at Wang Zhong's crotch. Wang Zhong looked down and discovered he too was wearing a khaki uniform, and the color of his crotch was noticeably darker, spreading out radiantly. He felt it, and sure enough, it was wet. This isn't my pee. Truly, it wasn't. I'm freaking out here. Wang Zhong, though he'd never been on a battlefield, did not think he was the type to wet himself at the first sign of combat probably. No, definitely. The pee also felt mostly dry, it definitely wasn't fresh, so whose was it? Wang Zhong suddenly remembered the document in his hand and hurriedly flipped it open. The photo in the document was of a young and handsome guy with a frivolous smile, obviously also with a European face, next to which was all in a script that Wang Zhong had never seen before, somewhat resembling Cyrillic. Astonishingly, Wang Zhong understood their meaning. It was then that Wang Zhong realized that from the beginning, everyone had been speaking a foreign language, but he understood it as if it were Chinese. Wang Zhong found his name next to the photo, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, and there was a prefix before the name, which translated into Chinese might mean something like Sir or Excellency. By now, the rumble of the tank had moved away, and gunfire could still be heard in the distance. At that moment, the sergeant with the submachine gun spoke up. The gunfire is about 1 or 2 kilometers away from us, definitely the forces of Duke Vladimir still resisting. We should cross through enemy territory and join up with the Duke. After finishing, the sergeant turned to Wang Zhong. Your Excellency, what do you think? One of the soldiers mocked. Why ask him? Be careful he wets his pants again. From now on, his nickname will be Pissy Pants Rokossovsky. SHH. Careful the Count doesn't settle the score with you later and lock you up, another soldier said, although his warning to his comrade was unequivocally delivered in a sarcastic tone. The sergeant seriously said, the Count is our commander, of course, we need his agreement. Count, what do you think of what I just said? Wang Zhong thought to himself, what can I think? I've only commanded troops in a game, I'm a complete outsider. It seems like nodding is all I can do now. Normally, this is when the cheat would activate. Come out, Deep Blue. The next moment, Wang Zhong's perspective shifted to an overhead view. What the heck? Have I become some kind of satellite spirit? Is there really a cheat? Unfortunately, most of the satellite view was dark, with only the basement they were in clearly visible. He then realized this was the familiar overhead perspective from the real-time strategy games he knew so well. With years of experience playing real-time strategy games, he immediately recognized that the highlighted figure in the view must be himself. This satellite view even had an interface. That thing in the top right corner of the view must be the unit tab, the symbol of the forces under his command. Currently, inside the unit tab, there was only a solitary unit. Wang Zhong's consciousness immediately noticed a tag that read, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. Well, the only unit is myself? What happened to me being the commander? Just then, Wang Zhong heard a girl's voice and hurriedly switched his view back to himself. It seemed the switch was as easy as a mere thought. The girl said, I think Sergeant Semyon is right, Alyosha, let's do that. Alyosha, the nickname for the name Alexei of the body he inhabited. Russians typically used nicknames only with close associates. With acquaintances, they would use the patronymic, which in this case was the lengthy middle name Konstantinovich. Wang Zhong said, wait a moment. The enemy just passed by, it's not good to act rashly. Let's wait here for a while. In reality, Wang Zhong wanted to buy time to understand the cheat. If they started moving, who knew what dangers lay ahead, and they wouldn't be able to properly examine the cheat. The sergeant hesitated but eventually nodded, then we wait a bit. Be careful not to be discovered by the Prussians. The Prussians? That must be the name of the enemy. There definitely is no country named Prussia on Earth, I must be somewhere other than Earth. Wang Zhong once again entered the overhead perspective, and his first attempt was to focus his attention on the girl in the room with him. Sure enough, her name popped up, Ludmila Vasilievna Malyukhova, Captain, Prayer hand. Hey? What's a prayer hand? Wang Zhong had assumed the girl was a medic. He focused on the term prayer hand for a second, but no further explanation appeared. What the hell, this cheat is flawed. Although he could clearly see Ludmila's designation, she did not appear in the unit tab list. Reluctantly, Wang Zhong shifted his attention to the other 4 people. Sergeant Zakayev and then a lengthy string, Private First Class Semyon and then a lengthy string, Private Ivan and then a lengthy string, Private Yuri and then a lengthy string. The sergeant was a submachine gunner, and the rest were riflemen. Wang Zhong also wanted to check their ammo situation but, unfortunately, there was none. Having determined he couldn't glean more from these people, Wang Zhong turned his attention to the house beside them. He could see through the roof of the house they were in, and through the floors of the first and second floors to the basement. He thought whether he could switch the display to other floors, to get a better look at the ground floor situation. But it was useless. He then tried to view the situation of his own people who were engaged in distant fighting, but he was unable to do so. Could it be this cheat is merely a change of perspective, and I'm actually seeing the same information that my eyes can see? To verify this, Wang Zhong switched back to his own perspective, stood up, went to the window, and looked outside. Maintaining this position, he switched to the overhead view, and then noticed that the landscape outside had appeared. He saw a street, no, half a street because he could only see the buildings across from their basement. However, this view was much clearer than with his own eyes. With his natural vision, he could only see the ground floor of the buildings, not even knowing how many floors there were. But with this overhead view, he could see even the rooftops clearly. This cheat still had some merits. Just as Wang Zhong was appreciating the cheat, he heard footsteps. Hearing footsteps from an overhead perspective was as if the sound was coming from heaven. Wang Zhong realized it was because the footsteps were coming from above his head, his hearing hadn't switched to the overhead perspective. No wonder the gunfire still sounded so distant. He switched back to his natural perspective and saw that everyone in the room was looking at the ceiling. Wang Zhong also looked up to see that the ceiling was made of wood, and someone was currently stepping on it with heavy boots, producing a loud thumping sound. Then someone spoke in a foreign language he couldn't understand. If he had to say, it had a bit of a German feel to it, but Wang Zhong couldn't be sure. Ludmila murmured softly, "Prussians." At that moment, Wang Zhong saw a crack in the ceiling and had a bold idea. Just now, with my own eyes, I could only see the opposite building's first floor, but after switching perspectives, I could see up to the second, third, and even the rooftops. Could it be? He decided to give it a try. Chapter 2. The First Subordinate. Wang Zhong carefully picked up a stool and placed it under the crack, then tiptoed onto the stool. That way, he just managed to bring his eyes close to the crevice. Then he switched to a bird's eye view. With the bird's eye view, he could see everyone in the basement staring at him dumbfounded. Wang Zhong didn't bother with the others and directly switched the view to the first floor. This time the switch was successful. Wang Zhong actually couldn't see anything through the crack, but after switching views, he had a clear view of the entire room on the first floor. The entrance led directly into the living room, with stairs to the second floor on the left, and 2 doors leading to other rooms. Wang Zhong couldn't see the other rooms, but he had a complete view of this one, including the enemy soldiers with their heavy footsteps. There were 2 enemy soldiers, dressed in black military uniforms, helmets with spikes on top, reminiscent of the German helmets from World War I. Wang Zhong focused, and sure enough, information about the enemy appeared, but there were no names or affiliations, just the type of soldier. Both were riflemen. The 2 soldiers clearly weren't very alert. One was rifling through drawers while the other took a bite from the bread on the table, then scrunched his face and spat it back out. He cursed under his breath, which Wang Zhong didn't understand. However, Wang Zhong was feeling quite good about himself at the moment. After all, having a cheat made one feel different. It invariably gave him more confidence. Just as Wang Zhong was about to switch back to tell everyone the situation upstairs, the soldier eating the bread threw the bread away and headed toward the doors to the other rooms. He left Wang Zhong's field of vision. No matter how hard Wang Zhong tried, he could no longer see him. Wang Zhong heard someone beside him hiss. He switched back to the bird's-eye view of the basement and saw a private by the door with his finger to his lips. He must have been the one who had hissed. Immediately afterward, Wang Zhong also heard footsteps, and they were not coming from upstairs. The soldier who had just left the field of vision was moving down the stairs to the basement. Wang Zhong hurriedly returned to his normal vision and whispered, "Two riflemen, one upstairs looting, the other one's come down." The sergeant looked at Wang Zhong, and it was clear from his expression that he did not believe him. It made sense, after all. Peering through such a narrow crack and coming away with so much information would make anyone skeptical. What's more, Wang Zhong's predecessor had just embarrassed himself by wetting his pants. Put yourself in the other person's shoes, he would not trust someone on the battlefield who had just wet himself. By now, the enemy had reached the door. Upon finding it locked, he began to smash at it with the butt of his gun. The banging on the door made Wang Zhong tense up. He felt that it would be better to have a weapon in hand under such circumstances, so he drew his pistol. Nobody noticed Wang Zhong pulling his gun, as everyone's attention was fixed on the main door. After a few hits, the enemy outside stopped. Just as Wang Zhong thought the enemy might be giving up, a language he did not understand came from the other side of the door. Ludmila, hiding in the corner, whispered, "He said the door can only be locked from the inside, he knows we're in here, and he's telling us to come out." The sergeant clicked his tongue, "No choice now, we have to break out." He glanced down to check the chamber of his submachine gun. "Zimiao, move away from the door, I'll shoot the enemy through it." Wang Zhong thought to himself, how could this be okay? There was another enemy upstairs. If you fire, you'll draw them all here. He stepped forward, grabbed the sergeant's gun, and whispered, "No. Use the bayonet. There's another enemy on the first floor. We hide against the wall in the blind spot of the doorway." Ludmila goes to open the door, acts scared, try to pull the enemy in, and Zimiao will stab the enemy from the side. The sergeant stared at Wang Zhong, even glancing down at his crotch. Clearly, he was hesitating whether or not to listen to a coward who wet himself on the battlefield. The enemy was still loudly demanding an answer. A second later, he gestured for the others to hide. Seeing the sign, Ludmila shouted something in the enemy's language, and the voice outside suddenly quieted down. Then, the enemy responded in a much softer tone. "Ludmila, I'm going to open the door." The sergeant pulled Wang Zhong aside into the blind spot next to the door. Zimiao, closest to the door, gripped his rifle with the bayonet attached tightly. Wang Zhong pressed himself against the wall, trying hard to make his breathing less noticeable. To tell the truth, Wang Zhong was very nervous, his palms sweaty, barely able to hold his pistol steadily. He had to hold his gun with his left hand, rubbed his sweaty palm vigorously against his clothes, and then switched back. Damn, he didn't know if his cheat had any enhancement to personal combat. If not, then without any enhancement, he was just a blank, and facing the enemy would mean certain death. Ludmila adjusted her uniform, and perhaps because she was European, she really was voluptuous. Despite having a delicate face, her figure was incredibly curvaceous. She continued to respond to the enemy while moving to the door to grab the latch, and finally, she looked at the sergeant. That look didn't go to Wang Zhong, the nominal commander, indicating that even now, Ludmila still saw the sergeant as the one calling the shots. The sergeant nodded, and Ludmila immediately pulled the door open, completely disregarding Wang Zhong's opinion. Wang Zhong couldn't see the enemy from his angle, but he had the bird's eye view. A quick switch would reveal the enemy's eyes widening. After all, Ludmila was genuinely attractive. Ludmila reached out to grab the enemy's rifle, pulling him into the room. The enemy came in without any resistance. Chapter 3. The first subordinate _2. Semyon made a split-second decision, lunging forward with the bayonet aimed at the enemy's flank. The enemy let out a ghastly scream. Ludmila was quick on her feet, smothering the enemy's mouth with her hand. But it was too late. From the first floor came another enemy's query, gas wrench. In a moment of desperation, Wang Zhong said to Ludmila, "Scream. You scream." Ludmila immediately let out a piercing scream as if she was being sexually assaulted. Wang Zhong saw the enemies were stunned because he hadn't done anything yet. He was even a body's length away from Ludmila with a rifle between them. Semyon stabbed several more times, and the fiercely resisting enemy finally stopped moving. Immediately, Wang Zhong said to Ludmila, "You lie on the table, hold on to this dead bastard, and keep screaming to lure the second enemy down." Ludmila did as she was told. Just as Wang Zhong was about to issue an order to Semyon, he saw Semyon had already hidden beside the door. This bird's-eye view was pretty convenient, literally keeping an eye on all directions. The second enemy appeared at the door and upon seeing Ludmila, he outright laughed, "Wow, to death or glory, hey!" The lust-driven enemy didn't even notice the bloodstains on his comrade and walked straight into the room. Semyon shouted and lunged forward with his bayonet. But this enemy was quick, dodging the thrust and grabbing a helmet to smash it onto the overextended Semyon's head. Semyon screamed in pain, likely pierced by the spike on the helmet. "Damn, could that spike really come in handy like this?" The enemy yelled out, pulling out a dagger and stabbing it into Semyon. From his bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong clearly saw that Semyon was no longer moving. Shifting his focus didn't provide any explanation. Private Ivan lunged with his bayonet, striking the enemy in the heart. The enemy stared at Ivan, his mouth agape, but said nothing. Maybe because Wang Zhong had been watching everything from this bird's-eye view the entire time, it felt surreal to him until he switched back to his own eyes and smelled the thick scent of blood. "Ludmila, are there any more enemies?" "Wang Zhong, with all this commotion and no inquiry, there should be none." As he spoke, Wang Zhong went to the door to check outside and found that outside was also a basement, not the corridor he had assumed. In this room, a staircase against the wall led to the ground level. "Wang Zhong, we should head to the rooftop first, to assess the surroundings." This cheat of his needed a field of view. Getting to the rooftop would probably light up the surroundings. He turned around to look at the people in the room and saw everyone staring at him. The sergeant said, "No, we leave directly. Do you want the enemy to spot us on the rooftop?" Ludmila stood up from the corpse. "We already lost one person luring the enemy down here for a surprise attack. If you had just opened fire, Sergeant, we'd all probably be dead by now." The sergeant shook his head. "This was just blind luck. A greenhorn who wets himself on the battlefield won't get lucky every time. We should leave now before the enemy notices us. Vasilievna, come with us, we'll ensure you get back to the Allied forces and return to your unit." Wang Zhong was momentarily confused before realizing that Vasilievna was Ludmila's patronymic. Russians address someone of general acquaintance or higher status with their patronymic, and it is impolite to call them by their first name alone. Well, maybe not Russians, since this isn't Earth, but clearly, the people here followed the Russian convention. Ludmila hesitated, then said, "No, I support the major." The sergeant shook his head, "Then there's nothing I can do, we're going." With that, he pushed past Wang Zhong who was standing at the doorway, clutching his submachine gun as he headed for the stairs to the first floor. The two privates followed him. In the blink of an eye, the room was left with only Wang Zhong, Ludmila, and 3 dead bodies. Ludmila looked regretful. "Wang Zhong, you can still catch up with them." Ludmila bit her lip and looked at Wang Zhong. "No, I think in our current situation, the chances of survival with either side are not high." "Wang Zhong, you're right." He took a deep breath and turned towards the corpses. He picked up Semyon's gun and handed it to Ludmila. "You need something to defend yourself, can you shoot?" Ludmila took the gun and proficiently checked the chamber, then looked up at Wang Zhong. I scored higher than you in shooting, Major, don't you remember? Oh, is that so? Wang Zhong mused internally, what kind of pure loser had he replaced? After salvaging another rifle, several grenades, and some ammunition from the other two bodies, Wang Zhong decided to move out. He moved stealthily up to the ground floor, promptly switching to the bird's eye view. It was then that he noticed in the upper right-hand corner of his field of vision, aside from himself, there was another badge. Focused on the new badge it read, Captain Ludmila Vasilievna Malyukhova, Divine Arrow. So, people who would follow his orders would be added to the badge? And what in the world was Divine Arrow? Wang Zhong switched floors and suddenly realized he could see the basement as well. Could it be that, like in real-time strategy games, this cheat allowed him to see through the eyes of the troops under his command? This was indeed convenient, as gaining command over more troops would widen his field of vision. Regardless, he now had a soldier under his command. And such a beautiful girl at that. Wang Zhong cautiously moved to the second floor and discovered that it had been hit by artillery. There was a large hole in the wall facing the street. Ludmila, we were originally on the second floor, but before we could destroy the enemy's tank, we received a direct hit from a shell, and the entire Divine Arrow squad was reduced to just myself. Chapter 4. The First Subordinate _3. What's the Divine Arrow team? Ludmila, Sergeant Zakhaev's infantry battalion was supposed to be covering us nearby. Our team, including the infantry battalion, is under your command, Colonel. But you got so scared by that shell that you pissed your pants and scurried into the basement to hide. So that's why Sergeant Zakhaev doesn't want to be under my command. Wang Zhong thought to himself. It made sense. Wang Zhong looked at Ludmila. Trust me, I have. I am no longer who I was before. Indeed, he was no longer the same person. The cowardly wimp must have been scared to death, and I die in another world probably due to drinking, I guess, and then I end up in this coward's body. It doesn't matter, what's important is what comes next. After calming Ludmila's emotions, Wang Zhong was about to turn around to survey the situation when he suddenly remembered something very important and continued to ask Ludmila, Where? Asking Ludmila which country he belonged to now seemed inappropriate. It might even cost him the little bit of trust he had just gained and lose his only subordinate. Forget it, survival comes first. Wait a minute, if it's about survival, wouldn't surrendering also be an option? After all, I'm a Chinese person, there's no need to fight to the death for a country whose name I don't even know. Maybe Wang Zhong's expression gave away his thoughts, because just then, Ludmila said, if you're thinking of surrendering to the Prussians, I'll shoot you first. Well, that option's off the table. Wang Zhong thought to himself that he'd better take it one step at a time. He crawled to the edge of the large hole and lay down, peeking out from the edge while switching to an overhead view. Boy, the entire fan-shaped area ahead's terrain had been lighted up. Of course, some buildings higher than the second floor still blocked the view, leaving patches of shadow. Within the area Wang Zhong could see, enemies were displayed. Wang Zhong even spotted Zakhaev's squad. They were moving along an alley, with the enemy right in front of them. Then Wang Zhong watched as they encountered the enemy, not even having time to think about what reaction to make. There was a half-track armored vehicle among the enemy, its machine gun immediately opened fire, and the leading sergeant was knocked down in the first burst without even firing a shot. The two privates following the sergeant tried to run but were caught by the tracer bullets from the machine gun and fell to the ground. The squad was wiped out just like that. At this moment, Wang Zhong heard Ludmila's anxious voice, "The gunfire is close, what's going on?" "Wang Zhong, Sergeant Zakhaev is dead, they're all dead." They happened to run into the enemy's half-track armored vehicle. Ludmila fell silent for a few seconds, then asked, "So what do we do?" She didn't even question how Wang Zhong knew all this. Wang Zhong observed the east in the overhead view. Since Sergeant Zakhaev headed east, he guessed the friendlies must be to the east. About 3 blocks away, Wang Zhong spotted friendlies in combat. He couldn't see too far from the overhead view. The problem was there were a ton of enemies on the route, along with at least 10 tanks and armored vehicles. After watching for a while, Wang Zhong found that although there were many enemies, the buildings significantly obstructed their line of sight. As long as he could maintain the overhead view, it was possible to sneak through. The key lay in 2 points. First was whether he could control his movements in the overhead view. After all, this system didn't come with a mouse. He couldn't really move troops with a click like in real-time strategy games. Wang Zhong targeted himself and thought about having the figure lying on the ground move a bit. To his surprise, as soon as the thought emerged, his body really moved, and he even felt the tactile sensation of his body scraping against the floor. Feeling these sensations in the overhead view was quite strange, and Wang Zhong felt a strong dizziness. It was likely because his brain hadn't adapted to the condition, causing the dizziness due to the mismatch between physical sensations and visual perception. Similar to the principle of some people getting dizzy from 3D games. Wang Zhong moved again and ended up too dizzy to bear. He had to give up on moving himself while in the overhead view. But could he move Ludmila? He tried to use his powers on Ludmila, attempting to command her with his mind, but it was to no avail. Suddenly, Wang Zhong realized he had done something stupid. Damn it, why use my mind? Just give the order out loud. Ludmila, he said, do you see the window on your right hand? Go over there and look outside, be careful. Ludmila exclaimed, how can you see behind you? Just had an impression. Go. Ludmila moved to the window, and so Wang Zhong gained a view of the back of the room. This works. Then later on, let Ludmila provide the view up front, and I'll follow behind. Wait a second, wouldn't it be too ungentlemanly to let the girl take the lead like this? After a brief hesitation, Wang Zhong shamelessly chose the option that gave him a higher chance of surviving. He said, Ludmila, I think I know the way. You're a good shot, you take the lead, let's get moving. Chapter 5. Injured. So, Wang Zhong's small squad set off like this. If I have to say, a grown man having a young girl take the lead does feel a bit embarrassing. But the last time I fired a rifle with live ammo was during military training in college, where I fired a total of 5 bullets and missed the target with 1. If I were to go in front and encountered the enemy, even if I shot first, there's a high chance I'd miss and then most likely just be an easy target. Wang Zhong watched Ludmila from an overhead perspective, and at this time, he could tell she was very well endowed, her form heaving with her movements, clearly visible even from above. But right now, Wang Zhong was not in the mood to be distracted, focused intently on the enemy's movements. After all, this was a battlefield, and any lapse in concentration could be fatal. Ludmila squatted at the corner, cautiously peeking out. Wang Zhong instantly gained a complete view of the other side of the corner, and he could even see the first floor of the building directly opposite Ludmila. Thanks to this view, Wang Zhong spotted enemies on the left, probably because it led to the city's main thoroughfare. He wanted Ludmila to move right, so he tried to command her with his mind, but it was no use. Thereupon, Wang Zhong called out softly, Ludmila. The girl turned back, and Wang Zhong pointed to the right, go right. There are no enemies on the right. It's not that Wang Zhong didn't want to give the order quietly, it's just that he didn't understand tactical hand signals, nor did he know if the hand signals in this world were the same as those on Earth. Ludmila turned to the right, and Wang Zhong immediately followed, the two of them moving one after the other to the next intersection, fortunately without encountering any enemies. The girl stopped at the intersection, looked back at Wang Zhong with suspicion. How did you know there were no enemies this way? Wang Zhong casually brushed it off, I guessed. Ludmila frowned, guessed? Do you realize how bad it would be if we ran into enemies? Wang Zhong, I know. This time, go left. He had already mastered the skill of speaking in an overhead view, though the disorientation still made his head spin, but it wasn't as severe as before. Thus, even as he conversed with Ludmila, he had already confirmed there were no enemies on the left and, incidentally, the sound of gunfire was coming from their left as well. Measured in terms of the cardinal directions, that would be the east. This meant that the chances of running into friendly forces if they moved east were very high. Ludmila stared at Wang Zhong for a second before ultimately following the order and crouched as she crossed the street corner. Wang Zhong immediately switched back to his natural vision. He still couldn't navigate while using the overhead view, as it made him extremely dizzy. With his natural vision, Wang Zhong ran to the street corner and peeked out, just in time to see Ludmila's retreating form. Although the girl's figure was tempting, the limitation of this perspective was too great. Wang Zhong switched back to the overhead view without any attachment, being watchful of the surroundings. Just as he switched back, he saw a jeep driving down the alley behind him. He immediately crossed the corner, narrowly avoiding the jeep's field of view in the nick of time. However, moving his own body while in the overhead view brought on an intense dizziness that assaulted his brain, forcing him to exit the overhead perspective as he leaned against the wall and began to retch. He heard footsteps behind him and immediately turned and raised his gun, only to find Ludmila running back towards him. "I saw you weren't well, so I came back." The girl looked concerned. "Your face is pale, what suddenly happened?" To Ludmila, it seemed that Wang Zhong had turned pale out of the blue. "Wang Zhong, I'm fine." Despite feeling dizzy, he didn't forget about the jeep, so he immediately peeked his head a tiny bit outside, then switched to an overhead view. The jeep was indeed making its way along the street. There were 3 people in the vehicle, with the driver unarmed, a sergeant in the passenger seat with a submachine gun, and what appeared to be an officer in the back, wearing a large cap. "Wang Zhong, jeep, hide quickly." Immediately after, Wang Zhong noticed that there was no open building on either side of the alley. It was definitely too late to hide. So he made a split-second decision to change orders. "No, hand grenade." While saying this, he switched back to his natural vision and took out a hand grenade, unscrewing the cap at the end. Suddenly, he changed his mind and handed the grenade to Ludmila beside him. "You throw it." Wang Zhong had never thrown a hand grenade in his life. If he did the throwing, he might just make things worse. The enemy had submachine guns, and at such a close distance, if the first wave didn't kill the enemy, both he and Ludmila would probably be done for right there. Ludmila, with a speechless expression, "I haven't thrown it many times either. After all, I'm a prayer. Not like shooting and horse riding, which I often practiced at home." "Wang Zhong, still better than me, just poke your body out and throw it when I say." As he spoke, Wang Zhong switched to the overhead view again. "Wait a second, shouldn't I vacate the corner?" But there was no time left. The jeep was almost upon them, and Wang Zhong shouted, "Now!" Ludmila leaped out from the corner with an agile step, raising her hand. Wang Zhong saw something arcing towards the enemy's vehicle. But the thing didn't explode right away. Ludmila had thrown it as soon as she pulled the pin. Wang Zhong watched as the sergeant in the passenger seat aimed the submachine gun at Ludmila. In a moment of desperation, he poked his head out and yelled, "Look out!" The enemy was also tense, and upon hearing the shout, they immediately swung their guns around and fired at Wang Zhong. By the time Wang Zhong ducked back, it was a fraction late, and his shoulder felt as if it had been hammered. Immediately after, the submachine gun bullets rattled against the bricks at the corner of the wall. The next moment, the grenade exploded. From an overhead perspective, Wang Zhong clearly saw the firing sergeant blown off the vehicle, while the driver slammed into the steering wheel, passing out. The hat of the officer in the back seat flew off, and it was unclear whether he was dead. The uncontrolled car charged straight towards Ludmila. The girl, nimble as a hare, lightly leaped to dodge. The jeep thus crashed into the civilian house by the road. Wang Zhong exhaled in relief and ordered, "Pick up that sergeant's submachine gun, while switching back to normal vision to check his wound. His shoulder was a red mess, and upon tearing it open, he found a bullet had left a scar as wide as a finger. The moment he saw the wound, searing pain struck Wang Zhong. What happened to adrenaline preventing pain? Wang Zhong's first instinct was to search for a medical kit to see if it contained morphine or similar drugs. He did find a medical kit, but upon opening it, he only found bandages and a packet of powdered substance labeled sulfanilamide. In war movies, medics often poured powdered substances into wounds in emergency treatments, but Wang Zhong didn't know if this was sulfanilamide and didn't dare to sprinkle it, instead using the bandages to wrap his still bleeding arm. It's said that the brain secretes substances to numb itself against pain. Perhaps that mechanism was at play because after Wang Zhong bandaged his hand tightly, the pain significantly subsided. Ludmila approached with the submachine gun, and immediately noticed Wang Zhong's arm. "You're injured." Wang Zhong: "No, I'm just wrapping it for fun." He didn't know why he felt the need to be sarcastic. Ludmila's expression grew noticeably calmer. "It doesn't look too serious." "Wang Zhong, did you get the submachine gun? What about the ammo?" "Got it all." Ludmila patted the ammo pouch slung across her waist. Wang Zhong glanced at it. The way the ammo pouch was slung gave off the feeling of the German army. He took a closer look at the captured submachine gun. Indeed, it closely resembled an MP40. Noticing Wang Zhong's gaze, Ludmila said, "I'm not very good with this, you should take it instead. I'm more confident with bolt-action weapons." Wang Zhong pointed at his shoulder. "Does it look like I'm in any condition to shoot a gun?" In reality, any strong use of his arm caused his shoulder to throb with a pain like knife cuts. Ludmila sighed, tightened her grip on the submachine gun, and muttered, "I've only ever seen the Prussians use this kind of gun. Luckily I understand their language to know which part is the safety." "Wang Zhong, let's move. The grenade explosion and car crash have probably already drawn the enemy's attention." Ludmila took a couple of steps forward, then turned back to look at Wang Zhong. "Shall I help you?" Wang Zhong stood up. "I was hit in the arm, not the leg. Let's go." A moment later, the two-person team that was Wang Zhong and Ludmila had moved on to another intersection. Ludmila peeked out, and Wang Zhong saw that about 200 meters north of the intersection, both sides were engaged in fierce combat. Soldiers in khaki uniforms occupied a lavish building, firing a barrage of weapons from the windows down to the street. The black-clad soldiers were scattered on both sides of the broad east-west main road behind various types of cover. Wang Zhong spotted two burning tanks on the street, presumably destroyed by the khaki-clad forces' anti-tank firepower. But oddly enough, Wang Zhong looked around and couldn't pinpoint the location of the anti-tank guns. As he wondered, Ludmila turned her head. Immediately, Wang Zhong lost most of his field of view. The system he was using only provided a vision in the direction the eyes were facing, much like the vision mechanism in hardcore real-time strategy games like Men of War. Ludmila called out to Wang Zhong behind her, "Come quick. We just need to cross the street, and we should be able to link up with our allies." "Wang Zhong, you go ahead, I'll catch up immediately." "Ludmila, all right, I'll scout for enemy fire for you." "This conversation. I let you cross because I made sure there were no enemies." Before Wang Zhong could voice his complaint, Ludmila stood up and dashed across the street. Once assured she was safe, Wang Zhong switched back to normal vision and began to move. Now his view was severely limited to himself. He'd lost control over the battlefield's overview, an inner unease set in, with a nagging fear of being hit by a stray bullet. Better a short pain than a long one. Wang Zhong steeled his heart and sprinted, bolting out of the intersection and across the expansive street. Ludmila was hidden behind a lamppost, vigilantly holding the enemy's submachine gun. No sooner had Wang Zhong reached her than the door of a shop on the street corner swung open. A soldier in khaki uniform poked his head out. "Quick, get in." Wang Zhong patted Ludmila on the shoulder. "Let's go." With that, he was the first to rush into the shop, with Ludmila closely following. Chapter 6. Accident. After barging into the room, Wang Zhong let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps because he had put his mind at ease, his wound began to hurt. So he yelled with full breath, "Medic!" Immediately, a female medic appeared, "Who's calling?" Me. Wang Zhong raised his left hand. The right one was injured and couldn't muster much strength. He could raise it, but it would hurt. The female medic rushed over and swiftly tore off Wang Zhong's sleeve, skillfully unraveled the bandage. "Who did this dressing?" "Wang Zhong, I did it myself. It was an emergency. We had just blown up an enemy jeep, and we didn't know when the enemy would hear it and come over." The female medic, "This is horribly done, and you haven't disinfected it, it's already starting to fester. Expect a fever." "The good news is the bullet went through." As she spoke, she took out a packet of yellow powder and sprinkled it all over Wang Zhong's wound. Wang Zhong screamed in pain. The female medic teased, "Don't scream, your girlfriend is watching." Originally observing the outside, Ludmila immediately turned her head upon hearing this. "I'm not his girlfriend. I am a prayer hand, part of the 55th Divine Arrow group, but my Divine Arrow was destroyed by a tank." When Ludmila said this, she glanced at Wang Zhong, hesitated briefly before adding, "I narrowly escaped under the command of Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov." In reality, right after Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky had been bombarded by a tank, he had fled pell-mell into a basement, literally in a most undignified scramble. By saying this, Ludmila was preserving Wang Zhong's dignity. Realizing this, Wang Zhong surreptitiously closed his legs, which he had spread apart, fearing someone would notice the stain on his trousers. The pee wasn't his, it was best if it went unnoticed. The officer who had just let the two in frowned slightly. "Colonel Rokossov's battalion's defensive area is 2 blocks away. Has this battalion already collapsed?" Wang Zhong recalled the scene he had witnessed from the second floor. It seemed there were no khaki-clad troops left resisting nearby. So he answered, "Yes, my unit has disintegrated." The reason for the disintegration, of course, was the sight of their commander ignominiously taking cover, which would make any unit fall apart. The questioning officer cursed and fiercely rubbed his stubbly beard. Ludmila glanced at Wang Zhong and said, "The enemy's assault was too fierce, there was nothing we could do." Wang Zhong remembered, Ludmila called him Elisha, which was a nickname for Alexei. If the custom in this country was similar to that of Earth's Russia, calling each other by nicknames implied they were relatively close. Perhaps Ludmila's assistance in covering for him was due to this relationship. Wang Zhong felt slightly dejected. He thought he had already won the girl's trust. Ludmila continued, "I need to rejoin my unit. My squad has been dispersed across the entire 79th Division, there must still be some of my comrades alive, and I want to join them." "You're just in time," the stubbled officer said, "Monk Yukiniako's squad just lost their prayer hand. I'll get someone to take you there, Stepan." A burly middle-aged man appeared, "Sergeant Major, did you call me?" The stubbled one pointed at Ludmila, "Take this captain to Monk Yukiniako's squad, she's a prayer hand." The burly man nodded, "Follow me." Ludmila stood up, gently placing her hand on Wang Zhong's shoulder, "Elisha, you're wounded, go and rest properly. If I don't come back, take care of my parents for me." This girl obviously knew the peeing colonel quite well. Even though Wang Zhong didn't even know the name of the country they were in, with no patriotic fervor, as a man, with the girl preparing to face death so bravely, he couldn't possibly show cowardice. "No," he said, "I've only got a light injury, I can still fight." Ludmila seemed surprised and stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds before smiling sweetly, "Not this time. If you're worried I might think less of you, rest easy. I couldn't possibly look down on you, you got injured trying to save me." Indeed, Wang Zhong had shouted to draw attention when he saw the enemy aiming at Ludmila, which got him hit. Ludmila went on, if you remove yourself from the front lines now, no one will hold it against you. Leave honorably, and after you've healed, give those Prussians a taste of their own medicine." After speaking, Ludmila turned decisively, giving the burly man a nod, "Lead the way." The two then left. The stubbled sergeant major snapped his fingers, "Siena, finish dressing the colonel's wounds, and find a stretcher bearer to take him to the rear." Wang Zhong, "No. I can be evacuated, but first I need to report the intelligence I've gathered to." "To whom?" Wang Zhong didn't recognize anyone. Wait a second, his identification seemed to have the unit number on it, but he hadn't remembered it in the rush. Before he could reach for his ID, the stubbled man said, "Do you mean to tell Duke Vladimir?" Wang Zhong, "Yes. I've just come back from enemy territory, and en route, I killed a high-ranking officer in a jeep." Actually, Wang Zhong didn't know why he was trying so hard to stay at the front line. His original plan was to survive in this chaotic world, and to achieve that goal, he should have been safely evacuated to the rear. Perhaps it was Ludmila's performance that had stimulated him. Or maybe he just didn't want to leave Ludmila alone on the front line. When he had a moment, Wang Zhong checked his vision and found that on the interface of his cheat, Ludmila's soldier tag was gone. He had become a commander with no troops under him again. Just as Wang Zhong was feeling conflicted, bearded guy spoke up, "Okay, technically speaking, you are a lieutenant colonel, and we have no choice but to follow your orders." "Anton." Another decorated private entered the room, "Present." "Bearded guy, this is Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, take him to the command center." "Carry him there?" asked the private in surprise. Wang Zhong stood up on his own, pushing away the medic who was still trying to wipe the bloodstains off him. "I can walk." "Private, please follow me." Following the private to the backyard, Wang Zhong realized that an opening had been made in the courtyard wall. From the looks of the edges, it was clearly intentional. "Did we make this hole?" he asked the private. "Yes, the Duke ordered it to be made," the private answered with evident pride. "The Duke has experience in civil wars," he said. "It would help connect the defense areas. We worked all night to break through these walls. Of course, the Prussians also helped a lot, with their bombs." While talking, the two passed by a crater 5 or 6 meters in diameter, with the surrounding buildings half collapsed. "See the spire ahead? St. Maria Cathedral, they say it's a building from 600 years ago, built of huge stones, even 155 mm heavy artillery can't do anything to it. Now it's the Duke's headquarters." Wang Zhong looked toward the spire the private was pointing at, then noticed that there was no cross on top of the spire. Instead, there was a sun emblem. This really wasn't Earth, even the religions were different. 5 minutes later, Wang Zhong arrived in front of the cathedral. The guiding private saluted the sentries at the door and then announced loudly the arrival of Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. A lieutenant immediately came out from the cathedral. "The colonel has arrived? The Duke is waiting for you." Wang Zhong furrowed his brow slightly. "The Duke is waiting for me?" The private saluted Wang Zhong. "I'm heading back now." Wang Zhong took the opportunity to learn the military's way of saluting and imitated it. "Thank you, I wish you good luck from here on out." The private walked away without looking back. Wang Zhong followed the lieutenant who had come to receive him into the cathedral. Although most of the sky outside was covered in gunpowder smoke, sunlight still shone through the stained glass windows, coating the interior of the cathedral in a layer of sacred light. The lieutenant led Wang Zhong through the chapel, into the sacristy at the back. The sacristy had now been transformed into a command center, covered with at least 6 radios and 8 telephones as far as the eye could see. The kind of tick-tick-tick telegraph sound that's often heard in old war movies filled the room. A huge map of the city's defenses hung on the northern wall. The map was covered with arrows indicating enemy attacks. Duke Vladimir stood with his hands behind his back in front of the map. The lieutenant snapped to attention with a salute. "Sir, Count Rokossov has arrived." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. They used titles of nobility here rather than military rank? Duke Vladimir turned to Wang Zhong. You are still alive? That's great. The Crown Prince personally sent a telegram ordering me to ensure your safety. The Crown Prince? Wang Zhong briefly recalled the equipment he had seen used by both parties on his way here, clearly that of World War II level armies. How was there still a Crown Prince? Had World War I not happened? It could be. There was a notion that the end of World War I was actually just an indefinite ceasefire, and that World War II and World War I were essentially the same war. Duke Vladimir turned to his aide. Arrange for forces to escort the colonel back to Ekaterinburg immediately. Wang Zhong, wait. I came to report on the situation at the front. Duke Vladimir didn't listen to Wang Zhong, continuing to give orders to his aide. Also, get the colonel a new pair of trousers that fit. My tailor should have enough cloth. Wang Zhong looked down, then realized that the water stains were actually quite clear. People had just pretended not to notice earlier. This made his ears instantly burn hot, even though the stains were not his doing. Just then, a shrill whistling sound came from the sky. Duke Vladimir's face changed dramatically, and he roared with all his might, "It's naval artillery!" The next moment, the roof was pierced by a 381 mm heavy artillery shell. Chapter 7. First Encounter with Divine Arrow. What does it feel like to take a direct hit from a 381 mm shell up close? At any rate, Wang Zhong's thoughts were severed in an instant. For the 10 or so seconds after the shell landed, it was impossible to think at all. His whole head buzzed violently, as if 10,000 church bell towers were tolling simultaneously right beside his ears. In a daze, Wang Zhong's subconscious convinced him that he was surely deaf, because apart from the buzzing noise his brain conjured up from the shock, he couldn't hear anything else. But he wasn't deaf, and with a sharp ringing in his ears, about 80% of his hearing returned. He could faintly hear screams coming from not too far away. Wang Zhong Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky struggled to rise from the ground, glancing at what remained of the command post building. More than half of the entire sacristy had collapsed, and the remaining structure bore obvious cracks. The fallen ceiling buried nearly all of the telephones and telegraph machines, and the communications troops, as well as the staff officers who supervised them, were almost entirely wiped out. The telegraph sounds that had filled his ears just moments ago were replaced by screams. Dazed by the blast, when Wang Zhong saw a staff officer desperately scraping his severed hand out of the rubble, he sharply realized he should check for injuries on himself. It seemed he wasn't injured apart from the arm that was already wounded. Wang Zhong was astonished. At that moment, his brain finally seemed to function again, and cold sweat belatedly trickled down. Did he just narrowly dodge the Grim Reaper's scythe? He looked beside him and saw the Duke, pressed down by 2 guards, lying on the ground. The guards must have been sacrificed, covered in blood. Staggering over, Wang Zhong pulled the guards aside and found the Duke beneath them, his head bleeding and at his last gasp. "Duke Vladimir!" Wang Zhong shouted loudly, "I'll find a medic for you right away. Don't bother, hurry up and go." The Duke managed a few words before wincing in pain. It took him a long while to continue. "If the battleship can shell us, it means the Navy didn't stop the enemy. This city is indefensible." With that, the Duke's head slumped, and he passed out. Just then, the medic finally arrived. He was a burly soldier, who roughly pushed Wang Zhong aside and checked the Duke's pulse. "I need to perform cardiac massage on His Grace, the Duke, right here." Wang Zhong took a step back, giving space to the medic. That's when he heard someone calling him, "Lieutenant Colonel." "What do we do next?" Wang Zhong turned in confusion, looking at the person who had spoken. The man had one less stripe on his epaulette than Wang Zhong, a captain with reddish linen hair. Wang Zhong might have been stunned by the blast, because the thought that popped into his mind was that in Japanese games, this hair color mostly belonged to the protagonist. The red-haired captain repeated his earlier words, "Lieutenant Colonel." What do we do next? Wang Zhong pointed at himself. You're asking me? Captain, yes, you're the highest ranking officer I've found. Wang Zhong's gaze instinctively shifted to the Duke, observing the sturdy medic performing CPR on him, seemingly with no hope of revival yet. He turned back and said, look for someone else, there must still be survivors. Captain, I've already looked. I've been searching ever since the shelling, for 20 minutes now. Wang Zhong frowned, finally realizing he hadn't been dazed for just a minute, but had been unconscious for at least 20 minutes. No wonder the Duke was already in bad shape when he came to, he had been lying under the two guards, bleeding out for so long. Wang Zhong, I'm a bit dazed, let's clarify the situation. How many people have you gathered so far? In truth, what Wang Zhong most wanted to ask was what's the name of our country, which should have been on his ID, but he had forgotten to look, preoccupied with finding out his own name and neglecting the name of the country. It wasn't a good time to pull out the ID to check now given the urgent circumstance. The captain answered, I've rallied the staff for logistics in the field hospital. Most of the guard battalion has fled, the communications company too, we can't get in touch with any assigned units at the moment. Wang Zhong frowned, the guard battalion fled. Captain, the battalion commander of the guard battalion is probably killed by the blast, I haven't found any other officers, given the current situation. Just then, the medic trying to save the Duke gave up the resuscitation and stood up, shaking his head to the sergeant beside him. The sergeant exclaimed, all is lost, the Duke is dead, all the senior officers have been wiped out. Now only the Duchess's male pet and the Crown Prince's piss brother are left. Run for it! Wang Zhong, not sure where his decisiveness came from, bellowed, catch him, execute by shooting. The soldiers nearby instinctively followed Wang Zhong's order, but hesitated after capturing the man. The sergeant kept shouting, are you crazy? What I'm saying is the only way out. Look at the lieutenant colonel's pants, he's pissed himself. Let's capture these high-ranking twats and surrender to the Prussians. Wang Zhong even looked down specifically to make sure that he hadn't opened the gates during the bombardment. The sergeant was still clamoring, and the soldiers holding him were clearly hesitant. Wang Zhong suddenly realized that if he did not make a swift and decisive statement, the troops might disband. Once the troops were gone, his fate would be in others' hands, he could only control his destiny if he had the troops. Drawing his pistol, his shoulder wound began to ache. He could only clench his teeth, raising the pistol at the still shouting sergeant. Before firing, he didn't hesitate at all, but his first shot went awry, only knocking the sergeant's hat off. He fired a second shot, but it only hit a distant wall. Apparently, shooting at the head from this distance was too difficult for someone attempting to fire a pistol for the first time, especially with an injured shoulder. So Wang Zhong took a few steps forward, closing the distance while he shifted his aim to the chest, and at a distance less than 3 meters, he fired 3 shots in succession, abruptly silencing the shouts of the officer. When he had blown up that truck full of Prussians, Wang Zhong hadn't personally pulled the trigger. This was the first time that Wang Zhong had fired at a person, and also his first kill. Wang Zhong felt unexpectedly calm, perhaps because he had seen too many dead and had grown accustomed to it. He lowered his gun and said to the soldiers who had restrained the officer, "You did well. I will take over the command and lead everyone home." One of the 2 soldiers said, "My home is here, in this city." Wang Zhong was startled for a moment before he remembered that these people were defending their homeland. He didn't even know the name of the country yet. If he had only wanted to save himself, he could have just taken off his uniform and hidden away as an ordinary person. After all, he wasn't an officer, nor was he from this country, he had no obligation to fight for it. While Wang Zhong was thinking this way, he suddenly remembered Ludmila. If he ran away and this troop fell apart, what would become of Ludmila? Wang Zhong had no loyalty to a country whose name he didn't even know, but he knew Ludmila, and the girl was still fighting. He wanted to see Ludmila again, to tell her he wasn't a coward, to wash away the negative impression left by his pre-transmigration cowardice. Thus, Wang Zhong made up his mind, and he said to the local soldier, "You're right, this is our home. The German devils, the Prussian devils, want to take it from us, and we will never agree." Nima, that was a close call, almost saying German devils. Those Prussians in their black uniforms did indeed have a Germanic vibe. Wang Zhong turned to the captain and asked, "What's your name?" "Sergei Nikolaevich Romanov." Wang Zhong asked subconsciously, "Are you from the royal family?" The captain looked puzzled. "No. The surname of the royal family is Antonov." "Wang Zhong, I know. It's just that the artillery has left me deaf, and my hearing isn't too good." He made a random excuse and continued on the real issue: try to restore communication with the front line, organize personnel to replace the positions of the guard battalion, gather soldiers who are willing to continue fighting. Perhaps because Wang Zhong's voice was a bit loud, a fair amount of debris and dust fell from the ceiling. Wang Zhong looked up at the sky and asked, "This place isn't safe anymore, is there a more robust building nearby?" "Sergei, there is a bank building nearby made of concrete, and it's still relatively intact." "Wang Zhong, let's move there." After saying that, he strode away from the swaying sacristy. The chapel outside was also bombed into a mess. The colorful stained glass that had impressed Wang Zhong before the bombardment was now shattered on the ground. The bank building was already empty. The guard battalion had set up machine gun positions here, but no one was manning them. Wang Zhong looked back at the two soldiers following him and ordered, "Set up the machine guns." The two soldiers immediately went to do so. At that moment, intense gunfire came from a distance, signaling that the Prussians were attacking. "Wang Zhong, I'm going to the roof." No sooner had he spoken than he sprinted up the stairs, taking them 2 or 3 at a time straight to the rooftop. Since there were no railings on the roof, Wang Zhong had to lie down near the edge and raise his binoculars to observe. He was actually just pretending to use the binoculars. Changing his viewpoint to an overhead view was much clearer. First he verified the troop markers on the interface, and found that there was only one new marker labeled Remnants. Hovering his attention over it revealed the following explanation. A mob consisting of the field hospital's doctors and nurses, logistical department menials, as well as honor guards and the military band, who had never seen a battlefield, might be more adept at blowing trumpets than fighting. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue. Even though they were just remnants, Wang Zhong still gained their field of vision, but all the views were superimposed together without any specific indication of who they came from. As for control, he didn't have any way at all. Even for Sergei right beside him, he couldn't issue commands by thought alone, he had to speak them aloud. However, with the external aid, Wang Zhong could clearly see the battle unfolding just a block away. The Prussians were advancing along the main east-west thoroughfare of the city. The cocky soldiers were resisting by relying on a sturdy 5-story building, yes, the very same building Wang Zhong had seen during their escape. The sergeant who had brought Wang Zhong to command must be in some building on the south side of that structure. He didn't know where Ludmila was. Just as Wang Zhong had this thought, he witnessed a scene that took him completely by surprise. A rocket fired from a window of a 2-story building, trailing a long plume of smoke, crossed the entire street and hit a Prussian tank that had just come into view. The tank immediately stopped moving, flames spewed from the top hatch, followed by tank crew members engulfed in flames jumping out and rolling on the ground to extinguish the fire. Subsequently, the tank's ammunition detonated, throwing the turret high into the air. Bazooka? RPG? Wang Zhong checked the distance and felt something was off. The rocket had flown over 1,000 meters. With this distance, aside from whether rockets like the bazooka could shoot that far, just aiming was a big issue. From this distance, the tank was just a small point, especially in a complex urban environment. At that moment, a word came to Wang Zhong's mind: Divine Arrow. The Divine Arrow was actually a missile? And Prayer Hand was actually a radio operator? Chapter 8. Evil spirits in the smoke. To confirm this, Wang Zhong, who was lying beside him, asked Captain Sergi, "Is divine arrow a kind of rocket?" "Yes." Wang Zhong continued to confirm, "Guided by prayers. The prayer givers pray to God, and then God guides it." Sergi seemed to be making an effort to make his voice sound more devout, but he failed. By now, Wang Zhong had already determined that divine arrow was a kind of radio or wired guided weapon. It was just that the world might have developed again after the destruction of civilization, and modern people were unable to decipher the ancient technology used to make divine arrows. As an experienced player of war game, Red Dragon, he immediately realized how important this kind of anti-tank missile was under the current circumstances. "Wang Zhong, Sergi, send someone to get in touch with the Divine Arrow team. That should be Monk Yukiniako's Divine Arrow team." Ludmila had joined Monk Yukiniako's Divine Arrow team, and Wang Zhong remembered clearly that Monk Yukiniako's team had lost their prayer giver, which is why Ludmila had been urgently added to the group. Captain Sergi, understood. Wang Zhong continued to observe the front line. After losing their tanks, the enemy did not stop their attack. The Prussians used mortars to launch a smoke screen, blocking the Divine Arrow team's view, and then a second tank, pushing the still-burning wreckage, charged forward. Wang Zhong was impressed. The enemy is very experienced. "Captain Sergi, didn't you notice? There is an iris flower symbol on the enemy's sleeve, which is proof they took part in the Carolingian campaign." Wang Zhong had no idea what the Carolingian campaign was, and he didn't dare to ask in case it was common knowledge in this world. But Carolingian, there was a Carolingian dynasty in the history of the Earth's Franks. Could it be that in this timeline, France was also steamrolled by the Germans, no, by the Prussians? And now these attacking Prussian troops, were they veterans who had participated in steamrolling through Carolingian? While Wang Zhong was pondering this, he saw the group that had just launched divine arrows leave their original position, apparently planning to move forward, to get past the smokescreen. "What the hell?" Wang Zhong muttered under his breath. Advancing forward can indeed bypass the smoke's barrier, but by doing that, you'll be just 200 to 300 meters from the tanks. The tanks could even hit you with their machine guns. "Hey!" Captain Sergi made a puzzled sound. "I didn't think to move forward." "Wang Zhong, not you. Monk Yukiniako's team is moving forward, it's too dangerous. Stop them." Captain Sergi looked puzzled and glanced in the distance where he could only see a bunch of buildings, completely unable to see Monk Yukiniako's team. In fact, without an overhead view, it was impossible to get such detailed frontline intelligence from the rooftop because most of the view was blocked by buildings. "Captain Sergi, I don't even know where they are. How did you see them?" Wang Zhong shut his mouth. It would be rather troublesome to explain the use of an external helper, and he'd have to be careful in the future to only issue commands without telling others why he was giving those orders. At this moment, Wang Zhong had already confirmed through the overhead view that Ludmila was indeed there. Her figure was too good to miss, and with that silver hair, she could be easily recognized even from an overhead perspective. The current priority was to stop the Divine Arrow team from making a deadly mistake, but there was no way to contact them now. Just as Wang Zhong was worrying, Sergi said, "I've contacted the artillery group in the rear, the artillery commander wants to speak with you." Wang Zhong switched his view back and took the handset. Only then did he notice that at some point, the signalman had run the telephone line up to the rooftop. "This is Count Rakasov speaking, go ahead." He almost blurted out, "This is Wang Zhong." "Count Rakasov? Why are you in command?" The voice on the other end was very surprised. "It's over." Wang Zhong was very astonished. From the information the Duke had revealed before, the Count Rakasov he was portraying was a friend of the Crown Prince, yet these people expressed their opinion of Count Rakasov so bluntly. "Duke Vladimir is dead, killed by the Prussian battleship's bombardment. We've suffered heavy losses. If you're calling to make light of our predicament, you might as well hang up now." "No, wait a moment. I'm calling to tell you that the Prussians are about to reach our artillery position, and I can still provide you with one round of support. After that, you'll have to fight without artillery support. Wang Zhong immediately zoomed his view to the farthest distance, which from such a height made it feel like looking at satellite images on Google Earth. Then something unexpected happened. There were troop icons on this satellite map. At Wang Zhong's location, there was a symbol with a rectangle and an X, representing infantry, while on the east side of the city, there was a marker for artillery. The marker was now green, and Wang Zhong felt like he had their vision. He zoomed in for a closer look and, indeed, he had the artillery's field of view. Was it because he was on the phone right now? As Wang Zhong was studying his own exploit, the person on the phone said, "Give me the coordinates, and I'll shoot the shells as far as I can. Then you guys just have to fend for yourselves." At that moment, Wang Zhong suddenly noticed that there were still quite a few smoke bombs at the artillery position. A plan suddenly struck him. "Wang Zhong, do you have smoke bombs?" There was silence for a second on the phone, and then the reply came, "Yes." "What about it?" "Wang Zhong, I'll give you coordinates, shoot all the smoke bombs over there." Since the Prussians used smoke to obscure the vision of the Divine Arrow team, allowing their tanks to engage at a distance they excelled in, we could do the same. Using smoke to completely strip away vision, then let the infantry charge and engage the enemy in melee combat. During melee combat, the direct firepower of tanks would be useless. Of course, this would also prevent the machine guns from being effective, but the machine guns would be targeted and taken out by the enemy tanks anyway. The only question was whether the frontline commanders could comprehend the meaning of this round of smoke and seize the opportunity to counterattack. However, Wang Zhong didn't care about that much. His actual goal was to save Ludmila. If the enemy tank's vision was completely stripped by the smoke, they naturally wouldn't be able to fire at the Divine Arrow team which Ludmila was part of. Wang Zhong adjusted his field of view. His overhead perspective came with coordinates, which he then reported. Unbeknownst to him, Captain Sergei beside him was staring with wide eyes, his mouth agape. After Wang Zhong gave the coordinates, the other side repeated them and then reconfirmed the order, "Fire all the smoke bombs at these coordinates, right?" Wang Zhong, "Right, fire them all. Don't use live rounds, this coordinate is right at the tense spot between the enemy and us, lots of the shells will fall on our own men. Smoke bombs aren't very lethal, as long as you're not unlucky enough to be hit directly, they won't cause injury." "Understood. After firing these smoke bombs, we'll have to retreat. The enemy's machine guns have surpassing fire that's already reaching us, you get that?" "Got it. Fire." From the other end of the phone came the roar, "Fire." Then the call was hung up. Wang Zhong used his overhead view to try to see the effect when he heard Sergei ask in surprise, "You just called out the coordinates like that? Using just a telescope?" "Yes," Wang Zhong replied nonchalantly. "But, they all say that you scored 0 in every military subject," Captain Sergei said. Wang Zhong thought to himself, what a coincidence. That suits me just fine, I'm a person with no military knowledge anyway, so I won't have to worry about giving myself away in the future. As he thought this, the smoke bombs came down. In an instant, the entire block, both enemy and ally, was engulfed in white smoke. Even Wang Zhong's overhead view was covered so tightly that he could see nothing. What happened next depended on whether the frontline infantry command was cowardly or not. Wang Zhong had just this thought when he heard through the dense smoke a deafening war cry, "Yura!" Chapter 9. Hooray! Time rewound a little. When Colonel Ivan Panzelyevich Yegorov, the commander of the 3rd Rear Amur Group, saw the tank destroyed by the Divine Arrow, he immediately cheered, "Well done!" The staff officer from the nobility, Pavlov, frowned. But Yegorov didn't care about that. One could tell from his name that he was not on the same page as the nobility. The nobility liked to be meticulous when naming, and they would never choose a common name like Ivan. Ivan Panzeleevich Yegorov was of peasant origin, ascending to the rank of colonel through his merits in the Civil War and the Winter War. It was said that if it weren't for the Civil War and the subsequent purging that almost wiped out the noble officers, Yegorov would never have become a colonel of the regiment. The staff officer Pavlov, also from the nobility, had looked down on Yegorov from the beginning. When the war had just started, he even attempted to replace Yegorov in commanding the troops but was rebuffed. Not only that, to avoid listening to Pavlov's nagging, Yegorov went to the front lines, leaving the nearly hollowed-out regimental headquarters to the noble gentleman. He had thought that the noble gentleman wouldn't dare come to the front lines, but to his surprise, Pavlov actually followed him there, murmuring complaints and picking faults even more than before. Later, the Prussian army's attack proved that Yegorov's experiences from the Civil War and the Winter War were indeed effective, significantly reducing the casualties of the troops. However, Yegorov's experience couldn't negate the gap between the two sides in combat experience, weaponry, and battle preparations. Most of the 3rd Rear Amur Group were new recruits, and they had not prepared for the outbreak of war at all. In fact, the entire empire was unprepared. The imperial chancellor had assured in a broadcast just the day before the war broke out that war would not happen and that the Prussians were targeting the West. Considering the rushed response to the battle, Yegorov was already content with the outcome. He raised his voice and shouted to the rookies, "Don't be afraid. Just crouch behind the wall and shoot, you don't even need to aim. The enemy is human, too, they'll be scared when bullets whiz by their ears. Keep cocking the gun, keep firing. Don't think about anything else." As he spoke, not far from him, a Maxim machine gun was firing intensely. Suddenly, a shell hit the sandbags in front of the machine gun position. The explosion instantly swallowed Yegorov's following words. The hastily constructed fortifications couldn't withstand the tank gun. With its stand and wheels for movement, protective plates, the entire machine gun, weighing dozens of kilograms, was lifted like a toy and overturned on the ground. The upper half of the machine gunner was completely blown away, and the ammunition bearer had his shoulder sheared off, exposing the white bone. Screams filled the large room. "Stop yelling!" Yegorov roared, "Suck a buell! Assistant gunner! Get the machine gun back in action!" As he said this, Yegorov peeked out and saw the second tank turning the street corner. "Humph, the second divine arrow will take care of you." As he spoke, Yegorov looked hopefully in the direction of the divine arrow team, then realized that smoke had already obscured the entire street. The Prussians used smoke to cut off the line of sight of the divine arrow team, while ensuring the tank had visibility to fire. The enemy indeed had combat experience. Yegorov looked towards his rookie subordinates. Most of the new recruits were not cowards, as the conscription area of the Amur province for the 3rd Rear Amur Group was known for its tough folk. Before enlisting, 8 or 9 out of 10 had probably taken part in fights against neighboring villages over water sources. They were not lacking in courage and ferocity. Unfortunately, courage and ferocity were useless on the battlefield. No matter how tough one was, they couldn't go up against the tank's machine guns and cannons. Right at that moment, Yegorov heard the whistling of shells in the sky. As an old soldier, he immediately judged that the impact area was nearby. Not only that, but he also discerned that the shells were coming from behind, fired by their own side. "Suck a buell!" Yegorov cursed, "The damned nobility wants to flatten us together with the enemy. Get down!" Yegorov himself lay flat on the ground, carefully supporting himself with both hands so as not to lie completely flat. While he opened his mouth, new recruits didn't understand this and would probably be stunned into stupidity by the heavy artillery. As he spoke, the shells landed. But the sound of the explosion was small, as if a 300-pound fat man had let out a fart. Yegorov looked up in confusion and saw white smoke pouring in through the window. Outside, he could faintly hear the sound of smoke bombs hissing. "Why smoke bombs?" Staff Officer Pavlov also voiced his confusion. "Why smoke bombs? That doesn't make sense." I never learned about this at the Suvorov Military Academy. Suddenly, Yegorov slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Brilliant. Pavlov was shocked. What's going on? Yegorov paid no attention to the staff officer and belted out at the top of his lungs. Brothers! Grab your weapons! Follow my charge, and chop down anyone in black uniforms. Yura! By this time, the smoke had already filled the room, and it was impossible to see people just a few meters away. Yegorov drew the saber that had been with him for many years, and without caring whether anyone was following, he shouted Yura as he took a strong step and jumped out the window from the second floor to the ground. When he landed and felt the numbness in his feet, he continued to shout, Amur group! Charge! If we lose the hand-to-hand combat, we will be laughed at by women for a decade. Yura! The new recruits might not understand modern warfare, but they knew how to fight with weapons. So, a thunderous shout of Yura echoed to the skies. Suddenly, figures appeared in the smoke ahead, and Yegorov swung his saber with all his might. The slash was technically perfect, cutting only through the skin and flesh without getting stuck in the bone, just gliding over it. The slash severed the trachea and the artery at the throat, a not so large wound but deadly. The soldier in black clutched his neck and fell. Yegorov kept moving forward. The smoke obscured visibility, which was fine since enemy recognition was unnecessary in this situation. Anyone approaching face-on would definitely be an enemy, just chop them down. Anyone coming face-on is an enemy. Yegorov yelled, even if you chop the wrong person, they're deserters. Kill them. In the midst of the chaos, he heard engine noise and charged toward it, straight up to a tank. With a leap, he was on top of the tank. Unfortunately, Yegorov had no idea how to operate the Prussians' damned contraption. So, he pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and stuffed it into the largest hole on the tank, the barrel. There was a muffled clang, but the tank showed no response. Yegorov didn't care. A lack of response meant it wasn't loud enough, so he called out behind him, grenades. Give me grenades. Someone from within the smoke tossed up a belt with 4 grenades attached to it. Yegorov shoved them one after another into the tank barrel. Just then, the tank's hatch unexpectedly opened, and a Prussian army officer poked his head out. With a large cap and headphones across the head pressing down on the cap, the moment he saw Yegorov, he raised his submachine gun. Yegorov didn't have time to draw his saber, so he used the grenade as a club, smashing it into the officer's face and promptly pulling the pin before shoving it into the tank's hatch. The Prussian officer shouted something, but Yegorov couldn't understand. A flash inside the hatch, and the officer immediately shut up. Yegorov took his submachine gun and tore off the iron cross from his collar. Yura! Yegorov shouted. Chapter 10. Out of the blue. On Wang Zhong's side, he could only hear the shouting of Yura but could not see anything, leaving him panicking. After a while, he realized, I just wanted to cover the advance of the Divine Arrow Squad and protect Ludmila. The purpose has been achieved when the smoke was deployed. He immediately shifted his attention to Yukoniako's squad where Ludmila was, noticing that the squad had stopped advancing. A muscular man was leaning against the wall, attempting in vain to observe the situation through binoculars. Wang Zhong guessed that this man must be Monk Yukoniako. Ludmila was leaning against the wall, still holding that rifle. At that moment, Captain Sergei beside Wang Zhong said, contact with the 3rd Rear Amur Group has been restored. Wang Zhong had no idea which group the Rear Amur Group was, so he asked, is it the group that launched a counterattack in the smoke? What? Captain Sergei's voice was laced with confusion. Wang Zhong, didn't you hear the Yura shouts? He had thought that the battle cries had reached the location of his physical body. Sergei, what Yura shouts? So, it turned out that he could hear sounds significantly loud ones from his bird's eye view. No wonder the sound of guns and cannons was so clear when overlooking. Wang Zhong had previously thought it was something he was hearing in person. He had never been on a battlefield and couldn't tell how close or far the sounds of gunfire were. Wang Zhong, never mind, hand me the phone. He switched back to his normal perspective and took the receiver from Sergei's hand. This is Wang. Count Rokossovsky speaking, go ahead. Count Rokossovsky? Where's the Duke? The person on the phone had a loud voice that hurt Wang Zhong's ears. The Duke is dead. The enemy's naval artillery destroyed the headquarters just now, and most of the staff are dead too. Now, I am the Supreme Commander, Wang Zhong said, trying to sound more authoritative, thinking it would help to assert control over his subordinates. The person on the other end asked, who ordered the smoke bombs? Wang Zhong, I did. Why? Good job. We launched a counterattack, routed the enemy facing us, and took out at least one of their tanks and 2 armored vehicles. That was an excellent command, Your Excellency the Count. No, my lord. Wang Zhong glanced at Sergei, who couldn't make out the words from the other side without the receiver and only returned a confused look to Wang Zhong. The person on the phone continued to lay on thick praise. My staff officer says he's never heard of such a thing at the Suvorov Military Academy. Count, let's have another round of smoke, and we can keep holding. Wang Zhong frowned. No more smoke left, the enemy is nearly at our artillery positions. That was their last round of supportive firing. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. On the other end of the phone, the loudmouth who had just been giving lavish praise suddenly fell silent. A second later the voice asked, the artillery has been compromised, does that not mean we will soon be surrounded? Wang Zhong's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't thought of this at all just now, as the situation was too sudden, and he was too eager to cover Ludmila. Another voice came through the phone, but that's the very person who just led us to a brilliant counterattack, how could he have not thought of this? Sorry, I really hadn't thought of that. Wang Zhong could only keep a straight face, trying hard not to let Captain Sergei see any flaws. Being surrounded was not a joke, an army that is cornered can only die slowly even if it continues to resist. Although Wang Zhong thought surrendering was not a problem, considering the mood and current situation, it was already too late to even mention surrender. He could only pretend to resist, fight valiantly, and then consider other options. Wang Zhong switched to the overhead mode and then noticed an additional military badge. He focused on the badge and could see its description. The 3rd Rear Amur Group, mostly made up of new recruits, but the main non-commissioned officers had participated in the Civil War and the Winter War. Internal War? Winter Warfare? Wang Zhong really wanted his golden finger to explain these two terms, but unfortunately, the golden finger ignored him. In addition to gaining a soldier's token, Wang Zhong also obtained the vision of the 3rd Amur Group, which greatly expanded the visible range. That's not right, considering the size of a group, isn't this range a bit small? Wang Zhong, has your group suffered many casualties? Yes, the loud voice from the other end fell quiet. Most of our group is made up of new recruits, many of whom haven't gone through complete training. These kinds of recruits usually don't survive the first hour on the battlefield. The good news is, they're all seasoned soldiers now. This counts as good news? Wang Zhong used everyone's eyes to observe the battlefield, and at this moment, he noticed something. After the enemy facing the Amur group retreated, there seemed to be no troops behind them. Could the routed enemy have led the subsequent echelons away as well? Wang Zhong checked again, more carefully this time. In the meantime, the Amur group's commander on the phone was saying, here's what we'll do, we'll pull back to our starting positions and let the engineers leave landmines and tripwires in the areas we've taken. No. Wang Zhong interrupted him, you've just encountered a gap in your front, and I require you to abandon your current defensive line and continue to attack. Command will catch up with you, and if contact with other groups can be established, they will follow as well. There was complete silence on the other end of the line for a good second. Advance towards the enemy? That's bold. But I like changing plans. While the loud voice was talking, Wang Zhong also heard someone mumbling, "This defies logic. At a time like this, we should be pulling back, reorganizing the defense line. Blind attacks are a one-way ticket to death." Wang Zhong thought, "It's not a blind attack, I can see very clearly with the help of an external advantage, there are only sporadic soldiers in front of you, and no organized enemy forces. Strike hard in one go, and then find a way to return to our lines." Upon further deliberation, as the attackers, the enemy's subsequent echelons probably didn't expect to be attacked. Wang Zhong wasn't versed in military matters, but he knew in mercenary warfare, the element of surprise, catching the enemy off guard, sometimes proved decisive. Maybe this could be worth the gamble. Rather than being surrounded, it's better to break out and then figure out a plan. Once Wang Zhong was sure that there truly were no organized enemy forces in front, he commanded in a firm tone, "I, Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, order the 3rd Amur Group to advance not just forward, but towards due west. Do you understand?" "Understood." Just from the response on the phone, Wang Zhong could picture a robust Russian man readying himself for action. Then, almost as if possessed, he said, "Now repeat my order back to me." "What the hell, why make someone repeat it? The after effects of watching too many epic battles?" But there was no hesitation on the other end, they immediately repeated Wang Zhong's orders word for word. "Wang Zhong, good, begin now. We must act swiftly, and we must act fast." After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong was surprised to find that he had lost the vision of the 3rd Amur Group. "So, it's only when I can directly converse with them that I can see their vision?" But the soldier's token on the interface was still there, implying that as long as the troops accepted my command, they would appear on the token. As Wang Zhong was examining the golden finger, Captain Sergei by his side said, "There's a problem. That is, there are many critically wounded in the field hospital, they definitely won't be able to keep up with us, this. With seriously wounded in tow, not to mention breaking out, moving at all would be an issue." Wang Zhong pondered for a moment, then said, "Give me paper and a pen, I want to write a letter to the enemy commander who will take over." "Sergei, you plan to leave them behind?" "Wang Zhong, taking them with us, we definitely won't be able to get out. Recruit volunteers from among the nurses to stay behind and care for the wounded, and let those lightly injured who can move join us in the breakout. Don't argue anymore, the enemy isn't a beast." That's what Wang Zhong said. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 11. Military Prodigy. Preußen Empire Military Side. Lieutenant General von Dietrich, commander of the 25th Prussian Infantry Army Group and a lord, watched the smoke rising from the city with suspicion. His headquarters were on a small hill outside the city, which afforded an excellent view, even allowing visibility of the battleship Emperor Friedrich on the distant sea. For this reason, he could clearly see the smoke now spreading through the city streets. After a brief moment of thought, the lord sought his chief of staff's opinion, "Is there white poison gas?" The chief of staff shook his head, "I haven't heard about that, Faustine, isn't this white?" Lord von Dietrich pinched the binoculars in his hands, his fingers nervously twiddled the knobs on the binoculars, a habitual action when he was thinking. The chief of staff said, "Could it simply be smoke? Smoke from the defenders?" Lord von Dietrich clicked his tongue, then they wouldn't be able to utilize the firepower of the machine guns or exploit the range advantage of the divine arrows. In the Carolingian campaign, we used smoke bombs to cover our tanks as they charged through divine arrows' effective range. Smoke is the attacker's good friend, the defender's nightmare. The chief of staff shook his head, "Maybe the enemy commander is a layman." Lord von Dietrich shook his head, "The enemy commander is the experienced Duke Vladimir. He has received comprehensive military education and would not make such a basic mistake." While speaking, a staff officer rushed in, "This is bad." Lord von Dietrich said, "Start with report." The staff officer immediately stood up straight, heels clicking resoundingly as he saluted, "Report." Lord von Dietrich was still not satisfied and scolded, "As an officer, no matter how urgent, one must act in an orderly manner, the subordinates are watching. Do you understand, Captain Hoffmann?" "Understood." Lord von Dietrich then nodded contentedly, "Good. Now, what's the matter?" Division 54 reports Viaduct Wireless that the anti-Empire has launched a counterattack. They've already lost contact with the 353rd Regiment under their command. Fugitives have appeared near the division headquarters. Lord von Dietrich was stunned. A counterattack? The war has only been going on for 2 days, and we're already at the foot of Ronid? Everywhere we've gone, anti-Empire's troops have collapsed like a house of cards. Do they still have the morale to mount a counterattack? The Chief of Staff reminded, "You just said the enemy commander Duke Vladimir is quite capable." "Right, I did say that." The Lord turned towards the map. "But if the enemy has the morale and organization to launch a counterattack, why not retreat instead? I mean, break out to the rear? Even if they face our attack and manage to breach the defensive line, they can't escape. From here to the border is a march-in of a 1,000,000-strong army." While speaking, he forcefully tapped the area between Ronid city and the border line on the map with his cane, repeating, "A 1,000,000-strong army, do you understand?" Even if His Grace's forces were to break out entirely, only doom awaits them. After speaking, he stared at the map for a few seconds, then shook his head, "No, it can't be an offensive. It's just a counterattack, an attempt to shake our formation and create a chance for them to withdraw. General Hoth's armored troops will soon complete the encirclement of Ronid. This is a futile move." As he spoke, the Lord looked at the anxious staff officer, "Order Division 54, immediately dispatch someone to steady the scattered regiment, find the dispersed regimental headquarters." "No, I will speak with Division 54 myself." "Is the telephone line connected yet?" "Not yet, Your Excellency, we've only just learned the location of the 54th Division's headquarters, and the communication vehicle has just been dispatched." The communications officer immediately replied. "Radio communication requires decryption, which leads to transmission delays, and there's a high probability that wireless could be intercepted by the enemy. Telephone is much safer and communication quality is incomparable to wireless, but landlines must be laid, which can only begin when both ends have stopped moving." Lord von Dietrich waved his hand, "All right, use the radio then, I want to speak with Division 54. After speaking, Lord von Dietrich took the lead toward the door. The staff officer at the door hurried to open it, then stood up straight, his chest puffed out proudly as he watched the Lord leave. In the adjacent communications room, the communications officer bellowed into the radio handset, Rhine, respond if you hear me." Rhine was the call sign of the 54th Division. After several calls, the officer handed the handset and headset to the Lord. "It's connected, Brigadier General Hassan of the 54th Division." Lord von Dietrich grabbed the items and cleared his throat. "This is von Dietrich, what's the situation on your end?" "I don't know, the situation is chaotic, lots of fugitives." General Hassan's voice was intermittent and filled with static. "The fugitives say that Antonov's guards have launched an attack, some say that the Eastern Holy Church has dispatched its paladins." Lord von Dietrich frowned, "Get to the bottom of it as fast as you can. I believe it's a limited counterattack by the enemy." "But Your Excellency, the enemy used heavy artillery to launch smoke bombs. There's no wind now, and the ground is enveloped in smoke, nothing can be seen. Using so many smoke bombs for merely a probing attack doesn't make sense." Dietrich looked outside the window. Even from the communications room, he could see the thick smoke rising from the city. Lord von Dietrich raised his voice, No, attacking at this time doesn't make sense. It's just a defensive counterattack. Where could he be attacking to? Behind us are countless Prasen troops. But Lord, the enemy, the fugitives, what's going on?" Von Dietrich's brow was tightly furrowed. "Brigadier General Hassan. Brigadier General Hassan. There's gunfire on your end, what's happening? However, all he got in response was static noise. Dietrich handed the headset and microphone back to the communications officer. Eliminate the malfunction as soon as possible. The communications officer immediately checked the radio's own status, and then the hand-cranked generator before reporting, "Lord, there are no mechanical failures." "Lord, then keep calling." The communications officer did not dare to delay and immediately shouted into the microphone, Rhine, please answer if you hear this." The Lord began to pace in the communications room, tapping his palm with his cane as he walked. After a while, the Lord took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. "It's been 5 minutes, what's going on?" "It might be that Division 54 has experienced a mechanical failure." "But..." The communications officer hesitated. "Lord, but what?" "But the division headquarters has several high-powered radios, it's hard to imagine them all failing at the same time." The Lord pursed his lips, his face gradually darkening as he ordered, "Division 54 may have run into trouble, our estimate of the enemy situation may have been too optimistic. Where is the Army Group Reserve now?" "They have already reached Shul Shirvka." "Lord, isn't that still over 10 kilometers away from us? Why is it moving so slowly?" The Chief of Staff replied helplessly, "Traffic jam. The road conditions within the anti-empire are worse than we imagined. The operation plan took highways to be modern roads with asphalt surfaces, but they're just compacted dirt roads in reality. The road capacity is very low, and it's also hard on the vehicles. So the motorized troops are all stuck on the road." The Lord made a face as if he had eaten something disgusting. "There's always a problem on the battlefield, if not here, then there, but it's always somewhere. Is there any way to contact Division 54 now? Keep calling." The last sentence was addressed to the communications officer, who quickly picked up the microphone and continued the mechanical labor. The Lord looked at the other staff. The Chief of Staff spoke up, "The Army Group's reconnaissance battalion has cavalry, we could consider sending them." The Lord pointed his cane out the window, "Even though we're outside the city, Division 54 has already entered it." Just then, the communications officer who was still trying to make contact suddenly stopped calling and said, "I have an idea. We can call the armored troops assigned to support our attack. There are radios in the tanks." "Lord, next time remember to say report first." "Report. Don't make up for it now. I've already heard your suggestion. Let's do it that way. Do you know the frequency for the armored troops?" The communications officer nodded, "Of course, we have heard the armored troops' communications before." "Then call them." The communications officer leaned in close to the microphone again, "This is Eagle's Nest, this is Eagle's Nest," calling the commander of the armored troops. The Lord continued his pacing, his cane tapping against the palm of his left hand. "Your Excellency, we're connected." The communications officer, pleasantly surprised, passed over the headset and microphone. The Lord took the items for the second time. "I am Lord Dietrich, who am I speaking with?" A voice with poor procent came from the other end, "It's your Antian grandpa." What followed was all in the Antian language. The Lord, being a member of a distinguished family, spoke not only Procen but also Carolingian and Antian. In fact, before the outbreak of the war, there had been considerable contact between the courts of Procen and Anti, which is why a non-aggression treaty had been signed. Thus the Lord understood completely the other's cursing, and then asked in Antian, with virtually no accent, "So, are you an anti-soldier? You wouldn't be speaking from the headquarters of Division 54, would you?" The person at the other end was clearly unprepared for this situation and fell silent. After a moment, the voice responded, "I don't know which division this headquarters belongs to, I can't read your Procen characters. Anyway, there are plenty of maps and documents here, all captured. Naturally, there will be staff members who understand your language to study them closely." The Lord furrowed his brows in frustration and decided to extract more information. asking, "Brave Antian commander, may I know your esteemed name? You think I would disclose that information to you? Go to hell. Clean your neck and wait for it. I don't understand your writing, but I can read maps. I know where your headquarters is located. Just you wait. Lord, wait. Antian officer." He called out several more times, but the only response was the hiss of static. The Lord turned to the Chief of Staff, "Have the Guard Battalion, the Reconnaissance Battalion, and the Special Battalion ready for combat. Bring the tanks from the headquarters to the hilltop to prepare for the enemy's attack." The Chief of Staff nodded, "Understood." The Lord looked towards the thick smoke that now shrouded a quarter of the city area and clicked his tongue. "Duke Vladimir commands like this? But as I recall, during the joint military exercises between our two countries, the Duke was quite a stickler for rules. To take down one of our division headquarters and initiate this counterattack, the person behind it is a military genius." Chapter 12. Through the times of yesterday. Colonel Yegorov smashed the radio with the butt of his gun, and then told the soldiers around him, "Stop looking. Gather all the papers and send them to the back." "Wait a minute." Staff Officer Pavlov stopped the soldiers who were about to throw various documents into the basket, pulling out one of the papers. "This document contains the unit number. This is the 54th Infantry Division of the Prasen 25th Army Group, which participated in the Carolingian campaign. The division's crest has an iris, which is a mark of participating in the Carolingian campaign." Yegorov, "But we still crushed them. The idea of Duke Alexei turned out to be quite reliable. We really made it to the enemy's division headquarters without any obstructions." Pavlov corrected him, "It's a count, and you shouldn't preface a title with a name, you should at least use a patronymic, call him Count Konstantinovich." Yegorov waved his hand dismissively, "I'm just a rough man, I don't understand all your twists and turns. The Count's order was to attack and advance, let's continue." Pavlov exclaimed in shock, "Continue the attack? We have already emerged from the smoke. Stumbling upon a division headquarters was unexpected for the enemy. Now they are prepared. And you've just..." "Yegorov, I was just bluffing them. Come look." Yegorov pointed at the enemy's map and said, "The enemy's headquarters is here, on top of the hill, overlooking the entire city of Ronid. It also controls the highway into the city and can hit the railway that passes through the city. The enemy must think we're going to attack here. But the order we received is to break out, that is, to move to the back eastward. We have to take this side road out of the city. I know this little path, it'll lead us through a large thicket. By the time we rush out, it'll be nightfall, and we can retreat via the small path under the cover of darkness." "Pavlov, are you sure that's what the Count meant? Maybe he wanted to break out and fight to the death." "Yegorov, how could that be? We wouldn't have brought the field hospital then. Trust me, the Count definitely wants to break out and survive, it's just that he happened to discover the breach at the front." "But..." Yegorov placed his hands firmly on Pavlov's shoulders, "Listen. I really don't know the Count's intentions, but I do know mine. I'm not planning to die here. The Prussians are indeed hateful, and I want to thrash them too. But how can I beat them if I'm dead? Pavlov, you're just afraid to die, you have no sense of honor." "What?" "Pavlov, I tell you, if the chaplain with the army hadn't died, he would have sent you to the tribunal by now. The charge would be cowardice and surrender. But I remind you, according to the regulations, if the military commander shows any signs of cowardice or surrender, I as the staff officer have the right to strip him of command." Yegorov, in a burst of anger, grabbed the staff officer by the collar. "What did you say? Where were you when I was smashing Prussian heads with a grenade just now? And you dare say I'm showing cowardice and surrender? Pavlov, you chose the escape route." As the two were at daggers drawn, the sound of a car engine came from outside the door. "Let's rewind the time a little bit. Wang Zhong led the remnant troops of the headquarters and the field hospital unit on their departure. Before leaving, he had Captain Sergi dispatch messengers to convey the message to the other troops under the Duke to prepare for a breakout from the front eastward. Whether the message could be delivered was beyond Wang Zhong's control. In any case, Wang Zhong led the group on their departure, and he was at the forefront. Soon the troops entered the smoke created by the rear artillery. By this time, the smoke had dispersed quite a bit, and the obscuring effect had decreased, which increased visibility within the fog. However, the scope of the fog had also spread. Wang Zhong walked along the main street for quite a while and was still within the fog. The white expanse looked very much like the game Silent Hill, half of the horror atmosphere of which owes to the thick fog that envelopes the setting of the story. Fortunately, Wang Zhong had a top-down perspective, but sadly, he couldn't keep it on while walking. The disconnect between cognition and vision would instantly make Wang Zhong violently sick. He could only walk a few steps before stopping to change his viewing angle. This behavior greatly astonished Captain Sergi, who he felt might start getting suspicious if it continued. But without looking from an overhead view, there was no way to remain on guard against the enemy. With the naked eye, one could only see a few meters around, and if one were to run into the enemy unexpectedly, a burst from a submachine gun could end his journey right there. Wang Zhong could only reduce the frequency of his stops and endure the dizziness that came with using the overhead view while moving as much as possible. As he was struggling with this issue, the group finally emerged from the smoke, and immediately a Prussian abandoned jeep at the roadside caught Wang Zhong's eye. It was the same model that Ludmila had blown up with a grenade. Wang Zhong made a snap decision and said to Sergi, "Let's go, get in the car. Take 2 guards with us, we'll drive straight ahead." "Sergi, are we just driving away? Who's going to command these troops? We don't have any walkie-talkies." "Wang Zhong, we just need to keep following the road, there won't be any problems. Besides, in case of an emergency, we can always send someone back with orders." After a moment's consideration, Captain Sergi nodded. Wang Zhong then asked, "You can drive, right?" Wang Zhong didn't know how to drive himself, mainly because he didn't see the need to learn in the current situation. If there was no rush, he could take the subway, and if he was in a hurry, he could just hail a cab through Didi. "Captain Sergi, I often drive for the Duchess. Leave it to me." Wang Zhong remembered something that the sergeant who had been shot had said. Wasn't this Captain Sergi the Duchess's gigolo? "Forget it, why do I care about that?" Wang Zhong got straight into the car. "Drive." The 2 guards were agile and jumped into the back of the jeep in an instant, without even opening the rear doors. Sergi got into the driver's seat, started the car and barely drove a few paces when he exclaimed, "The feel of driving this is so smooth, much more comfortable than our domestically produced Lada cars." Lada cars, indeed, that classic Soviet automobile brand whose poor performance had become a part of Soviet jokes. As Captain Sergi drove through the devastated city, he commented with a hint of sadness, "Such a beautiful city. I quite liked that coffee shop, often accompanied the Duchess there." Wang Zhong followed Sergi's gaze and noticed that only the iron sign hanging toward the street from the coffee shop remained intact. The shop seemed to have suffered a hit from artillery fire of 152 mm or larger. Passing by the front of the coffee shop, one could see that the inside was almost completely destroyed, with coffee pots and the like in shambles. Sergi gritted his teeth, "Damn Prussians." Wang Zhong pursed his lips. Truth be told, he still didn't harbor much hatred for Prussians. After all, it wasn't his country or his homeland that was invaded. Up to now, his goal was still to survive the war. At that moment, soldiers in khaki uniforms began to appear alongside the road, looking as if they had just been through a fierce battle. There were quite a few corpses in black uniforms lying among the buildings lining the streets and roads. It seemed Wang Zhong had caught up with the attacking vanguard of the 3rd Amur group. Just then, a roar came from a building ahead. "What did you say? Where were you when I was smashing a Prussian's head in with a hand grenade just now? You dare accuse me of cowardice and surrender?" But you chose the route of escape. Wang Zhong patted Sergi on the shoulder. Stop in front of that building. The one where people are arguing. Chapter 13. Conserving strength to better eliminate the enemy. Captain Sergi parked the vehicle in front of the building, and Wang Zhong hurried down with brisk steps, took a couple of steps, then remembered something important, turned around, and said to Sergi following him, "Give me your pants." Sergi reacted as if facing a great enemy. "No way. If I do that, I won't have anything to brag about in front of girls anymore." Wang Zhong put on a stern face, "This is an order. It'll affect the morale of our troops, and if morale collapses, we'll only be able to meet in a prisoner of war camp." Wang Zhong actually thought that meeting in a prisoner of war camp wouldn't be such a bad thing, but given the current situation, he couldn't bring himself to say let's surrender. He could only struggle for a bit. Sergi was still playing tough. "I think us exchanging pants in public could also have an immeasurable impact on morale." Wang Zhong looked around. "No one is paying attention to us, right now they're more worried about the enemy. Hurry up, it will only take a few seconds to switch." "You're the one who's done. I'm ruined," Sergi complained while taking off his pants, and Wang Zhong also unbuckled his belt to take off the pants with Alexei's authentic signature. Underneath the military trousers were boxer shorts, and realizing this, Wang Zhong let out a huge sigh of relief. However, just at this moment, a group of officers came out of the building. The officer at the front was a lieutenant colonel, just like Wang Zhong, and he was stunned by the scene before him. The staff officers behind the lieutenant colonel were even more dumbfounded, their mouths open in an O shape. Forcing himself to look nonchalant, Wang Zhong slipped into the pants he had switched for. Sergi was a bit shorter than Wang Zhong's current body, so he had to try his best to pull up the waistband. After completing the change of clothes, Wang Zhong put on a stern face. "What were you arguing about just now? I could hear you from a great distance." "Ah." The questioned lieutenant colonel looked at Wang Zhong, blinked his eyes, and asked tentatively, "Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky." "Wang Zhong, it's me. Don't you recognize my voice?" "I recognize yours, Colonel Ivan Panzelaevich Yegorov of the 3rd Rear Amur Group." The main reason Wang Zhong remembered such a long name was that the dog tags had the unit number and the name and rank of the commander written on them. Also, because of the golden finger, Wang Zhong knew that the people he encountered were from the 3rd Rear Amur Group, and with both pieces of information, he could naturally infer that the man before him was Colonel Yegorov, the commander of the 3rd Rear Amur Group. Before responding to Wang Zhong, Yegorov took a moment to glance at Captain Sergi, who was still putting on his trousers, his gaze lingering on the water stains for a full second. Wang Zhong stepped forward, blocking Yegorov's line of sight. "Lieutenant Colonel, even though we hold the same rank, I've been entrusted by the Duke to command the entire force. I am your superior." Yegorov hadn't reacted yet, but the staff officers beside him saluted. It was then that Yegorov had his realization and stood at attention to salute. "You were a count all along, I should be saluting you." Wang Zhong mimicked the gesture and returned the salute. "What were you just debating about?" Yegorov answered, "Just now, my staff officer Pavlov was insisting that we directly attack the enemy's army group headquarters marked on the map we captured, claiming that we should go and die." The staff officer stepped forward. "That's not right. What I said was that we should fight bravely to the last moment. That's the enemy's core command, and our valiant fighting might change the situation on the battlefield to some extent." Wang Zhong's first reaction was no, absolutely not. He didn't even understand the name of his own country yet, let alone feel any sense of loyalty. Before Wang Zhong could speak, the staff officer Pavlov continued, "If Colonel Yegorov insists on fleeing, we can only consider it an act of treason and hand him over to the tribunal." Wang Zhong frowned slightly. Did I just hear a term that should not appear in this context? The tribunal? Another way of saying a military courtroom? Yegorov's tone was clearly hesitant, filled with an air of bravado. The tribunal. Humph, where are all those judges who strutted around peacocking before? They've run off without a trace first. Wang Zhong was shocked. He had absolutely no idea about this tribunal or the judges these two were discussing. Could it be something like the military police? Due to his lack of knowledge, he chose to keep his mouth shut and listen some more before speaking. But Yegorov turned the conversation towards Wang Zhong. Let His Excellency the Count say it. His Excellency the Count's intention must certainly be to retreat through the small path. Wang Zhong was startled. There was a small path? A way to retreat? That was wonderful news. But no, he had to restrain himself, not to let others see any flaws. Wang Zhong looked sternly at the two officers. What should he say? Clearly, Yegorov knew of a small path that could be used to retreat to the rear, so he should support Yegorov. But this staff officer named Pavlov had a resolute look, obviously prepared to embrace a noble death. Just as Wang Zhong was struggling with what to say, he suddenly remembered the opening scene of Patton, his favorite movie, General Patton standing before the American flag, delivering a long speech that lasted several minutes. Though Wang Zhong couldn't remember the exact words, he could recall the general idea, so he said out loud, "Major Pavlov, you are very brave, and your courage is admirable." The staff officer stood tall and proud, adopting the pose of a victor. Wang Zhong, but, through the ages, no victory has been won purely by shedding blood and sacrifice. To achieve victory, it is not enough for us to shed blood and make sacrifices alone, we must also make the enemy bleed and sacrifice. We must make the enemy bleed more than us. Wang Zhong paused, as if to emphasize his words, giving others time to digest them. But in fact, he had forgotten what to say next. He vaguely remembered a line about cleaning our tracks with the enemy's blood, but felt that using it directly lacked persuasive power. Hence, Wang Zhong began to improvise. You just said that by attacking the enemy's corps command, we might disrupt the enemy's arrangements, delaying their advance by a day or two. I can only say, you have overestimated the role of one regiment, and you have overestimated the role of a corps command. Across the entire front, the enemy has hundreds of divisions in action, dozens of army groups attacking. What's the use of just disrupting one army group? No, it is useless. A more effective approach now is to send these soldiers, who have endured the first wave of fire, back to the rear to regroup, to resist the enemy's attacks more effectively. Preserving our fighting force now is to better annihilate the enemy later, to make the enemy bleed and sacrifice until the day comes when we return the fire to their own country, and let them defend their homes. Good, this is the moment, time to use Patton's famous line. Wang Zhong paused to gather his thoughts and then declared emphatically, and then, what we must do is crush their skulls under our boots, and clean our tracks with their blood. Major Pavlov stared at Wang Zhong for several seconds before relenting. All right, you've convinced me. Even though I've seen you change your wet trousers, you've still convinced me. Come on, do you really have to bring up that wet pants incident? I didn't pee them. Damn it, look at the mess that coward got me into. Oh my god, if I get a chance, I'm going to kick that coward's ass so hard. Chapter 14. Maps. While complaining inwardly, Wang Zhong kept a straight face. Everyone has their first time on the battlefield. We'll see, Major Pavlov. Report the situation now. Have we encountered any resistance from the enemy? Actually, Wang Zhong was guessing that observing from an overhead perspective might be more useful than Colonel Yegorov's direct reports. But formalities still had to be observed, just like those who cheated in games before transmigration played along to some extent. And listening to the report might also provide some intelligence that he couldn't discern from the overhead view. Yegorov, we haven't encountered any large-scale resistance. The enemy is in disarray, and many of their units don't understand what's happening and are retreating along with the ones that are already in retreat. As he spoke, Yegorov rubbed his nose. If you ask me, these Prussians are not as tough as the Mannheimers in the Winter War. They were able to defeat the Carolingians before because the other side was even weaker. Wang Zhong said, "We should always assume the enemy is capable." "Did you just say you found a map?" "Yes, this is the enemy's division headquarters. We've captured their maps and documents completely." Yegorov pointed toward the building behind him. "Come over and take a look." With that, he turned and walked inside. Seeing this, Staff Officer Pavlov immediately said, "Yegorov comes from a peasant background, he can be a bit crude." "I don't mind," Wang Zhong said bluntly. He himself came from a working-class family and had many rural kids in his class during high school. He really didn't mind such things. Or rather, transmigrator Wang Zhong didn't have the same snobbery as the nobility of this era. Upon entering the room, Wang Zhong immediately noticed the large map on the wall, which was exactly what he needed right now. His overhead view was too limited and he had no idea about the overall situation. And on the map, there were country names, and only now did Wang Zhong finally realize that the khaki uniform he wore belonged to the anti-empire. Wang Zhong didn't know which part of the planet the anti-empire was located in because the wall map was only a regional one. Looking at the place names on the map, it appeared to be a province of the anti-empire, with the western edge bordering the Prasen Empire, the point of departure for the Prasen army's offensive. Similarly, by the place names, Wang Zhong learned that the city they were currently defending was called Ronid, with the sea to the south of the city, from which the enemy's naval artillery shelling had come. The Duke had also mentioned, the navy failed to stop the enemy, before his passing. The only question was whether the sea to the south was a large lake like the Black Sea or a real ocean. He still needed to obtain a world map as soon as possible. However, being in the military, and a commander at that, he should be able to access maps relatively easily. There should be no need to worry about that probably. Yegorov had already started explaining, "This is the enemy's deployment map. Their military symbols are similar to ours, as the nobility communicated a lot in peacetime. Look here, this symbol, doesn't it look just like the command symbol on our side?" Pavlov said irritably, "That is the command symbol. Our country uses the abbreviation HQ to represent headquarters, and the enemy does the same. Additionally, this eagle symbol here represents the Army Group Command." Yegorov, "That's right." He looked up at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong studied the map for a moment. He would often play military games, such as the strategically focused and mildly hardcore Hearts of Iron, and more tactical, hardcore board games like the SGS series, and so on. When Wang Zhong was in elementary school, there was a reader interactive section in Tank and Armored Vehicles magazine that simulated historical battles. It regularly published historical battles along with abbreviated situation maps, allowing readers to cut out the maps, plot their own plans, and explain each step in writing. After receiving letters from readers, the editorial department would select some of the more feasible combat plans and have professionals comment on them. Wang Zhong always participated in this interactive column, but his combat plans were never adopted. However, by taking part in this activity, he had acquired basic map recognition abilities, which were further enhanced by his experience playing military games. Wang Zhong quickly finished assessing the deployment of the Prasen forces on the map and murmured, "The enemy has left many gaps in their pursuit of speed. In modern warfare, there are no strict front lines. In Hearts of Iron, a term coined by a player for a certain type of division is line-filling division, which essentially aims for the ultimate cost-effectiveness ratio with the sole purpose of filling gaps in the front to prevent small enemy detachments from slipping through. Even with line-filling divisions, there were still gaps on the battlefield, especially in the World War II era where the area a division had to cover greatly increased, leaving plenty of gaps through which to slip. In the latter part of World War II, the Soviets summarized their mode of attack as inundating the German defense lines in a deluge. The Germans, with their high military quality, could often hold their ground at certain strong points for a long time, while the Soviet strategy specifically targeted these points, intending to surround but not attack them, cutting off the supply lines behind these strongpoints. After considerable study, Wang Zhong's confidence surged. I might actually be able to slip through the enemy's gaps and get back to our side. He turned to Yegorov. Did you just mention a small path? Yegorov immediately pointed at the map. Yes, right here. The Prussians did not mark it in detail on the map, so I think there might not be any enemy presence on it. Besides, there are forests nearby for hiding from enemy aerial reconnaissance. Wang Zhong, good, are you familiar with this road? I'm from around here, Yegorov said. Before I joined the army, I often drove ox carts loaded with goods on this path. Ox carts? Pavlov snorted, slow and stinky. Yegorov, not every peasant can afford a horse, and we're no Cossacks. Wang Zhong, continue, are you sure we can get back to our lines this way? Of course. Leave it to me. But there's a problem. Aren't we supposed to be in full retreat now? Wang Zhong was at a loss for words, he didn't know. Seeing Wang Zhong silent, Yegorov sighed, then it's dicey, not knowing how far back we'd have to retreat to encounter friendly forces. During the Civil War, I experienced such a massive defeat, collapsing over 1,000 miles at a time, stopping only when the enemy's logistics couldn't keep up and they couldn't pursue any further. Wang Zhong actually wanted to ask about the Civil War, but it seemed to be common knowledge in this world, so it was awkward to bring it up. Just then, Captain Sergei burst into the room, saluted, and reported loudly, the monks of the state religion have caught up. Pavlov was overjoyed at the news, great. There may be him monks. Wang Zhong's brows furrowed tightly. Him monks? What the hell is that? Chapter 15. What to do when a teammate sends help without saying a word, urgent, waiting online. The new term made Wang Zhong frown. Previously, the prayer hand appeared to be a radio operator responsible for guiding missiles, now what in the world was a hymn monk? However, judging by the reactions of the people around him, this seemed to be common knowledge, so Wang Zhong didn't dare to ask. They had just mentioned the tribunal, who knew if its duties included executing those possessed by strange otherworldly spirits. He had to behave like a person from this world and not give himself away. But Wang Zhong remembered that he had another question to ask, so he inquired, are monk Yukiniako and his divine arrow squad among these monks? Sergei hesitated, I didn't ask. Maybe you should ask the priest directly. Before he had finished speaking, a tall, brown-haired male entered the room, followed by a bunch of soldiers. Their military uniforms were khaki as well, but the style was different. If Wang Zhong were to describe it, his own group outfitted for combat wore training uniforms, while this group donned dress uniforms better suited for occasions with a strong sense of ceremony. The group entering wore shoulders adorned with sun-based motifs, which reminded Wang Zhong of the sun emblem on the cathedral roof at the Duke's headquarters. It seemed these men were the monks of the national religion. The first to enter, the brown-haired male, asked, "Who is the commander here?" He looked back and forth between Wang Zhong and Yegorov. Wang Zhong remembered that he and Yegorov were both lieutenant colonels, and he could only command Yegorov because of the trust from the Duke. Actually, there was no such trust, the Duke only had time to tell him to run fast. Not thinking much about it, Wang Zhong stepped forward and said, "I am. Duke Vladimir has entrusted me with the command of his troops." The brown-haired man frowned, "How come you're only a lieutenant colonel?" At this moment, a man behind him interjected sharply, "Did His Grace the Duke transfer command authority with a written order?" Wang Zhong turned to look at the speaker and saw a man wearing a greatcoat cap, which sported blue edging. "Judge, now is an emergency situation. To ensure the functioning of the command corps of the troops, we can spare the red tape." The brown-haired man turned to glare at the person who had interrupted their conversation. "Judge, it seemed these two were from the tribunal after all." The tribunal, the blue edging on the greatcoat caps. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue, quietly shelving his thoughts, and silently noted down to be careful about what one says in the presence of someone with blue edging on their greatcoat cap. The blue-capped man bowed slightly. "Apologies, Bishop, sir." He then took a step back, scrutinizing Wang Zhong with eyes that appraised like one would value a live pig. Forcing himself not to pay attention to that gaze, Wang Zhong addressed the bishop. "I am Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, and I am the commander of these forces right now." Bishop Stepan Alexandrovich Polok saluted Wang Zhong. "My respects to you, brave count. I am Stepan Alexandrovich Polok. I have brought the last contingent of monks. We have some divine arrows left, which should be able to destroy quite a few of the enemy's tanks." "Wang Zhong, is it Monk Yukiniako's divine arrow squad?" Bishop Stepan seemed surprised. "You know Monk Yukiniako?" "Wang Zhong, I know their prayer hand Ludmila. She was originally one of my soldiers, my prayer hand, but our divine arrow squad has been wiped out, leaving only her without any divine arrows." Bishop Stepan, "I see. I will make sure Monk Yukiniako takes good care of Miss Prayer Hand." Could it be that the bishop has some strange misunderstanding? Wang Zhong was too lazy to correct it, considering one of the reasons he took action was to ensure Ludmila's survival. It would be good if she received special care. Wang Zhong was about to continue when he was interrupted by the bishop. "Bishop Stepan, we're going to counterattack the enemy, right?" For some reason, the bishop looked full of anticipation. Wang Zhong hesitated for a moment. This. Bishop Stepan clenched his fists. "We must show the Prussians our spirit, tell them our homeland of Anti will not be easily defeated." Wang Zhong's mouth hung open. Why were these people so eager to rush to their demise? "No, please, calm down," he snapped back into the conversation. "We're advancing because the enemy's defenses ahead are weak. They did not anticipate an attack. Our current position is the enemy's division headquarters, and this division is certainly in chaos. We can easily jump out from their encirclement." As Wang Zhong spoke, Bishop Stepan looked at him with a significant expression, as if viewing him as a problem. After Wang Zhong finished, Bishop Stepan raised his voice. "Jump out of the encirclement? Isn't this a counterattack?" "It is a counterattack, of course, it is. Look around." Wang Zhong spread his hands. "We've taken down the enemy's division headquarters. Isn't that a counterattack?" Counterattacking and breaking through are not in conflict. We need to retreat to our next line of defense and then join the defensive operations. Bishop Stepan turned his head to exchange glances with the two judges. Wang Zhong always felt something was off about these three. When the bishop looked at Wang Zhong again, he asserted decisively, "This is desertion. Wang Zhong, it's a tactical retreat to preserve our forces for a better chance at annihilating the enemy." Bishop Stepan, "That sounds like an excuse." Wang Zhong, No, listen to me. If we hold on to the land but lose the people, we'll end up losing both. By preserving our forces and appropriately giving up some land, we can achieve victory and keep both the people and the land." That was the instructor's reasoning, which Wang Zhong directly borrowed for his argument. Bishop Stepan glared at Wang Zhong. "This is unquestionably an act of treason. His Majesty has just issued an order. The land of the motherland is sacred and inviolable. Everyone must fight to the very last moment." Wang Zhong's scalp tingled. Fight to the very last moment? The motherland's land is sacred and inviolable? Damn it, I only learned the name of the country by looking at the enemy's map, and to me, it's just a name on a map. I am Chinese. And it's an order from His Majesty the Emperor. Damn it, I come from a country that has always advocated, when the king enfeebles himself through righteousness, who will dare to be unrighteous? Even the emperor can't order me to go to my death. Wang Zhong, impossible. Launching a do-or-die attack under these circumstances would be a senseless waste of our living forces. We will counterattack, but that might be a year from now, or even 2, 3 years later. What we need to do now is to retreat, trade distance for time, and establish a new defensive line. Bishop Stepan glared at Wang Zhong. as if the appreciative expression that was there earlier never existed. Moments later, he darkly commanded, "Judge Shapashnikov, arrest the Count. No, we're about to launch an assault, and probably no one will be able to escort the Count. We must enforce martial law, and for the crime of desertion execute him by firing squad, now, immediately." Wang Zhong's head genuinely tingled. Did this idiot understand the consequences of executing a military officer on the battlefield? Hey? It seems I executed a deserter too. But the problem is, I'm not a deserter. The judge called Shapashnikov smiled as he opened his holster. At this moment, Wang Zhong was exceedingly nervous, with countless thoughts flashing through his head. Should I give Yegorov an order? If I command Yegorov to shoot these people down, will he listen? What if I order him to strafe these monks? What would the outcome be? Won't I still end up getting shot? Suddenly, he remembered something. Before the shells fell, Duke Vladimir was planning to evacuate Wang Zhong, that is, Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, because the Crown Prince made a phone call to the Duke's headquarters. Hey, it seems I do have connections above. At that moment, Shapashnikov drew his pistol. Yegorov immediately stepped in front of Wang Zhong, his right hand almost lifting the captured submachine gun. Wang Zhong restrained his gun, and declared loudly, "Bishop Stepan, it seems you are not well informed about who I am. I am a dear friend of the Crown Prince, and if news of my execution reaches the Crown Prince's ears." Having said that, Wang Zhong then thought self-deprecatingly, what am I doing? Threatening someone about to nobly embrace death, how can this be effective? They're about to die, why would they care what the Crown Prince thinks? But Bishop Stepan clearly hesitated. So, this bastard didn't really want to die after all, that's what Wang Zhong initially thought, but then he noticed that Bishop Stepan glanced at Yegorov and the submachine gun in his hand. Did Stepan just fear Yegorov and his submachine gun? Just then, Bishop Stepan yielded, "Fine, but I will record everything, document who it is that wants to abandon our sacred land, defying the Emperor's orders." In that instant, Wang Zhong seriously considered whether to take advantage of the chaos in battle to shoot these bastards dead covertly, to avoid later trouble. After all, it was still uncertain just how solid his relationship with the Crown Prince was. Acting decisively now could prevent prolonged troubles. Moreover, Wang Zhong always felt a sense of discordance emanating from these three, especially the bishop, whose initial lavish praise and subsequent turn of face both seemed like an act in a play. Just then, a pleasant female voice came from the doorway, "Report." Wang Zhong turned his head, expecting Ludmila, but instead saw a strange girl with black hair braided in pigtails hanging behind her neck. "I have just received a message from the Archsukov hymn choir. Capable troops are to head to Shepetovka immediately, where Duke Myshakin is organizing the defense." Wang Zhong had no idea where Archsukov was, nor did he know anything about Shepetovka, but he quickly countered, "We can make it. This is the troop that has defeated the Prussian army, penetrating one of their division headquarters, with experience in combat and victory, which will surely benefit the defensive operations substantially." The bishop looked a tad disappointed. "If that is the case, then there's no helping it. Organize the retreat, Count." Chapter 16. Square shoe nails and round shoe nails. Wang Zhong once again sized up the girl who had brought the orders, noticing that she seemed to have some Eastern descent, which made sense. If the anti-empire was an alternate dimension version of Tsarist Russia, it would likely have many Eastern people living within its borders. However, the girl's eyes weren't black, which considerably reduced the sense of Wang Zhong finding a familiar face in a foreign land. Upon closer inspection, the girl's black hair also wasn't purely black. Moreover, as if corresponding with the Eastern features, the girl's figure was drastically different from Ludmila's. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Of course, this was mainly because Ludmila was quite voluptuous. The nurse who had bandaged Wang Zhong before was also quite curvy. Perhaps the females among the anti-people tended to be fuller figured. "Wang Zhong, are you a hymn monk?" The girl looked at Wang Zhong with confusion, but after seeing his rank, she immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Lieutenant Colonel. I am the last survivor of the Ronid hymn choir, hymn monk Su Fang Batu Wenjisu." The name Batu Vindasu sounded very Mongolian. Surely, this girl had Eastern heritage. "Wang Zhong, you said you're the last survivor." "Yes, the church where the headquarters was located came under heavy artillery fire. The hymn choir was in a building next to it. I heard that this was what happened. I survived because I had been sent out with Monk Yukiniako's Divine Arrow Squad," she explained. "Wang Zhong, I was at the scene when the shelling happened. His Grace was killed, and the entire staff of the headquarters and communications team were all wiped out. Your colleagues from the hymn choir must have been inside." A shadow fell across the girl's face, her long eyelashes drooped as she cast her gaze to the ground. I hope they went to heaven without any pain." As she spoke, the girl made a gesture in front of her chest. Wang Zhong had not paid attention when he saw people making the gesture before, thinking it was a cross, but now he realized it was not a cross at all, but an inverted triangle. It was a close call that he noticed, otherwise, making the sign of the cross later might have given him away. At that moment, Bishop Stepan stepped between Wang Zhong and the girl, asserting in a loud voice, "There's no time to lose, we must depart at once. Shepatovka is far from here. If we walked, it would take days, and that's if we could even arrive." Wang Zhong glared furiously at this man who had just been about to execute him and recalled the sense of discord he had previously felt about him about them. During World War II, at the start of Operation Barbarossa, Germany deployed a large number of fifth-column agent spies into the Soviet Union to sabotage and disrupt the actions of the Soviet military. Could these people be doing the same? Wang Zhong thought again about this man's wariness towards Yegorov's submachine gun. That reaction. It almost felt like he was treating Yegorov as an enemy on alert. At that moment, Wang Zhong had a stroke of inspiration, recalling a scene from the movie The Brest Fortress, and decided to repeat what he saw. "I want to see the sole of your shoe. The soles of our country's shoes all have round anti-slip studs, but the Prussian studs are square. If you're an undercover spy, the shoes you're wearing might just be from the Preußen." In the movie, a Soviet officer used this tactic to bluff a German spy. In reality, there was no difference between the two sides' shoe studs. But thinking they had overlooked this detail, the German spy let his guard down and exposed a weakness, after which justice was swiftly served. Wang Zhong simply thought to give it a try. Bishop Stepan's face remained calm, and he said indifferently, "All right, look if you must. Afterward, I will also want to see your shoe studs." Then, he leaned on the table and lifted his foot for everyone to see the studs. Square. The bishop stiffened. Yegorov aimed his submachine gun at the bishop and demanded, "Explain yourself, Your Excellency." At that moment, hymn monk Su Fang spoke up, "When you think about it, it's very strange. Bishop Stepan should be taller. But you do look a lot like him." The other monks also showed hesitation. Indeed, the bishop should be taller. "Wang Zhong, have you been with him the entire time?" "No, we were following the Third Amur group as ordered by you, the Count, serving as guides for the field hospital and the headquarters, Your Excellency. The bishop joined us midway. But he does indeed look exactly like the bishop." Wang Zhong also drew his gun. "That's because the Preußen people carefully selected someone for infiltration and destruction. And I guess he's also in disguise." "Someone, throw water on the bishop's face." Yegorov immediately untied his canteen and said, "This canteen of mine contains alcohol, which can remove waterproof makeup." After he finished speaking, he unscrewed the cap and took a swig, with the scent of alcohol wafting out the moment he opened it. Then Yegorov poured all the water from the canteen over Bishop Stepan's head. The first to dissolve were the eyebrows, with the black of the eyebrow pencil melting and running down the bishop's cheeks. Suddenly, Bishop Stepan grabbed something from the table and hurled it at Shapashnikov's gun. By then, Wang Zhong's gun was already drawn, and compared to the last time he executed deserters, his hand was much steadier this time. 2 shots rang out, and Bishop Stepan's movements slowed, his arms spread outward as he pitched forward. Yegorov clicked his tongue. No wonder they picked a fight like a pair of fools just now, turns out he was a Prosen spy. Judge Shapashnikov said, "We discovered a Prosen spy before the war started. We were torturing him when the war broke out. Prosen bombers dropped their bombs. If not for that, we would certainly have destroyed the Prosen spy network in the city of Ronid." Wang Zhong had not forgotten the scene of the bishop exchanging glances with these judges. He spoke out loud, "Just now you also drew your gun on me, how can I trust that you are not another spy? Think about it, you don't even know that I have a close relationship with the crown prince. Suspicious, very suspicious." Wang Zhong turned to ask the other monks in the room, "Have these 2 judges been with you the whole time?" "No, they joined us together with the bishop," the monk said, backing away to clear the line of fire, making sure not to get caught in the crossfire when Yegorov swept the area with his gun. Only Su Feng still stood at the doorway, cluelessly. Suddenly, Shapashnikov grabbed Su Feng, using him as a human shield in front of himself. While the act of taking a hostage captured everyone's attention, the other judge drew a pistol that closely resembled a box cannon and aimed to shoot Wang Zhong. Although Su Feng's upper body was restrained, his legs could still move. At the critical moment, he launched a kick, hitting the wrist of the second man precisely and sending the bullet flying, brushing past Wang Zhong's hat. Judge Shapashnikov pressed the gun against Su Feng's forehead, "Stay put." Then he began to speak in Prosen. Yegorov opened fire, taking down the fake judge who was not holding a hostage with a short burst from his submachine gun. The spy holding Su Feng hostage started shouting something in a panicked tone. Wang Zhong took a step forward and said, "Calm down, you won't escape. You'd better surrender." The spy burst into laughter, "Taking away the last hymn monk wouldn't be too bad, ah? We know exactly how poor your country's wireless technology is." It seemed like the enemy was about to tear up the ticket. In a moment of quick thinking, Wang Zhong shouted, "Long live the Prosen Empire!" The enemy, caught off guard, paused, "Hey!" In that brief moment, the gallant Yegorov had already rushed forward, using the barrel of his submachine gun to force the gun away from Su Feng's temple, then fired point-blank at the enemy's head. The spy's head burst open, leaving a large gory hole, looking much like a watermelon that had been smashed open with a hammer for 40 cents. Chapter 17. I guess, I judge, and I'm sure. The battle ended before Wang Zhong even had time to react. Yegorov stepped forward, stepping on the fake judge's hand and bent down to feel his neck. "Dead," Yegorov spat on the enemy's back after declaring, "You initiated this sneak attack after tearing up the non-aggression treaty, and then you play these dirty tricks. Wang Zhong, search their bodies, see if there are any valuable documents on them." "How could there be? They are spies sent here to sabotage, so their documents and IDs are definitely forged." Despite his grumbling, Yegorov still nodded to the non-commissioned officers below him, signaling them to start searching the bodies. Wang Zhong then turned to Sophia, "You are a hymn monk." Since Wang Zhong had never heard of the term hymn monk, he subconsciously asked again for confirmation. Sophia snapped to attention, reporting, "Yes, sir." Wang Zhong waved his hand, "Don't be so stiff, at ease. Can you contact a..." Originally, Wang Zhong wanted to mention the place name, but he had forgotten the long name that was the trouble with being transported to a Western-style world. The people's names and place names were all long. This was especially true in a setting reminiscent of Russia, which doubled the length. While Wang Zhong was blocked by the place name, he made a quick decision to switch to a bird's-eye view, zooming out to the farthest point, and then satisfyingly noticed a very large place name in the distance called Archsukov, which seemed to be a city. He assumed that must be where the anti-military region command was located, and he seemed to have some recollection of the name, so he decisively said, "Can you get in touch with the hymn choir in Artsukov?" "Sophia, not now." "Wang Zhong, how about later?" Perhaps the people of this time and space all knew what hymn monks were, so everyone in the room surprisingly looked at Wang Zhong. But Wang Zhong had no time to worry about that. He needed to understand the situation, right? Replacing the count who seemed to be useless, probably lacking in military knowledge, he should be able to bluff his way through. "Sophia, as long as I have a simple altar and the necessary utensils, and time to conduct mass, I can make calls. But they may not always be heard, so I need to repeatedly call out." "Wang Zhong, but you don't need to do anything to hear others' calls, correct?" "I need to concentrate," said Sophia. "So it's best to have a peaceful environment. I heard the call while I was resting just now." Wang Zhong, understood. He summed it up, hymn monks were like human radios, requiring time to set up to receive messages, and sending messages was even more troublesome, requiring a stable rear position. Meaning, they couldn't make use of the hymn monk for the time being. Sophia looked at Wang Zhong, "Do you need me to do anything?" "Wang Zhong, besides chanting hymns, what else can you do?" "I can shoot," said Sophia confidently. "My father was a hunter. He taught me to shoot roe deer when I was young." Wang Zhong turned to Yegorov, "Give her a gun, she might be somewhat useful." His order was executed immediately. "Wang Zhong, Yegorov, what's the situation with the troops?" "Restocking and resting. Also, I've dispatched scouts along the road to conduct reconnaissance. We should wait for their return." Upon hearing about the scouts, Wang Zhong immediately switched to a bird's eye view, then thinking it wouldn't look right to just stand there spacing out, he switched back, walked to the map, put on a show of examining it, then switched back again. This way, to outsiders, he was intensely studying the map spacing out. But no one knew that he was actually spacing out, right? Wang Zhong confirmed what he could see in his current field of vision. From his bird's eye view, it really felt like playing a real-time strategy game. The area outside his vision was covered in a layer of fog of war, only dim buildings and terrain visible, shrouded in a veil of grey. The areas within his field of vision were colored and much brighter. Wang Zhong quickly discovered several independent vision areas around the main force, and upon closer inspection, indeed they belonged to the reconnaissance troops dispatched by Yegorov. In other words, the mechanism of my cheat allows me to gain the vision of the entire unit as long as I can speak with the leaders of the subordinate units. Not far from the main force of the 3rd Amur group, heading eastward, a small path diverged from the main road, flanked on both sides by birch forests, though Wang Zhong couldn't recognize the birches. He had only ever seen them bare of leaves in winter in a music video, never this lush and verdant type. But Golden Finger came with a guide that floated the words birch forest above the trees. Why does Golden Finger insist on telling Wang Zhong these are birch trees? Perhaps because in this world, 2 lovers also carved their names in a birch forest? Wang Zhong brushed aside these irrelevant thoughts and observed the advancing scouts, who had somehow acquired horses and were now galloping along the pathway without encountering any Prussians. Meanwhile, on the eastern highway, the scouts hadn't gone far before they came upon a Prussian supply station, which seemed hastily guarded, with only a few guards present. Machine guns were mounted at the checkpoint, but the 2 gunners stood by their weapons drinking coffee. Clearly, the enemy had not anticipated an attack on this supply station. A group of enemy soldiers, even without weapons, were busy constructing sentry posts and vehicle barriers. Inside the supply station, there were plenty of trucks. "Wang Zhong, Yegorov, assemble the troops." The voice of Yegorov sounded surprised. "Now? We should wait for the scouts to return with their report." "Wang Zhong, we're moving east too." As he spoke, he switched back to his own perspective, then realized that the map in front of him still hadn't marked the supply station. Damn it, how do I explain to people how I knew the supply station was there? The next moment, Wang Zhong had an idea, and he said to Yegorov, "The Prussians are very rigid in warfare. They must have constructed supply stations at the rear. I guess it should be here." He picked up the compass beside the map and stuck its point where he had seen the supply station. "Wang Zhong, the enemy certainly thinks our target is their army group command, so the supply station is likely to be poorly defended." Staff Officer Pavlov frowned. "Is this your conjecture?" "No, I saw it with my cheat." Wang Zhong, with a stern face, "Yes. In battle, you must make decisions on the fly. There's no time to argue with you. Yegorov, gather the troops." Yegorov saluted and went out. Pavlov still looked puzzled. What's the point of attacking a supply station? Wang Zhong, to commandeer vehicles. Dreaming of outrunning the enemy on foot is foolish. We need to escape using the enemy's trucks. The frontline enemy units might not have that many trucks, but their supply stations definitely for transporting supplies. Blow up the supplies, and the trucks can transport troops. Pavlov kept shaking his head. No, this goes against all military common sense. Such a ridiculous combat plan would score a 0. Wang Zhong sternly replied, "This is a battlefield, not a test." "Su Feng, he's right." Wang Zhong looked at Su Feng quizzically. "Why are you still here?" "Su Feng, the him monk should be with the highest ranking commander on site, that's what the manual says." Wang Zhong curled his lip and glanced subconsciously at Su Feng's chest, then he remembered Ludmila's fullness. He had a question and asked, "Monk, are most of them women?" "Su Feng, about half and half, but compared to the military, there are indeed more women." "Why do you ask?" Before Wang Zhong could answer, Yegorov came in. "The troops are on the move, we should go too." "Leave a liaison officer to tell the field hospital and logistics units following us where we are going," Wang Zhong said. "Yegorov, I have already arranged it." Chapter 18. The singing sounds like bright spring sunshine. Wang Zhong nodded, then strode out the door. Outside, he turned around and added, "Bring all the maps, and the documents too. Get on our jeep." It wasn't that Wang Zhong didn't want to walk with the soldiers, mainly, he would get dizzy when he walked with this perspective. Although riding in a vehicle could also make him dizzy, it happened more slowly, and he could monitor the overall situation from a bird's eye view for a longer period. Upon stepping outside, Wang Zhong saw that Captain Sergei was already waiting in the jeep. "You're pretty quick with your actions." Sergei cracked a wry smile. "If I sit in the car, no one will see my trousers." So that was the reason. Wang Zhong got into the car and turned to Yegorov, saying, "You get in too." Yegorov replied, "I need to be where the messengers can find me." Wang Zhong clicked his tongue, "Take an anti-army flag and tie it to the car. Tell the messenger corps commander to look for the jeep with the army flag." As they spoke, Yegorov's guard had already fetched a flag, promptly inserting it at an angle on the rear of the vehicle and securing it tightly with a few turns of a strap. The base color of the flag was white, layered with a blue X cross in the middle, and at the top, the pattern was a double-headed eagle. "My goodness, the St. Andrew's cross flag combined with the double-headed eagle emblem, that's quite bold." Yegorov looked at Wang Zhong with suspicion. "Why must you bring me along?" "Of course, because I can have the troops' view by communicating with you." Wang Zhong reasoned that if he just drove away, he would immediately lose sight of the 3rd detachment of the Amur group. Therefore, Yegorov had to get into the vehicle. But he couldn't disclose that reason, so Wang Zhong began to make up an excuse. "As a commander, of course, you need to be at the very front of the troops at all times, to personally inspect the terrain where battles may occur." Sergei looked at Wang Zhong sideways, as if he had much to say. Indeed, a newbie who had just wet his pants, now suddenly so brave and even keen to scout out the front, anyone would find it strange. Yegorov clicked his tongue. "That doesn't sound like something a noble lord would say. The noble lords never go to the front lines, they only draw lines on maps." I experienced that during the Civil War. Wang Zhong replied, I'm not quite the same as others. It was only because there was no one present who knew the original count that he could bluff so audaciously. Just as he thought that, Su Fang spoke up, that's not right. I heard that Count Rokosov was a frivolous scoundrel who always looked down on the commoners and only came to the troops to get a military uniform so he could go back to St. Yekaterina Fortress and brag to the noble ladies. They also say that the Count never appears on the training grounds, not even for the morning drills. Wang Zhong broke out into a cold sweat and could only parry with, that was then, I've metamorphosed. I mean, bombarded into transformation by the Prasen artillery. Su Fang looked at Wang Zhong, really? You do seem quite different from the rumors, you're not frivolous at all. Wang Zhong interjected, I must remind you, I am your superior officer, the commander of this unit. Ah! Su Fang exclaimed, indeed, I shouldn't speak ill of you. At this point, Yegorov had already gotten into the car and looked at his staff officer Pavlov, saying, you'd better not come with us. In case we're strafed by an enemy plane and killed, we'll still have you to command the troops. Pavlov nodded. At that moment, Yegorov's guard moved to get on the jeep, but Su Fang beat him to the punch and slipped into the rear of the vehicle first. The guard questioned, is there enough room? Wang Zhong declared, we don't need a guard, you stay with Staff Officer Pavlov. Having the bird's eye view and the whole army's perspective indeed made it harder to encounter enemies. Wang Zhong and Ludmila could have crossed back to their own lines without firing a single shot if they hadn't been spotted by the enemy while fleeing through the city, or if the military jeep hadn't chased after them from behind. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, and Captain Sergei immediately understood, releasing the clutch, engaging the gear, and stepping on the gas. The captured jeep roared as it shot forward. The Amur group had already begun moving out, and the jeep drove past the troops heading west. Wang Zhong had just slapped his head when he realized the army flag he'd planted on the jeep was having a good effect, seeing the flag charging ahead first, with Colonel Yegorov sitting in the vehicle, the troops' morale soared, and they began to shout Ura. The cry of Ura suddenly spread throughout the entire column, and everyone looked at the jeep charging ahead with fervent eyes. Amidst the chants of Ura, a booming voice shouted, Yegorov! Lead us in thrashing those damn Prussians! Yegorov shouted, remember, our commander is the great Count Rokosov. It is the Count's orders that have brought us such great success. Although Wang Zhong was in a bird's eye view, his hearing was unaffected, and he heard Yegorov's words loud and clear. At the same time, he also clearly heard that the cheering of Ura stopped abruptly after Yegorov had shouted. It seemed that Count Rokosov had already gained an infamous reputation among the soldiers. Wang Zhong switched back to the original perspective just in time to hear Yegorov shout, what are you doing? Don't stop cheering! Look, the Count is right here, charging ahead with me. Yegorov! Wang Zhong spoke up, let everyone sing a song, something they like, something that can boost morale. Yegorov was in a fix, a song both you and everyone likes, I'm afraid there isn't one. Wang Zhong frowned, what about a military song? No one likes military songs, Yegorov said frankly, what the soldiers like are, well, rather crude things. Wang Zhong insisted, then let's have something crude. Yegorov agreed, all right. Petrov. You start, sing The Girl from the Neighboring Village. The Girl from the Neighboring Village? That didn't sound like a proper song at all. Singing such a song at this time, wouldn't it actually undermine morale? Or should I recite a segment from War General of the Three Kingdoms? At that moment, Sophia suddenly started singing. As soon as Wang Zhong heard the tune, a chill ran down his spine. Wasn't this Katyusha? Legend had it that during World War II, when the Germans played Katyusha on a phonograph on their position, the Soviets heard it and became so enraged that they mounted a charge, took over the position, and captured the phonograph, with all the German soldiers there being gunned down. Sophia sang, it was the perfect time when the pear blossoms were in full bloom. It really was Katyusha. After Sophia sang the first verse in soprano, the soldiers marching seemed to have agreed upon it, joining in unison, singing the chorus together. Katyusha stood on the steep bank. Her song was like the bright spring sunshine. Katyusha stood on the steep bank. Her song was like the bright spring sunshine. With the song, even Wang Zhong could feel the rising morale. By this point, the jeep had overtaken the very front of the column, becoming a true pathfinder. Wang Zhong directed, "There's a slope ahead, drive up it. I want to have a look at the terrain." Chapter 19. Perhaps this is the complexity of humans. After the jeep climbed to the top of the hill, Wang Zhong said to Yegorov, "Stand in a conspicuous place. Su Feng, unfurl the banner, and make sure others can see clearly that it's our army flag." Su Feng looked bewildered, as if she didn't understand why Wang Zhong was emphasizing the army flag so much, but she still unfurled the flag. Wang Zhong jumped out of the car and, holding a pair of binoculars, came up beside Yegorov. He raised the binoculars to look into the distance. Atop the hill, he could barely make out the enemy's supply station, but even at the highest magnification on his binoculars, the view wasn't clear. That wasn't a problem for him though, a simple switch, and everything became crystal clear. However, Wang Zhong's attention wasn't on the supply station, but rather on a moving patch of terrain not far from the hill they were on. It was the reconnaissance soldiers retreating after surveying the supply station. Wang Zhong's orders to unfurl the flag and have Yegorov stand in a clear place were all to avoid being mistaken by the recon squad for a senior Prasen officer coming to inspect. Dying at the hands of one's own army was the most valueless death in this war. The reconnaissance squad should have been able to see the army flag by now. Wang Zhong switched back to normal vision and patted Yegorov on the shoulder. "The scouts are back, go greet them." Yegorov, also holding binoculars, looked puzzled when he heard Wang Zhong's words. He glanced at the distance and then at the binoculars. "You saw the scout team?" "I saw them, from a god's perspective." All Wang Zhong could do was fob him off. "Their camouflaging skills need to improve." Yegorov's brows twisted as if he were trying to unravel a knot, and at that moment, a large figure emerged from the forest in front, holding a Prasen standard submachine gun. "Freeze, hands up." "Yegorov, Grigory, put the gun down." The towering man raised his eyebrows in scrutiny, recognizing Yegorov's face before lowering the gun. "What's going on? How did you come to be here?" "Yegorov, forward reconnaissance. Also, just now the Count noticed you from hundreds of meters away and criticized your disguise." Wang Zhong was embarrassed. He had only made up a casual excuse, not expecting Yegorov to take it seriously. The man called Grigory muttered, "Count? Which Count?" He examined Wang Zhong closely. "Don't recognize him, aren't we under the command of the Duke?" "Wang Zhong, the Duke perished under the enemy's naval bombardment. Now I'm in command of you. Report on the reconnaissance." "Grigory, the Prasen bastards were completely off guard. We got close to a couple of edge sentries, and they didn't detect a thing." Wang Zhong switched to an overhead view, but found the supply station enshrouded in the fog of war. It seemed he had to lift the binoculars to his eyes to dispel the mist of distance. He switched back to normal vision, preparing to lift the binoculars, but saw several anti-army soldiers crawl out from the underbrush and stand behind Grigory. With an expectant look, Grigory waited, and so Wang Zhong asked, "Did you bring in the two sentries?" "No, we wanted to interrogate them, but they tried to shout, so we slit their throats." Grigory gestured across his neck, indicating that this gesture seems to be universally understood across multiple universes. Wang Zhong nodded, then lifted the binoculars and switched views again. This time, the enemy supply station lit up. Indeed, it was still in that peaceful year's state, and no one seemed to have noticed the anti-army flag on the hill. Wang Zhong put down the binoculars and turned back to Su Feng. "Roll up the army flag." no need to keep it displayed. He turned to Yegorov, we're planning a surprise attack on this supply station. Should we have our troops stop on the reverse slope behind the hill, gather 100 experienced veterans, and concentrate as many submachine guns and hand grenades as possible into their hands? Yegorov nodded vigorously and immediately turned to give orders, while Wang Zhong looked at Grigory. Are you the reconnaissance team leader? Yes, Colonel, my lord Count. Wang Zhong, after the assault team assembles, you will lead them in attacking the supply station. Do you feel confident? Grigory smiled. 100 men is too many. It's easy for the enemy to detect us. 10 men armed with submachine guns and grenades would suffice. I have 5 men here, with 2 submachine guns. If you can find me another 5 men, 8 submachine guns will be enough. Wang Zhong, what if I say you can't damage the vehicles and fuel? We need the enemy's vehicles for our retreat. Grigory, retreat? I thought we were going to keep attacking, to wreak havoc on the enemy. Wang Zhong, no, we can go to our deaths, but we must die with more value. In this situation, if our small force continues to attack, it's like soap bubbles under the sun, vanishing instantly without any impact on the overall situation. Grigory, but to launch an attack just for the sake of retreating. I bet your staff officer screamed at that. Wang Zhong, all my staff have died. Just then, as Yegorov came back having finished giving orders, he chimed in, Staff Officer Pavlov did indeed let out a scream. He paused, his face turning stern, I request to lead this assault team. Wang Zhong, no. It wasn't that Wang Zhong was sparing of his talents, rather, Yegorov could open the field of vision at his side. If Yegorov bit the dust, command would go by default to Pavlov in the rear, and Wang Zhong would be limited to what he could see, significantly reducing his awareness of the battlefield situation. Yegorov's brow furrowed in preparation to protest, but Grigory spoke up, the battalion commander just wants to kill the enemy with his own hands. Actually, I, being more familiar with the terrain, would do the job better than him. My lord Count, I advise against the change. Wang Zhong, Yegorov, stay here. Yegorov was indignant. Suddenly recalling the question Wang Zhong had just posed, he demanded, You haven't answered the Count's question from earlier. Is it possible not to destroy the vehicles and fuel? Yes, but it will take a bit longer, considering we can no longer use explosives. We'll need to stealthily take out a few sentries and get our people into positions where they can wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. It's not a big problem, Grigory confidently explained. Wang Zhong, all right, I'll give you 10 men, all selected from veterans with experience in the Winter War or the Civil War. By this time, Yegorov's orders had been carried out to the letter. A group of soldiers, brandishing submachine guns, ascended to the mountaintop. The captain leading them saluted and reported, Sir, we don't have that many submachine guns, mainly because our casualties have been too severe, and many of the non-commissioned officers who carried them are dead. Yegorov, there's been a change of plans. Sergeant Major Grigory only needs 10 submachine guns now, and also 5 people with stuffed homes. Whoever is willing to take on this mission, step forward. The group of men who had climbed the mountain were volunteers to begin with. Upon hearing his words, they unanimously took a step forward. Wang Zhong said to Sergeant Major Grigory, You pick the men yourself. Same for the guns. You have 10 minutes, then set off. 5 minutes will do, said Grigory before walking over to the volunteers. A sergeant took the initiative to speak up, I'll go, Corporal Grigory. Grigory, humph, I thought you were dead, kid. Wang Zhong looked at Grigory's military rank, puzzled, Corporal. When this guy was in basic training, I was a corporal, said Sergeant Major Grigory. Just then, a young lance corporal called out, Sergeant Major, I'll go. Not you, Grigory shook his head, you're not married yet. You need to keep your life. It seemed as if to preempt further volunteers, Grigory swiftly picked the remaining men. That's enough, the rest of you disperse. Go back to your homes. Wang Zhong, no, the rest will be the second echelon. If Grigory, you can't take it down, they go in. If you succeed in capturing the depot, fire a signal flare. Give him a signal pistol. Taking the signal pistol, Grigory gestured grandly to the assault team he had selected, grab your weapons, fast. At that moment, an original member of Grigory's scouting team asked, what about us, Sergeant Major? Petrov, you stay back. We need someone familiar with the situation to lead the second echelon. The rest of you, follow me. Also, leave all the grenades. The Count is worried about setting off the fuel and ammunition inside, so we can't use them. Just unload them to lighten our load and move fast. Don't carry too much ammo either, just 2 magazines each. If we can't take them down with 2 magazines, more probably won't help. As he spoke, Grigory tossed his grenade pouch on the ground and pulled 2 magazines from his ammo carrier to hand to a soldier nearby. Following that, Grigory swiftly led his light-equipped force into the bushes. Wang Zhong stood on the mountaintop and once again struck the pose of lifting his binoculars. Cut to the bird's-eye view. He could clearly see the movements of Grigory's separate unit, which, aside from not being under his control, was just like a real-time strategy game. He watched Grigory's squad move towards the depot and soon felt a soreness in his arm. Well, holding up an arm for too long does cause it to ache. He had no choice but to put down the binoculars, and as a result, the lit area of his bird's-eye view shrank abruptly. Nonetheless, he could see the field of view for Grigory's squad moving towards the enemy. Wang Zhong waited patiently. To those around Wang Zhong, he appeared to be gazing off into the distance in a daze. Sitting in the back of the jeep, Sophia looked at Wang Zhong, puzzled. She couldn't help but nudge Sergei, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Captain, does the Count often stare off into the distance like this? Sergei, I don't know. Before today, I had only seen him at balls. Sergei trailed off. Sophia, what about him? Sergei deliberated for a moment and spoke in a hushed voice, he's uneducated. The Duchess really dislikes him, saying he's like a monkey in heat, only capable of speaking monkey talk. After a second's hesitation, Sergei added, today he wet himself on the battlefield and then forcibly took my trousers to wear. Sophia was shocked, what? But when the monk regiment and I were looking for you guys, all I heard was praise, saying the Count commanded effectively and caught the enemy by surprise. Ludmila from the Divine Arrow Squad even said he was very brave, leading just the 2 of them through enemy territory and saved her life. Sergei spread his hands, maybe. That's the complexity of people. Chapter 20. Wrath. Wang Zhong didn't hear Sergei speaking ill of him, nor did he hear the news about Ludmila that he was so eager to know about. His attention was entirely on the stealth squad. The squad spread out completely. With the aid of his external device, Wang Zhong could see everyone's name and rank, which reminded him of a war game he had played called Warrior of War, except that he couldn't inspect their equipment. However, unlike Warrior of War, where he could take control of a single soldier, Wang Zhong couldn't do that, he could only watch the soldiers advance. Grigory led 3 men, sneaking into the depot from the location where they had taken out the 2 sentries earlier, and then headed straight for the fuel storage. Next to the fuel, 2 Prussians seemed to be counting the inventory. Grigory charged forward, taking advantage of the enemy looking down at their list to end one with a dagger. The other had just time to look up before a dagger pierced his throat. Grigory then sent 1 man to check the fuel area for any overlooked enemies, and with the remaining 2, used the cover of trucks to approach a group of Prussian devils chatting together. At that moment, the second group also moved, targeting the sentry by the machine gun. The sentry was killed and dragged into the bushes before he could even cry out. This group then made their way to the people by the machine gun and the guardhouse, readying their submachine guns. The third group circled to the only wooden house at the corner of the fuel depot. That was when Wang Zhong suddenly noticed something. The enemy used to be highlighted in his overhead view, but now they weren't. He thought about it and considered a possibility. Switching back to normal vision, he lifted his binoculars. After switching back to the overhead view, the enemies were highlighted again. Damn it, the enemies would only be highlighted if I could see them myself. Not only that, enemies previously not displayed inside the wooden house were now visible too, probably because there were windows. Golden Finger assumed Wang Zhong could see inside through the windows, so it highlighted the enemies. Wang Zhong could already imagine himself sitting in a jeep, charging at the front lines in the future. Brainlessly highlighting enemies, even those inside buildings. If the enemy constructed bunkers in the future, a glance from Wang Zhong would highlight the machine gunners inside. All hidden bunkers would be nowhere to hide. Wait a minute, wasn't this ability particularly suited for a tank commander? By sticking his head out of the turret, he could light up all the enemies. Unfortunately, Wang Zhong didn't have a single tank in his possession at the moment. As Wang Zhong was lost in thought, the battle erupted. Grigory, the sergeant first class, was the first to strike, spraying a barrage of bullets at the enemies who were gathered together, idly chatting. The Prussians were caught off guard and, clearly being second-line troops equipped with bolt-action rifles, didn't stand a chance in such close-quarter combat against submachine guns. The noise of gunfire caused the Prussians at the entrance to turn around, completely unprepared for the anti-soldiers who suddenly emerged from behind them. A burst from a submachine gun spun 2 Prussians by the machine gun to the ground. The guards at the guardhouse managed to scatter and 3 survived, but their weapons were placed far away. One of the Prussians wielding a shovel charged forward, only to be taken down by the second submachine gunner. On the house side, a scout kicked open the door and sprayed bullets inside, killing the officers and service soldiers immediately. However, the attacking paratroopers were apparently too excited, and ran out of bullets quickly. As one was changing his magazine, an enemy emerged from the toilet, shouting and stabbing him with a bayonet. The paratrooper slumped and was pushed out of the doorway, at which point another paratrooper at the window opened fire, taking the Prussian down. The fight ended relatively cleanly. Grigory rushed to the wounded comrade, but from Wang Zhong's perspective, he could tell that the man was dead. When Wang Zhong had previously ordered the 3rd Battalion of the Amur group to attack, quite a few men must have died, though he didn't see it. Now, having witnessed a soldier sacrifice his life following his command, Wang Zhong was filled with mixed emotions. Coming from a peaceful era, he might need some time to get used to the job of sending others to their death. But Grigory seemed accustomed to the death of his comrades. He just felt the fallen paratrooper's neck, then tore off his dog tags, stood up, took out a signal pistol, and fired a red flare hunger signal into the sky. Wang Zhong switched back to normal vision. Yegorov, have the troops advance, take over the depot, and seize the trucks. After speaking, Wang Zhong got into the jeep. Captain Sergei asked, to the depot? No, wait until Yegorov has issued the orders, said Wang Zhong. To ensure his field of vision wasn't deprived, Yegorov had to stay with him. If they managed to get their hands on field telephones in the future, it wouldn't be so troublesome. However, the Prussian spy had said that the anti-Empire's radio technology was relatively poor, and indeed, Wang Zhong hadn't seen a single field telephone since he had been there. The enemy seemed not to have such devices either. Yegorov quickly finished issuing his instructions. Turning around, he found Wang Zhong looking at him and asked, should I continue to follow? Wang Zhong, yes, come on up. Yegorov climbed into the car with a look of reluctance. At this time, the 3rd Rear Amur Group's vanguard had already started up the mountain from behind the reverse slope. Wang Zhong, let's go. Sergei stepped on the gas, and the vehicle charged forward like a bull that had been waiting to fight. The wind that met them unfurled the flag on the car. A private of the 3rd Rear Amur Group, Ashmai, asked the sergeant walking beside him, Sergeant, did the Count really piss himself? His usual practice of leading the charge doesn't seem like that of a coward. The sergeant glanced at the distant flag and clicked his tongue. The battlefield is a place where people can transform. Maybe after he pissed himself, he became brave. At that moment, a private walking in front interjected, "On the battlefield, demons choose their champions. My neighbor was a gentle and kind man before the Civil War. After he returned, he changed, and in summer, the temperature around him would drop several degrees for no reason. The village priest said he might be possessed and even conducted an exorcism ceremony." The corporal jumped in shock. "Then isn't that bad for us? What do you know? A person who is possessed keeps winning battles. 200 years ago, Suvorov was possessed. It is said that he killed 200 Carolingian heavy cavalrymen all by himself." While saying this, the private rubbed his nose. "Just you watch. I think the count is going to rise high into the clouds. Following him, our casualties will definitely be fewer than other units. Think about it, we have already left the encirclement, while our brother units are still fighting to the death inside it." The corporal uttered an "oh" in response. At this time the sergeant said, "Don't think too much, we're just ordinary soldiers. As long as we survive, everything will be fine. You're almost through the first day, rookie, be happy." The young corporal nodded his head. Sergei drove the car all the way to the station and parked it in front of the little wooden house. Wang Zhong got out of the car and surveyed the house. "This looks like a farmhouse. What happened to the people who lived here?" The house was rather large and even had an attic, big enough for a large family. Grigory had a grim expression and did not reply. Sophia said, "They probably fled because of the war. Many people have run away since the fighting started." Finally, Grigory spoke, "No, this family didn't leave." Wang Zhong had a bad premonition but still suppressed the feeling and asked, "Then where are they now?" Grigory dropped a "follow me" and turned toward the backyard. Wang Zhong caught up with Grigory, and Yegorov and Sophia also got out of the car to follow. Captain Sergei stayed in the car as if his behind were glued to the driver's seat. "I'll just stay here and watch the car." Grigory led Wang Zhong into the backyard towards a small wooden hut. The hut emitted a strong odor that reminded Wang Zhong of when he was a child visiting his hometown back then. The rural areas in the north still used outhouses, and the stench was the same when you got close to one. The foul stench and swamp gas combined into a nauseating smell. His ominous premonition grew stronger. Grigory opened the door, then stepped aside. "The owners of this house are here, have a look for yourself." Wang Zhong pinched his nose and took a step forward, only to see an entire family, from old to young, all in the latrine, with traces of bayonet wounds on their bodies. 2 adult females had even been stripped of their clothes. Upon seeing what was in the pit, Sophia turned around and ran to the side of the house, holding onto the wall as she vomited violently. Wang Zhong clenched his fists in silence. Because of recent history, Chinese people naturally abhor such acts of massacring civilians, and Wang Zhong felt the same. Before he traveled through time, when he saw a photo of a certain entity bombing a hospital, he was filled with rage, itching with hatred. And now, the feeling was the same. Before Wang Zhong could express his emotions, Yegorov punched the wooden wall of the outhouse, shattering the planks and bruises appearing on his fist at a visibly fast rate. "Those damn Prosen bastards!" Wang Zhong patted Yegorov's shoulder. "One day, we will bring the war to their shores. Just wait and see, one day." Even Wang Zhong hadn't realized that at this moment, his goal in this world had shifted slightly. Of course, for the moment, it was just a slight, negligible shift. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe. Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 21. Make a Night Escape. Wang Zhong took a couple of deep breaths before he finally loosened the tight grip of his fists and said to Yegorov, "Have them buried." Yegorov replied, "Digging graves will take time, and we could come into contact with the following Prosen army at any moment. My suggestion is to blow up the latrine. After we take the fuel, we're going to demolish this entire station anyway. Just add a few more explosives. Wang Zhong nodded, let's do that. After saying this, Wang Zhong didn't want to see the tragic sight again and turned to leave, when Su Fang asked, is that a child? Wang Zhong turned back once more, following Su Fang's gaze, and indeed saw a small figure. Yegorov cursed, those bastards, they drowned him in the shit. Wang Zhong couldn't bear to look any longer and turned away from the latrine, entered the cabin through the back door leading from the yard, and headed straight for the map on the table. Unlike the map seized from the earlier Prasen Division headquarters, this one did not show the positions of combat troops but was marked with supply lines, stations, and transport units. For a moment, Wang Zhong considered following this map to disrupt the enemy's supply lines, which could potentially throw them into great chaos. But in the end, the urge to survive prevailed. Wang Zhong ordered, pack up the map and documents, they might be useful later. Have the troops board the vehicles, and engineers, arrange the explosives as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Wang Zhong remembered something and wondered if there would be enough soldiers who knew how to drive, so he asked, can we find enough drivers? Most people have driven tractors back home, and others were part of the local transport teams in their villages, no problem, explained Yegorov. Wang Zhong nodded. At that moment, Pavlov rushed in, gasping for breath, but without pausing to catch his breath, he said, are we really going to make a run for it in cars? The roads must be full of Prussians by now. The branch road we're taking doesn't have any, Wang Zhong answered. No cars now, but eventually, we'll have to join the main road, and it'll definitely be swarming with Prussians. Pavlov was right, although the 3rd Rear Amur Group had found a gap. Being in enemy territory, it wouldn't be surprising to encounter the enemy at any time if they traveled along the road. Given the limited strength of the 3rd Rear Amur Group, it seemed they would be quickly wiped out. Wang Zhong paced a few steps inside the cabin and suddenly noticed the slanting sun outside the window. He immediately looked at his watch and was surprised to discover that it was already 7 in the evening. The sun had not yet set at 7, which indicated that they were at a considerably high latitude, and it was also summertime. Having had no experience of living north of the Yangtze River before his journey through time, Wang Zhong didn't know when the sun set in the northern summers, so he asked Yegorov, how long until it gets dark? Yegorov also checked his watch and said, sunset is in an hour, and it will be completely dark around 8:30. After a brief moment of deliberation, Wang Zhong commanded, set up a simple defense, we'll wait here for the logistics troops and the field hospital to follow. The logistics unit has more drivers, and we can drive away more trucks. Yegorov countered, but wouldn't that make us even more vulnerable on the road? Wang Zhong smiled slightly, we are driving Prasen military vehicles with Prasen crosses on the outside. We'll turn on the lights at night, and they'll think we are one of their own. Having heard the tales of volunteers using vehicle lights at night to deceive the American forces, Wang Zhong decided to put it into practice himself. Pavlov protested loudly, what if we get caught, then we're done for. Wang Zhong retorted, I will be in the first vehicle leading the way. If we're done for, I'll die first. After saying that, he regretted it, he had meant to prioritize his own survival, but impulsively, he had shown off. He could only hope that the enemy would be really that negligent. Thinking it over again, Wang Zhong felt unsure, so he added, also, assign someone brave who speaks Prasen with me in the first vehicle. He will handle any inspection by the Prussians. Pavlov raised an eyebrow, can't you do it? Wang Zhong replied, should I be able to? No, you are a lord after all. Are nobles of this era expected to speak Prasen? At that moment, Su Fang said, I can speak Prasen. I'll ride in the same vehicle as Lord Rakasov and take the lead. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, even if there was trouble, at least he would face death alongside a beautiful woman. He told Yegorov, you ride in the first vehicle too, bring along Grigory and their sabotage team, all armed with submachine guns. If any real trouble arises, we can still catch the Prasen bastards off guard. Great! Yegorov laughed, seemingly very fond of taking the lead in a charge. At the same time, Lord von Dietrich was pacing back and forth in his own headquarters. What's going on? Why hasn't the attack come? Has the scouting squad from the 54th Division arrived yet? The communications staff officer replied, Not yet, sir. We've been maintaining radio contact with them continuously, but their jeep broke down, and the road conditions in the combat zone are atrocious. Dietrich asked, What about the armored units? Have we made contact? We've made contact with a company commander at the front, the staff officer said. He has lost contact with the armored platoon assigned to the 54th Division. It could simply be a radio failure in the platoon command vehicle, of course. Dietrich sneered. An armored platoon out of contact, plus the thick smoke from the heavy artillery bombardment, and the enemy has launched a localized counterattack. These anti-people are prepared for a fight to the bitter end. But we've been waiting so long, where are they? Saying that, Dietrich moved to the window of the stone manor that served as the headquarters, looking out at the 4 tanks of the headquarters direct tank platoon on alert in the garden. The armored troops were ready for action, with their vehicles' engines running. But the attackers were late. Dietrich demanded, Call the Air Force, I want air support. Lord, sir, the Chief of Staff spoke up, it will be dark in an hour, and even if the Air Force mobilizes and arrives, they won't be able to see anything. Lord muttered a curse and continued pacing the room. At that moment, an explosion suddenly came from the distance. He rushed to the window to look in the direction of the sound and saw a ball of orange fire rising from the ground. The Chief of Staff also leaned over, recognizing the location of the rising fireball at a glance. Looks like the forward supply depot has blown up. An anti-air force bombing? But there's no sound of engines. Dietrich roared, Idiots! The enemy we've been searching for is there. Damn it, the threats on the radio were a feint, a diversion. Deploy the troops immediately. The Chief of Staff said, The reserves are stuck on the road, remember? Right now, the only forces we have on hand that can be deployed immediately are the Army Group's air defense and reconnaissance units. Should we send them? Dietrich swore, No, this is the enemy's all-out counterattack. Sending so few troops might lead them into a trap. Tell the reserves to hurry. Wang Zhong glanced behind him when he heard the explosion. Wow, that's quite dramatic. His vehicle was at the very front of the column, and the bombs, set with timed fuses by the engineers, had exploded after the entire convoy had set out. So now he was at least a kilometer away from the supply depot, but the fireball created by the explosion still looked impressively huge. It was almost like a nuclear explosion. Although Wang Zhong had only seen images of nuclear explosions in documentaries. At that moment, Captain Sergei, who was driving, said, Why does it have to be me driving this first vehicle? Can't you find someone else? Wang Zhong replied, This is me trusting you. Actually, it was because Sergei, as a nobleman, spoke both Prasen and Carolingian. Sergei cursed, Damn it, what kind of suicidal orders are these? Driving with the headlights on a main road. We're definitely going to be spotted and then riddled with submachine gun fire. Su Fang said, Even I, a girl, am not afraid. Why are you so scared? At that moment, Su Fang was squeezed into the same spot as Wang Zhong. The girl was flat in front but had a big backside, which squeezed Wang Zhong right up against the side of the driving cabin, next to the door. In another context, Wang Zhong might have enjoyed it, but right now he had switched to an overhead, bird's-eye view and wasn't in the least concerned with these things. Wang Zhong had another reason for going first. To use golden fingers highlighting function enemy soldiers within his line of sight would be directly highlighted. This way, Wang Zhong could be warned of the enemy from distances of 2 kilometers or more. At that moment, the sky was gradually darkening, and the average person might have a visual range of 500 or 600 meters. Anything further would be pitch black and invisible. But Wang Zhong's golden finger vision wasn't much different from daylight. He thought the golden finger could be very useful in night battles, too. Just then, Wang Zhong heard Yegorov's voice, "Turn left at the large white poplar ahead, and you'll be on the small road." Wang Zhong spotted the large white poplar and the left turn onto the small road, which extended northeastward, flanked by thickets on both sides. There wasn't a single Prasen person on the road. Chapter 22. Night March. After driving on the path for a while, Wang Zhong switched back to his original perspective to catch his breath, only to find himself letting out a massive yawn just as he did so. Weariness seemed to be waiting for just this moment to strike, washing over him and seizing his brain. Wang Zhong vigorously rubbed his face, but this did nothing to wake him up. Damn it, just when I need to rely on my own hacks to alert me of the enemy, why do I feel sleepy now? However, weariness didn't care about Wang Zhong's thoughts, it weighed on his eyelids like 1,000 pounds. His consciousness drifted uncontrollably, and in his daze, Wang Zhong suddenly remembered something his father, who had fought in the self-defense counterattack against Vietnam, said. Your dad might seem heartless, having gotten used to the death of several comrades and still able to eat and sleep on the battlefield. Could it be am I the same, soon getting used to the battlefield? Wang Zhong fell into a deep sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, Su Fang's face filled his entire field of vision. Only then did Wang Zhong realize he had fallen asleep on Su Fang's shoulder, drooling on her, and had wet a large spot on her chest. He hastily wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said apologetically, "Sorry." Su Fang laughed, "You're actually apologizing to me for this? When the rumors paint you as an even worse noble." Wang Zhong followed Su Fang's lead. What kind of noble am I in the rumors? Su Fang shrugged, you know, like those bad nobles. By the way, are you and that Ludmila lovers? Wang Zhong was shocked, Ludmila? Why would you bring her up? Because you were murmuring I hope Ludmila is all right in your sleep. I heard it quite clearly, the girl said. Wang Zhong made an evasive reply, she's a beauty, I wouldn't want her to be spoiled by the Prussians. Oh, I see, Su Fang said, her voice carrying a somewhat self-deprecating tone. On the driver's seat, Sergei hesitated to speak. Wang Zhong asked again, how long did I sleep? Su Fang replied, a few hours, I guess. Don't you have a watch of your own? Only then did Wang Zhong remember, and he lifted his sleeve to check the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. At that moment, Sergei said, Count, there are car lights on the road ahead. Wang Zhong looked up ahead and indeed saw a long queue of lights in the distance. He immediately switched to an overhead perspective, and all the vehicles on the road ahead were highlighted, they were all enemies. As Wang Zhong observed the enemy, his body felt the jolt of the brakes. He quickly said, don't panic. Braking will only draw attention. Just drive past, and we'll stop when we get close. The jolting from braking stopped. Sergei's voice came through, tense, damn it, you're insane. Wang Zhong ignored him and continued to observe the enemy. Most of the cars on the highway were empty on their return trip, some still carrying the wounded and dead. A car had only one driver, some were accompanied by a mechanic. Large groups of Prasen soldiers were resting by the side of the road, with many campfires burning, showing no concern at all for the possibility of airstrikes or artillery fire. Upon careful consideration, since the enemy was moving forward with car lights on, a few campfires were relatively inconsequential. Sergei's voice trembled, are we really going to drive past? They are all Prussians. Wang Zhong switched back to his naked eye view and knocked on the rear window of the driver's compartment. Yegorov's face immediately appeared on the other side of the window, what is it? Wang Zhong instructed, tell the troops, there's a Prasen checkpoint ahead. Get ready, once a fight breaks out, disembark immediately. Before that happens, no rash actions. You move only when I fire a shot, otherwise, hold your position. Understood. Yegorov's face disappeared. Wang Zhong pulled out his pistol to check it, then concealed his hand in the shadow of the car door. By now, Prasen soldiers had appeared on both sides of the road, surrounding bonfires, eating canned food, and not even bothering to glance at the truck on the road. Wang Zhong caught the scent of the canned food, and his stomach growled loudly. Damn, he should have snatched something to eat while waiting for the logistics troops and field hospital. Looking out came a blocky object and said, "I've got some compressed biscuits, want some?" Without a word, Wang Zhong grabbed it and crammed it into his mouth. At that moment, the truck finally reached the busy roadside, where a Prasen non-commissioned officer, holding a submachine gun, stood in the middle of the road, his right hand raised high. Wang Zhong recognized the gesture. When he was young, traffic police on the road used this signal to stop cars. Sergei stopped the truck, breathing so heavily that Wang Zhong could hear him. It could have been Sergei infecting him, as Wang Zhong's own breathing started to quicken. He stared at the Prasen officer, trying not to look at the submachine gun on his waist. However, the officer had no intention of checking the people in the truck, or even shining a flashlight into the cabin. He simply turned to watch the supply columns retreating on the main road. The enemy had never expected to encounter anti-army members riding in their own military vehicles here. Wang Zhong's gaze followed the enemy, but he quietly flipped the safety catch on his pistol back on. If it had fired by accident in this situation, that would have been extremely unlucky. Unlike Wang Zhong, whose concerns were beginning to ease, Sergei seemed to become increasingly tense, breathing as heavily as an ox. Just as Wang Zhong worried that Sergei might snap any moment, the last supply truck passed the intersection. The traffic directing officer immediately turned around, making a hurry-up gesture. Wang Zhong smiled and nodded. Sergei started the truck and drove onto the main road. He nearly followed the returning convoy in turning left until Ludmila reminded him in Prasen, "We're heading to the front lines. Turn right." Instantly, Sergei jerked the steering wheel hard to the right. The Prasen at the crossroads burst out laughing, and someone shouted something that Wang Zhong couldn't understand. Once far from the crossroads, Wang Zhong asked, "What did the enemy just shout?" "Rushing back to find mommy." Ludmila replied, "Basically, they were making fun of him. I just slipped." Sergei protested, "My palms are all sweaty, I could barely grip the steering wheel." Suddenly, Sergei's voice dropped, as Prasen soldiers appeared again by the roadside. This group of Prussians sat around bonfires, eating canned food, and even drinking alcohol they must have scrounged from somewhere. The truck soon entered a small town where even more Prasen soldiers were roaming. Wang Zhong reviewed the road from above and directed Sergei, "Follow this main road straight ahead, it's clear sailing." Sergei was too tense even to respond. Then they drove straight into the center of the town, into the central square. Wang Zhong barely caught sight of a mound in the center of the square before realizing, as they got closer, that it was a mountain of corpses. These bastards had actually killed all the townspeople? This was just too extreme. Wang Zhong was so shocked by the enemy's brutality that he was speechless. Ludmila covered her mouth, struggling to stay silent. Only after leaving town did the girl burst into tears. Wang Zhong patted her shoulder. At that moment, his goals in this world subtly shifted. He was not a citizen of the anti-empire and had no fondness for feudal dregs like emperors and nobles. But the Prussians' massacre of civilians crossed a line for him. He looked forward to using his overhead view to teach the Prussians a lesson they would not soon forget. Chapter 23. Deteriorating injuries. However, the first problem Wang Zhong had to face was the growing urge to sleep. He didn't know if it was because he was close to Suifang, but late at night, Wang Zhong began to sweat profusely, and the breath he exhaled was frighteningly hot. As his body heated up, his brain also became as slow as if it had been filled with lead. In a daze, Wang Zhong wondered if he had a fever. He remembered the wound on his shoulder. He vaguely recalled someone saying the wound was in very bad condition and that he would likely develop a fever soon. Who said that again? His mind was too foggy to remember. His consciousness gradually blurred, and he finally fell completely into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery flashing by the window indicated that the convoy was passing through a small town. In a haze, Wang Zhong heard Prasen's speech and immediately snapped awake, his head still foggy, of course. His first instinct was to draw his gun, but a slender hand held down his weapon. Don't worry, they just said be careful ahead, enemy occupied zone. Because his body felt so awful, it took Wang Zhong a moment longer than it should have to realize that the enemy occupied zone mentioned by the Prasen devils was our army's controlled area. He looked at his watch, but it took him a full second to understand the time, 3 a.m. It was only 3 in the morning, but the eastern sky was already turning pale, and Wang Zhong, the southern spud, had never seen the day break so early. Wang Zhong stared eastward for a few seconds before he remembered to switch to an overhead view to be vigilant of his surroundings. Before he could switch, Su Fang said, "You have a fever, it's because of the wound, isn't it? The mobile field hospital is right behind us and they didn't even give you any penicillin." Wang Zhong, they didn't have the chance, they've mostly been chased around by the enemy. When he spoke, the air coming out of Wang Zhong's mouth was scorching hot. When he was silent, he didn't notice, but speaking made Wang Zhong feel thirsty, so he reached for his water bottle, only to find the broken strap. Then a water bottle with the cap already off was handed to him. "Su Fang, drink more." "Sorry, I didn't realize you might be dehydrated." "Thank you." Wang Zhong took the water bottle and took a large gulp. Perhaps because he was feverish, he felt like a sponge, absorbing the water as soon as it entered his mouth. After guzzling water, Wang Zhong felt much better, and he switched to an overhead view, confirming that there were no enemies ahead. That's when Su Fang said, "You should get to the rear to recuperate as soon as possible, you look very pale." Wang Zhong, but only after we've escaped danger. After that, Wang Zhong saw 4 tanks stationed on a hillside in the overhead view. He instinctively cried out, "Stop!" The jolt from the braking almost made Wang Zhong vomit, and he was already feeling very uncomfortable, almost as if his brains were being shaken to a pulp. The good news was that the tanks on the hill were not enemies. The tanks of the Prasen Empire were painted grey, much like those of another German army in a different timeline, while the ones on the hill were all khaki. Don't the countries in this timeline understand the concept of camouflage? These khaki tanks seemed much larger than those of the Prasen Empire. Aside from the main turret armed with a short-barreled gun, there were 2 smaller turrets in the front, looking as if they grew a weird pair at the front of their bodies. This design looked somewhat familiar to Wang Zhong. The Soviet T-28 multi-turret tank? Wang Zhong had driven that in War Thunder, noting its standout feature of thin armor but good firepower, with the 45mm gun having decent penetration and damage. Placing these things on top of a hill. Suddenly, Wang Zhong realized something much more critical: they were sitting in a German truck. "Wang Zhong, turn off the lights, turn them off quickly. Signal the vehicles behind us to do the same too." Friendly fire is a common occurrence on the battlefield, especially when using captured equipment. In the autobiography Tigers in the Mud by the German ace tank operator Otto Carius, he mentioned that the armored troops unanimously agreed the T-34 tank was too good not to use, so they had no qualms about using captured tanks for themselves. Despite painting huge iron crosses on the tanks, they still got taken out by their comrades. It was after that when Old Man Carius abandoned the idea of getting a T-34 for himself to drive. Wang Zhong didn't want to die by friendly fire. He asked Su Fang, "There are our tanks on the hillside ahead, can you get in touch with them?" Su Fang looked ahead with suspicion. Although the eastern sunlight was becoming more apparent, visibility on the ground was still less than 500 meters. They couldn't see any tanks at all, and even the distant hills were only silhouettes. There was no trace of tank tracks to be found. Su Feng, you must be delirious with fever, right? Wang Zhong, can we establish contact or not? He was sick now, feeling terrible, so his temper was a bit bad, too. Su Feng shrank his neck and replied, then I need time to perform mass, and I also need to see if there is a hymn monk on the other side. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue, realizing that they would have to think of another method. The tanks should have radios, we have captured radios, let's try to see if we can call them, he said. Sergei, we do not know the communication frequency of the tank units, nor do we know their agreed upon codes and radio call signs. They won't believe us with the current situation on the battlefield. Wang Zhong leaned on his forehead, feeling a headache, but this was probably not because of the difficult problem before him, but because he was running a fever. In such a state, Wang Zhong made a decision that the usual him would definitely not have made. He said, tie a white flag and the anti-army flag to our vehicle, let everyone get out of the car. You get out, too, Su Feng. When it gets lighter, we'll drive forward. If we successfully make contact with the tank units, we'll fire a signal flare. Sergei's face turned green. Do we both really have to go? Can't someone else do it? Can't others make contact with the tank units too? Wang Zhong simply didn't hear Sergei's words. He was feverish, feeling as if his brain might start boiling at any moment. After waiting a few seconds without a response, Sergei sighed and said with a sob in his voice, all right, all right. Su Feng, how do I get out? Should I climb over the two of you? Sorry, that's a bit. Wang Zhong opened the door, but when he tried to get out, his legs gave out, nearly causing him to fall head first. Luckily, someone caught him in time. In a daze, he saw familiar silver hair. Ludmila was supporting his shoulder, asking with concern, Elisha, you look very pale. It took Wang Zhong half a moment to remember Elisha was a nickname for his own name, Alexei. Indeed, this girl was very familiar with him. As he thought this, Wang Zhong released all his strength, leaning on the girl. Ludmila stepped back to support the weight of the grown man. After hesitating for a moment, she still asked, Monk Yukiniako sent me to ask why we've stopped. What happened? Wang Zhong, there are our armored troops up ahead, we stopped to avoid friendly fire. Ludmila looked ahead, her voice filled with doubt, ahead. At this moment, Su Feng poked her head out of the car, looking embarrassed. She had just been blocked by Wang Zhong and couldn't get down. Seeing this, Ludmila pulled Wang Zhong back a few steps. Su Feng got out of the car, awkwardly straightening her slightly disheveled clothes, and said, I am a hymn monk, and according to the rules, I must stay by the side of the highest commander. Oh, Ludmila nodded, you've worked hard. At that time, Yegorov came to report, the military flag and the white flag are both tied properly. Got it, Wang Zhong replied, reluctantly leaving Ludmila to climb back into the driver's seat. At that moment, his limbs were still without strength, especially his injured right hand, which was limp and made it difficult to even hold a telescope. Currently, he certainly couldn't climb back onto the vehicle. Seeing his state, the two girls quickly came over and together pushed him up. Ludmila, worried, asked, what are you going to do? Wang Zhong, to establish contact with the tank units to avoid friendly fire. Yegorov, shouldn't I go instead? Wang Zhong, no, this is my job. Your soldiers trust you, not me. If I stay, I can't command them. In reality, Wang Zhong's ability to think was severely limited at the moment, otherwise, he would definitely realize that the most rational action would be to send 2 volunteers. Unfortunately, he was not capable of thorough consideration now, and the people around him, after a whole day of maneuvering, had become accustomed to following his orders. Sergei, with a morose face, can't you switch with me, Yegorov? Wang Zhong closed the car door and with a wide sweep of his hand, declared, drive. Though Sergei appeared to be a timorous wreck on the surface, he still started the engine. Thus, the car bearing the white flag and the anti-army flag drove eastward, facing the dawn. Chapter 24. Damn it, you're hitting friendly forces. Su Fang watched the truck disappear into the distance and turned to take a closer look at the silver-haired girl. She's truly beautiful, she exclaimed sincerely. It was then that the silver-haired girl spoke up. He must be out of his mind, the him in the past would never do such a thing. Su Fang asked, the him in the past? Have you known the Earl for a long time? The silver-haired girl shrugged, I've known him since I was a child, given that our lands are next to each other. Su Fang asked, are you a noble lady? Not yet, I am a prayer hand now, so I cannot accept a secular title. One cannot accept a secular title after becoming clergy. Oh, Su Fang nodded and then asked, so will you marry the Earl in the future? Hey! The silver-haired girl was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Su Fang and grinned, you aren't interested in him, are you? He's known for being a scoundrel. Many salons at St. Yekaterina Fortress don't welcome him because he goes around touching everything, like a dog in heat. Come to think of it, when I was supporting him just now, he didn't try to take advantage of me, probably because he's befuddled from the fever. Su Fang was shocked, is he such a person? You aren't part of the mixed brigade he commands, the 41st, are you? His notoriety is well known throughout the brigade. By the way, after the battle commenced yesterday, he immediately ran crying to the basement and even wet his pants. The morale of the 41st Mixed Brigade took a hit because of his behavior. While the silver-haired girl was speaking, Yegorov coughed once, enough. He might have been a coward before, but what I see now is a brave man from Anti. Without him, we would probably be surrounded in Ronid city by now. Be mindful, monk, and don't speak of things that could impact morale. A prayer hand is also a monk, a member of the clergy. The silver-haired girl hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I just. She hesitated for a long time, unable to finish her sentence, and just shrugged her shoulders. As the saying goes, in the blink of an eye, a muffled sound came from a distance. The soldiers around who had dismounted to rest all uniformly threw themselves to the ground. Yegorov, a veteran like him, waved his hand, don't panic, it's still far away. If the artillery was landing overhead, you'd hear a whoosh first. When you've become seasoned veterans, you could even tell the caliber from that sound. But the silver-haired girl suddenly shouted, the sound of the guns is coming from the direction he went. Then she grabbed Yegorov's binoculars and ran a few steps to stand on a stone by the roadside to observe the distance. The wind from the east blew her braids apart, causing her silver hair to fly in the dawn light. Wang Zhong saw the tank start to run from a bird's-eye view. He wanted to jump out of the truck, but he simply had no strength left. By the time he switched back to his normal vision, a shell had already landed by the road, with dirt thrown up by the blast flying into the half-open truck bed and landing on his face. Sergei directly opened the door and jumped out of the truck, leaving it to continue forward uncontrollably. In a daze, Wang Zhong reached out his hand to grab the steering wheel and stretched his foot to the other side, pressing down, but unfortunately, he couldn't muster the strength because of the fever, and his foot didn't move the pedal. However, perhaps because he didn't accelerate, or maybe because the engine was damaged by shrapnel, the truck gradually slowed down. The tank on the mountaintop fired another round, and the truck's bed was directly blown into an orange fireball. The glass behind the driver's seat shattered, the fragments cutting Wang Zhong's cheek. Wang Zhong sat in the vehicle, tried to open the door, but his physical condition wouldn't allow it. It was only then that he realized there was no need for him to make the trip himself. Damn it, trying to stay alive only to deliver myself to death in the end. By now, the tanks on the hilltop might have seen the white flag on the truck, or they simply confirmed the truck was destroyed and wanted to save ammunition. In any case, they stopped firing. Wang Zhong, sitting in the driver's seat, tried twice more to open the door but failed. Maybe the shell that had just hit his side of the vehicle had damaged the door. He had no choice but to clamber toward the driver's side, planning to get out from the side where Sergei had jumped from. After all, he didn't know if the truck would catch fire. Being burned to death was the most painful way to go, and Wang Zhong did not want to experience it. Just then, he saw a white horse appear on the slope where the tanks were positioned. Someone riding the white horse trotted down the hill, heading straight towards the wreckage of the vehicle. Wang Zhong watched the white horse, even forgetting his struggle to survive for a moment. Switching to a bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong could clearly see that the man on the horse's back was a captain wearing a tank helmet, likely the commander of this tank platoon. The captain arrived, looked at Wang Zhong's rank on the vehicle, cursed succubule, and hurriedly dismounted to open the door. After dragging Wang Zhong out of the car, the captain took a deep breath, stood up, and saluted, "Captain Labokov of the 31st Tank Regiment, 2nd Battalion, 4th Tank Army, ordered to snipe the Prussian army here." "Wang Zhong, 2nd Battalion? I only saw 4 tanks." The captain with a bitter face, "That's all that's left of us. The air raid took out most of our tanks. The Prussians equipped 20mm cannons on their planes, they can damage us from the sky, not to mention the bombs." As he spoke he glanced at the hilltop and continued to complain, "Our tanks are fragile, damn it, this is all the fault of that military industry minister who likes multiple turrets. The Prussian tanks are all with single turrets now. When we discussed it, we also thought the Carolingian single-turret tanks are the future. Wang Zhong, if you knew your tanks were fragile, why did you still deploy on the hilltop?" The captain, "It's a good vantage point, our 45mm guns can destroy Prussian tanks from a great distance." "Wang Zhong, what if the enemy's air force comes again? And you only have 4 vehicles, the enemy is endless." The captain, "We are prepared to die with honor. When we left our base yesterday, there were hundreds of us, brothers who lived and worked together. Now only a few of us are left, and we have no intention of living alone." "No, no," Wang Zhong shook his head repeatedly, "you're under my command now. I'm just leading the way, there's more than half an infantry regiment out there, as well as the direct headquarters department. There's a small town behind the hill, and we'll retreat there to defend." Wang Zhong enjoyed playing real-time strategy games, and he particularly liked one called Wargame, Red Dragon. In that game, tanks that rashly entered cities would be blasted by infantry with rocket launchers. Moreover, before his crossing over, he had watched quite a few instructional videos by Mars Patriots on anti-tank gymnastics, so naturally, he thought of retreating into town to fight guerrilla warfare with the enemy. This way, they could use the terrain to best avoid the weakness of the T-28 tank's thin armor, and also avoid enemy air strafing. This decision might not be sensible, but under the current circumstances, it was the best course of action Wang Zhong could think of. The captain stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, "I just saw from the hilltop, the Prussian convoy was moving with their lights on, then they all turned their lights off suddenly. Could that be the infantry regiment you're talking about?" Wang Zhong nodded, "Yeah, we mounted a counterattack, wiped out an enemy division headquarters, and captured one of their supply depots. Those vehicles are all spoils of war." The captain scratched his head, "Although I should verify your identity by procedure, but my intuition tells me you're one of us. Moreover, you're wounded and running a fever, yet you dare charge at our tank formation. This courage makes it hard to believe you're actually an enemy spy." "Wang Zhong, so what's your decision? Skip the useless parts and tell me your decision." The captain clicked his tongue, "Our radio is broken, we can't get in touch with our superiors, according to regulations, we're under your command." Chapter 25. Upper Pinyi Village. Wang Zhong stared at the captain riding the white horse, his head fuzzy and unable to recall his name, so he asked, "You, what did you just say your name was?" "Labokov." "Wang Zhong, I am Count Rokosov, and I command It was only then that he remembered he needed to fire a signal flare to notify the troops to come, so he reached for the gun holster at his waist. At that moment, 2 more soldiers came over from the direction of the tank and immediately raised their guns and shouted, "Danger, Captain! The Captain, keep calm! This is the Count. He is now our commander. Send someone back to inform the tank that friendly forces that have captured Prasen trucks are coming, and tell them not to fire." Immediately, a private first class turned and ran toward the hilltop, while a sergeant continued to look at Wang Zhong with suspicion. Wang Zhong couldn't care less. He took out his signal gun, shakily loaded the signal flare, used all his strength to raise his hand, and pulled the trigger. A red flare slowly rose, illuminating the still dimming sky. Wang Zhong took a deep breath, discarded the signal gun, and asked in a weak voice, "Do you have a stretcher? I think I won't be able to make it to the tank by myself." The captain said, "You can ride a horse, come on, let's help you onto the horse." "Wang Zhong, my driver jumped out of the car, bring him here dead or alive." The captain to the 2 soldiers, "Sergeant, did you hear that? Why not search along the road?" The sergeant, who had been suspicious of Wang Zhong, started jogging along the highway. Just as Wang Zhong was being helped onto the horse by the captain, he saw the sergeant pulling up Captain Sergei from the ground. That fellow had a gashed head, but he seemed to be in better shape than Wang Zhong from the way he stood. "Succabule," Wang Zhong cursed. At that moment, a Prasen army truck approached at full speed. The wheels seemed to hit a rock, making the vehicle bounce as if it would fall apart the next second. When it reached the white horse, the truck swung its tail and came to a stop just before crashing into the debris. The passenger door opened, and Ludmila jumped out, "Elisha!" Wang Zhong barely raised his hand. Just then, Sergeant Major Grigory, leading the reconnaissance squad's veterans, jumped out of the back of the truck, holding a submachine gun. "Count Wang Zhong, I'm fine. It's good that the tank units are alert. I ordered them to retreat into the town, set up an observation post at the hilltop. Attack may come at dawn from the Prussians." Grigory looked at the captain holding the horse, and said with the tone of reporting military information, "At about 3 o'clock this morning, we passed through the village of Karasovka to the west, where we saw about a battalion of infantry, and at least 20 No. 3 tanks." Wang Zhong's eyebrows lifted imperceptibly. Prasen used numbers to name their tanks in this era too. Captain Lobokov's voice trembled slightly, 20 tanks. My God, we nearly exchanged fire with them on the exposed hilltop. Wang Zhong, I have already ordered you to retreat into the village, proceed with haste. For the hilltop, only leave Grigory's observation post. Sergeant Major Grigory asked, should we pull back into the village of Upper Pini? Having no idea which village that was, as he had only seen a village behind them from his overlooking view, Wang Zhong could only reply, the village behind the mountain. It's Upper Pini village. We can take you there first in the truck, you and Miss Malahovna. Wang Zhong, Ludmila, you should be with the Divine Arrow cohort. Ludmila pouted, I know, I'll wait here for Monk Yukiniako and the others, then. Wang Zhong nodded, allowing Grigory and another reconnaissance man to lift him into the truck's passenger seat. The truck started up, following the highway forward, circling around the east side of the hill, and there was Upper Pini village. Lobokov's tank platoon came down from the hill, smashing through the stone walls of the fields, and drove onto the highway from diagonally across, following behind Wang Zhong's vehicle. Wang Zhong switched to an overhead view and found he had acquired a new identity tag, 4th Tank Army, 31st Tank Regiment, 2nd Battalion, the commander being Captain Lobokov. A tank battalion with only 4 tanks left, all of them are the thinly armored T-28 multi-turreted tanks. How can we fight with these? Wang Zhong looked up at the village of Upper Pini, and it took him several seconds to realize that the village actually had a number of 2-story buildings, and it seemed that there was even electricity. Looking carefully, there was a fairly large factory building on the east side of the village, with a sign that read Tractor Station. Wang Zhong asked the sergeant driving, "What is a tractor station?" The sergeant was surprised. According to the new agricultural law, the local lord has to pledge his property for a loan to set up tractor and seed stations. Haven't all villages with lords in residence had them over these 10 years? Wang Zhong was shocked. However, Upper Pinyi village was more modernized than he expected, which gave Wang Zhong some ideas about defeating the enemy. These two-story buildings and the streets all reminded Wang Zhong of the anti-tank gymnastics performed by some villagers before he traveled back in time. The tanks of this era were not like Merkava's, Molotov cocktails could take care of them, and you didn't even need anti-tank gymnastics, just throw the cocktails from the second floor was enough. As for where to find materials to make cocktails, what a joke, in this anti-empire, which was closely related to the Russians, Muscovites, Wang Zhong didn't believe he couldn't find high-proof alcohol in the village. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong smiled. The sergeant driving the car looked at Wang Zhong's side face with suspicion, as if he wanted to ask something but didn't dare. Just as they entered the village, Wang Zhong saw an old woman with her grandson standing at the doorway, looking around. "Wang Zhong, stop the car!" The vehicle screeched to a halt, and Wang Zhong rolled down the window, shouted to the old woman, "Run! Don't stay here! The Prussians will slaughter you!" The old woman, "Sir, you don't look well, why don't you come in and rest a bit?" "Wang Zhong, go quickly! Take your family and leave." The old woman, "Sir, you tell us to go, but where can we go? Those in the village who had relatives elsewhere have already left. But we have been in this village for generations and have no relatives to turn to. Wang Zhong, they will slaughter you." The old woman showed a somewhat sad smile, "Then let them kill us, at least we die on the soil of our homeland. Now running away, being displaced, perhaps we still end up dead, but in a foreign land." With Wang Zhong's now impaired thinking capacity, he couldn't think of any words to refute. He was at a loss on how to persuade the old woman to take her grandson and leave. Just thinking that in the near future they might be killed by the Prussians in their own latrine, a surge of sorrow rose in his heart, lingering heavily in Wang Zhong's chest. At that moment, Captain Lobokov jumped down from a tank behind and ran to Wang Zhong's door, saluting, "We have received orders from the 4th Tank Army to hold Upper Pinyi at least until tomorrow night before retreating to Bogdanovka." Wang Zhong, tomorrow night? He checked his watch, and by calculating nightfall at 8 o'clock, Lobokov's 4 tanks had to hold out here for 38 hours. Lobokov with a gloomy face, "We might be done for here." "Wang Zhong, don't worry, with me here, we'll teach the Germans a lesson." Lobokov asked in confusion, "Germans?" Wang Zhong was so muddled that he didn't even think to correct the term. He pointed to a big house on the roadside, "I'm setting up the headquarters here." Actually, he was just pointing randomly. Lobokov, "But, once the battle starts, that building will become the target of the enemy's first wave of artillery fire. It would be better to choose a house inside the village." Wang Zhong raised his voice, "Get Yegorov to come to me." Chapter 26. Procedure? This is the procedure. As soon as Yegorov stepped through the door, the first words out of his mouth were, "Why is the headquarters on the front line? It's too dangerous. Move to the middle of the village instead, I saw it from outside, a 3-story building." Wang Zhong was drinking water. When he saw Yegorov come in, he directly handed the cup back to the landlady of the house and wiped his mouth before saying, "Don't worry about that now. Do you know how to make improvised incendiary bombs? You use spirits, replace the cork with a piece of cloth soaked in alcohol, and light the cloth before you throw it." Yegorov said, "Of course I've seen them, the people of Monaheim used these things against us during the Winter War." Wang Zhong asked, "Then why didn't I see you use them in Ronid?" Yegorov replied, "Because we couldn't find the right kind of alcohol." The homemade spirits the peasants drink are too low in alcohol content and too impure to ignite. To make it work, we would have needed to use gasoline, but we're an infantry unit, not motorized infantry. We don't have any gasoline, though we do have plenty of fodder for the mules and horses. Wang Zhong said, I don't believe that you couldn't find any spirits. There are spirits, in the cellars of the nobles. At this point, the woman who had just given Wang Zhong water spoke up, the lord boy in town has a distillery. Every year, he uses wheat to make vodka, which is then sold in Archsukov. Wang Zhong said, do you hear that? Go requisition that distillery. Yegorov looked troubled, I've already sent people there, but they were turned away by Lord Boy's estate manager. Wang Zhong asked, the estate manager. Clenching his teeth, he stood up, I'll go see what this is all about. He took a couple of steps, then turned to look at the landlady, Miss Natasha, you'd better run quickly. These Prussians, they're no better than beasts. The landlady smiled, I heard what you advised to old lady Elinikna next door. But her whole family hasn't left, and you see, as a widow, I have even less reason to go. The Prussians couldn't possibly kill us all, could they? If they killed everyone, who would farm this vast land? Wang Zhong said, but I've seen their indiscriminate slaughter. The village square is piled with bodies. The landlady replied, then we can only ask you to take revenge for us. Wang Zhong understood that unless witnessed firsthand, no one would believe the enemy to be so brutal. He wanted to persuade her further, but there were more pressing matters at hand, so he dropped the subject. Turning away, he took a couple of steps, stumbled, and then called out to Yegorov, get a stretcher. I'm running a fever and don't have the strength to walk. Yegorov immediately shouted to his subordinates, a stretcher. Just then, Staff Chief Pavlov entered and, upon seeing Wang Zhong's condition, said, Count Rokosov is not fit to command the troops in this state, better let him move back with the field hospital. Wang Zhong retorted, are you trying to strip me of my command? How dare you? At that moment, he was feeling terrible, and people are often bad-tempered in such circumstances, and especially obstinate. Wang Zhong didn't want to retreat. All he wanted was to give these damn Prussians a beating. That was all he wanted to focus on. Anyone who suggested otherwise would incur his wrath. When his fever subsided, he would probably be shocked by the decisions he made in that moment. Wang Zhong asserted, I think you're a spy, just like that fake bishop, trying to throw our command system into chaos. Guards! Execute him by firing squad. Pavlov immediately caved, no, that's not what I mean. A corporal had already stepped forward with a rifle. It seemed that Staff Chief Pavlov wasn't very well regarded among the regular soldiers. Pavlov raised his voice, I'm just concerned about your health. Spare my life. Wang Zhong replied, keep spouting nonsense and I'll take your head. At that moment, the stretcher arrived, carried by two bearers who looked bewildered because they saw no wounded person. Wang Zhong pointed in front of him, put it here. The stretcher bearers quickly set the stretcher down in front of him. He unceremoniously sat on the stretcher and waved his large hand, to the distillery. Yegorov, follow me. The distillery was right next to the tractor station Wang Zhong had seen before, appearing to be part of the local Lord Boy's estate. In front of the ornate iron gates, several thugs already stood guard with shotguns. Carried by two stretcher bearers, Wang Zhong made straight for the gates. A thug raised his right hand in a stop gesture, this is Lord Boy's private land, halt, soldier. Wang Zhong, we're requisitioning this place, including the distillery and the liquor inside it. The thug turned and shouted, Mr. Korshev. A scribe-looking fellow with a bulbous belly emerged blearily from a side room near the gates and yawned his way over, what is it? This colonel said he is requisitioning the distillery. Korshev, do you have the requisition orders? Wang Zhong, the Prasen bastards are only 20 li from here. We need strong liquor to make incendiary bombs. Oh? What's that got to do with us? Khrushchev spread his hands. Before Lord Boy retreated, he entrusted this place to me, and you need proper procedure to requisition it. Wang Zhong, already in a terrible mood from illness, snapped, obstructing our military preparations. I suspect you're a Prussian spy. Khrushchev, then you should go to the tribunal. Wang Zhong drew the gun at Yegorov's side and shot Khrushchev in the stomach. The thugs with shotguns were startled. Clearly, they hadn't expected Wang Zhong to actually shoot. Wang Zhong, they are the enemy. Spies. Open fire. Yegorov raised his submachine gun and started spraying bullets. A few seconds later, it was quiet in front of the gates. A platoon of infantry jogged over, and the sergeant in the lead called from a distance, "Commander! What happened?" Yegorov, "Found some spies. Nothing major." Wang Zhong, "Get their keys, open the doors, and requisition all the liquor inside. Get an old soldier who knows how to make incendiary bombs to lead the others in making them. The remaining soldiers experienced with incendiary bombs will split up, one old soldier taking 2 new recruits, the recruits carrying the bottles, the old soldier throwing them. Take control of the 2-story buildings on both sides of the streets. Yegorov, find a good spot to set up the machine guns, aiming to cut off the enemy tanks and accompanying infantry, creating opportunities for the grenade throwers." Yegorov nodded, "Understood. Additionally, I suggest we establish the headquarters inside the distillery." Wang Zhong looked at the distillery building in front of him. "Yegorov, it's clearly reinforced concrete, even if the enemy uses heavy artillery, it won't budge. It can serve as our final fortress." Wang Zhong didn't care about that, his eyes were on the distillery's water tower. "That water tower, is it the tallest building in the village?" Yegorov, "Yes, it's a bit taller than the steeple of the church." Wang Zhong, "Good. The headquarters will be here." Yegorov, "There's also Lobokov's tank unit, what do you think?" Wang Zhong, "These tanks are an important mobile support force, I'll personally decide where to position them." Chapter 27. It's time to show real microcontrol skills. Wang Zhong, of course, had never been to a battlefield, his true homeland hadn't waged war in more than 30 years. But he had played a game known as Russia's Genshin, called War Thunder, in which he had ample experience in annihilating enemies and knew which terrain could shield a tank's vulnerable flanks. There were 3 main roads to the village of Pinyi, 2 of which entered the village from the west end, along with the road exiting the village from the east, formed a Y shape. If the south is considered the bottom, then it's a lying down Y, with the open end facing west. But in reality, these 3 roads did not directly intersect, instead, they enclosed a triangular area in the middle of the village. To the north of the area was the luxurious manor of local Lord Boy, the main body of which was a 3-story red brick building. The most significant building within the triangle was the local church, its height rivaling that of Lord Boy's 3-story manor, with an even taller bell tower. Next to the church was the village mill, a mechanical mill with a steam boiler. Further south were 2 2-story buildings, homes of the wealthy class in town, and it was said that one of them was the emperor's forestry officer. And the winery that Wang Zhong chose as his command post was located on the eastern side of these landmarks, beside the single leg of the lying Y, a few steps out of the winery gate, and he would be at the triangular area. Of course, Wang Zhong couldn't even take these few steps himself and had to be carried over on a stretcher. "Stop," he called out at the mill's entrance, squinting as he looked toward the western side. From his bird's eye view earlier, he had thought he'd be able to see one of the village's western entrances from this position, not expecting that, in reality, a distant stone wall and a wooden structure would block his view. Wang Zhong immediately realized that this was an ideal terrain to force a 1v1 between enemy tanks and his own. The road to the west wasn't wide enough for 2 tanks to travel side by side, the enemy would definitely come one after the other. Moreover, there was a way to retreat from this spot. If too many enemies poured in, one could reverse back and hide behind the mill. The mechanical mill was 2 stories tall, enough to hide even the bulky and large T-28 tank. Wang Zhong immediately shouted, "Someone! Call Captain Labokov over here!" Soon, Tank 422, with the tactical number, was deployed to the street corner. Wang Zhong, his head heavy and drowsy, explained to the tank commander, "When more than 2 enemy tanks appear in your field of vision, back up and let the mill shield you." The commander of Tank 422 was a sergeant, who looked extremely nervous and kept nodding at Wang Zhong's words. Wang Zhong said, "Measure the distance now, so you ensure a hit with the first shot when you see the enemy." The commander replied, "Understood, see the enemy and then retreat." Wang Zhong was stunned, thinking he had misunderstood due to his addled brain. Mounting a white horse, Labokov cursed, "Listen to the Count's orders properly. The Count is asking you to measure the distance now." The sergeant asked, "Measure the distance? Measure what?" Wang Zhong asked, "How long have you been a tank commander?" The sergeant replied, "1 day, I'm a substitute from another crew." Wang Zhong said, "Replace them with an experienced crew for this position." Labokov sighed and said, "I'll do it. Stay here, measure the distance, and if facing more than 2 enemy tanks, retreat into the mill's shadow, right?" Wang Zhong replied, "Right." He then directed the stretcher bearers to assign missions to the other 2 tanks, instructing them to use the terrain to their advantage and surprise the advancing Prasen tanks with hit-and-run artillery. As for Tank 422, whose commander was overly nervous, Wang Zhong thought for a moment and decided to position them in the courtyard of the winery, keeping them as the last reserve. Upon hearing that their mission was to be the reserve, the sergeant, who had been a commander for only a day, visibly relaxed. After arranging the tasks for the tank forces, Wang Zhong was about to order the stretcher bearers to carry him back to the winery when he saw a car stop in front of the church. A middle-aged man got out of the car and looked up at the church's bell tower. "This position definitely has a good view," he said, "lift the divine arrow up. Let's give the Prussians a little shock from the clock tower." It seemed that this was Monk Yakiniako, the one commanding the divine arrow team. Ludmila squeezed out of the back of the truck and, seeing Wang Zhong, looked a bit surprised. "Elisha." Monk Yakiniako then noticed Wang Zhong, stood at attention, and saluted, "Count Rokosov, I pay my respects to you." Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, Yakiniako's subordinates unloaded the divine arrow from the truck. It was the first time Wang Zhong had seen this weapon up close, and even though his cognitive abilities were somewhat impaired at the moment, he still noticed that the divine arrow was different from what he had imagined. Thus, he asked, "Where is the guidance system? This looks just like an ordinary rocket." He remembered that such anti-tank missiles usually had a significant guidance system. When he was a child looking at light weapons magazines, those anti-tank missiles were always shown with large sighting devices. But this divine arrow launcher was just a bare sliding rail, crudely beyond imagination. Monk Yakiniako looked confused. "Didn't you see the holy emblem on the head of the divine arrow?" Wang Zhong, his brain burning fiercely, didn't catch on immediately. Holy emblem. The private responsible for carrying the divine arrow even turned it in his arms specifically so Wang Zhong could get a clear view of the holy emblem on the head. Monk Yakiniako glanced at Ludmila. "Captain Malahovna has been an excellent prayer caster, she's already scored a hit on an enemy tank. According to the regulations, I should apply for a combat mark for her, but you know our situation." It was only then that Wang Zhong's brain caught up. Holy emblem, prayer caster, so the divine arrow really was guided by a divine power? He had thought it was like the mechanicum in Warhammer 40k, which, unable to understand high technology, had turned it into a religion. Wang Zhong waved his hand, "I understand. Are you preparing to go up the clock tower?" Yakiniako nodded, "Yes, the view from the clock tower must be excellent." Wang Zhong, "But the enemy can see you just as clearly. The divine arrow launch will have an obvious smoke trail, right?" He had seen the trajectory of the divine arrow from a bird's eye view, and it was as clear as it could be. Yukiniako, the smoke trail is indeed very clear, but even more so is the light from the warhead during guidance. What about it? Wang Zhong waved his hand, then going up the clock tower is a bad idea. You'll be spotted as soon as the first one is fired, and enemy tanks will pay special attention to the clock tower. A clear view usually cuts both ways. Wang Zhong pointed to the church. I suggest setting up multiple launch sites, each with a divine arrow, and carry this light frame to move quickly after firing, shoot and change position. Yukiniako, according to the manual, we should snipe the enemy tanks from a place with a wide view as much as possible, making full use of the range advantage of the divine arrow. The divine arrow can hit targets 2 kilometers away. The enemy's tank guns can't fire that far. Wang Zhong, the enemy will use smoke to block your view, they did that in the battle for Ronid. Even with a high fever, Wang Zhong still remembered what happened in Ronid. At that time, Yukiniako's team had destroyed an enemy tank, and then the enemy infantry set up smoke to block their view. Clearly, the Prussians were well versed in how to counter the divine arrow. Yukiniako still wanted to object, but there are no buts. I am the current commander. I forbid you to go up the clock tower. At this point, Yegorov stepped in to mediate. How about this? We've found several good machine gun positions that are also suitable for the divine arrow. Why not set up the divine arrow there? Infantry can cover you. Yukiniako hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, I hope the Count isn't making this decision out of a fevered mind. I also hope he isn't giving special treatment to Miss Malahovna. With that, he cast a glance at Ludmila. Chapter 28. The first wave of casualties. The perspective temporarily moves away from Wang Zhong. After settling into the shooting position arranged by Yegorov, Monk Yukiniako glared at Ludmila. Captain Malahovna, your boyfriend really takes care of you. Ludmila's full name is Ludmila Vasilievna Malyukhova. The girl frowned. In Ronid, we really only fired one divine arrow before our vision was blocked by smoke. He is not wrong. Yukiniako, I heard that he pissed his pants as soon as the battle began. How could someone with that kind of tactical acumen point out the problems? No, he just doesn't want you to be in danger. Ludmila, but didn't he lead us out of the encirclement? Although he really is a layabout usually, but how can a layabout suddenly become a military genius? No, there is absolutely no chance of that. I will record all of his orders today in the combat log, I definitely will. If we can't complete the mission in Upper Pini, he won't be able to escape the blame. In fact, the task of defending Upper Pini for 38 hours was given to the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Tank Regiment of the 4th Tank Army, the 3rd Rear Amur Group, and Monk Yukiniako's Divine Arrow Squad had no obligation to hold here. But Wang Zhong still issued the order to hold, treating it as a mission for the entire unit. No one objected, even those who knew the order was given to the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Regiment did not say anything. Perhaps the unit had seen enough of the Prussians' atrocities during the retreat to be infuriated. As for Wang Zhong, he was completely befuddled now, his brain functioning on a single track, utterly unable to consider too much. Back in the manager's office of the distillery, Wang Zhong gulped down a large glass of water, but still felt his mouth was dry. Water, he shouted aloud. One of the two privates who had just carried the stretcher took on the role of an orderly and fetched Wang Zhong another large cup of water. At that moment, Chief of Staff Pavlov entered the door with some people and seeing Wang Zhong's condition, said, "Shouldn't you follow the field hospital and retreat?" "Wang Zhong, the field hospital is here. It's already arrived." "Wang Zhong, get me penicillin and some fever-reducing medicine. Also, tell them not to retreat in the enemy's trucks, but to use the local peasants' horse carts instead. Hire as many locals as possible." By the time the locals brought the field hospital to the rear with their horse carts, Upper Pini would likely be occupied by the enemy, so even if unwilling, the locals would have to retreat with the unit. Chief of Staff Pavlov, I'll have the clerk see how many rubles we still have. Can't you issue ES, you idiot? Wang Zhong was in pain, so his temper was bad. Seeing this, Pavlov said, I'll make arrangements, and quickly left, leaving only a few staff officers in the room with Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, get me a radio. Ask what the radio call signs of the tanks are. The staff officers exchanged glances, and the communications officer said, I'll go find Captain Lubokov of the tank units right away. A short while later Lubokov arrived, and upon hearing Wang Zhong's question, frowned. The enemy's tanks might each have a radio, but we only have a radio in my command vehicle. Wang Zhong looked up at the sky and said helplessly, all right, tell me your call sign, and I will command you using the radio. Although Wang Zhong had no actual experience in tank battles, he realized from his gaming experience how significant the advantage of this bird's eye view was in close quarters city combat. Not to mention anything else, from the bird's eye view he could see which direction the enemy tank guns were pointed. Anyone who has played World of Tanks and been taught a lesson by being pointed at by a gun barrel knows what this means. Lubokov, my call sign is tactical number 420. Wang Zhong, okay, I'll use that to command you. Lubokov looked around with a puzzled face, you are commanding from here? Wang Zhong, of course not, when the battle starts, I'll move to an open spot with good visibility, just follow my orders. Go now. Lubokov saluted and turned to leave. The tall man with glasses wearing a Red Cross armband entered the room as he was stepping out. I heard someone was asking for antibiotics. Wang Zhong, I need them. Who are you? I am Dr. Raskolnikov, Count. I have seen you at the salon before. Wang Zhong, oh, good day, Dr. Raskolnikov. Raskolnikov. The doctor corrected him and approached Wang Zhong. After apologizing, he placed his hand on Wang Zhong's forehead. Your condition is very bad. You should be evacuated to the rear as soon as possible. Why don't you follow the field hospital and retreat? Wang Zhong, no. I won't abandon my troops. In fact, according to Wang Zhong's initial goal, which was to save his own life, he should choose to retreat now, but in his delirium, he only wanted to fiercely beat up the Germans, no, the Prussian devils with his own troops. The doctor was somewhat moved. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had this side to you. Did you think I was a playboy? That I'd only wet myself on the battlefield. Wang Zhong grew angry. His single-threaded brain now had only one thought, it's not just me who wets themselves, I'm sick of everyone blaming this on me. So he began to rage, no. I am not that kind of coward. I'll make you all see. Whoever suggests sending me to the rear again is colluding with the enemy. Because you all know that with me here, I can strike the enemy hard, that's why you're trying every means possible to send me away. The doctor was startled by Wang Zhong's sudden outburst of anger and took a step back, saying, I'm sorry, please don't shoot me. Wang Zhong's execution of the local noble's butler had spread, and as he had previously shot a fake bishop and a fake judge, there were rumors in the troops that Count Rokosov would execute anyone suspected to be the enemy. Wang Zhong, medicine. Then quickly take the villager's cart and scram. The doctor immediately opened his bag and took out a bunch of medicines and placed them on the table. Wang Zhong didn't even ask how to take them, he grabbed the bottle, twisted it open, threw several pills into his mouth, and gulped down the water. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from outside, sounding very distant. Wang Zhong immediately switched to a bird's eye view, focusing his attention on the small hill to the west, the one initially guarded by Lubokov's tank. Sergeant Major Grigory's observation post was firing. Through their eyes, the armored units of the Prussians could be seen advancing on the highway. Wang Zhong counted, at least 20 Panzer III tanks, and an equal number of half-tracks, marching majestically past the wreck of the truck he had left behind. The roar of the engines could be heard clearly even from the sky. The tank leading the way had more antennas than the others, and a closer view revealed to Wang Zhong that the tank's tactical number was 141, with an eagle emblem beside the number. None of the other tanks had this eagle emblem. Wang Zhong guessed it might be a sign of the commander's vehicle. Looking more closely at officer peering out from the turret of tank 141, the officer's collar could be seen adorned with a gold decoration on a red background. Looking even closer, the officer turned out to be a cyclops. Too much German flavor, too much. The Cyclopean commander moved his mouth and the tank 141 stopped. The turret began to rotate. The next moment, Wang Zhong felt like he heard the German word fire, and the tank's muzzle ejected flames and thick smoke. Almost simultaneously, Wang Zhong lost his vision. Neither the tanks nor the half-tracks were visible anymore. He quickly raised his perspective and saw a cloud of dust rising from the hill, 2 scouts completely engulfed by the dust cloud. What the hell? Did the guy spot the scouts firing their warning shots? Wang Zhong suddenly had an ominous premonition. He switched back to his original perspective and shouted to the doctor, "Go! The enemy is about to attack, hurry up and go." Chapter 29. Saying goodbye to the bell tower. Commander Schriffen, Major Schriffen, scrutinized the dust clouds on the hillside for a while before sneering, "The enemy's scouts don't even carry field telephones. The anti-empire is more decayed than we imagined." Over the headset, the voice of his tank platoon leader came through, "They are an inferior race, yet they occupy the fertile black earth. We've come to exterminate the pests." "Exactly, ha ha ha." Schriffen replied coldly, "The enemy is in front of us, no idle chit-chat over the radio." "Sorry, Major. My apologies." Schriffen then asked, "What's the result of the truck inspection?" Although the major had not issued an order to inspect the truck, he believed that his subordinates would definitely have it checked after the marching column stopped. True to his expectations, the radio immediately relayed, "Major, it's our truck. Before dawn today, a squad of mechanized infantry passed us. It might belong to that unit. But I didn't find any of our army's bodies in the truck." Schriffen cursed, "Why weren't they stopped and checked when the convoy passed through? We are the spearhead of the attack, and according to the march order, the other units are all behind us." The radio fell silent. "Schriffen, who was on duty last night? I'll spare you confinement with the enemy before us. But if you survive the fight, await your punishment." Having spoken, Schriffen momentarily shut off the tank's transmitter and gave the driver orders through the internal comms, "Leave the main road, up the mountain." His Panzer III with the tactical number 141 left the road and climbed the hill which concealed anti-army sentries. The voice of the combat group's staff officer came through the earphones, "Major, shouldn't we let the infantry scout it out first?" "Schriffen, there's no need. Anti-people have no talent for warfare. They only fight by the book. Just consider how poorly they fared in the Winter War. The anti-people will set up sniper positions on the hilltops since that's what their textbooks teach them. If we haven't been attacked by now, then there's no one atop the hill. I'll prove it." Having said that, Schriffen straightened up, exposing half his upper body from the protection of the tank hatch. The Panzer III's hatch was specially designed to open forward and could serve as a shield for the commander when peering out. Vehicle 141 made its way almost to the top of the hill. It was then Schriffen's line of sight could finally overlook the hilltop to see beyond, so he shouted, "Stop!" The tank halted abruptly, jolting heavily. Schriffen raised his binoculars. He had lost an eye in the Carolingian campaign but stubbornly continued to use binoculars as though he had never become a cyclops. The anti-people have fortified the town, with some buildings appearing quite solid. Momentarily, the staff officer riding in the command half-track also arrived up the hill. He jumped out of the vehicle and stood next to tank 141, raising his binoculars. "Considering that anti-army unit that passed us off as ours this pre-dawn, they must." "Major," an ensign officer interrupted the staff officer's words, "look here, there are track marks on the ground, an anti-army tank stopped here. Shrifen turned toward the ensign. Well done, ensign, can you tell where the tracks go? Down to the village on the hillside, Major. The chief of staff frowned. Tanks and infantry, plus this kind of strong brick construction, we should wait for the heavy artillery. They actually gave up this high ground just like that. If we set up artillery observation posts here, the heavy artillery coming up could blast them to ashes. Shrifen, the heavy artillery is stuck on the roads, and by the time they arrive, it'll be too late. Anti-people's tanks are very outdated, and the Air Force has mostly destroyed them. A few tanks won't make much difference. Deploy the troops. How many smoke bombs does the mortar platoon have left? The logistics staff replied, not many, officer, we've been pushing forward with no systematic resupply. Then let's not use them yet. Shrifen looked down at the village below again and said, if the enemy has a divine arrow, it will be in that clock tower. After finishing his observation, Shrifen put down his binoculars and lifted his thumb as a reference, estimating the distance by sight. 2 kilometers, the enemy's divine arrows are not so precise at this distance, have Hoffman's crew take over. The shooting position is right here. Soon, a number 3 tank with the tactical number 170 drove up the hill and stopped near Shrifen's number 141. Shrifen pressed his throat microphone and said, Hoffman, the target is that bell tower, the enemy's divine arrow team is definitely inside. The 50 mm high explosive shells of the Panzer III might not penetrate the stone walls, so I want you to accurately deliver the shells through the windows of the bell tower. Armor-piercing shells could naturally penetrate stone walls, but their damaging effect might not be very good. However, hitting the windows accurately from 2 kilometers away required not only superb shooting skills but also a bit of luck. In fact, hitting the bell tower at this distance would already be considered passing. But Shrifen had confidence in his team's ace gunner. Shrifen, hit it and I'll reward you with a pack of canned food. Laughter from the tankers came over the radio. Major, who needs your canned food now? Look around, there's an endless supply of beef and women to sleep with. Indeed, we are only a bit short on bread. Shrifen, then the reward will be in imperial marks, and if you miss, it's solitary confinement for you. Hoffman whistled, just watch me. Tank number 170 rotated its turret, beginning to aim. Shrifen glanced at his subordinates, then turned back to look at the foot of the hill, pleased to see his troops had completed deployment for combat, ready to launch an attack. At that moment, the gun fired. They've fired. Monk Yakiniako was shocked as the whistling sound of the shell passed overhead. Everyone instinctively looked up. The next moment, the explosion came from behind. Monk Yakiniako rushed to the opposite window, just in time to see dust breaking through the bell tower's windows. Then he saw 2 guards running out of the bell tower's main door, panic-stricken onto the street. The next moment, the large bell crashed onto the first floor of the bell tower, and the bell, as tall as a person, started bouncing, with its dull toll torturing everyone's ears. Monk Yakiniako cursed, Succabule. He looked at the others. A munitions handler said, if we were in the bell tower now, we'd be like that bell. Ludmila, we can counterattack. The one who fired must be their best gunner. Taking him out could save many of us. No. Yakiniako reprimanded the people who started to move after Ludmila's words, they'd just reverse and evade now, which would only expose us. Wait for them to come into the open, when they have nowhere to hide, then we shoot. After stopping everyone, Yakiniako muttered to himself, it actually hit as predicted, could he really be a genius? Shrifen frowned, observing the village's response. The chief of staff said, it seems there's no divine arrow stationed in the tower. The enemy might have abandoned this village. Shrifen, even so, we must advance into the village in combat formation. 2nd Armored Platoon and Infantry, begin the push. The 2nd Platoon mainly equipped the Panzer IV tanks for infantry support, with their short-barrel 75mm howitzers not suitable for anti-tank but extremely effective against infantry. The Chief of Staff glanced at the staff officer already standing by and nodded gently. So the staff officer blew the whistle that signaled the start of the offensive. The Panzer IV tanks of the 2nd Platoon emitted thick smoke from their exhaust pipes as their tracks crushed the black soil, rolling over the hill. Chapter 30. Divine Arrow establishes authority. Wang Zhong didn't dare to lie down, for he feared that once he did, he would fall into a deep sleep. When the bell tower was under artillery fire, Wang Zhong had specifically switched to Yukiniako Monk's squad. By now they were all considered under Wang Zhong's command, likely counted among that cluster of rooted soldiers, allowing Wang Zhong to draw the scene closer at any time. He saw Yukiniako lying at the window on the street-facing side, staring wide-eyed at the stricken bell tower. Before Wang Zhong could take pleasure in Yukiniako's astonishment, he heard Ludmila say, "We can fight back, that tank must be the enemy's ace." Wang Zhong thought, "No, big sister, if you fire from here and expose yourself, they will retract." In the game War Thunder, where a large number of missile vehicles have been implemented, Wang Zhong had gained extensive experience in countering missiles, and he knew that retreating into cover and deploying smoke bombs could effectively disrupt missile guidance. The enemy was currently on the hillside, and a simple reverse gear would take them out of sight, while the enemy was almost 2 kilometers away from the town. For a missile Divine Arrow to travel that distance would take quite some time, enough for the enemy to react. Although Wang Zhong was anxious, there was no way for him to issue commands to Ludmila and the others. After all, they were not actually units under Wang Zhong's control in a game. Fortunately, at that moment, Yukiniako Monk, who was very experienced, shouted, "Stop! If we fire now, they will run away." Seeing that Ludmila and the others stopped what they were doing, Wang Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yukiniako Monk likely had experience from the Winter War and even the Civil War. No sooner had Wang Zhong put his mind at ease, than at least 12 tanks rolled over the ridge line, entering Wang Zhong's field of vision, all carrying thick and short infantry tank guns, which looked strikingly like the number 4. The tank destroyed by Yukiniako Monk's Divine Arrow squad in Ronid was one of this type. A dozen seconds later, infantry skirmish lines and half-tracked vehicles also appeared. Wang Zhong furrowed his brows. The enemy's firepower was much stronger than he had anticipated. Just the machine guns on the half-tracked vehicles numbered over a dozen, not to mention those on the tanks. The density of firepower was astounding. By comparison, the 3rd Rear Amur Group's machine gun firepower had been severely depleted and couldn't compare at all. Observing Yegorov's layout, Wang Zhong discovered that Yegorov hadn't set up machine gun positions outside the town at all, clearly not intending to exchange fire with the enemy in open terrain. The only light machine gun positioned at the edge of the town was there to cover for the Divine Arrow squad, and it was expected to move as soon as the Divine Arrow squad relocated. Wang Zhong shifted his view back to the Divine Arrow squad and saw that they were ready to launch. Yukiniako Monk, using binoculars to observe the enemy, said in a low voice, "Do you see tank with tactical number 181? It has additional antennas, that's the Prussians' command vehicle." Ludmila also held binoculars. "I see it, tactical number 181. Yukiniako, it's up to you then, let me know when you're ready." "I'm ready," Ludmila replied. Wang Zhong was also ready. This time he wanted to witness firsthand how Divine Arrow's guidance worked. At least for now, Ludmila didn't appear to hold anything resembling a radio remote control device in her hands. "Yukiniako, fire!" The gunner pressed the button on the launcher, and the rocket's tail flame instantly filled half the room, blowing off the portraits hanging on the opposite wall with a clatter. Wang Zhong, raising his viewpoint, saw the rocket tracing an arc towards the enemy, its head glowing like a flare. For a moment, Wang Zhong truly felt as though he was playing war game Red Dragon, where missiles were made extremely bright to be more noticeable, like fireflies, so that players could clearly see the missile trajectory even when at a high aerial view. The enemy's tanks obviously hadn't reacted, continuing in their original direction, and they were hit as such. After the explosion, the tank maintained its forward motion as if nothing had happened, then flames shot out from the engine radiator, and the vehicle abruptly stopped, with all the crew members jumping out of the tank and efficiently hitting the ground. The next moment, the tank's ammunition detonated, and flames burst forth from the open hatches. At that moment, Tank 182, which was advancing to the left of 181, came to an abrupt stop and rotated its turret. They had actually already located where the divine arrow was fired from. Although the divine arrow had a very apparent trail, the fact that the enemy could determine the firing team's position so quickly could only mean that they were indeed experienced. Just as Wang Zhong shifted his attention back to the divine arrow team, the enemy fired. The hurried shot was not accurate, merely hitting the wall beside the window. The brick wall was instantly breached, and the shockwave from the explosion blew off Yakiniako's hat. Yakiniako shouted, "Quick, retreat! Grab the stand and run!" The two shooters picked up the stand and dashed toward the room's main door, with Ludmila close behind them. Yakiniako was the last one, and just as the group stepped out the door, the second shell came. This time, the shell flew through the window and hit the opposite wall. As the shockwave and shrapnel swept across the doorway, Yakiniako had just stepped outside. He stumbled and fell to the ground, cursing loudly, "Succubule!" Ludmila turned back and pulled Yakiniako up. "Can you still walk?" "Yes. I just grazed my foot." "Hurry to the second position." The squad ran straight out of the house, and at the same time, the light machine gunner who stayed behind to cover them started firing to draw the tank's attention and spread their focus. Yegorov's men had already broken through the walls in the courtyard, so the Divine Arrow team quickly moved to the adjacent yard. Right then, the third shell from the enemy came, still targeting the window where the Divine Arrow team had been, completely ignoring the machine gunner. The third high-explosive shell directly pierced through the house, with bricks tumbling into the street on the other side. Then the tank began to turn its gun barrel, clearly aiming for the machine gun this time. Wang Zhong's heart was racing. He almost cried out, "Run, you guys, run!" Unfortunately, his thoughts could not reach the two brave soldiers. And they were too far from the tank to see such a slight shift in the tank gun's barrel without an overhead view and binoculars. By the time the machine gunners stopped firing and planned to move, the tank fired. When the shell made impact, the machine gunner and the ammunition handler had just left the shooting window. The shockwave caught up with them, knocking them to the ground. Wang Zhong immediately lost sight of the two men. He felt some regret. He didn't even know their names. Just then, a second divine arrow was fired from the adjacent building, aimed straight at the enemy tank that was still in its original position. Wang Zhong's heart raced alongside the divine arrow towards the enemy. The light struck right at the chief position on tank 182, detonating on the vertical steel plate. The next moment, the tank's turret was blown away by the blast wave of sympathetic detonation, even before the Prussians inside had a chance to escape. Wang Zhong could even see the body of a tank operator being hurled into the air. But more tanks stopped, and they had all located the firing position of the divine arrow. As it was said then done, the first barrage was fired. In the blink of an eye, several 75 mm high explosive shells hit the building where the divine arrow team was situated. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 31. Fierce Battle in the City. The Divine Arrow team proved to be clever this time, with the firing group at the first window on the west side of the ground floor, while Ludmila, responsible for guiding the missiles, and monk Yakiniako, who indicated the targets, were at the window of the kitchen next door. After firing the rockets, the launch team immediately left for another position, leaving only Ludmila to guide the missiles. At least 8 mortar shells hit the firing window, collapsing half of the house, but Ludmila and monk Yakiniako made it out in one piece. It seemed that the Divine Arrow team was still capable of destroying quite a few tanks. Before Wang Zhong could celebrate, artillery fire rained down from the sky. Judging by where the shells landed, it was hurried mortar fire without precise aiming, some even fell into Pinyi village itself. None of the shells exploded violently, they simply burst into clouds of smoke with a sound akin to firecrackers. Mortar smoke bombs. It looked like this was also a standard Prussian army tactic when facing the divine arrow. Wang Zhong shifted his gaze toward the edge of his entire field of vision, staring at the Cyclopean commanding officer on the mountain top, wishing he could psychically snipe him and plunge the enemy into chaos. Major Shrifen observed the dispersal of the smoke. The artillery observer's ranging binoculars were set up right next to his vehicle, with firing data constantly being transmitted directly to the vehicle-mounted mortar units on the hillside through verbal commands. The second bombardment was much more accurate, a smoke wall formed in front of the village, and even Shrifen could not see clearly what was happening inside. He raised his right hand. "All right, cease fire." The commands to stop firing came from the mortar platoon leader behind him. When the artillery fire ceased, the chief of staff said, "The enemy has deployed 2 divine arrow units in such a small village. There must be a significant force. Should we wait for the heavy artillery?" Shrifen responded, "What 2 divine arrows? Haven't you noticed that our attacks did not trigger any divine arrow sympathetic detonations? Considering the intervals between launches, this is the same divine arrow unit constantly changing positions. Each position probably has only 1 divine arrow, allowing them to move quickly by carrying just the launcher frame. We've seen this tactic in Carolingian." "Chief of Staff, you did not participate in the Carolingian campaign, did you?" The Chief of Staff fell silent. Shrifen continued, "The enemy commander is quite excellent, surely having studied many reports from the Carolingian campaign, he knows our tactics. If it was also him who stole our truck and ordered it to advance with its headlights on, then today we must eliminate a great future threat to the Empire. Chief of Staff, then we should all the more wait for the heavy artillery. If we wait for the heavy artillery, he will have fled. The enemy is still not well established. Look, there are no sandbags, no barbed wire and anti-tank stakes in the village, probably no minefields either. Now, relying on our advantage in troops and firepower to grind them down and seize an opportunity to capture him is the best strategy. If we wait for the heavy artillery to arrive, the enemy will be ready, and we will only suffer even more severe casualties." Shrifen stopped and watched the assault troops enter the smokescreen created by the mortars. He looked up at the sky. With the sun this bright, the west wind will be blowing soon. The smoke will disperse and everything will settle. As soon as the words fell, the sound of machine gun fire came from within the smoke. The sound, tearing like ripping canvas, was that of the Empire's standard Model 34 general-purpose machine gun. It was clear that the attacking units were using machine guns to suppress the windows on the edge of the village. Then, the sound of cannons followed. Shrifen immediately recognized them as the No 4's 75mm guns. "It started, just wait and see," Shrifen said confidently. Wang Zhong discovered that his bird's-eye view could see through smoke. He couldn't make out what was inside the smoke, but he could clearly see everything before and beyond it. Ordinary people couldn't see past the smoke, but Wang Zhong's perspective could. He wasn't sure whether this was just how strong Golden Finger was, or if it was a bug. However, this was of little use since Wang Zhong couldn't mentally control his troops and had to rely on the radio beside him. As it turned out, the radio could only call Captain Lubokov's vehicle, only that car had a radio. This feeling was a bit like playing auto chess. Once the deployment was set, it was up to the pieces to fight it out themselves. After the enemy tanks crossed the smoke line, they immediately began firing at the windows of the buildings. Wang Zhong had a habit in various military games of doing the same, regardless of whether there were enemies in the buildings, firing first and asking questions later, depleting supplies rather than manpower. The Prussians' firepower was fierce, with dozens of machine guns firing. Many wooden window frames were simply blasted to pieces. As for the wooden houses, entire walls were dismantled. Then, a tank with the tactical number 185 fired its cannon at the westernmost red-roofed building, collapsing the corner of the house and sending tiles flying halfway into the sky. As they approached the village, the enemy tanks slowed down, and the infantry, spread out in skirmish lines, overtook the tanks and charged towards the village. On the very outskirts of the village was a stone wall where the villagers had fenced off several small courtyards to keep some livestock. Now this stone wall had become the first line of defense against the enemy. Apparently, the Prussians weren't used to carrying explosives, so they had to construct human ladders to scale the wall. In the blink of an eye, Amur Group submachine gunners hidden on the ground floor opened fire. Because of the cover provided by the stone wall, the earlier enemy machine gun fire had not reached the windows on the ground floor. As the submachine gunners shot down the enemies climbing the wall, riflemen hiding by the wall quickly lobbed grenades over it. These grenades were clearly thrown by veterans, who had held them for a moment before releasing. They exploded as soon as they hit the ground, wounding and killing many Prussians outside the wall instantaneously. The next moment, the tanks fired, blasting an opening in the stone wall. Immediately, the enemy's grenades were thrown through the gap into the courtyard. Wang Zhong clearly saw one of the veteran defenders catch one of the grenades, intending to throw it back when it exploded in his hand. The veteran's upper body was shredded by the blast, covering the face of a recruit with blood and viscera. The recruit screamed in terror, only to be impaled in the stomach by an enemy's bayonet that rushed in. A brutal melee battle was underway. Meanwhile, the enemy tanks continued to fire as they advanced toward the village. Tank number 185 decided to enter the village from the southwest road, and Lobokov's tank was exactly ambushed next to the mill at the end of this road. Wang Zhong quickly switched back to the naked eye view and grabbed the radio on the table. "Lobokov, the enemy is about to come into your sight." "What?" Lobokov exclaimed, "How can you see them?" "I can't see a thing." "Wang Zhong, watch the front, tell your gunner to be alert." While shouting, he switched back to the bird's eye view. Indeed, he saw tank number 185 enter the village, appearing right within Lobokov's firing range. "Good lord!" Lobokov muttered, "Fire, fire now." A puff of white smoke came out of Lobokov's tank's gun barrel. Wang Zhong clearly saw a stream of sparks coming out of tank number 185. But the tank didn't explode, it just came to a stop. Lobokov's anxious voice shouted over the radio, "Reload quickly, we didn't hit them." From Lobokov's perspective, it was impossible to tell if the enemy had been hit or not. But Wang Zhong could see, thanks to his view, as the highlighted enemies inside the tank suddenly reduced by 3, leaving only 2 who couldn't possibly drive the vehicle. After all, this wasn't war thunder. If only 2 crew members remained, they would continue to fight, but in reality, morale wasn't that high, and crews would usually abandon the tank after losing 1 or 2 key members. Wang Zhong saw the highlighted 2 climbing out of the tank from the bottom hatch. That's when the third machine gun from the Amur group finally rang out. Unlike the enemy's sharp tearing sound, the anti-army's heavy machine gun sounded solid, matching its bulky appearance. As Wang Zhong was distracted, Lobokov fired a second armor-piercing shell, hitting the now empty tank number 185 again. "Lobokov, that tank has been destroyed. Watch out for the next one." "How do you know it's destroyed? Where are you watching the battlefield from?" "Count, you can't direct blindly." "Reload." Wang Zhong adjusted his view, wanting to see Lobokov's condition, only to find out that he had gone inside the tank. Tanks actually have a very poor field of view, which is why tank commanders in World War II like to poke their heads out to observe the situation. For someone like Lobokov to retreat inside the tank without infantry cover in urban combat was essentially offering victory to the enemy infantry. Just then, tank number 186 of the Prussian army moved forward. Wang Zhong heard Lobokov screaming over the radio, "Retreat when facing 2 enemy tanks. Retreat now." "Wang Zhong?" Since Lobokov had already moved, and the tanks of this era had no stabilizers, the shot went wild, and the armor-piercing shell struck the second floor of a building on the street, blowing a hole in the wall. The enemy tank stopped, fired a shot at Lubokov, who was retreating. The shot was clearly a high-explosive shell that exploded on the front armor of Lubokov's tank, shattering all the mill's windows. Lubokov's cries suddenly disappeared from the radio. But his tank neither caught fire nor stopped. It continued to reverse past the cover of the mill until it crashed into the exterior wall of the distillery and stopped, though the engine still roared as if trying to knock down the wall. Wang Zhong was astounded, thinking, was it a high-pressure shock from a high-explosive shell that knocked them out? The next moment, he didn't need to ponder that anymore, because tank number 187, which had come in from the northern road, hit Lubokov's tank with an armor-piercing shell. The T-28, already lightly armored with a large silhouette, now exposed its broadside and exploded into a towering fireball. The explosion happened right beside the distillery Wang Zhong had chosen as his command post, shattering the windows around him. It was over, he could no longer count on it. Let's see the other tanks. There were 2 more set up in ambush positions. But then Wang Zhong saw another tank heroically charge out of its ambush position. It fired a shot, but as it didn't stop to shoot, the shot flew wide, and then the tank, while firing its machine gun, rammed into enemy tank number 187. What the hell? No matter, there was one more tank in ambush. After the infantry used Molotov cocktails to wear down the enemy tank, the final blow from this tank would surely turn the tide. Then, the last tank in ambush also broke cover, with the tank commander poking his head out and manually operating the anti-aircraft machine gun on top of the tank. While firing, he shouted, "The captain has nobly met his end. Let's fight to the last moment like true Cossacks." Turns out this tank had seen what happened to Lubokov. The enemy tank number 186, upon seeing this, immediately fired an armor-piercing shell. Despite the short 75mm gun being primarily for anti-infantry use, with lower chamber pressure and initial velocity of the shells, it was still a 75mm caliber. One shot created a hole on the front twin machine gun turrets large enough for Wang Zhong to see from the air, followed by the tank catching fire and gradually coming to a stop. Wang Zhong couldn't help but face-palm. What was that all about? Let the infantry deal with those tanks entering the city. While thinking this, enemy tank number 186 began to advance, but the machine gun hidden in the basement opened fire, mowing down a swath of infantry following the tank. Taking advantage of this opening, 2 infantrymen on the second floor by the road popped their heads out and lobbed Molotov cocktails at the tank. The first Molotov cocktail precisely hit the tank's rear radiator grille, immediately engulfing it in flames. The second hit the turret. Wang Zhong guessed that some of the fuel might have seeped through the commander's observation hatch into the turret. The next moment, the hatch cover was jacked open by 2-meter-high flames. The loader opened the side hatch, attempting to exit from the side of the turret, only to run into the barrel of the machine gun. That's more like it. Well done, 3rd Amur Group. Chapter 32. The star of victory will shine upon us. But Wang Zhong soon lost his cheer. He found that, like the German army, which organized troops around machine guns, the Prussian army had a feature of the mid-German forces: they were broadly equipped with rifle grenades. In real history, the German army didn't start equipping rifle grenades in large quantities until the middle and later parts of 1942. At the start of Operation Barbarossa, German squads generally only had hand grenades. The Prussian army, likely comprised of veterans, used rifle grenades with masterful skill. As soon as machine gun positions were discovered, they were quickly bombarded with rifle grenades. Although Wang Zhong didn't think these rifle grenades could effectively kill the machine gun crew since the guns were inside buildings and were positioned cunningly, getting hit by rifle grenades would inevitably lead to relocation, and that would create gaps in firepower. Of course, the enemy didn't have an overhead view like Wang Zhong, and figuring out the machine gun positions was a challenge. However, they solved this problem with combat experience and sheer numbers. Moreover, the enemy was clearly very familiar with this kind of urban meat grinder combat that combined infantry and tanks. The infantry led the way for the tanks, clearing each room with grenades, while tanks sent machine gun spots flying, one after another. After fighting for half a day and losing 6 tanks and over 100 men to injuries or death, the Amur group had also lost 3 heavy machine guns and the lives of dozens of grenadiers. Although only 7 or 8 buildings on the western side of the village had been taken by the Prussian forces, Wang Zhong, with his oversight, could already tell that the fall of Pinyi was just a matter of time if things continued this way. The only consolation was that the Amur group's morale was high. Despite facing massive losses, they continued to bravely contest the enemy for control of every house. Wang Zhong knew that to change the course of the battle, he must eliminate all of the enemy's tanks. Without the tanks, those half-tracked vehicles that freely leveraged machine gun firepower accompanying the infantry wouldn't pose a threat. But now, 4 enemy tanks had secured the 2 main roads on the western side of the village, and the firepower points along the roads didn't dare to shoot, as any attempt would invite return fire from the tank guns. The enemy was advancing along the main roads, rapidly approaching the town center with the church and the mechanics mill. Wang Zhong noticed that in Boy Manor, the 3-story estate to the north of the church, the last heavy machine gun that hadn't fired was on alert. He surmised that the moment the enemy infantry stepped into the open space in front of the church, they would likely be heavily wounded. Plus, the heavy machine gun position Yegorov chose was very cunning. For the enemy tanks to hit it, they had to enter the open space right in front of the church. The problem, however, was that Yegorov no longer had any anti-tank firepower. The Divine Arrow team led by Monk Yukiniako, after their line of sight had been blocked, intended to retreat to the manor. Still, they moved too late and failed to cross the large road on the northwest side of the village in time, now trapped in a 2-story building beside the road. Unfortunately, this building only had windows on the north and south sides, leaving Yukiniako's squad without a good line of sight on the enemy tanks on the street. The enemy infantry had already advanced to about 50 meters away from them. They couldn't rely on the divine arrows and had to depend on Molotov cocktails. However, the enemy advanced too swiftly. Only the initial batch of Molotov cocktails made it to the grenadiers on the 2nd floor on the village's western side. The bulk of the Molotov cocktails produced later were now piled up in the distillery, with no option but to be transported forward by hand, bit by bit. Whether they could be delivered on time or prove effective was still uncertain. The enemy now knew their tactics here. The infantry wouldn't allow tanks to proceed without securing the buildings on both sides of the street. They must find a way to destroy the enemy's remaining 4 tanks. Wang Zhong's gaze turned towards the last T-28 tank parked in the distillery. But this vulnerable behemoth would likely be blown up the moment it appeared before the enemy. Wang Zhong brooded over the battlefield from his vantage point. At that moment, he was burning with fever, feeling lightheaded, as if he could ascend to heaven at any moment. Maybe it's best to give up? He had fought well enough, and now, being so gravely ill, no one would blame him if he passed out. Close my eyes, and even if there's a flood, it has nothing to do with me. Isn't this the perfect attitude for a defeatist? Perhaps because of this thought, Wang Zhong's consciousness grew blurrier. In his haziness, he saw in a house at the west end of the village, 2 Prasen soldiers discovering locals hiding in a cellar. Wang Zhong recognized these locals. They were the same family who had refused his advice when he first entered the village. He remembered their neighbor, the landlady, mentioning the old lady with her grandson, named Ilinikna. Ilinikna was clinging tightly to her grandson, shielding him with her aged body. Her son and daughter-in-law were also there, huddled together, trembling. Prasen soldiers scrutinized Ilinikna's son, interrogating him in Prasen, but the old lady could only shake her head repeatedly, saying, "We don't know, we're just common folk." Suddenly, one of the Prasen soldiers yelled and stabbed Ilinikna's son to death with a bayonet, then shouted in anti-language, "Deserter!" Another Prasen laughed, coward. Ilinikna's daughter-in-law sat there stupefied, agape, as the old lady pleaded desperately. At that moment, a sergeant entered the cellar, glanced down, and started cursing vehemently, all while lifting his submachine gun and firing into Ilinikna's family. The daughter-in-law was gunned down instantly, and although the old lady tried to protect her grandson, she too fell after being hit by several shots. Chapter 33. The star of victory will shine upon us. 2. The last child standing seemed incapable of grasping the concept of death. He blankly stared at his fallen family members, then at the still smoking barrel of Prasen's sergeant's submachine gun. The sergeant went up to the boy and kicked him over with one foot, then with another foot, snapped his delicate neck. Wang Zhong was shocked by this bloody scene and snapped back to clarity. The village wasn't even occupied yet, and these beasts had begun to massacre. What they intended to do after taking over the village was unimaginable. No. Wang Zhong forcibly shook his head, trying hard to stay alert. Because he knew that if there was any chance to turn the tables now, it could only be his own cheat. He had to make full use of the cheat to destroy the enemy's remaining 4 tanks. He looked over at the last tank in the distillery, the tactical number 422 T-28 multi-turret tank. This thinly armored behemoth couldn't possibly withstand the enemy head-on. He needed to find a way to get to their side, or even behind them. He had to utilize the golden finger of the overhead view. Wang Zhong pulled his view to the farthest, overlooking the entire battlefield. He noticed something: the smoke from the enemy's mortar fire hadn't dispersed yet, so the tanks behind the enemy couldn't see the situation in the village. In other words, if he left the village now and took a wide detour outside the village, the enemy's following tanks wouldn't be able to see it. Give such an order to the 422 crew? Considering the recent performance of the tank troops, the training and combat experience of the anti-army's armored forces were questionable. The rank-and-file soldiers were indeed courageous, but that was all they had. Most importantly, they didn't have the overhead view and had no idea of the enemy's position. To use this last tank to wipe out the enemy's 4 tanks, there was only one way. I have to personally command this tank. The moment this thought arose, Wang Zhong switched back to the normal view. His heart was pounding fiercely for the first time, making Wang Zhong truly understand what it meant to feel one's heart nearly bursting out of the chest. The flood of adrenaline that was secreted made him, who had been weak and listless, spring to his feet. Sophia standing next to him with a handkerchief was stunned. As soon as Wang Zhong saw her, he grabbed her shoulders and stared at her intensely. I'll wipe the sweat for you, after all, I'm just a hymn monk, all I can do is. Wang Zhong, as long as I am alive, you won't be captured. Absolutely not. Indeed, if he gave up, not only would his soldiers die in battle and the civilians in the village be slaughtered, but these lovely girls would also face the enemy's abuse. How could he give up? Wang Zhong's feverish brain now had only one thought: screw those Prasen bastards and to hell with them. Sophia was still confused. You might be mistaking me for someone else. I am not Miss Ludmila. Wang Zhong left her behind, striding out with purpose. At this moment, his head was as heavy as a balloon-headed doll, but he still walked with brisk steps fueled by the adrenaline rush. Rushing out of the main workshop of the distillery, Wang Zhong immediately spotted the 422 vehicle. Parked safely within the walls of the distillery, not even a single bullet had gone past it, but the tank's turret hatch was shut tight. Wang Zhong felt an upsurge of anger. He seemed to forget he was running a high fever, stormed up to the tank, and banged on the hatch. Open the hatch. You bastard, I'll throw a Molotov cocktail if you don't open up. The commander of the 422, a corporal with whom Wang Zhong had a brief acquaintance, opened the hatch and popped his head out. Don't throw. Wang Zhong, everyone else is fighting in blood, and you're acting like a coward here as a reserve. I. Wang Zhong pulled off his headset and microphone in one go. Get out. Wang Zhong, I said get out. The corporal hesitated for a moment. Will I be shot? Deserters are to be executed. Wang Zhong, you'll be shot if you don't get out, now get out. The corporal clambered out shakily but still stood by the turret, unwilling to leave. I'm not deserting, it was you, Count, who ordered me out. Wang Zhong kicked him off and climbed into the turret himself, putting on the headset. The corporal lying on the ground called out, here's your tank helmet. Wang Zhong couldn't be bothered with him. His brain simply didn't have the capacity to consider too much right now, like how being inside the turret increased the chances of survival, or how without a tank helmet, one would be bruised from knocking against the turret. He hadn't thought about any of these things. All that he was focused on now was commanding the tank, pulling off a beautiful flanking action to break the enemy's assault. After putting on the headset, he realized he could hardly hear anything because of the ringing in his ears. It was said that early Soviet tank equipment was quite backward, forcing the commander to use a wrench to knock signals for orders. He could only hope that this tank was somewhat more advanced. Wang Zhong slammed the headset a few times, then his head. The ringing in his ears got even worse. After all, he had a high fever and a rush of adrenaline. A little ringing was the least of his issues. Wang Zhong didn't care anymore and shouted, rather than this ringing, give me some battle music. Perhaps it was psychological, but the ringing in his ears seemed to take on the rhythms of music. However, Wang Zhong was too dazed to discern the song. He didn't care and gave the order directly, move forward. Head out the gate. The wreckage of Captain Lobokov's vehicle provided some cover just outside the gate. Wang Zhong's command was executed. The engine of the tank roared, slowly starting to move forward. The soldiers at the gate hurriedly opened it. Chapter 34. The star of victory will shine upon us _3. The tank rolled out halfway when Wang Zhong issued his second command, turn left. Turning left meant going east, which looked like fleeing. Actually, Wang Zhong was making a flanking maneuver. The driver didn't raise any objections, or perhaps he did, but Wang Zhong couldn't hear him. He had tinnitus. No, that's not right, it wasn't tinnitus anymore, it was indistinguishable music. In fact, he couldn't hear anything now, the sounds of gunfire, the roar of engines, the screams of soldiers dying, and so on were all drowned out by the ringing music in his ears. Su Fang stood at the doorway, watching Count Rokosov speed away in a tank. Someone exclaimed, the Count is fleeing in a tank. Su Fang shouted loudly, no. He has not run. He said that as long as he lives, he would never let us be captured. By shaking our morale like this, I should have you shot. The shouter immediately fell silent. Su Fang then looked out the gate again, where by now, nothing was left but the tracks of the tank. Count Rokosov, can I truly trust you? Wang Zhong, turn right. He couldn't hear a response and could only pat the top of the turret forcefully, turn right, ah. The tank's right track slammed to a halt, swinging the vehicle around in a tailspin to complete the right turn. Wang Zhong was shaken so severely he felt his brain might burst out. At this point, he was still in the commander's view mode, vomiting uncontrollably. But that didn't stop him from giving orders, follow the stone wall, main gun pointed straight ahead, load the high explosive shell. The order was perfectly executed, and by that time, the tank had just passed the southernmost wooden hut in the village, probably an outhouse, and the view suddenly opened up. A Prasen half-track vehicle was parked at the edge of the wheat field. Wang Zhong, emergency stop. Emergency stop. The tank braked hard, and thanks to the T-28 being a rather long tank, the jolt was minor during the emergency stop, otherwise, Wang Zhong would have likely been thrown out. The Prussians near the half-track were shocked. The machine gunner on the vehicle, who was firing at the village, hurriedly turned the gun barrel upon seeing the tank. Target the half-track vehicle, fire. The smoke from the gun muzzle obscured Wang Zhong's vision, although it was just a small 45mm gun, the firing action was still quite intense. The front half of the half-track was blown up into the air, and the surrounding Prasen soldiers immediately fell like bowling pins. The machine guns in the two small turrets at the front of the T-28 rattled off, and in an instant, there were no longer any standing figures left. Wang Zhong, by this time, felt a bit weak in the legs and simply sat on the edge of the hatch, leaning to the side and propping himself up with the hatch cover. Continue forward. At this moment, Wang Zhong finally clarified the persistent music in his ears. It turned out that he was hallucinating from a fever, mistaking his physiological tinnitus for music. He clearly heard a voice singing beside him. Listen, the horn of battle sounds the alarm / dress in uniform and grab your weapons / the youth brigade assembles / to march and unite as one to defend the country. Wang Zhong nodded to the rhythm of the song, without forgetting to give orders. Rotate the hull 30 degrees to the right, turret turn 90 degrees, load the armor-piercing shell. As the tank turned, the machine guns on the forward turrets fired tracer rounds non-stop like death's scythe, reaping everything Prasen. Wang Zhong even had a moment to pay attention to the distance, making sure the smoke completely blocked the enemy tanks behind. Vehicle 422 charged all the way, eventually encircling the southwestern entrance of the village. Right turn, come to an abrupt stop when you hit the main road. Wang Zhong's order was executed with precision. After a brief shaking, Wang Zhong confirmed with his naked eye the backs of two enemy tanks. Target the left tank, fire. The shockwave from the cannon's firing kicked up all the dust on the ground around them. A hole immediately appeared on the back of the target, but from the naked eye perspective, it was impossible to tell if the tank had been destroyed. But from Wang Zhong's overhead view, it was clear that all three crew members inside the target turret were done for. Wang Zhong, load the armor-piercing shell. Switch targets, aim at the right tank. As the turret turned, it so happened that Wang Zhong's earpiece was playing the chorus part of a song, so he hummed along, "Let's say goodbye dear mother, please kiss your son goodbye." At that moment, the enemy infantry noticed the tank behind them, and a brave sergeant charged at the tank, knocking on the hatch with his hand. The coaxial machine gun opened fire, turning the sergeant into a sieve, but the tracer rounds also exposed the direction of the incoming machine gun fire. The enemy's tank began turning its turret. Wang Zhong yelled, "Fire!" He didn't know if the loading was complete, he couldn't hear. However, the moment he yelled, the cannon responded to him. The armor-piercing shell hit the target, the rotating turret immediately stopped, and the next moment, the enemy tank operators crawled out of the tank. The coaxial machine gun ungraciously claimed their souls. At this time, Wang Zhong, through the overhead view, noticed that two tanks on another street suddenly stopped attacking the defending infantry. One started to turn around on the spot while the other seemed to plan cutting through a side alley. It must have been the radio. The second destroyed tank had informed its teammates via radio that they were being flanked. Wang Zhong laughed, fighting street battles with someone who's good at navigating maps? He immediately gave the order for the tank to enter the alley next to them. As they moved, he continued to hum along to the song in his ear. "Goodbye, mother, don't be sad, bless us with a safe journey." As he sang the chorus for the second time, Wang Zhong directed the tank to the side of the enemy's number 188 vehicle, and with a command of fire, the enemy vehicle's ammo detonated, and its turret flew high into the air. Only one left. That one had looped back to the northwest village entrance, attempting to encircle Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's response was straightforward: direct the tank onto the main street, turn the barrel southwest, and wait for it to appear. While waiting, the tank's machine gun harvested Prasen soldiers on the street. Wang Zhong was only concerned with humming. "Goodbye, dear hometown, the star of victory will shine upon us." The last tank appeared, and without waiting for Wang Zhong's command, the gunner stepped on the firing pedal, and the armor-piercing shell hit the center of the tank's body. The target almost instantly burst into flames, with the Prasen tank operators emerging from the hatch engulfed in fire, frantically rolling on the ground to extinguish it. Wang Zhong personally took up the machine gun on top of the tank turret, spraying the enemy tank operators, singing as he fired, "Goodbye, mother, don't be sad, bless us with a safe journey." Yura! A deafening Yura echoed from every street corner as the infantry of the Amur group poured out like a tidal wave, attacking the enemy who had lost their tank cover. Proudly, Wang Zhong declared, "We've won." Then, as if he had used up the last bit of life in him, he passed out. Chapter 35. First Taste of Victory. Yegorov, like everyone else, rushed out from the hiding shelter. Yegorov was never absent from a charge. The enemy had already suffered heavy losses in the town's meat grinder combat, and with all their armored strength wiped out in a short time by a sneak attack from Tank 422, even the battle-hardened Prussian veterans' morale collapsed instantly. On the contrary, the morale of every soldier in the Amur group went through the roof as they witnessed Tank 422's remarkable feat to different extents. This was evident from the deafening cheers of hurrah. Yegorov loved personally leading a charge in such situations. The enemy was quickly driven out of the village. Aside from a few veterans who hadn't had their fill of killing and were pulling the bolt at the edge of town for target practice, the rest of the soldiers all gathered around Tank 422, shouting hurrah, around the tank. The roaring hurrah, as if His Majesty the Emperor himself had arrived at the front lines. Yegorov had to use his burly physique to push through several overly excited soldiers and spent a few minutes squeezing past them to reach the side of the tank. It was then that he clearly saw that it was Count Rokosov sitting on the tank. The Count looked in a very bad state, his face was ashen, and he was sweating profusely. The soldiers hadn't noticed the Count's abnormality at all, which was not their fault. Since the war began, they had been in constant retreat, and they had not won a battle in a long time, even such an insignificant local victory. While everyone was celebrating the victory with great excitement, suddenly, the Count swayed and fell off the tank but was immediately held up by countless hands. The soldiers shouted excitedly, throwing the Count up into the air. They actually thought the Count was celebrating. Yegorov shouted at the top of his lungs, "Cut it out! You'll shake the Count to death. He has a high fever. Cut it out!" At this time, inside Tank 422, the tank operators were not as excited as the infantry outside. It's not that they weren't happy about the victory, it was just that they had literally danced with death and hadn't recovered yet. The Count was feverish with ringing ears and couldn't hear. In fact, there had been all sorts of wails and howls inside the tank, and none of these tank operators had any actual combat experience. They really couldn't bear the kind of life-risking and blood-licking tactics just now, and could only relieve their fear by shouting. Now, the battle was over, and like exhausted screamers, everyone slumped in their seats. Finally, the driver reacted first, letting out a feeble howl, "Oh oh oh oh! We're alive! Hurrah!" The loader and the gunner looked at each other and shouted together, "Hurrah!" They had just started shouting when the Count fell out of the tank. The closest gunner reached out to catch him but missed. "It's over. The Count's been smashed. Our star of victory." A bunch of them scrambled, opening the hatch and climbing out of the tank, only to see the soldiers tossing the Count almost as high as the second floor. Yegorov picked up a submachine gun and swept a barrage into the sky. The festive crowd finally quieted down. Yegorov said, "The Count has a high fever. Do you want to kill him? Get a stretcher, take him to the hospital." The field hospital was originally supposed to withdraw in the villagers' horse carts, but the enemy arrived too quickly, and they had time to set out. The soldiers, awakened as if from a dream, hurriedly placed the Count on the stretcher, brought in haste, and then followed to the hospital with the stretcher bearers. Yegorov climbed on the tank and cursed, "Where are you going? The enemy has only been driven back, not defeated. Quick, clear the battlefield, collect the enemy's weapons, especially the machine guns and submachine guns. Go check the tanks that haven't caught fire to see if their machine guns can be dismantled. And the ammunition, gather as much as possible. Only then did the soldiers disperse. Yegorov turned his head and looked at the tank operators with a doleful expression. The gunner asked, "What should we do?" Yegorov said, "Why was the Count commanding you?" The gunner replied, "Our tank commander was very scared. He locked the hatch and cowered in the turret shaking when we were in the distillery yard. Then the Count came over and knocked on the turret hatch, saying." With the gun knocking on the turret hatch, the loader corrected. The gunner continued, "Right, came over with a gun to knock on the turret hatch, and said, 'You spineless coward, get out here.'" The driver confidently said, "No," he said, "you whimpering woman, get out here, or I'll blast you." The gunner questioned, "Is that so?" "Yes, that fierce," the driver nodded, then looked to the mechanic, "Don't believe me, ask him." The mechanic also nodded, "Indeed, that fierce." The gunner went on, "Anyway, we were directly commanded by the Count. The Count had us drive straight out of the village, he had it all figured out, which round to load for each shot, crystal clear." "Yes, crystal clear." The gunner continued, "We had just left the village when we saw an enemy half-track, possibly an ambulance, and we sent the vehicle and the Prussian wounded sky-high with one shot." The mechanic chimed in, "The Count was even singing, saying goodbye to the enemy's mother." "No, no, no," the driver shook his head, "you've got to consider the context, you uneducated guy, didn't you go to night school?" The Count was saying farewell to his own mother, as he was about to go into battle. Yegorov was utterly confused, the Count calling for his mother? Singing? What the heck? Then several tank operators responded in unison, he was singing. And it was a song we hadn't heard before. The gunner added, the lyrics were not only about saying goodbye to his mother but also to his hometown, saying the star of victory would shine upon us. The others firmly agreed. Right, the star of victory, I heard it very clearly. It went something like this, let me find the tune, do re mi fa so. Got it, farewell, my dear hometown, the star of victory will shine upon us. After the driver sang, everyone else immediately nodded in agreement that it was indeed the song. Yegorov frowned, looking at the group of tank operators. At that moment, Monk Yukiniako came over, Colonel Yegorov, we need a new firing position. I think that the peripheral positions won't be usable when the enemy attacks again. Just as Yegorov was about to reply, he saw Ludmila from Yukiniako's Divine Arrow Squad looking around uncertainly. The Count has fainted, he's been taken to the hospital, Yegorov informed her. Ludmila was startled, I wasn't looking for him. I actually was looking for him. Monk, could I? Yukiniako said, go ahead, but make sure you're back before the enemy attacks again. Ludmila immediately turned and ran toward the hospital. After she left, Yukiniako continued the previous topic, I need a new launch position. We still have 3 divine arrows, with a good setup, we can take out 3 tanks. He paused, then gave a self-deprecating smile, damn, that's still not as many as the Count alone took out. The gunner from Tank 422 spoke up loudly, we were a part of it too, Your Holiness. Yukiniako quickly corrected himself, right, it was your crew under the Count's command that took out more. Yegorov then said, I'll ask the group logistics to see if they can find some paint, so we can mark your kill rings. Kill rings are circular symbols painted on the barrel of the tank gun, one ring represents the destruction of one enemy tank. The crew looked at each other and smiled. It was then that Yegorov asked, how are the other crews doing? The expressions on their faces froze. Only then did they emerge from their joy of victory, realizing that many of their comrades, with whom they'd spent days and nights, had perished in the recent battle. Chapter 36. Major Schriffen's decision. Major Schriffen frowned, watching the defeated soldiers retreating from the white smoke that hadn't entirely dispersed yet, his brows twisted like hemp ropes. The Prussian army's tanks were all equipped with radios, so he had just listened to the entire radio communication of the last 4 tank crews. The enemy is behind us. Behind us. We're surrounding it. It's gone. Tank 187. Tank 187, do you copy? All units be advised, we are the only ones left. And then there was no more information. Obviously, all the Panzer IV tanks accompanying the attack had been taken out. It sounded like an enemy tank had circled around to launch a surprise attack. Did the enemy also have such experienced tank operators? At this moment, over the radio, Schriffen's top ace Hoffmann said, "Major, let's launch another attack. I want to take on the enemy's ace." "No," Schriffen coldly refused, "the Panzer III is not suited for supporting infantry combat, its 50 mm high explosive shells are too weak, not very effective against the brick and stone structures of the village." "But do you want to be hit by the enemy's Molotov cocktails?" The attacking armored 2nd Platoon had already reported heavy use of Molotov cocktails by the enemy. Every building with more than 2 floors in the village was dangerous for the tanks. No, if the accompanying infantry were cut off by enemy fire, any building would pose a danger to the tanks. The Schriffen Combat Group was originally assigned 2 Panzer IV tank platoons, but had lost half of them during several days of offensive operations, most due to mechanical failures that led to their temporary abandonment. The double-row suspensions that the Empire's military department took pride in had a multitude of issues during the Carolingian campaign, and the terrible road conditions of the anti-Empire only magnified the defects of the double-row suspensions. Just now, the Schriffen Combat Group had lost all of its Panzer IV tanks, leaving only the Panzer III tanks, which were designed to counter enemy tanks. Besides that, the casualties among the infantry and half-track vehicles were also worrying. The Schriffen Combat Group's objective was to quickly pass through regions with no or light enemy defenses and disrupt their deployment. However, Major Schriffen was not planning on abandoning the offensive. He turned his head towards the artillery staff officer. "How many high explosive shells do we have left for the onboard mortars?" 10 rounds per gun, Your Excellency, the staff officer replied with utmost respect. Schriffen curled his lips, "And the smoke bombs?" "Only 2 rounds left for each mortar." After pondering for a few seconds, Schriffen asked, "How soon can the 351st Armored Grenadier Corps behind us arrive?" The Chief of Staff shrugged, "Depends on the traffic jam. If it's not too bad, they'll be up by the afternoon." In fact, the troops that passed through at midnight, many thought they were the 351st Armored Grenadier Corps. The 351st Armored Grenadier Corps was also a reinforcement for the Schriffen Combat Group, but Schriffen had left them behind for the sake of a speedier assault because of their slightly slower motorization. The 351st Corps was equipped with the Model 18, 75 mm infantry guns, whose high explosive shells could effectively compensate for the lack of infantry tanks. Also, these were howitzers capable of indirect fire, which could be used to cover the area with fire ahead of time, destroying the enemy's manpower and defenses. Additionally, the 351st Corps had combat engineers whose flamethrowers and demolition charges would give the enemy a tough time. After brief contemplation, Schriffen made his decision: rally the routed troops, understand the situation inside, including the enemy's defensive arrangements and firepower. Conscript volunteers from the defeated troops to act as the vanguard in the next offensive. Over the radio, Hoffmann asked with a tone of regret, "Are we not attacking anymore?" "Of course we will continue the attack, but we'll wait until we're more confident. At least until the supply trucks come up and resupply the mortars with ammunition," Schriffen replied. Finishing his statement, Schriffen placated Hoffmann, "Don't rush, the enemy's ace will surely be handed over to you to deal with." Having finished, he shut off the radio's transmission capability and muttered, "Damn it, Pinyi isn't even an important village. Why is there such determined resistance?" The Chief of Staff said, "Maybe it's a noble's hometown, so they're covering the movement of their assets?" Inferior races erupt with combat power, isn't that just the case? Shrifen snorted, however, I have to admit, the enemy's commander is doing a good job, he must have learned a thing or two from interacting with our forces. Before the Prasen Empire tore up the non-aggression pact, there was quite a bit of interaction between the nobles of both countries, including on a military level. After the anti-empire's defeat in the Winter War, they even sent some military interns to Prasen to learn. Maybe the one commanding the defense of Pinyi is one of those interns. Shrifen thought with full confidence. When Ludmila ran to the entrance of the hospital, she bumped into him Monk Sufang Bata Wenjisu. Both stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Sufang said, are you here to see him? You too. I've received new hymns, so I came to report to the Supreme Commander. Ludmila said, oh. Then let's go in together. Do you know which bed he's in? He's a commander, must be in the best bed, right? Saying this, Sufang took the lead into the hospital, only to be greeted by the strong smell of blood, causing her to frown deeply. At a bed near the door, an amputation surgery was underway. The bald doctor yelled, hold on. There's no anesthesia left. Clench your teeth. Otherwise, you may bite off your tongue. Then came a muffled scream, what with the person's teeth clenched, it sounded as if it were coming through a layer of cloth. Sufang glanced at the bucket next to the operating table, which was filled with severed hands and feet. She covered her mouth, struggling not to throw up. At that moment, a burly nurse appeared before Sufang. What are you two ladies here for? You don't look like you need bandages with your limbs intact. Having seen death on the front line, Ludmila was much calmer than Sufang and replied loudly, we're looking for Count Rakosov. Over there. The nurse pointed to a door on the side. Sufang ran as if escaping, only to see another nurse inside the door, gathering blood-soaked gauze that had lost all its original color and looked as if it had been mixed in mud. The mud, however, was red. Without lifting her head, the nurse said, the Count is inside. Sufang nodded and dashed through the inner door. Count Rakosov, that is, Wang Zhong, lay in a bed by the window, with the field hospital's director standing beside him. Ludmila rushed to ask, how is he? The director replied, stress combined with a fever caused him to sweat too much, leading to severe dehydration and shock. We're rehydrating him with 4 fluids and have used some antipyretics, he's not in any great danger. Both girls let out a sigh of relief, then exchanged a glance. Suddenly remembering her mission, Sufang hastily asked, when will he wake up? I've got the latest broadcast from the Archsukov choir. The director answered, his injuries are not serious, but with a high fever, how long he remains unconscious depends on the person. I can't tell you. Is it very important news? Sufang spread her hands, It's just a broadcast of exemplary battles, telling everyone that the enemy is not invincible. We already know that, Ludmila interrupted Sufang, went to the Count's bedside, and gently stroked his hair, he has already shown us in practice. Chapter 37. Until one day. Wang Zhong was actually dreaming at this time. He dreamed he had returned to the real world, holding New Year's goods and just entering the neighborhood where he grew up. As a result, all the neighbors in the community were a blur of blood and flesh. He dreamed that he had reached the bottom of his own building, and neighbor Zhao, who was playing chess, had only half his head left. Yet, Wang Zhong wasn't frightened by these bloody figures, it was as if everything was normal, an ordinary daily sight. He went upstairs, arrived at his own door, and saw his parents pasting the Fu character upside down. His father was standing on a stool, his left eye a gaping hole, the eyeball dangling out, connected only by a single nerve to the socket. His mother had a terrifying wound on the top of her head, where her brain could be seen. Wang Zhong seemed to finally sense something wrong and asked, Dad, Mom, how did you end up like this? The two old people looked at Wang Zhong as if he had asked a foolish question. We're dead, killed by the invaders, his father said. And you're talking about us, his mother teased, at least we're still whole. You've only got your head left when you came back. Wang Zhong looked down and, indeed, found he had no body. In the next moment, the New Year's goods he should have been holding spilled all over the place. Then he woke up. When he first opened his eyes, the bright light blinded him, and it took a couple of seconds for his eyes to adjust to the light before everything in front of him came into clear view. He sat up suddenly, confirming his body. Thankfully, it was all there. At that moment, a girl's voice entered his ears, "You're awake." Wang Zhong's brain was still short-circuiting, wondering why there was a girl's voice. Following the voice, he saw a pretty girl with silver-white hair sitting by the bed, looking at him with concern. Behind the girl was another girl, with braided hair, quiet and demure-looking. Wang Zhong stared at the two girls for a few seconds before he remembered that he had transmigrated, and the country he was in was resisting the invasion of the Prasen Empire. Then in his mind flashed the scene of Prasen soldiers slaughtering the old lady Alinikna's family in the basement. At this time, Wang Zhong's brain was still feverish, and he could only vaguely remember that after seeing this scene, he himself, in a fit of rage, had personally driven a tank to repel the enemy's offensive. At this point, the docile girl with braids handed him a water bottle. "You need to drink water, Count. Just now, you fainted because of dehydration." Wang Zhong took the water bottle and gulped down all the water, then pushed the empty bottle back into the girl's hands. After that, he stood up. "Wait a moment, you're still feverish." The silver-haired girl tried to stop Wang Zhong, reaching out to hold his shoulders. But Wang Zhong said, "I have things to do, Ludmila." It was then that Wang Zhong suddenly remembered her name was Ludmila, and the other girl's long name started with Sophia. Having fully recalled the events, he switched to an overhead view to confirm the enemy's movements. The enemies had all retreated to the reverse slope of the western hill, and Wang Zhong could barely make out some of the enemy through the overhead view. They seemed to be the same group who had attacked in the morning. The commander was still that Cyclops. If the enemy's strength had not increased, then even an assault shouldn't be too worrisome. Wang Zhong knew that the remaining tanks of the enemy were designed for anti-tank combat, unsuitable for supporting infantry in an assault. Their cannons had a small caliber and low charge, relying on high velocity to penetrate tank armor. After confirming this, Wang Zhong switched back to his original viewpoint. His recent fainting was probably also related to the racing in the overhead view, which he had done too long and too intensely, leading to motion sickness. Wang Zhong stood up. Ludmila hesitated, missing the chance to stop him. Though his steps were unsteady, Wang Zhong still strode out of the room where he had been lying. As soon as he left the room, the smell of blood nearly made him faint on the spot. He saw mountains of gauze, all soaked with blood, colored a dark purple. A few young nurses were working hard to deal with the gauze while crying. Seeing Wang Zhong, they quickly stood up, trying to adjust their uniforms. Wang Zhong nodded, "Carry on with your work." Having said that, he steadied his shaky steps and walked past the mountain of gauze into the next door. The smell of blood was even stronger here, mixed with an indescribable stench. The wounded soldier lying by the door tried to sit up and salute as soon as he saw Wang Zhong enter, but he struggled in vain as he couldn't rise. His left arm was missing beyond the forearm, wrapped in a bandage soaked with blood, and he simply couldn't support his upper body. Wang Zhong stepped forward and pressed down on the soldier's shoulder, "Just lie down and rest." As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned toward him. As a result, all the lightly wounded soldiers stood up, and the more severely wounded soldiers also exerted themselves to sit up. Every single person strained to lift their chin, noses pointed to the sky. The wounded soldiers whose right hands could still move saluted Wang Zhong in unison. Wang Zhong paused for a moment, then raised his hand in return. "You have all completed your mission. Recover well. Where is Yegorov? Why hasn't he organized carts from the locals to evacuate you?" "We've been sent." A person dressed as a doctor told Wang Zhong, "Every cart in the village has been hired." These are the lightly wounded, waiting for the carts to return and take a second trip. But with the current situation, it's questionable how many carts will come back. Wang Zhong, no matter how many come back, evacuate as many as possible. Having said this, he stepped forward again and walked through the ward. In the courtyard outside, many corpses were laid out, all classified as having no value for rescue after being brought to the field hospital. Poor souls. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhong wanted to remove his hat in respect, but when he raised his hand to his forehead, he realized he wasn't wearing a hat. As he turned around, he saw Ludmila holding his hat and following behind him. "Thank you." Wang Zhong took his hat, planning to hold it over his heart in a moment of silence, but that would take too much time. So he instead chose the soldier's way, putting on his hat and saluting all the bodies lying on the ground. Afterward, he passed through the yard and went out the door onto the streets of Pinyi. There was a street barricade on the road, made of furniture and sandbags. Wang Zhong was certain this hadn't been there in the morning during the defense battle. He must have been unconscious for quite a while, long enough for Yegorov to command the construction of temporary fortifications with sandbags. Two individuals chatting behind the street barricade sprang to attention as soon as they saw Wang Zhong. Someone shouted, "The Count is awake!" In the next instant, the young soldiers of the 3rd Reserve Amur group scattered in various buildings all ran out. A platoon leader berated loudly, "What is this, a zoo? Form ranks, eyes right, dress!" His platoon instantly formed up in front of the houses, on the strewn debris of the street. Seeing this platoon organize, the other platoon leaders snapped to attention, and shortly after, the anti-infantrymen who had been defending the street were all assembled and in formation. Wang Zhong hesitated for just a moment, losing the chance to stop them from forming ranks. Now, as he looked at the troops lined up along the street, he was the one feeling awkward. At that moment, Yegorov came running over. "Count, why have the troops assembled?" Wang Zhong thought to himself, "I have no idea either," but faced with Yegorov's serious expression, and the even more stern face of Staff Chief Pavlov who accompanied him, he could only say, "I think we need to boost morale." "Yegorov, I see. The soldiers have all been speaking of your bravery. Your speech will surely inspire them greatly." Wang Zhong was dumbfounded but had no choice but to go along with it. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he had plenty of material he could crib from. Wang Zhong took a step intending to climb onto the truck parked by the roadside, but his weak legs from the fever made it impossible for him to get on. However, Yegorov, Ludmila, and many others rushed over to assist him, hoisting him onto the bed of the truck. Wang Zhong stood in the truck bed and announced loudly, "Soldiers! Comrades! We have defeated the Prasen Empire. Though this is but a small, insignificant victory, it proves one thing: if we each do our duty, without negligence, without errors, making the best arrangements, we will prove once again that we can defend our homeland, keeping it safe through the storm of war. We can defeat the seemingly invincible Prasen invaders. Even if it takes many years, even if we fight alone. I know that many historic, glorious kingdoms have already been trampled under the Prasen iron hoof. I am aware that many countries have fallen into their darkest hours, ravaged by the Prasen iron hoof. Even so, we must never lose heart. We will persist to the end and usher in victory. We shall fight them in our homeland's fields. We shall fight them on the snowy plains. We shall fight them in the skies. We will never surrender. Until the day we drive the last Prasen out of our sacred homeland. Until the day we bring the flames of war to their land. Until the day we plant the flag of victory upon the Plathin Emperor's palace." "Hurrah!" all responded in unison to Wang Zhong. "Hurrah!" The deafening roar of hurrah soared to the heavens. Chapter 38. The determination to transcend time and space. Major Shrifen was inquiring about the location of the 351st Regiment behind the staff when a strange noise suddenly came from the upper Pinyi village. Because it was quite far away, the noise was very faint, but the major had good ears and still heard a lot of people shouting "Yura" in unison. "The morale of the enemy is pretty high," he said. The communication staff officer didn't catch on. "What? Are you talking about the 351st Regiment?" "I'm talking about the enemy." Major Shrifen looked in the direction of the Upper Pinayi village. The Chief of Staff suggested, "We could let the mortars fire a rapid barrage, with the infantry guns of the 351st Regiment in the back taking over the firepower from the mortars." "No," Shrifen waved his hand, "the victor has the right to celebrate victory without being disturbed. In the end, they will be crushed by us anyway, so let them live in the illusion for now." Wang Zhong by the side of Count Rokosov. Su Fang listened with tears in her eyes, incessantly tugging on the clothes of Ludmila beside her, mainly because Ludmila was the only woman in sight, and she had no one else's clothes to pull on. Ludmila, however, looked astonished. She didn't even care about her sleeve being violently tugged but gazed doubtfully at Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov sitting on the truck. Ludmila couldn't help but mutter softly, "Is this still the same Alyosha?" Yegorov, the seasoned veteran, overheard her and said, "Men transform on the battlefield, maybe for the better, or perhaps for worse. The Count seems to have changed for the better." Ludmila still frowned, "But I studied with him at the Pushkin Public School in St. Ekaterinburg, where he always got 0 on his essays. And he liked to write some nonsensical rhymes and present them as poems to the Grand Duke's daughter." Yegorov said, "Perhaps in his view, those were candid words inspired by emotions, just made particularly moving by the baptism of war fires." Ludmila wanted to say more, but Rokosov got down from the truck. He was still running a fever, so his steps were unsteady. Ludmila decisively stepped forward to help him. Moreover, the girl was prepared to be taken advantage of, even pushing out her chest. However, Rokosov merely said thank you and then proceeded along the street. The soldiers continued to shout "Yura" at the Count. Yegorov clicked his tongue. During the Civil War, even Marshal Mihailovich never enjoyed such treatment. Ludmila looked puzzledly at the somewhat unfamiliar back of her childhood friend. Wang Zhong was completely unaware of the girl's thoughts. Perhaps in another situation he would have taken a longer look at the girl's face, or taken advantage of the physical contact just now. But right now, he wasn't in the mood for that. Right now, a woman would only affect the speed with which he drew his sword. No, that phrase is too archaic. It should be said that it only affects the accuracy of the machine gun fire. Of course, another big reason was that he still hadn't completely recovered from his fever. For someone like Wang Zhong who was already running a fever, antibiotics wouldn't work so quickly. A complete recovery from fever might not happen until tomorrow, or even the day after. But the current situation didn't allow him to lie in a sickbed and rest. The enemy was less than 2 kilometers away on the rear slope, and they could receive reinforcements at any time. Conversely, on his side, let alone reinforcements, even the communication with superiors had been cut off. The anti-army primarily relied on telegraph for long-distance communication, but anti-army radios were only assigned up to the level of the infantry division. Add to that the fact that the communications troops of His Grace the Duke had been wiped out by naval gunfire, and Wang Zhong now had not a single radio, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to communicate, because there was no one who could decode the messages. In short, Wang Zhong's small unit was completely cut off from the higher UPS. The higher UPS might still think that the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Regiment of the 4th Tank Army was guarding this place. So in such a situation, how could Wang Zhong even think about resting? Of course, there was another option: not to stand their ground here, to simply run away, considering the orders were given to the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Regiment of the 4th Tank Army, and had nothing to do with Wang Zhong's own troops. However, this option had already been ruled out by Wang Zhong. At this time, Wang Zhong's objective had seriously deviated from the initial one of saving his own life, but he had not yet realized this change. He was just single-mindedly thinking about how to complete the mission, how to beat the damned Prasen army. As to why he should complete the mission or why he should beat the Prasen army, he hadn't had time to think in detail. He even had only a vague concept of what he was supposed to do right now. He wanted to go see how Alenikna, the old lady living at the westernmost end of the village, and her family were doing. That was the superficial reason that prompted him to jump onto the tank and strike out alone. Wang Zhong reached the crossroads between the distillery and the machinery mill. The wreckage of a T-28 tank was parked beside the distillery's fence. A white horse stood next to the tank, gently rubbing its muzzle against the tank gun turret. Wang Zhong stopped, looking at the white horse. He remembered Captain Lubokov who liked to ride a white horse. This must be that white horse, considering the tank was indeed Lubokov's chariot. Wang Zhong turned his head and asked Yegorov, "Where's Captain Lubokov?" Yegorov replied, "He's still inside the tank, we haven't had the time to bury our fallen comrades." Wang Zhong remembered Lubokov's performance in battle and said, "He was brave, but unfortunately lacked enough experience." Actually, Wang Zhong also wanted to add, "He didn't hear my orders clearly," but after giving it some thought, the idea that he could tell someone driving a tank whether the enemy had been destroyed from his command post in the distillery was too strange upon close inspection. So he didn't say the latter part. To be honest, among the 4 tank commanders, Lubokov was the only one who could really be relied upon. The others were either reckless fools or spineless idiots. "Wang Zhong, if the enemy doesn't attack tonight, let the logistics department take Lubokov's body out and find a place to bury him." "Yes," Yegorov nodded. Wang Zhong looked at the white horse. He raised his uninjured left hand and made a gesture to the horse, "Come." The horse looked at Wang Zhong for a second before turning around and gently nuzzling Wang Zhong's hair with its nose. Wang Zhong had never ridden a horse and didn't know how to interact with one. He only remembered that in Red Dead Redemption 2, to calm a newly acquired horse, you had to gently pat it on the neck. So he followed what he remembered and gently patted the white horse's neck. The horse was very tame and rubbed its nose against Wang Zhong's cheek. After petting the horse enough, Wang Zhong grabbed the reins and handed them to Yegorov. "Let logistics take good care of it. I might need to ride it when I retreat tomorrow night." "Understood." Wang Zhong took one last look at the tank, turned to scrap metal and took a deep breath. The morning's battle had claimed more lives than just Lubokov's. There was no time to mourn the young captain. Wang Zhong continued walking westward. Along the way, the soldiers kept cheering for him until Yegorov shouted, "Stop cheering! Keep fortifying the defenses! Get moving, you swine!" Only then did the soldiers scatter. Wang Zhong finally saw the house of the elderly Alenikna and her family. It was the westernmost house in the village, directly in the path of the enemy's assault. Standing at the entrance, he could see the Prussians' command tank on the hillside. The one-eyed man was there. Wang Zhong stared at the hilltop for a few seconds before retracting his gaze and pushing open the wooden door. He went straight down into the basement. The Alenikna family was still in the basement, maintaining the postures they were in when they were murdered. Flies buzzed annoyingly about the basement. Wang Zhong walked slowly forward and saw that the old woman was still protectively holding her grandchild, but the child's life had already been taken by a bullet of evil. Wang Zhong thought of his parents in his dream. Then he remembered his visit to the memorial hall of the victims in Nanjing massacre by Japanese invaders during his first summer vacation at college. Before entering the memorial hall, Wang Zhong thought it would be nothing more than some photos and exhibits, but later he realized he was wrong. The memorial hall, starting from the sculptures at the entrance, used a very artistic approach to create an atmosphere of solemnity and desolation. Once inside, the photos were displayed with shocking impact. After leaving the hall, Wang Zhong silently bought a bunch of white flowers and placed them in front of the Peace Memorial. Because of modern history, Chinese people naturally sympathize with the invaded and naturally hate the aggressors who commit atrocities. This is something rooted in the genetics of 150 years of suffering. Here, in this basement, Wang Zhong completed his final ideological transformation. Yes, I am not a person from the anti-empire, and I have no affection for the imperial regime. I think nobles should all be hanged. But I cannot tolerate bestial acts happening before me. Expecting me to stand by and do nothing? No way. Wang Zhong bit his tongue slightly, just enough to taste the salty iron of blood spreading in his mouth. If saying that in the morning he had unconsciously chosen to jump onto the tank as the most efficient way, and the most likely to complete the plan, now Wang Zhong was consciously, and able to weigh the pros and cons, choosing to fight the invaders to the end. The moment he made this decision, Wang Zhong was filled with pride. He had always admired the international brigades in the Spanish Civil War. And now, he too was an internationalist warrior. For justice. To protect the weak. To eliminate evil. Wang Zhong decided to fight to the very last moment as Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. With an uplifted spirit, Wang Zhong turned around and said to Yegorov, "Bury them immediately. Also, recruit young adults in the town who are willing to fight with us. Have them stack the bodies of the enemy at the entrance to the village. Right at the entrance to this house." Yegorov asked with a frown, "What are you going to do?" Wang Zhong said through gritted teeth, "I want to make the Prussians feel fear." Chapter 39. Ignite the torch. Wang Zhong's orders were swiftly executed. Soon, a mound over 1 story high appeared at the entrance of the village. Wang Zhong stood by with his hands on his hips supervising, occasionally reminding, "Remember to take the bullets and grenades off their bodies. I don't want to set them on fire later and have the bullets go off like firecrackers. It would be terrible if someone were hit by a stray bullet." "Don't worry," Yegorov said at his side, "all the ammunition has been collected. Even though their rifle bullets don't fit our rifles, I still ordered them all to be taken away, just in case. These bullets and the captured rifles are stored in the winery's warehouse." Wang Zhong nodded, without any additional comment. Soon, the young people of the town brought over the last corpse, tossing it onto the top of the pile of bodies, then stood in place, looking at Wang Zhong in unison. "Wang Zhong, that's all?" "Yes, all the bodies that could be found on the streets are here." "Wang Zhong, less than I imagined. Didn't I recall killing many enemies?" Yegorov turned to look at the staff officer Pavlov, who immediately reported, "The number of enemies killed should be just this many." "Your recollection is not wrong, it's just that many of the people you shot down weren't dead. We took in those wounded soldiers according to the principles of humanity." "Wang Zhong, humanitarian principles only apply to humans, beasts do not enjoy humanitarianism. Moreover, we do not have so many medical supplies, do we? Bring out the wounded soldiers. And the surrendering enemy's Prasen soldiers are brave and skilled in battle, they would never surrender, it must be a ruse." Pavlov hesitated, "This." He kept looking at Yegorov. "Yegorov, Count, if we kill the wounded and those who have surrendered here, when we launch our counterattack later, even if we have broken the enemy's morale, they will be forced to fight to the death. We will suffer greater casualties." Wang Zhong pursed his lips, falling deep into thought as he faced the large mound of corpses. At that moment, Lobokov's white horse, somehow having loosened its reins, left the hitching post and came beside Wang Zhong, gently rubbing against his hair. Wang Zhong sighed, speaking with a tone of great regret, "You are right, we can't push the enemy too hard, we have to think about future counterattacks. Just burn this many then, get some gasoline from our cars and pour it over." "I already gave the order just now, it is ready," Yegorov said and then gestured to the sergeant who had been waiting beside him. So, the sergeant led 2 privates, each carrying a can of oil, pouring it wildly over the pile of corpses. As they were pouring the oil, Wang Zhong looked towards the western hill. Without binoculars, one could barely make out the silhouette of a Prasen tank parked on the top of the hill, the people were indiscernible. But when Wang Zhong switched to an overhead view, the enemies on the hill would be highlighted because it was Wang Zhong's own field of vision. Wang Zhong clearly saw that one-eyed man watching this way through a telescope. Unfortunately, from an overhead view with the enemy holding a telescope, it's hard to clearly see the other side's expression. But Wang Zhong quite fancied imagining him grinding his teeth in hatred at this moment. If that were true, then the effort to pile up the corpses was worth it. Too bad Wang Zhong was feeling unwell now, truly unable to climb up on the mound of corpses. Otherwise, he would definitely climb up to show off, to fiercely infuriate the leaders of those beasts. However, even though he couldn't climb up himself, that didn't mean he couldn't express his contempt. So, Wang Zhong pushed aside the sergeant who was still pouring oil, took an unsoiled prasen helmet, threw it on the ground as a footrest, and stepped onto it with his military boot. Stepping on it wasn't enough, Wang Zhong felt for his pockets but didn't find any cigarettes. He looked towards Yegorov. Yegorov took out tobacco. I'm poor, I can only smoke the ones I roll myself, which you are not used to. Ask Pavlov, he's nobility. Pavlov took out a silver cigarette case, opened it, and took out a very carefully rolled cigarette, handing it to Wang Zhong. Your Excellency. Wang Zhong took a cigarette in his mouth. Pavlov took out an ornately carved lighter and lit it for Wang Zhong. In fact, in Wang Zhong's imagination, he should have been smoking a large cigar, and after puffing halfway, he would flick it disdainfully like Sheffield in Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, so that the cigar butt would fly onto a pile of corpses and ignite a roaring blaze. Oh well, this will do. Stepping on the enemy's steel helmet, Wang Zhong leisurely smoked half a cigarette, waiting for the soldiers to finish pouring out the last barrel of oil, before he glanced at the distant hill. Even without an overhead view, Wang Zhong knew that the enemy's leader was there. Wang Zhong blew a smoke ring, flicked his cigarette butt with a gentle motion, and it traced a bright arc before landing on the pile of corpses. The flames whooshed up at once, spreading over the entire mound of bodies in an instant. Wang Zhong hadn't expected there to be a survivor inside. The person screamed upon being scorched by the fierce flames and, driven by the desire to live, crawled out of the heap, tumbling to the ground and rolling over and over. Unfortunately, it was too late as the fire had already taken hold, and rolling on the ground was certainly not going to extinguish it. Maintaining his foot on helmet stance, Wang Zhong watched the enemy struggle on the ground. Don't shoot, let him burn. He just watched as the enemy gradually stopped writhing, turning into a burning human shape on the ground. Then he raised his head to look up at the hill. Major Shrifen had been watching through the binoculars until the soldier stopped struggling, only then did he put them down. His lips were quivering as if suppressing the urge to curse aloud. His chief of staff put down the binoculars as well and said, "This is the enemy's psychological warfare tactic, hoping to prompt us into a rash attack before the follow-up troops catch up." Major Shrifen asked, "Who is this person?" "I mean, the bastard who lit the fire." The chief of staff replied, "We don't know. The attack failed, and we didn't capture any prisoners to interrogate, so we're unaware of their unit designation and structure, as well as who their commander is. However, soldiers have reported that the tactical number for the tank maneuvering behind enemy lines at the end was 422. According to the enemy's tactical numbering pattern, this likely belongs to a unit under the 4th Tank Army. This army was reported to have been eliminated by the Air Force in the combat situation report this morning." Shrifen gnashed his teeth and muttered, "The Air Force's reports can't be trusted one bit." He took a deep breath, looked at the increasingly raging fire at the entrance of the village, and asked with indignation in his voice, "Where is Regiment 351? Where is Regiment 351? The regimental commander said over the radio that they should arrive in an hour. Tell them to make it faster." Though Regiment 351 was assigned under Major Shrifen's command and was part of Shrifen's combat group, the regiment's commander, Major Franz, also held the rank of Major, putting him on the same level as Shrifen, so Shrifen had to be careful not to come on too strong when giving orders. This made him all the more furious. The reason this combat group was known as Shrifen's was primarily because the current emperor, Reinhard von Hohenzollern, wanted to diminish the influence of the Junker nobility in the military, promoting young officers more familiar with modern military technology vigorously. Especially those young officers without noble backgrounds. As such, the young Shrifen became the commander of the combat group, which was named after him rather than the typical Junker nobility Major Franz, despite Franz's 3 decades of military service and his belief that the outcome of wars still depended on infantry and artillery. Now the outcome of the battle hinged on the speed at which the old noble would come to their aid. Shrifen glared ferociously at the raging bonfire at the village entrance. No, he said to himself, we cannot lose our cool. Attacking now would only play into the enemy's hands. This brutal demon will eventually pay the price. Chapter 40. The calm before the storm. After provoking the enemy and declaring his resolve, Wang Zhong decided to make the most of his time by bundling up and sleeping off a sweat. It was his general approach to dealing with a cold and fever: sleep under a heavy blanket, sweat profusely, and the fever would often subside significantly. This method was certainly not scientific, but after so many years, it had become habitual behavior. So Wang Zhong returned to his command post, drank a lot of water, wrapped himself in the thickest blanket he could find, and went to sleep. He was convinced that when he woke up, his condition would be much improved, and his mind would be clearer. Ludmila had been wanting to talk with Count Rokosov, but she didn't expect him to go straight to the command post, bundle himself in a thick blanket, and lie down. The girl stood frozen next to the map table in the command post, wondering if this was the same Elisha who stuck to the girls at the dance and salon like glue. At that moment, someone patted her shoulder, and she turned to find that it was that Eastern girl with the surname Batovindasu. "What's wrong?" Ludmila asked, puzzled. "Don't you need to return to the Divine Arrow group? Aren't the Divine Arrows unfinished? If the enemy attacks now, you might be too late to return," she said. Ludmila replied, "What about you? Don't you need to be at your post? I am a hymn monk, I'm supposed to stay right beside the Supreme Commander." The girl spread her hands. Just as Ludmila was about to respond, Monk Yukiniako walked in, and as soon as he entered, he said loudly, "Captain Malahovna, there you are. We were worried that you couldn't find the group's current location since you haven't returned." Ludmila felt somewhat embarrassed since she had indeed been away from her combat post for too long. Without a prayer hand to guide them, the Divine Arrows were just oversized rockets, capable of traveling far but with low accuracy. Without the prayer hand, the Divine Arrow group was useless, unable to fulfill any purpose. "I'll return immediately," said Ludmila, and she took one more look at Rokosov curled up in the blanket. Monk Yukiniako also glanced at the Count and said, "Without him, we would have been sacrificed. He saved us twice, once from going up to the bell tower, and the other time when we were trapped." "Yes," Ludmila responded softly. Yukiniako continued, "You knew him from before, right? Did you know he was such a hero?" "No," Ludmila answered truthfully, "though he's always had a high opinion of himself, to my knowledge, not a single girl liked him. No, actually, all the noble girls in St. Ekaterina Fortress treated him as a joke. He's not one anymore. And did you see those soldiers just now? Anyone who treats him as a joke will have their skin peeled off by the soldiers. Come on, let's go. I've given you plenty of time. It's time to get back to business, Captain Malahovna," said Yukiniako. Ludmila nodded her head. Yukiniako turned and walked out, and Ludmila followed his steps, looking back every 3 steps. The hymn monk stood beside the sofa that Count Rokosov used as a bed and waved at Ludmila. Wang Zhong slept soundly this time. Perhaps after resolving the internal hesitation, one can sleep soundly. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see that it was still light outside. His second sensation was thirst. After all, he had soaked the blanket with sweat. He threw off the blanket and sat up, grabbing the large glass he had placed on the table earlier and gulped it down, feeling his brain come alive afterwards. He must still have had a bit of a low fever, but the ringing in his ears was gone, and the explosive headache from the morning had almost disappeared. His head was just a little heavy. Wang Zhong carefully stood up, moved his body a bit, and then looked to his side. Su Fang was standing next to him, holding a kettle. Need more water. Wang Zhong pushed the empty cup toward the girl. Fill it up. After the second cup of water, Wang Zhong finally sat down, pulled up the overhead view, and surveyed the battlefield. The defensive fortifications of Pinyi village had obviously improved a great deal compared to when they were resisting the enemy in the morning, with many sandbag barriers erected. Support points like windows and balconies had also been reinforced with sandbags. It was clear that Yegorov was doing his best to strengthen the village's defenses, but unfortunately, the third rear Amur group was already on the run and didn't bring much in terms of defensive supplies. The village lacked common defensive installations like barbed wire and landmines. When they had seized trucks from the enemy supply depot, Wang Zhong had asked about what kinds of supplies the enemy had there. The answer he received was that there were only ammunition and fuel. The enemy didn't think there was a need to stop and defend, so they hadn't allocated transport for any frontline defensive materials. In short, although Yegorov was experienced, a good wife can't make a meal without rice, the defenses of Pinyi were as good as non-existent. The good news was that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and they just needed to hold out for another 26 hours before they could make their escape. Wang Zhong shifted his viewpoint to the enemy. Then he realized that their field of vision could barely make out the top of the western hill but couldn't see the enemy behind it at all. It seemed it was up to Wang Zhong to personally climb up for a better look. So, Wang Zhong switched back to his original perspective and stood up again. The bell tower had been half destroyed by an enemy shell, but the water tower of the distillery was still standing and probably not any shorter than the bell tower. Seeing Wang Zhong walking out, Su Fang hurriedly followed him. Please rest a while longer. The enemy hasn't attacked yet. Take advantage of this time to rest, have a meal or something. I am indeed hungry, bring me some bread and meat. Wang Zhong said this as he left the distillery manager's office and entered the courtyard of the distillery. Panzer 422 was parked in the courtyard, with the tank operators busily maintaining the vehicle. Upon seeing Wang Zhong, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing, stood to attention, their backs straighter than if the great emperor had come for an inspection. Wang Zhong, at ease, carry on. Wait, where's your commander? The tank operators exchanged glances, and finally, the gunner spoke on behalf of everyone. He didn't dare to be the commander any longer, and went to check on your horse. My horse. It took Wang Zhong a second to remember that he had inherited a white horse from Captain Lubokov. Oh, that horse. Do you know its name? Ah? Oh, the horse? The captain called it Bucephalus. Wang Zhong was taken aback, he knew the name Bucephalus. It was the name of Alexander the Great's beloved horse, akin to red hair in Chinese culture. Although Captain Lubokov had given the horse such a name, he had unfortunately fallen in the first battle, prompting Wang Zhong to sigh. The cowardly private had gone to look after the horse, so had Panzer 422 become his personal vehicle? Wang Zhong glanced at the three-turret tank. Frankly, the tank was ugly, and its performance was terrible. If he'd had any other choice, Wang Zhong would never have considered it as his personal vehicle. However, with his limited resources, he had to make do with what he had. This wasn't a game, where a soldier could just turn a wrench a few times to fix up an enemy's abandoned Panzer IV. In reality, tank repair would require an entire maintenance factory with hundreds of mechanics. So, he had to make do with the unattractive Panzer 422. Wang Zhong, make sure it's well maintained, it might carry a heavy burden soon. Yes, sir, the tank operators answered with spirit. Wang Zhong nodded and began to climb the stairs of the water tower. Luckily, the water tower had stairs instead of a ladder that would have required climbing by hand, so Wang Zhong ascended quite smoothly to the tower's summit. Standing at the top, he raised his binoculars. From this height, he had the illusion that he was even higher than the hill to the west. Then he switched to an overhead view. The enemy on the reverse slope behind the western hill was all lit up. Wang Zhong took a sharp breath. He saw trucks descending from the highway and a large number of infantry moving into battle formations. He also spotted at least a full battery of infantry guns being unloaded from the trucks, each with a barrel that looked thicker than that of a demolished Panzer IV's tank gun. In fact, they were all 75 mm. Not only that, but he saw a supply truck parked next to the enemy's self-propelled mortar battery, with gunners moving shells onto the mortar vehicles. Enemy reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 41. 2 slices of bread. Wang Zhong was trying to take a closer look at the enemy's attack formation, but suddenly he noticed tracks on the ground leading off to the side. A single vehicle couldn't possibly have left such distinct tracks on the grassland, only multiple half-track vehicles could have left the highway from the same spot. Wang Zhong immediately followed the tracks in search of this enemy unit, but after heading north for a while, the tracks went out of his field of view. What were these Prussians up to by heading directly north? Not quite understanding their intentions, Wang Zhong began to check the edge of his field of view just in case. Since his perspective depended on the direction he was facing, with no visibility at the back of his head, he had to switch back to normal vision to turn and face north. Su Fang had followed him up the water tower, and seeing him look north, she asked with a puzzled face, "Aren't the enemies to the west?" Wang Zhong didn't have time to answer, he switched back to the overlooking perspective. Indeed, he found the tracks right to the north of Pinyi village. Good lord, these guys took a detour and ended up making a square. Wang Zhong's field of view was circular, so he couldn't see the corners of the square. There were 3 roads converging on Pinyi, forming an inverted Y shape. The enemy's previous attacks had all come from the west, entering the village through 2 westward roads, so Yegorov's defensive positions were mainly facing the west. To the east, the only road was lined with field hospitals and other non-combative units, and fighting forces were extremely scarce, with only some lightly wounded soldiers armed for defense. It looked like this enemy unit that had detoured around was planning to enter the village from that one and only eastern road, for a pincer attack. If they succeeded, it would be bad. Wang Zhong skillfully switched perspectives, turned around, and found himself face to face with Su Fang. Su Fang! Wang Zhong stepped aside to gain a view of the east and switched perspectives again. At the end of his eastern field of view, he saw enemy half-track vehicles driving onto the main road. The enemy had already taken their positions. Each vehicle was carrying more than a dozen soldiers, packed like sardines. The enemy had taken a rectangular route, so methodically that, in theory, they shouldn't be overloading the vehicles. They aren't Indians, after all. One could only speculate that a half-track vehicle broke down during the detour, forcing the passengers onto other vehicles. To be honest, if the enemy decided to play armored cavalry and charge with the half-tracks, they might actually catch Wang Zhong off guard. But they stopped and began to deploy their troops. So these Prussians can't fight without deploying their troops, hey? Wang Zhong hurriedly thought of a plan. The first thing he thought of was to find Yegorov and reassign a unit to establish a defensive line at the rear. Then he considered maybe pretending not to have noticed the flanking maneuver to set up an ambush. As he was about to choose this plan, a flash of insight crossed his mind. He carefully examined the enemy's equipment. 8 half-track vehicles. These were also the characteristic equipment of a certain military force from another dimension, with the mention of armored grenadiers always involving this type of half-track vehicle. German forces usually used the abbreviation SDKFZ and a number to name these half-track vehicles, hence they got the nickname SD Confucius in the Chinese circle. Among these half-track vehicles, there were versions with cannons, ranging from 20 mm to 45 mm, and Wang Zhong liked to use them for fun in War Thunder. But the 8 half-tracks that had outflanked this time were all equipped with only machine guns. Wang Zhong scrutinized the enemy infantry's equipment more closely. Thanks to the aerial view cheat, Wang Zhong could clearly see how many magazines the enemy submachine gunners had brought. After close observation, he was sure that the enemy wasn't equipped with single-soldier anti-tank rockets like the Panzerfaust. At best they only had anti-tank grenades. The enemy had no anti-tank firepower. And behind them was the Great Plain. To avoid detection, the position where the enemy deployed was at least 1,500 meters from the village. A 1,500 meter open plain. And that was at least. It could well be 2,000 meters. A single tank parked at the village entrance could send the whole enemy unit to meet their maker. He wasn't even sure if God was in charge of this world. After realizing this, Wang Zhong was ecstatic. He switched back to normal vision, turned around, leaned over the water tower railing, and was about to call out to the tank operators below in the courtyard when something caught his eye from the corner of his vision. He looked up immediately, just in time to see smoke rising from the western hills. Then, the sound of artillery shells tearing through the air ruptured his eardrums. Enemy shelling. While Wang Zhong was busy with the flanking unit, the enemy had moved their artillery to the hilltop. The first shell fell in the wheat field west of the village, sending dirt flying as high as a two-story building. The charge on this shell is a bit too much. Wang Zhong shouted, "Artillery incoming! Take cover!" Before his words faded, the second whistling sound came. Wang Zhong distinctly felt the object making the noise fly over his head. It seemed to be aimed high. Turning around, he saw the house on the eastern edge of the village being hit, its roof blasted away in a large chunk. Wait a second, one shot too close and one too far. The enemy is adjusting their fire. If the third one falls in the village, the rapid firing will begin. The third screech came, and before Wang Zhong could react, the roof of the mechanical mill was hit. The explosion nearly blew Wang Zhong off his feet. Luckily, the distance was somewhat far, and neither the shrapnel nor the shock wave reached Wang Zhong. At this moment, Su Fang rushed over and pushed Wang Zhong to the ground. The girl lay on top of Wang Zhong's back. Wang Zhong heard her urgently say, "You can't die." The next moment, more whistling sounds came. The explosions tore at Wang Zhong's eardrums one after another. Could just one battery of howitzers produce such an effect? Wang Zhong vaguely understood why artillery was called the king of war. However, Wang Zhong couldn't just lie there. He was lying facing west, so he couldn't see what was happening in the east, but he could imagine the enemy's troops circling behind and advancing towards the village. Action must be taken immediately. He rolled over, flinging the Su Fang on his back to the ground, and jumped up, shouting, "Tank operators to your stations," as he rushed down the stairs. The tank operators were all lying around the tank and only got up when they heard Wang Zhong's voice. Wang Zhong reached out and dragged the loader from under the tank, then climbed directly onto the tank. By this time, the gunner had already reached the turret end, opening the side door for the gunner and the loader, asked as Wang Zhong climbed in, "My Lord Count, what has happened?" Wang Zhong replied, "I spotted the enemy's flanking troops from above, on the eastern side. The enemy doesn't have anti-tank weapons, we have to block them at the eastern entrance to the village." Understood. The gunner nodded and climbed through the side door, followed closely by the loader. Wang Zhong ascended the turret, squeezing into the commander's hatch, and put on the headset and the internal microphone. At this point, the driver and electrician had also entered the tank. Wang Zhong asked, "How many high-explosive rounds do we have left?" "Don't worry, we haven't fired many high-explosive rounds, there are still 42 left," came the gunner's voice through the headset. Before Wang Zhong could reply, a shell fell in the courtyard, collapsing part of the enclosing wall. Several shrapnel pieces struck the tank's armor, ringing with a clang. Wang Zhong thought, for safety's sake I should get in the tank first. At this time, Su Fang climbed onto the tank, standing on the grill above the engine, at the back of the main turret. Wang Zhong ordered, "Get down." Su Fang replied, "I'm going to use this anti-aircraft machine gun." As she spoke, she adeptly operated the machine gun on top of the turret, aiming forward. Wang Zhong insisted, "I'll operate the machine gun. You get down. You're feverish, you might not shoot accurately." Wang Zhong wanted to say more, but thinking that the enemy could be creeping in from the east at any moment, he had no choice but to let her be. Wang Zhong directed, "Driver, engage forward gear, and go. Turn left out of the gate, head east until you reach the junction." The driver confirmed, "Same route as this morning, I got it." The tank charged out of the brewery gate, taking a sharp turn. Just then, the building across from the brewery was hit by a shell, and broken tiles cascaded down. Wang Zhong ducked his head, feeling the gravel pattering against him. Su Fang was struck by a tile, cutting a gash above her right eye, and blood flowed down. Wang Zhong urged, "You're bleeding, get down." "I won't." Chapter 42. Tank number 422 speeding through the wilderness. Major Shrifen still stood atop his command tank, observing the village of Pinyi. Next to the tank stood an officer with half-grey hair. Unlike Shrifen, this officer did not wear the flamboyant red decorations, so he appeared to be of a lower rank. But in reality, he was the commander of Armored Grenadier Regiment 351, Major Franz of the Prasen National Defense Force, who should be considered Shrifen's peer. "It seems the enemy hasn't noticed our flanking maneuver," Major Franz put down his binoculars. "I can congratulate Major Shrifen in advance." Major Shrifen's face remained stern. "No, the enemy commander is a tough nut. I will not celebrate prematurely until I've broken through their defenses. Prepare the infantry for assault, mortars fire smoke." The Prasen Empire's smoke tactics were originally developed to counter Divine Arrow, which could hit Prasen tanks from 2 or even 3 kilometers away, while the accuracy of tank guns at this range was less than reliable. Therefore, Prussian Armored Forces Director Heinz Wilhelm von Mach decided to universally equip the armored troops with vehicle-mounted mortars to accompany assaults and heavily supply them with smoke bombs. Laying down a smoke screen with mortars before armored assaults became a standard combat method for the Prasen Empire. Soon, Prasen infantry units also realized that this tactic could effectively limit enemy fire points during assaults, so they started to distribute smoke bombs in large quantities as well. The mortars, freshly resupplied, did not even need to adjust their aim and began rapid fire, quickly forming a wall of smoke on the western side of the village. Major Shrifen consulted his watch. "There are 2 hours left until dark. If all goes well, we can spend the night in the village. Begin the attack." Accompanied by a whistle, the tanks accompanying the assault initiated first, advancing at a pace coordinated with the infantry. Meanwhile, the infantry of Regiment 351 followed closely behind the tanks. The number 3 tank was not an infantry tank, and its tank gun's power was limited, but it was still suited as a mobile cover for the infantry. Furthermore, the machine guns on the tanks could suppress enemy fire points. Major Shrifen watched all this from his command tank and murmured softly, "It's your move now, don't disappoint me, the arrogant Mr. Enti." At this moment, Wang Zhong was speeding through the village. For an instant, he wondered, what if he was just unlucky and got hit by a shell falling from the sky while racing? He realized he had never considered this possibility, his mind solely focused on defeating the enemy. Just as Wang Zhong pondered this, the tank emerged from the eastern exit of the village. In the setting sun, the fields were coated in a layer of gold, and the soldiers in black uniforms were as visible as dark bugs in a rice jar. "Wang Zhong, stop the tank." The moment the order was given, the tank came to an abrupt stop. Su Fang was thrown forward, even pushing the machine gun out of alignment. Wang Zhong, bracing the hatch, ordered loudly, "Load high explosive shell, target the half-track on the road directly ahead." "Loading complete." "Wang Zhong, fire." The blast from the gun muzzle swept the surrounding wheat away. A plume of smoke rose in front of the target, hitting low. The machine gun on the half-track immediately opened fire, a whip of tracer bullets lashed towards the tank, sparking a string of sparks on the armor. Su Feng, not the least bit scared, swung the machine gun around for a counterattack. The two machine guns at the front of the tank also began to fire back, but their targets were the skirmish lines across the field. Wang Zhong, quick, load. Loading complete. Wang Zhong, this time make it accurate. Fire. With the gunner stepping on the pedal, the gun muzzle once again erupted in flames. An orange fireball soared up from the left side of the target vehicle, the chassis overturned by the blast of the explosion. From an overhead perspective, Wang Zhong clearly saw the body of an enemy being thrown high into the air. Wang Zhong, good. Load again, next one. After finishing, he switched back to encourage Su Feng with a pat on the shoulder, don't just focus on the vehicles, hit those infantrymen. Su Feng turned the gun and swept the whip of death across the skirmish line. Just then, the driver shouted, smoke. The enemy's deploying smoke. Wang Zhong quickly looked forward, indeed he saw white smoke rising from the fields. Switching to an overhead view, it was clear that the enemy infantry were throwing smoke bombs. It was evident the enemy was well trained, skillfully employing the tactic as a single smoke bomb could cover most of the troops in half tracks. The loader shouted, loaded. The gunner then cried out, I can't see the target anymore. What should we do? At this time, the enemy was still over 1,000 meters away from the village entrance, right in the tank's firepower advantage zone. But if the enemy came within 100 meters, the situation would be rife with unpredictability. Not to mention, if the enemy used a bolt-action rifle to shoot at Wang Zhong, he couldn't take it and would have to get inside the tank. Standing on the tank's cooling grill, Su Feng had nowhere to hide and could only rely on the turret for cover. When the enemy approached to 50 meters, the threat of anti-tank grenades would increase significantly. Having observed the enemy's movements from a bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong made a snap decision and ordered, we can't stay here, driver turn right 30 degrees, let's hit the main road and run for it. The command was immediately carried out. The tank headed down the main road, speeding toward the southeast. Wang Zhong, turret, turn left. How much? The gunner asked loudly. Switching back to the naked eye perspective, Wang Zhong grabbed Su Feng's hand that was on the machine gun and forcefully turned the machine gun in another direction. Pull the trigger. Su Feng immediately pulled the trigger, and tracer bullets swept through the smoke. Wang Zhong, aim in the direction of the tracer bullets. Got it. As the turret turned, the tank finally circumvented the first wave of enemy smoke, gaining a view of the half-track vehicle. It was just within range of the tank gun. Wang Zhong, stop the tank. The driver slammed on the brakes. When the tank stopped, the barrel jolted violently up and down. At the instant the jolting stopped, the gunner stepped on the pedal and fired. As a result, the shot flew over again, landing behind the half-track vehicle among scattered infantry, blasting one unlucky soldier into the sky. Wang Zhong suddenly realized that the gunner might not be particularly skilled at range estimation, and he remembered that early Soviet tanks had very rudimentary range-finding devices in another time and space, unlike the German forces with a mature and convenient range-finding system. So early Soviet tanks were at a significant disadvantage in long-range duels. This time and space might be the same. But in the bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong could see specific coordinates and could roughly estimate the distance by mental arithmetic using the coordinates. So he immediately switched to the bird's-eye view, estimated the distance, and ordered, distance 980 meters. Gunner. 980 meters. Gunner, how do you know? Estimate, don't worry about it, just shoot with this reading. Loaded. Fire. As the gunner stepped on the pedal, the cargo bed of the still-moving half-track blew open, and the vehicle quickly came to a stop. The machine gunner, engulfed in flames, jumped off the vehicle and rolled over on the grass. At this point, the enemy infantry released smoke again, just blocking the tank's line of sight. Wang Zhong, start moving, keep circling the enemy. There are 6 more half-tracks and over 100 infantrymen. Let's annihilate them in the open. Tank 422 moved again, the tracks churning up a lot of dark mud. This time they didn't go far before another half-track entered the view. Wang Zhong, emergency stop. Distance 910 meters. Don't pick the wrong gauge. The tank had just stabilized when the gunner stepped on the pedal and fired. This time, the target exploded into a fireball and slid across the open field for a while before stopping. Su Fang's machine gun rattled as Wang Zhong glanced at the sight on the gun and noticed that the girl had also adjusted the distance according to his instructions. The long whip formed by the tracer bullets swept accurately over the enemy's columns. The well-trained enemy immediately hit the ground. This reminded Wang Zhong of that famous Vietnam War meme, running away is the enemy, hitting the ground is the well-trained enemy. But here, the enemy was indeed well-trained. Su Fang hadn't even finished her burst when the enemy released smoke again. Wang Zhong, keep circling the enemy. Chapter 43. Crossfire. Yegorov was standing by the window watching the west, seemingly unafraid of the enemy's artillery fire. The main reason was that the 3-story boy mansion he was in was quite sturdy, and the 75mm infantry artillery might not necessarily take it down. Even more robust was the main building of the winery. Perhaps the Prussians had not anticipated such a solid reinforced concrete structure in such a small village. Yegorov had it all figured out. If they really could not hold on, they would withdraw to the winery and resist relying on the solid building. It was at that moment, amidst the enemy's cannon fire and explosions, that he heard a different kind of artillery sound. Is the tank firing? Yegorov turned his head to look behind him at the east. After a second of hesitation, Yegorov quickly moved to the window on the eastern side. Because the building blocked his view, he couldn't see the tank, but he could see the smoke set up by the enemy on the eastern plains. The anti-army also had smoke bombs, however, they were advanced experience learned from the Prussian army. Yegorov muttered to himself, it seems the Prussian devils have circled to the east. Count Rokosov is engaging the enemy with his tank. How did he find them? As he spoke, Yegorov lifted his binoculars in a futile attempt to observe the battle, but since he still could not see the situation, he turned his head to Sergeant Major Grigory and said, take a machine gun to the eastern edge of the village, find a good position and set it up. The Count only has one tank, and the enemy has set up a smoke screen, so they might not be able to fully block the enemy. Grigory saluted, leave it to me, Colonel Yegorov. After seeing Grigory off, Yegorov looked east again and murmured, how did the Count discover the enemy's flanking maneuver? Pavlov said, perhaps this is what makes a military genius. Just as the words fell, a 75mm shell hit the wall of the main mansion building, but it didn't blow through the wall, only causing a pile of dust to fall sparsely from the ceiling. Yegorov looked at the beams overhead to make sure the house was not going to collapse, then turned to glare at the chief of staff, you, talk less. At that time, Wang Zhong watched as the last half-track vehicle turned into a burning wreck. He elevated his view and quickly counted the remaining infantry on the plains. About 60 or 70 infantry had survived, scattered across the plains. The enemy closest to the village would enter it after another 500 meters. The most urgent task now was to quickly return to the entrance of the village and hold it, as it would be difficult to deal with the infantry once they entered the village with the tank even if Wang Zhong had cheats. Just then, a machine gun appeared in the window of a building at the very eastern edge of the village and began firing at the enemy on the plains without a word. This machine gun was seized from the enemy. Its firing sound was not the dull thud of the anti-army's heavy machine guns but a sharp, tearing sound like ripping canvas. Wang Zhong saw all this clearly and immediately decided to drive the tank to the side of the village entrance to set up a crossfire network with the machine gun at the entrance. Without the half-tracks, the enemy had lost their mobility and mobile cover, making it difficult for the infantry to break through the crossfire on the plains. Driver, stop, turn on the spot 180 degrees. Even Wang Zhong heard the sound of the driver pulling the lever. This tank didn't have a convenient steering wheel but relied on 2 control levers, one for each side track. As the driver operated, the tank tracks began to rotate in opposite directions, and the long vehicle started to turn on the spot. Su Feng was still firing, but as the tank began to turn, the tracer bullets whipped out into the plane. "Say something before you turn," Su Feng complained loudly. "My ammo's being wasted here." Wang Zhong, who had no time to mind her, waited until the tank turned to his desired direction and immediately knocked on top of the turret, shouting, "Stop! No more turning! Shift gears, full speed ahead, stop at the edge of the village." As the tank started to move, Su Feng protested, "I can't shoot at the enemy like this." Before her words ended, a bullet struck the tank gun, sending out a string of sparks as it flew away. Wang Zhong turned around and saw the enemy in the fields attempting to hit the tank, but at that distance, even well-trained Prasen soldiers had to rely on luck to score a hit. However, just like the infantry organization of another timeline's Germany, the core of the infantry squad is the machine gun, and if that machine gun starts firing, before he could finish, the enemy's machine gun opened fire. Wang Zhong immediately located the machine gunner and saw that he was firing the machine gun by hand, probably because the enemy was in the wheat field and the summer wheat had grown tall. Lying on the ground, one wouldn't be able to aim, so they had no choice but to fire the machine gun while standing. The accuracy of firing a machine gun by hand is imaginable. It looked as though tracer bullets were headed straight for Wang Zhong, but in reality, they all flew high. Su Feng was shrinking her neck, and had lost the sharpness she just had in killing the enemy. Instead, she clung tightly to Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, why are you so close?" "Su Feng, I think the bullets might curve around you. How about you look at the wound on my shoulder and say that again?" "I'm still running a fever." Even though they were having a not-so-tense conversation, Wang Zhong knew that it wouldn't be surprising to get hit by a bullet under these circumstances. On the battlefield, no one can be sure. But what was strange was that he was not afraid at all. And he always felt that his fearlessness didn't have much to do with adrenaline because his breathing was very steady at the moment. No sooner had he thought this than Su Feng said, "Constantine, you're really brave. I'm so scared I'm shivering, but you're just like usual." Constantine was Wang Zhong's patronymic, and using a patronymic at such times mostly conveyed a sense of respect. Wang Zhong glanced at the girl, and it took him a second to remember that as an Easterner she didn't have a patronymic, so he had to call her by her name. "Su Feng, you are brave too." At that moment, the driver's voice came through the headset, "We'll be at the edge of the village soon, a low wall is just ahead." "Wang Zhong, stop in front of the low wall, face the enemy." The tank immediately braked and then turned around. As if she had been holding back for a long time, Su Feng picked up the machine gun and returned fire at the Prussian gunner who had been sending tracer bullets over their heads. The result was unsurprisingly low. After all, she had just been close to the enemy, and her range was set to 100. Wang Zhong estimated the distance and told Su Feng, "Set the range to 400. "Oh." Su Feng stopped firing and began adjusting the range setting. At that moment, the 2 machine gun turrets in front of the tank also opened fire. The whips of death formed by the tracer bullets and the machine guns at the entrance of the village created a crossfire. After Su Feng finished adjusting the range, she joined their ranks. The enemy was probably out of smoke bombs by now, having no way to deal with the fire net. A machine gunner found a mound of earth in the field, set up a machine gun on it, and began to retaliate. Wang Zhong immediately grabbed Su Feng's hand and pushed her line of fire towards the enemy, while commanding the gunner, "See Su Feng's tracer bullets? Is there an enemy machine gun you see there?" "I see it." As the gunner responded, he stepped on the turret rotation pedal and aimed the short, stout tank gun at the enemy. "Gunner, high explosive, ready." The gunner's foot pressed down on the firing pedal. Due to the short distance, almost the moment the gun fired, the shell hit its target, sending the Prussian machine gunner and his ammunition handler flying sky-high literally. "Su Feng, take that! For shooting at me!" Cheers from the tank operators filled Wang Zhong's headset. But he couldn't bring himself to celebrate, because from a bird's-eye view, he saw that the enemy in front was also advancing. Chapter 44. Combat Engineers. West of Pinyi, Prasen tanks had crossed the mortar smoke screen barrier. At that time, the enemy's infantry artillery barrage had ceased, probably for fear that the dust might interfere with the tank's direct fire power. After the tanks emerged from the smoke, the Prussian skirmish line also appeared. At this moment, apart from the roar of engines, the only sound on the entire battlefield was machine gun fire coming from the east end of the village. This distant sound, instead, highlighted the quietness on the battlefield. Without machine gun fire, the village was tranquil. The mountain artillery strike had created 7 or 8 pillars of smoke, but it was unknown how many casualties it had caused. When the tanks were about 200 meters away, they stopped advancing, probably not wanting to enter the effective range of the anti-tank rifles. The coaxial machine gun opened fire first, targeting the second-floor windows of the buildings. This type of suppressive fire, with fierce gunfire, was meant to intimidate defenders hiding in buildings and works, making those timid defenders too scared to stand up and shoot. This kind of fire also had another effect: it caused overly tense individuals to reflexively open fire, thus revealing their positions. However, the Prussians' suppressive fire had no effect. The village of Pinyi remained as still as a dead snail, lying in the sunset awaiting the sun to dry out the moisture in its body. The Prussian infantry cautiously approached the village. Suddenly, a small window on the first floor burst into flames, tracer bullets tore through the lingering sunlight, and in the blink of an eye, 3 Prussian soldiers were brought down. The next moment, the tank's coaxial machine gun swept toward the small window, followed by the tank gun, engulfing the small window in smoke and dust. More windows began to spit fire, and bullets poured down like a torrential rain toward enemies on the open field. Yegorov said to the messenger, "Tell the 1st Battalion not to get too engaged. The enemy's advantage in direct fire from their tanks will cause great casualties if we keep entangled with them on the outer defenses. Hit the enemy hard once and then immediately retreat to let them enter the village." The messenger nodded and ran off. Chief of Staff Pavlov said, "Didn't we set their tasks, telling them to shoot and leave? Just in case. The commander of the 1st Battalion has a stubborn temper, he'll ignore everything once he gets fired up, so he needed a reminder," Yegorov said. He knew too well the temperaments of his officers, after all, they had shared many drinks together. Yegorov continued to observe the west, but once the enemy came within 200 meters, he could no longer see them, only the enemy tanks stalled at that distance. This was because the western side of the village was on a gentle slope, descending from the western hill to the village. If it had been flat ground, the view from the 3rd floor of the manor where Yegorov stood would have been even worse. This 3rd floor only assured a view of the entrance on the northwest side. Setting up a machine gun at this window where Yegorov now stood would completely block the road entering the village from the northwest. Of course, that would also mean that this window would receive special attention from the enemy tanks' direct fire. The good news was, Rokosov, the Count, asserted that the enemy no longer had any Mark IV infantry tanks. The enemy's Mark III tanks had a main gun caliber of only 50 mm, and some of the older models even had a caliber of just 37 mm. The high explosive shells from these guns could only kill a machine gunner if they landed precisely through the windows. Hitting around the window would probably not be enough to damage the thick stone walls. Therefore, Yegorov had prepared 7 or 8 machine gun crews in the large room behind the window, and several spare machine guns were also ready, just waiting for the enemy to launch an attack from the northwest street. Of course, before the appearance of the enemy, this window still served as an observation point for the commander, since the view was too good. Yegorov was observing when he suddenly noticed a violent explosion on the western side of the village. Dark objects were thrown into the air, even passing over the tops of several two-story buildings. What's going on? As soon as he said this, he saw flames burst out of the windows of a house on the southwest street, and a flamethrower soldier, engulfed in flames, jumped out of a second-floor window and hit the ground motionless. Yegorov exclaimed, "Flamethrowers, combat engineers! The enemy's combat engineers have entered the fight." Yegorov couldn't see what was happening, but Wang Zhong saw everything clearly. The 1st Battalion had fired a volley before retreating. Immediately after, a team of combat engineers clad in grey-painted armor arrived in a half-track. The half-track had something akin to a catapult, and Wang Zhong watched as it hurled an explosive pack over the stone wall. What an unscrupulous catapult with mechanical power! Forget the stone wall, the thatched hut behind it was blown into the sky. Then the enemy's combat engineers deftly toppled the remaining wall and filled in the pit, wading through feces to enter the yard. The submachine guns from ambush inside the house opened fire, but the rounds only sparked against the iron armor of the combat engineers. It was obvious that the pistol rounds fired by the submachine guns were not effective against the iron armor. The submachine gunner was either panicked or had never seen heavy armored combat engineers because he completely failed to attack the unprotected parts of the enemy. The combat engineer leveled his flamethrower and pulled the trigger. Flames shot through the windows, soon bursting out from the windows on the other side. The submachine gunner, engulfed in fierce flames, screamed as he scrambled out the window and fell to the ground motionless. Wang Zhong was astonished. Wearing heavy iron armor, using submachine guns and flamethrowers, and carrying explosive packs, weren't these the hallmark troops of the Russians? So the German combat engineers in this time and space were also heavily armored? Wang Zhong watched as the enemy's combat engineers cleared an entire house with their flamethrowers, then used explosives to breach the partition wall between two houses and continued to clear the second house. No, he had to come up with a way to eliminate this squad of combat engineers. Wang Zhong elevated his viewpoint. The enemy tanks stopped 200 meters from the village with a clear field of fire, making it impossible to circumvent them from the outside as before. He had to think of a way to set an ambush in the village, using the tank's high explosive shells and machine gun firepower to eliminate the combat engineer squad. Wang Zhong observed the enemy's direction of advance and a preliminary plan began to take shape. He glanced again at the enemy flanking from the east, confirmed that there were only about 20-odd stragglers left, then patted Su Feng, who was changing bullets, on the shoulder. "Okay, stop shooting once you've reloaded. We still have a mission and need these bullets. All other machine guns, cease fire." The two gun turrets firing in front of the tank ceased fire, followed by the coaxial machine gun of the main gun. "Wang Zhong, driver. Turn left and head back to the highway along the edge of the village." "Driver, understood." "Wait a minute, aren't we dealing with these enemies? There might still be quite a few left, just squatting on the ground and hiding in the wheat fields." Wang Zhong thought to himself, "Don't worry, my friend, I'm using cheats here. The overhead view not only gives me a crystal clear view, but also highlights the targets. There are only about 20 live ones left from the enemy's rear group." But he couldn't just say it outright. The gunfire is very intense on the front, obviously the battle is at a standstill, and they need us. "Let's go." The tank started, turned left, and quickly progressed along the ridges at the edge of the village. Su Feng whispered, "I've never seen a noble I've never seen an officer explain the reasons for their orders. Officers just give orders, and the subordinates must execute them without question. If there are questions, they get scolded with things like 'you bunch of blockheads.' Wang Zhong, you bunch of blockheads. Execute the order. Is that what you mean?" For some reason, the tank operators in the vehicle all laughed, loudly at that. The gunner remarked, "If the company's quartermaster shouted like that, not a single new soldier would be afraid of him." The loader added, "That's the gentlest reprimand we've ever heard. I don't know if that even counts as a reprimand." Wang Zhong scratched his head. Just then, the tank reached the entrance of the village, so he took the opportunity to change the subject. Stop. I need to talk to the machine gunner. After the tank stopped, Wang Zhong called out to the machine gunner who had ceased firing, who's in command. Sergeant Grigory stuck his head out. I am, Count. Wang Zhong, the enemy is almost wiped out, I'll leave the rest to you. Keep an eye on our rear. I'm going to join the fight at the front. The sergeant saluted Wang Zhong. Good luck, Count. Chapter 45. Flaming Sky. While Wang Zhong commanded Tank 422 to move towards the village, the combat engineer squad had just cleared a house with a flamethrower. Wang Zhong, while playing Company of Heroes 2, liked to use flamethrowers, yet the game's flamethrowers, although powerful, were not invincible. The Company of Heroes series of games featured a retreat mechanism. Press the T key, and your troops would sprint away. The latest third installment seemed to have changed the key. If confronted with a flamethrower, pressing T fast enough could save the burning troops and allow them to retreat back to base engulfed in flames. But reality was not so forgiving. In real life, those hit by a flamethrower would lose their combat effectiveness instantly, left to roll on the ground unable to do anything else. Only those with extremely tenacious willpower could continue to fight while engulfed in flames. The current third company of the Amur group, although high in morale, had not yet become a disciplined force with that kind of willpower. Wang Zhong had to eliminate these combat engineers quickly, or else they might just take over the whole village. The company commander, Shershev, shouted loudly, "It's the combat engineers, the submachine gun bullets are too weak to penetrate their armor, use rifles." "But commander, most of us are equipped with submachine guns for close quarters combat." "Then fucking use machine guns." As Shershev grabbed the machine gun from its operator, an explosion sounded from the backyard of the house he was in. The combat engineers had likely blown up the yard's wall with explosives. Brandishing the machine gun, Shershev rushed to the window and began to fire through the breach. The first combat engineer to enter the door hadn't yet squeezed the trigger before being hit by bullets, causing him and his armor to be pushed back several steps. With blood flowing from the gaps beneath his armor clearly, the machine gun was loaded with full-powered rounds that had penetrated the armor. The enemy still managed to pull the trigger, but due to falling backward, the flamethrower was raised high, and flames spouted into the air like a fountain, crossing the opposite wall and landing in the neighboring yard. As he continued firing, Shershev yelled, "You see? Their armor weighs at most a dozen kilos, it can't stop full-powered rifle rounds. Submachine guns fire pistol ammunition, which has questionable penetrating power." Shershev had barely finished speaking when a grenade was thrown into the yard. This was no ordinary stick grenade, but a combat engineer's breach grenade, noticeably larger than a regular grenade. Even elite combat engineers couldn't throw such a grenade to the second floor from that distance, so Shershev laughed, "A bigger grenade's no good if you can't throw it up here." The grenade on the ground floor exploded. The wooden floor beneath Shersshev's feet, along with the brick wall of the first floor, collapsed. The adjacent submachine gunner cried out, "Commander!" In that critical moment, combat engineers took advantage of the lull in machine gun fire to breach through the hole in the wall. The submachine gunner immediately opened fire, with bullets clinking and clanging off the metal armor. The Prussians laughed, and the flamethrower was aimed at the second floor. Suddenly, a bullet struck the flamethrower's fuel line. The high-pressure fuel sprayed out and vaporized in the air. The vaporized fuel, contacting the flames at the head of the flamethrower, ignited and instantly engulfed the combat engineer in flames. Screams echoed through the courtyard. At that moment, Shershev struggled to his feet and began firing the machine gun. True anti-men fire machine guns standing up, accuracy be damned, the point is to appear fierce. The combat engineer, barely alive from the fire, was finished off by a few rounds from the machine gun. However, another grenade sailed over the wall, the same type of breach grenade as before. Shershev dropped the machine gun, picked up the grenade intending to throw it back, but just as he was getting ready, the thing exploded. Shershev was blown to pieces, his blood splattered all over the wall. A third combat engineer clambered over the wall and directed his flamethrower towards the second floor. Wang Zhong had witnessed the entire battle of Company Commander Shershev. Although he did not know the commander, he was still moved by his bravery. Shersshev's actions confirmed what Wang Zhong suspected: machine guns or rifles could penetrate the iron armor head-on. After all, the level of technology in this world was similar to that of World War II. Soviet combat engineers back then couldn't charge machine guns either. Their armor was primarily designed to protect against submachine gun bullets and grenade shrapnel. It was precisely because of this that the enemy's combat engineers did not take to the roads but rather chose close-quarters combat where machine guns and rifles were less effective. But they couldn't stay off the roads forever. It's true that there are only 3 main roads forming a Y shape leading to the village of Pinayi, but there are also complicated side streets within the village. If the tanks block the intersections and wait at ease, they might be able to capture all the combat engineers in one fell swoop. At that moment, Wang Zhong noticed that the half-track vehicle carrying the combat engineers had driven along the southwestern edge of the village to a lane leading out of the village and stopped next to a large pile of compost. Next to the vehicle was a yard with a gate leading outside the village. Obviously, the vehicle was waiting here to resupply the combat engineers once they reached this yard. Wang Zhong decided to target this vehicle first. By now, the tank had arrived in front of the mechanical mill, with 2 roads leading westward stretching out to both sides in front of the tank. In the morning's battle, Wang Zhong found that as long as the enemy's tanks were stationed at the 2 western intersections, they could block the whole street. Ludmila's Divine Arrow squad was trapped because of this and almost got caught by enemy infantry. It was Wang Zhong himself who commanded the tank to fight against 4 and broke the encirclement. Therefore, Wang Zhong specifically ordered Yegorov to drive the captured Prussian trucks onto the street, which along with the wreckage of the tanks, formed a blockade. Even if the enemy tanks were to reach the entrance of the village, they could only block the road from the village entrance to the blockade. With the infantry crouching and relying on the blockades, they could still move freely on both sides of the main street. The firepower of our machine guns was on the second floor, allowing it to sweep over the blockade and clear the enemies on the road. Now, Wang Zhong realized that this blockade also limited the effectiveness of his own tank gun. Previously, stopping in front of the mechanical mill allowed control over the entire road, but now only half could be controlled. But this was also good. Approaching the alley, the tank's body was covered, and only half of the turret was exposed, so there was no worry of being ambushed by enemy tanks. Wang Zhong, take the left road. Move about 50 meters and stop at the alley's entrance. Do you see the alley entrance 50 meters away? The driver responded to Wang Zhong with actions, as the tank directly took the left road heading straight for the alley entrance 50 meters away. Wang Zhong, turret, turn left. The turret immediately began to turn left. Su Feng was about to use the machine gun to shoot at the enemy on the street when the turret turned, causing the machine gun to move away from in front of her. Wang Zhong and the tank hatch blocked Su Feng's access to the machine gun. Su Feng, my machine gun. Wang Zhong ignored her as the tank had reached the alley entrance and came to a sudden stop, shaking a little from front to back. The half-track vehicle parked on the other side of the alley saw the tank. The Prussians on it shouted Achtung, and turned the vehicle-mounted machine gun towards the tank, only then realizing that the firing arc was insufficient. The machine gun could only cover a frontal arc, but the vehicle was parked sideways at the alley entrance. Wang Zhong had not yet shouted fire when the tank gun fired. The half-track vehicle must have been loaded with a lot of explosives, and flamethrower fuel or something, as it immediately burst into an orange fireball that slowly rose, resembling a nuclear explosion. Wang Zhong just watched as fragments bearing the Prussian cross flew past him, embedding themselves into the brick crevices of houses on the other side of the street. Su Feng was blown off the tank by the blast wave, landing butt first on the ground, and immediately started howling, "Ah ha ha, my butt." Wang Zhong was about to say something when the enemy's combat engineers climbed over the blast-damaged courtyard wall. The enemy was clearly dazed by the explosion, freezing for a moment upon seeing the tank. Wang Zhong immediately grabbed the anti-aircraft machine gun on top of the tank turret the one Sui Fang had been using and fired at the enemy. The sight was set to 300, but Wang Zhong didn't aim, he just shot guided by the tracer rounds. The combat engineers were hit by several shots and fell to the ground. Wang Zhong switched to the overhead view and immediately ordered, "High explosive shell, hit the courtyard next to it. No firing angle. Shoot the floor." A high explosive shell hit the ground, and from the overhead view, Wang Zhong could see the combat engineers inside the courtyard being thrown onto the ground. But their armor served its purpose. After all, the main gun of Tank 422 was only 45 mm, and its fragments might not penetrate the steel, only able to injure the enemy's limbs. At this moment, Shurchev's subordinates appeared. They charged across the alley shouting "Yura!" and crossed the flames left by the recent explosion, using their bayonets to finish off the still grounded combat engineers. The enemy's neck did not have any protection. Wang Zhong yelled, "Be careful to capture the flamethrowers! Be careful to capture the flamethrowers!" Then he heard an engine sound, quickly searched for its source, and saw the enemy tanks that had been 200 meters away starting to advance. It looked like the fireworks Wang Zhong had caused had made them restless. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 46. Wisdom from the Elders. The enemy tanks seemed to still be planning to enter from the western entrance of the village. Wang Zhong's tank was now stopped on the road leading to the southwest entrance of the village. Although there were obstacles between it and the entrance, these barriers were suitable for covering infantry but somewhat ineffective for hiding such a large tank. As an old model with multiple turrets, number 422 was quite imposing. Wang Zhong immediately ordered to drive into the side alley on the left, which was where he had just passed through to destroy the enemy's combat engineer vehicle accompanied by a half-tracked vehicle. This way, they could temporarily avoid a head-on confrontation with the enemy tanks. The engineering squad had just cleared the houses on the southwest side, and with his external equipment, Wang Zhong could clearly see the enemy infantry entering the houses and exchanging fire with the anti-army infantry across the road. As long as the position of the tank was close to the side occupied by the Prasen infantry, they didn't need to worry too much about incendiary bottles being thrown at them. On Wang Zhong's side, apart from the divine arrow and the tank beneath him, the only remaining means of anti-tank warfare were incendiary bottles. To be effective, one had to either climb to the second floor and ambush the tanks as they passed or clear the infantry around the tank before approaching for anti-tank combat maneuvers. Observing the movements of the enemy tanks, Wang Zhong surmised that this time they would definitely not advance without the cover of infantry. The earlier rush by the Mk.4 tanks was probably due to the enemy's assumption that the anti-army lacked anti-tank experience. After being hit with incendiary bottles, the enemy had also learned their lesson. Wang Zhong calculated that the enemy had brought up 8 tanks this time. The good news was that they were all Model 3 with slim barrels, which probably didn't have the same anti-infantry efficiency as the previous Mk.4 ones. Probably. But, given the enemy's tighter combined infantry and tank operations, the effectiveness of incendiary bottles was expected to be greatly reduced. It still depended on his own number 422 tank. However, this multi-turret tank design was already outdated. With thin armor, one solid hit could mean destruction. If the Prussians fired a shrapnel shell, he too could be in big trouble. He must make good use of the high-angle view, trying to ambush the enemy tanks just like he did with the Mk.4 tanks in the morning. At this moment, the enemy tanks had reached the southwest entrance and started attacking the buildings on the street with shrapnel shells. Contrary to Wang Zhong's expectations, the Prasen 50mm shrapnel shells were quite effective against personnel. The main reason was the long-barreled 50mm cannon fired shells with unexpectedly high penetration power, which could penetrate the brick walls of buildings and explode inside. Not to mention wooden structures. This was a serious problem. It was imperative to deal with the enemy tanks as soon as possible. Every extra minute of delay would result in more casualties. Although the 3rd Rear Armor Group had continuously repelled enemy attacks and morale was high, its numbers had been reduced to a dangerous level, and it was solely relying on high morale to avoid collapse. The enemy's shrapnel shells were weak, and even after penetrating a stone wall and exploding, they would usually only kill 2 people, but if this attrition continued, morale could break at any time. However, directly engaging the Prussian armored troops from the front would likely be deadly. Attempting a flank maneuver was also risky, as the enemy had left 4 additional tanks on the periphery, probably because the infantry who retreated in the morning reported the flanking done by the number 422 tank, so now the Prussians were prepared. Continuing along this morning's route meant engaging in a direct artillery duel with Prussian Model 3 tanks in the open fields. Wang Zhong pondered for a second, then remembered the smoke grenades thrown by the Prussian forces he had just annihilated while they tried to encircle him. He immediately shouted to nearby infantry, "Smoke grenades! Check the fallen Prussians for smoke grenades and gather them." After issuing the order, Wang Zhong continued to devise his plan. Hand-thrown smoke grenades could at most be thrown a few dozen meters, and the current wind direction was. He shifted back to his own perspective and realized that he couldn't make out which way the wind was blowing. As he was pondering this, he saw Sui Fang. So he took off Sui Fang's boat-shaped cap, and then he saw the ahog on Sui Fang's head swaying towards the northeast. The wind was coming from the southwest. Wang Zhong put the boat-shaped cap back on the girl's head. "Sui Fang?" Wang Zhong turned to others, "I need someone who's good at throwing grenades. Who can throw the furthest and most accurately among you?" "The company commander," a sergeant replied. "He has already sacrificed for the country, find the second best," Wang Zhong said, his voice unconsciously lowering as if expressing sorrow. Having given the last order, he once again increased his viewpoint. He needed to find a suitable position to release the smoke, making it easier for him to perform a sneak attack from behind. Just then, he suddenly remembered that when he played War Thunder, tanks had engine smoke generators for concealment, which he had used to great effect to avoid ambushes while flanking. But that was post-war technology. The T-28, this old-fashioned vehicle, should not have it. Yet, this world is not Earth, this world has magic. What if it's possible? Wang Zhong, holding a give-it-a-try attitude, asked the driver, "Can we use the engine to create a smoke screen?" The driver clearly misunderstood what Wang Zhong meant by smoke, answering, "My lord Count, that little bit of black smoke from the engine won't do any good." Wang Zhong curled his lip. At this moment, he suddenly saw enemy tanks stationed on the outskirts beginning to move. 2 tanks positioned on the southern side of the road started to maneuver to the south, clearly having learned of the location of Tank 422 and planning to circle around. And at this time, the enemy tank that had entered the village had already stopped at the crossroads, and ever since it had arrived, it had not fired a single shot, probably having loaded armor-piercing shells while waiting for Wang Zhong to show his face at the alley entrance. Wang Zhong made a split-second decision, switched back to his own perspective, and shouted, "Deploy smoke, throw to the southwest." That way, the smoke would be carried by the wind to form a barrier, allowing Wang Zhong to escape around the outside of the village. The order was immediately executed. The Prussian smoke bombs were very simple to use and quickly formed a wall of smoke. "Wang Zhong, driver, advance, exit the village." At this time, aside from Wang Zhong, no one else knew of the Prussians' movements, nor did they understand why Wang Zhong issued this command. But the order was still executed. After all, Wang Zhong's prestige within this unit was immensely high, his orders would be followed no matter how unreasonable they seemed. No, not Wang Zhong, but Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. The tank made clattering sounds as it drove through the lane, leaving the village. "Wang Zhong, stop! He looked at the smoke ahead, thinking that the Prussians really didn't skimp on materials. The smoke was so dense that nothing could be seen with the naked eye. At that moment, an excellent idea occurred to him. As a child, Wang Zhong was very fond of an old movie called Heroic Tank Operator, which was about the story of Tank 215 operated by heroic crew members during the Korean War. It included a segment adapted from a real battle situation. The Americans planned to use heavy artillery to bombard the stalled Tank 215. The commander then instructed the driver to rev the engine wildly, creating a loud noise, and then gradually throttle down, making the sound get quieter. As a result, the American soldiers thought the crew of Tank 215 had fled, so they extended their bombardment further back. Wang Zhong decided to emulate the heroic deeds of his predecessors. He gave the order, "Driver, listen up, I want you to put it in neutral, then rev the engine, let it roar. Then gradually reduce the throttle, make the sound quieter and quieter." "Driver, understood, my lord Count." Wang Zhong, loader, 1 armor-piercing shell, quick. "How many armor-piercing shells do we have left?" "Over 20, enough to send a few enemies packing." "Armor-piercing shell loaded." Wang Zhong, looking at the enemy tanks in the overhead view, muttered, "Shoot, now it'll take 2 shots to knock out 1 enemy." Inside Tank 422, all crew members were drenched in sweat. Wang Zhong was exposed outside, feeling the breeze, and beside him a beautiful woman, utterly comfortable, unlike inside the tank, which was stuffy and hot, and noisy to boot. But the crew's morale was high. Especially when they heard Wang Zhong's words through the earphones, "Shoot, now it'll take 2 shots to knock out 1 enemy." The loader and the gunner exchanged glances, then looked down at the mechanic and driver in front of the tank. The entire crew exchanged knowing looks. The gunner mouthed, "He's still planning to take out 10 more. Loader, this time we're avenging the whole company." All tank operators revealed ecstatic expressions but dared not make a sound, for according to the rules, idle chatter on the internal comms during combat was considered a disruption of command and subject to confinement. Moreover, no one wanted to interrupt the Count's commands. The tank operators could only laugh silently, giving each other high fives. Then the Count's order came, "Now, driver, floor the throttle." Chapter 47. Tank vs Tank. The 2 tanks flanking the enemy came to a halt upon seeing the smoke, likely opting not to charge through it for caution's sake. So Wang Zhong ordered, "Now is the time, floor the accelerator." The tank's engine roared, but Wang Zhong quickly realized the problem with this approach. In Hero Tank Operator, Tank 215 was stuck in a shell hole and couldn't move. Despite the tracks spinning wildly with the gears engaged, it still couldn't get out. That's why he floored the accelerator with the gears in place, making the tracks turn. When the tracks turned, there was not only the roar of the engine but also the noise of the gearbox. Tank 422 was merely revving the engine now, with the gearbox not engaged, meaning only the gears connected to the engine were spinning freely without that characteristic grinding noise of meshing gears. Wang Zhong hadn't thought of this before, and now the sound made him a bit flustered. He began to worry that the enemy might see through the ruse, switching to a bird's-eye view to watch the 2% tanks on the other side of the smoke. The tactical numbers on the 2 tanks were 151 and 152, with Tank 151 sporting a longer antenna, suggesting it was the vehicle of a company or platoon commander. From what Wang Zhong remembered, the real-life German army didn't have so many command tanks with antennas, yet this Prussian army seemed to equip them quite commonly, with at least 1 or even 2 such tanks in a group of more than 10. The enemy clearly valued radio communication. Behind every military practice lies a wealth of bloody lessons. Is there something in this world that forced the Prussians to pay particular attention to radio communication? Wang Zhong suddenly realized he shouldn't be distracted. He was in the middle of battle, where any lapse could mean mortal danger, with distractions possibly proving fatal. By now, the driver had begun to gradually reduce the throttle as instructed, causing the engine noise to decrease slowly. Wang Zhong could only hope that the fierce gunshots and explosions in the village would drown out the noise from the gearbox and deceive the enemy. The hatch of Tank 151 opened, and a black uniformed officer wearing a tilted boat-shaped cap poked his head out, lifting his headphones as if listening. He promptly picked up the handset and issued commands. The two tanks slightly changed direction, beginning to bypass the smoke curtain's flank. They had the same idea as Wang Zhong, to circumvent the smoke and seek a range advantage. Wang Zhong had thought that if the enemy charged through the smoke, he would take the opportunity to fire a blind shot from his advantageous overhead perspective. Now that the enemy was running laterally, Wang Zhong didn't dare take the risk. Targeting a moving object was already challenging, and blind firing at a moving target set too high a demand on the gunner's skills. It wasn't about the gunner's technical skills, but rather about luck. He could only wait for the enemy to emerge before firing. Wang Zhong, turn the turret left, the enemy will definitely bypass the smoke, we just aim at the edge of it. Set the sight to. He made a quick estimate. 300. Adjust according to the situation. Over the tank's intercom, the gunner asked, what if the enemy charges through the smoke? If they come out and we can't swing the turret fast enough, wouldn't we be done for? Wang Zhong, the enemy fears infantry Molotovs and doesn't know the situation behind the smoke, they won't dare. The rationale sounded convincing, and the gunner immediately dropped his objections. In fact, the turret had already been turning when he had asked the question, indicating his complete trust in Wang Zhong's judgment. It was just a matter of querying. Wang Zhong nervously watched the enemy tanks, with Tank 152 taking the lead, about to flank around the smoke. Despite the risk of being discovered for cheating, Wang Zhong still warned, get ready. The enemy is coming out. At this point, Tank 422 still had an advantage. The direction the enemy's turrets were aiming clearly presupposed that the 422 had fled, but it hadn't moved. Therefore, when both sides established a line of sight, the enemy's turret would probably need to turn an additional 10 degrees or so to aim at the 422. The time needed to rotate those 10 degrees was the advantage of Tank 422. Enemy Tank 152 charged past the smoke screen. Wang Zhong, wait for it, wait for him to make an emergency stop. However, the commander of Tank 152 didn't peek out, and didn't see Tank 422 right away. It kept advancing. Wang Zhong, never mind, fire. The shot struck the rear of the tank's hull, hitting the engine directly, and Tank 152 lost power, starting to glide forward. The crew smoothly popped the hatch and climbed out. Wang Zhong's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, "Don't shoot! Don't reveal our position! There's another one!" But the electrotechnician had already pulled the trigger, and by the time he let go, a tracer round had already been fired off. Wang Zhong watched as the tracer hit the gliding enemy tank and ricocheted into the sky. It was over, unless the enemy were fools, they would have guessed their position by now. From the overhead perspective, sure enough, Tank 151 began adjusting the angle of its turret. Loader, armor-piercing shell, ready. Because the situation was so tense, he forgot to say loading complete and just shouted ready. At that moment, Tank 151 suddenly changed its direction and charged through the smoke. Good grief, the enemy changed tactics too, planning to rush through the smoke and catch Tank 422 by surprise as it aimed at the edge of the smoke. Soon both sides would need to take aim again, and it would come down to a matter of professional skill level. Unfortunately, Wang Zhong didn't want to compete with the enemy. Rotate turret to the right, watch my signals. Having said that, Wang Zhong grabbed Sui Fang's hand and pulled the trigger. The machine gun bullets included tracer rounds, which pierced through the smoke and struck the other side. Wang Zhong, relying on the overhead view, adjusted the firing line of the tracer rounds until the red whip swept over the enemy tank. The commander of Tank 151 immediately ducked, obviously not wanting to be hit by the machine gun fire. But Tank 151 still continued in its original direction. The turret of Tank 422 had already turned in the direction of the machine gun fire. Wang Zhong, fire. Never mind whether it hits or not, let's take a blind shot. In the glow of the setting sun, the armor-piercing shell traced a shining straight line, hitting Tank 151 on the side of its turret. Wang Zhong didn't see clearly where it hit, he just saw a burst of sparks. Right after that, the side hatch of Tank 151's turret opened, clearly forced open by the damage from the armor-piercing shell. Tank 151 didn't stop moving forward. After the morning's live combat, Wang Zhong already knew that in reality, it was very difficult to tell if a tank had been destroyed. Quite often, tanks that were taken out did not catch fire or smoke, they just sat there, and you couldn't tell from the outside that they'd been destroyed. But Wang Zhong could easily judge if a tank was knocked out using his overhead perspective because enemies within his field of vision would be highlighted. Conversely, if the enemies went out, then they were really gone. Wang Zhong clearly saw that the enemy loader was gone. He also noticed that the outline of the gunner was missing an arm. But the gunner was still operating the turret with the remaining hand and both feet. Aryan Superman, hey? In the game, encountering this scenario, the most one would do is curse, the planner's mom has flown out of the solar system, but in reality, this was deadly. Tank 151 charged into the smoke and was about to burst through. Wang Zhong, hurry up and load. Loader, armor-piercing shell, ready. Tank 151 burst out of the smoke, made a sudden stop, and its barrel was actually pointed right at Tank 422. No, that's not right, the enemy tank operators were well trained, maybe they determined their direction using the tracer rounds from Su Feng just now. Both sides fired almost at the same time. The enemy didn't even wait to come to a stop before firing. Wang Zhong thought to himself, please let it fly away. Tank 151 exploded. Wang Zhong burst into laughter. In War Thunder, he had seen this kind of scenario many times, firing without waiting to stop, then the shell flying off into the sky. At that moment, the two tanks still positioned in the rear began to move. Wang Zhong, quick! Load! There are still enemies waiting for us to take care of. However, the loader didn't respond. Wang Zhong, loader! Suddenly, the gunner said, he's sacrificed himself, someone help me load. Chapter 48. The battle continues. Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect that the enemy's shell had hit its mark. Was this luck? If it wasn't luck, then it was terrifying, operating the tank gun and accurately completing an emergency stop firing with one arm disabled. What kind of ace gunner was this? Are all Prasen tank operators monsters? But there were still two enemy tanks circumventing from the south, and now was not the time to dwell on these thoughts. He grabbed the nearest idler, Su Feng. Get in the tank, I need a new loader. After saying this, he struggled to climb out of the tank, vacating the hatch. In fact, Wang Zhong wasn't very familiar with the tanks in this world and didn't know where the loader was supposed to get in, so he could only vacate the tank commander's hatch. Su Feng was relatively skinny and slipped into the turret more smoothly than Wang Zhong. The T-28 wasn't a particularly spacious tank. Once inside the turret, Su Feng immediately saw that the gunner's left shoulder was covered in blood, his arm hanging limply, clearly broken. Her first reaction was to tell Count Rakasov, but the gunner, with his still functional right hand, grabbed her instead. The gunner turned off the microphone and mouthed, "There are no more living gunners, I have to do it." Su Feng was stunned. Then, Count Rakasov climbed in, his rear end right next to Su Feng's face. The Count's voice came from outside the hatch, "Load quickly, there are still enemies." The gunner pointed with his right hand to the rack holding the armor-piercing shells. Because the body of the original loader hadn't been moved out, the space was extremely cramped, and only someone of Su Feng's size could maneuver. She picked up the shell, stuffed it into the tank gun, and then didn't know how to close the breech. The gunner demonstrated with his right hand. Since he was sitting on the right side of the turret combat room, he had to turn around to be able to reach it, blood pouring down from his left hand all the while. Nevertheless, he completed the loading action. Su Fang nodded, got it. After finishing, she worriedly looked at the gunner's left arm. Gunner, there's a first aid kit over there, tie this up for me, tight, very tight. Su Fang dug out the first aid kit, took out the bandage, and began to wrap it. For some reason, she couldn't help the tears flowing continuously, blurring her vision. Wang Zhong was now considering how to repel the enemy. He had switched to an overhead view mode, so he had no idea that the gunner was injured. The two remaining enemy tanks, tactical numbers 153 and 154, were now rounding a larger arc, planning to come from the south and destroy tank 422. Seeing the distance was now close to 1 kilometer, the enemy's training would have an even greater advantage. The most critical issue was that the enemy had two tanks. If they both came around and stopped abruptly to fire, tank 422 could only deal with one. Wang Zhong quickly glanced at the village and found that the tanks entering the village were firmly blocking the entrance. He couldn't retreat into the village. The only plan was to use smoke for cover and then retreat east. But that would continue to increase the distance from the enemy, and the enemy's advantages in aiming devices and training would become even greater. At that moment, adrenaline flooded Wang Zhong's system, the death of the loader making him acutely aware that he was dancing on a knife's edge, skirting the gates of hell. Perhaps the rush of adrenaline enhanced his thinking ability, for Wang Zhong actually came up with an idea. He turned and shouted to the infantry beside him, "Hurry, use straw or anything to hide the remains of that half-track." The engineer's half-track had exploded gloriously when it was hit, perhaps too thoroughly, as it didn't catch fire after the blast and instead lay there as a charred hulk. Piled with straw, it looked very much like a tank laying there. The enemy had increased the distance, which certainly made it hard to discern the deception. Luckily there were still some infantry nearby, not all caught up in the meat grinder battle on the streets. The sergeant who had just ordered to throw the smoke grenades immediately organized everyone to move straw. The enemy's wider maneuver actually gave Wang Zhong time to prepare. "Wang Zhong, driver. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Wang Zhong, reverse, back into the yard behind us." The recent explosion of the half-track had knocked down the eastern yard wall of the alley, allowing the tank to back into it. Wang Zhong planned to use the remnants of the low wall on the southern side of the yard as cover by hiding the tank and using the wreckage to absorb the first round of enemy fire. Tank 422 backed into the yard, hiding behind a low wall, with only half its turret and one tank gun protruding. "Wang Zhong, give me some straw too, block in front, but don't cover the site." The infantry immediately tossed 2 bundles of straw onto the tank, and then a private climbed up and propped the straw on both sides of the gun barrel, just revealing the sight. Just as Wang Zhong thought to duck down, another bundle of straw was placed on top of the tank turret, covering him and the hatch by a good half. Using his elevated perspective, Wang Zhong looked from afar to confirm that the camouflage was passable. Seen up close, it was full of flaws, but it would be hard to spot from a kilometer away, and even with binoculars, it wouldn't draw attention easily. The wreckage had also been camouflaged well. The infantry had piled up straw and even moved parts of a wooden house previously blown up by the Prasen combat engineers, making it look particularly suspicious. "Wang Zhong, infantry, stay away to avoid accidental injury from our explosion." Despite the tense situation, some of the infantry couldn't help but laugh out loud. They thought the Count was displaying his generosity and sense of humor. The distant enemy was about to circle into position. Switching to the naked eye, Wang Zhong raised his binoculars to watch the edge of the smoke. Tank 153 charged into view. "Wang Zhong, see it?" Tank 153. Range 980 meters. Aim. The enemy will surely come to a sudden stop this time, don't rush. As soon as he finished speaking, Tank 153 stopped, and the tank commander poking his head out of the turret was also observing this area. Wang Zhong suddenly realized that he was facing the sun and that the binoculars might flash, so he hastily put them down and switched to an overhead perspective. He continued to command, "Hold steady. Let the enemy fire first." Tank 154 was in position now as well, both Prasen tanks on the open field were aiming this way. Then, Tank 153 fired. The target was the straw-covered wreckage. "Wang Zhong, hold steady. Wait for Tank 154 to fire." This time he didn't have to wait long, as the muzzle of Tank 154 emitted smoke and flash. Without waiting to confirm where the enemy shell landed, Wang Zhong shouted, "Fire!" The blast from the gun barrel blew away all the straw, leaving Wang Zhong's own vehicle wide open, with Tank 422's tactical number directly exposed in the sunset light. From the overhead view, Wang Zhong clearly saw two enemies on Tank 153 get killed and one wounded. This time they didn't hold out and abandoned the tank instead. Sophia's voice crept into Wang Zhong's ears, "Armor-piercing shell, good. Wang Zhong, target Tank 154. Turn the turret quickly." For some reason, the turret turned a beat slower this time, resulting in Tank 154 firing again. Wang Zhong thought it was over. In a flash, he saw a streak of light hit the low wall in front of the tank the enemy shot too low. Immediately after, the shell that penetrated the wall hit the tank. The hit happened so fast that Wang Zhong didn't see what happened, only to hear the window glass in the room behind him shattering with a crash. Then, he saw the tow cable fixed on the tank's outer shell spring up high, whipping like a lash on a nearby wooden house, splintering the wood, and embedding into the house. Wang Zhong couldn't worry about that now, yelling, "Fire, shoot!" Before he finished speaking, flames shot out of the gun barrel. He rushed to look at the enemy tank. It was over, from the overhead view not a single enemy was dead. He didn't know if the shot went astray or failed to penetrate. Just when Wang Zhong thought it was his end, the enemy abandoned the tank. Upon closer inspection, there were hit marks on the enemy's mantelet. It was likely their gun breech had jammed. In the game, a jammed gun breech only needed a tap on F, and after a dozen seconds, one would be back in action. But that wasn't the case in reality. A broken breech meant abandoning the tank, waiting to be towed to a repair shop for fixing. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, he had won. Although only 2 enemies were killed in total, a win was still a win. He laughed heartily, then remembered there were still tanks and enemy infantry in the village. The battle would continue. For some reason, the melody of "the battle will still continue" echoed in Wang Zhong's heart. The battle will still continue. Passionate and soaring high. Young. At that moment, the gunner said, "I think I'm not going to make it." Chapter 49. Reinforcements arrive. Wang Zhong hurriedly slid down to his position and looked towards the gunner. The gunner's arm was wrapped in bandages, but they didn't seem to be of much use, as they were soaked through, drenching the uniform beneath. The gunner's face was covered in blood, only his lips were frighteningly pale. His breathing was incredibly weak, and he spoke with no strength in his voice, as if operating the main gun had drained all of his energy. He stared at Wang Zhong, his right hand trembling as he lifted it, pointing to the pocket on his chest. Wang Zhong understood immediately, reaching quickly to unbutton the pocket and pulling out a letter stained with fresh blood. In various movies and TV shows, he had often seen such scenes, but he never dreamed he would personally experience one. The letter in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Gunner, Archsakov, Krugen Street 43, Alexeyevna. After finishing his words in fits and starts, the gunner's hand slipped to the floor. Wang Zhong didn't know if this Alexeyevna was his wife or his mother. Wang Zhong didn't even know the gunner's name, as far as his memory could tell, he had never asked for their names. Not just the gunner, he didn't know the loader's name either. A vast guilt seized Wang's heart, as if he had done something terribly wrong. If he knew their names, at least he could say goodbye to them properly. But as he hesitated, a sudden explosion jolted Wang Zhong back to reality. This was not the time for contemplation, the battle was still ongoing. Wang Zhong raised his view, confirming that the recent explosion seemed to be from an enemy tank. Out of the 8 tanks that had entered the village, 2 had been destroyed, and these 2 were concentrated on one street. Wang Zhong followed the street eastward and, sure enough, he saw Monk Yakiniako's group moving their position, with the ammunition handler carrying the last divine arrow. A flare shot up into the sky, fired by Officer Prasen, probably to indicate the direction of the incoming divine arrow. Following the flare, Prasen's infantry started to deploy smoke bombs, blocking the vision of the divine arrow group. At this moment, Wang Zhong thought these well-trained enemies were truly detestable. He must come up with a way to destroy the remainder of the enemy tanks, and then Team 422 could once again sweep through the enemy infantry that lacked anti-tank capabilities. But to get Tank 422 moving again, they needed a gunner. Wang Zhong's first thought was to act as the gunner himself, but then he considered the enemy's impressive expertise. A greenhorn like himself undertaking the gunner's role might endanger the entire crew. A trained person had muscle memory, even in a state of panic, their body would act on that memory. Wang Zhong, without any training, had no idea how to operate a tank's main gun. Suddenly, he recalled reading in a memoir that tank operators should be familiar with every position, or they couldn't become a tank commander. So he asked, "Driver, do you know how to operate the main gun?" "No. And I have to drive." Wang Zhong recalled that the memoir he read was Otto Carius's, which said that German tank operators needed to be versatile, capable of performing any role. But this was not Earth. The tank operators of the anti-empire clearly did not have such requirements. Wang Zhong, still unwilling to give up, asked again, "Electromechanic, can you operate the main gun?" No one answered. "Electromechanic? He's also gone," the driver said softly, "it's just a few of us left on board." Wang Zhong was stunned, he had thought that Team 422 was lucky, with only a loader lost to a frontal hit. As it turned out, all that was left were the driver and Wang Zhong, acting as the tank commander. A surge of intense desolation and sorrow flooded Wang Zhong's chest. He finally understood what the bond of comradeship meant, even though he had no idea what the names of those fallen comrades were. So he whispered reverently, "I may not know your names, but your deeds will live on forever." But the battle still had to be fought. After a brief moment of silence, Wang Zhong shouted, "Does anyone know how to operate the gun?" The infantrymen remained silent. At that moment, the officer who had been following Wang Zhong's orders spoke up, "Maybe we should abandon the tank, we can all see it's in a bad state." Wang Zhong, "No, it can still fire, it's still in fighting shape, as long as we have a gunner. But none of us have the necessary training. We might manage to drive a tractor or get by driving a car, but a tank?" The officer shook his head. Wang Zhong bit his lip. He was still reluctant to give up. Even if they couldn't use the tank's main gun, there must be something else they could do. Suddenly, he had an idea. "Wang Zhong, the engine. The enemy places a great deal of importance on radio communication, they must surely be aware that we used the engine to bluff them. So, they will be especially attentive to the sound of the engine." As he spoke, Wang Zhong glanced at an overhead view, and the smoke released by the enemy infantry caught his eye. "Wang Zhong, and the smoke. Sergeant, how many smoke bombs do we have left?" The officer replied, "We have plenty left, my lord. Additionally, we have captured a complete flamethrower." "Wang Zhong, then that settles it. I'm giving you a mission, immediately deploy smoke along the street and let it engulf the entire village." "Officer, wouldn't that make it impossible for the machine guns to function properly?" "It doesn't matter. The core of this operation is to use the enemy's fear of us. Officer, fear, my lord. Wang Zhong hesitated. He didn't know if the enemy feared Tank 422 after he had destroyed so many tanks. If they didn't, they were all doomed. But, he had to try. With enemy tanks providing direct fire support, the machine guns couldn't fire more than a few bursts before having to move, or they'd be hit by a 50mm fruit. Chapter 50. Reinforcements arrive _2. And after deploying smoke, we might be able to launch another bayonet charge. Having made up his mind, Wang Zhong ordered, deploy the smoke, and once you've thrown all you have, search the enemy's bodies for more. Fill the entire village with smoke. Quick! The non-commissioned officer saluted and turned to carry out the order. Wang Zhong took a deep breath, uncertain if this method was reliable, but at least it was a plan. Just having a plan made him feel much more at ease. He touched the pocket where he kept the gunner's letter and whispered, Archsukov, 43 Krugen Street Alexeyevna. Of course, Wang Zhong didn't know this place, and he had never been to Archsukov. He heard it was the capital of a region in the anti-empire, and now the entire front army headquarters was situated there. However, he wasn't sure if he would ever make it to Archsukov. This might well be his last moments since his arrival in this world. Given the Prussians' brutality, he probably wouldn't survive. As Wang Zhong was pondering, he suddenly saw smoke rising in the distance. His plan was being executed methodically. He rallied his spirit, driver, floor the accelerator. Now, it was time to see if they could intimidate those Prussians. If all else failed, they could use the smoke cover to charge directly into the enemy. My tank is the final shell, Wang Zhong thought to himself, feeling nothing amiss, as if he could hardly remember the original goal of preserving his life. Major Shrifen eyed the vast amount of smoke rising from Upper Pinyi village, his eyebrows twisted like pretzels. The chief of staff put down his binoculars and said with tense expression, the enemy likes to use smoke then charge with bayonets. It's what they did before. Major Franz, the commander of the 351st Regiment, said, our forces are not afraid of close combat. No, Major, the battle group's chief of staff turned to Franz, if the enemy dares to charge with bayonets under these conditions, they must have committed their reserves. We've already lost half our tanks and suffered heavy infantry casualties. Continuing to fight the enemy's reserves is not in our favor. Major Shrifen clicked his tongue, the enemy, they still have reserves? We haven't encountered any defensive forces with reserves so far in our advance. Also, this village isn't of any strategic importance, is it? Would they really station so many troops here? The chief of staff replied, here we have the Divine Arrow units and an ace tank crew. That tank crew has already destroyed 8 of our tanks. Major Shrifen pursed his lips, while Major Franz looked at him with an expression of it's your call, making Shrifen feel like the old Junker noble was just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Finally, Major Shrifen glanced at the sun and said, if we continue to fight, it'll turn into a night battle. Night battles favor the defenders who are familiar with the terrain. Let's retreat. Order the mortar units to deploy smoke to cover our withdrawal. Wang Zhong watched the retreating enemy with confusion, wondering what it meant. Were they really scared off by the sound of engines? Impossible, right? There must be some other factor, perhaps their king had also ordered to halt the advance and regroup? But even if that were true, what did it have to do with Upper Pinyi, this insignificant place? Regardless, the enemy was retreating. The soldiers transitioned from initial bewilderment to elation. This time, there were no cries of "Hurrah!" but rather cheers of celebration for those who had survived against the odds. Sofan, in the tank, didn't know what was happening outside and asked blankly, what's going on? Why the cheering? What happened? Did we get reinforcements? No, the enemy is retreating, Wang Zhong replied softly. 30 minutes later, dusk began to descend. Wang Zhong stood beside the village's central church, looking at the bodies being dragged out of the tank. The only surviving driver was also wounded, with a large shrapnel lodged in his back, so he was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Now, only Wang Zhong, the temporary tank commander, was there to see them off. More bodies were moved out, taken to the church. In the 2 battles that day, at least 200 had fallen, with countless others wounded. Yegorov came to stand by Wang Zhong, glanced at the tank operators on the ground, and said nothing. Wang Zhong took the initiative, report the situation. Currently, excluding the wounded, we only have 105 uninjured combatants left, adding you we have a total of 400 people capable of fighting, Yegorov reported. Wang Zhong asked, is that all that's left of a regiment? Yegorov replied, yes. It's a regiment plus a tank battalion. I'm running out of experienced non-commissioned officers, and it's about time we disband the unit structure. As for this tank battalion from the 4th Tank Army, it's been completely wiped out. Yegorov stressed the words completely wiped out. Wang Zhong asked, what do you mean? The tank battalion of the 4th Tank Army was ordered to hold Upper Pinayi for 36 hours. Now, they've sacrificed all their tanks for that order. Yegorov looked at Wang Zhong, my lord count, let us retreat. Troops that have gone through such fierce battles, whether they are reinforcements or reorganized, are a valuable force. Even for the sake of the empire, we should retreat. Wang Zhong, then all these sacrifices, all these comrades, would they have died in vain? We've delayed the enemy for at least 24 hours. They were supposed to be camping in this village tonight, expecting the local girls to keep them warm. We have already. Yegorov couldn't continue. What would happen to the people left in the village if they retreated? The fate of Granny Ilinikna's family had already shown that. But Wang Zhong cared about more than just that. Chapter 51. Reinforcements arrive _3. He turned his head and asked Yegorov, if we retreat now, how will military history record us? Those professors, those clueless donkeys who don't know what a battlefield is like, and those selfing public intellectuals will say the 3rd Rear Amur Group and the 31st Tank Regiment of the 4th Tank Army were all cowards. They won't treat the dead separately from us. We're going to hold out here until 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Yes, our forces are insufficient, but we can come up with solutions, landmines, explosives, anything we can use. Yegorov, but we have none. We didn't find any defensive supplies at the enemy's logistic base. They don't think they need to defend. Wang Zhong pursed his lips, watching more and more bodies pile up in front of him. Residents were bringing all the fallen soldiers of the anti-army to the church. He sighed, we could try requesting reinforcements. Isn't there a telegraph office here? Actually, Wang Zhong did not have any memories of using telegraphs. By the time he was able to remember things, telegraphs were already out of use, which is why he only thought of them now, as telegraphs should be a common method of communication among civilians in this era. Yegorov, there is, but the telegraph at the telegraph office is wired, the same as the telephone. Now they're all cut. Maybe even the main telegraph and telephone offices in the big cities have been bombed by enemy aircraft. No one can send messages. Wang Zhong furrowed his brows, and at that moment, seeing Su Fang's hesitant appearance, an idea struck him. We still have him, monk, now that the battlefield has calmed down, and there are mass props in the church, could we have mass? Yes. Su Fang nodded repeatedly, but I need someone who understands the mass process to help me. Wang Zhong, let Ludmila come. Is one enough? Su Fang, the smallest mass requires 3 people. 1 me, 1 Ludmila, and 1 more clergy. Wang Zhong, then we only have monk Yukiniako. What's in the mass? Prayers, sermons, Holy Communion, shrugged Su Fang, the mass is simple, it just takes a long time and there's no guarantee the other side will hear. I have to keep kneeling, reciting holy hymns and the message to convey until tomorrow morning, Don't expect me to fire a machine gun tomorrow. Wang Zhong, go ahead, do it. Su Fang hopped away excitedly. Wang Zhong looked at Yegorov. If there's no response by tomorrow morning, we'll retreat. Yegorov, can we really retreat tomorrow morning? It would be better to retreat overnight. Wang Zhong very firmly said, wait for a response first. After making a decision, Wang Zhong quickly ate some beef and pickles, then chose to sleep for a while. He was about to pass out when he remembered he still had a low fever. It seemed even adrenaline could temporarily combat illness. He didn't know how long he slept, but by the time he got up, it was completely dark outside and a bit chilly. After waking up, his first reaction was to feel for the letter on his person, addressed to Miss Alexeyevna at 43 Krugen Street 4 Archsukov. He had sworn that as long as he was alive, he would ensure this letter reached that lady's hands. Reassured the letter was still safe, Wang Zhong exhaled and stood up, putting on his jacket. He heard singing outside and thought it was part of the mass ceremony, so with the intention of seeing what was going on, he walked towards the door. As he went out, the guard snapped to attention with a salute that startled Wang Zhong with the sound of heels coming together. He scrutinized the guard carefully and saw that the private was holding his head high, his eyes burning with intensity. In that gaze, Wang Zhong felt the soldier's trust in him. That was when he suddenly remembered his initial moments after crossing into this world, when his only thought had been to survive the chaos, and that was it. Really, when had he become someone who could consider himself the last bullet? He didn't even know what this country looked like in its entirety. Although he felt a bit self-mocking, Wang Zhong had no intention of changing his current resolution. Because of this trust, and because he had shed blood together with them. Of course, there was also justice and a sense of pride. See, now I am fighting for the justice and righteousness of the world, just like the international brigades in Spain. Stepping out of the manager's office of the distillery, Wang Zhong stood on the steps at the factory door, looking at the soldiers gathered in the courtyard. They were a group of wounded, probably gathered here beside the fire and sharing roasted meat because the hospital ran out of beds. It was they who were singing. The melody of the song was surprisingly familiar to Wang Zhong. It was on the opposite bank of the river, once chosen as the theme song for the Chinese version of How Steel Was Tempered. A baritone hummed, "Lights have been kindled on the distant river bank. The evening glow fades into the clear night sky. Mounting the warhorse, shouldering the lance. The young soldiers ready themselves to set out." When the baritone sang solo, the others joined in with harmony, as if all had been trained for a choir. All is silent on the vast expanse of the field. The soldiers vigilantly searched for signs of the enemy. In the darkness, the cold glint of bayonets shone. They encountered an enemy ambush. The song swiftly moved into the rousing chorus, and someone even brought out an accordion for accompaniment, everyone singing aloud together. The warriors shouted as they charged into the enemy throngs. A desperate struggle unfolded on the plains. The chorus felt peculiarly fitting for today's situation. No wonder the soldiers chose to sing it at this time. Wang Zhong was thinking when the chorus ended, and the baritone began his solo. A soldier fell from his horse, struck by a bullet. He bravely sacrificed for the benefit of his motherland. As the baritone's voice faded, the crowd continued humming the harmony, as if to mourn the comrades who had died today in this manner. Wang Zhong stood on the steps, savoring the sadness that flowed uninhibited under the night sky. That's when Yegorov appeared. Wang Zhong asked, "Has the mass received a response?" Yegorov shook his head, "No. If we're going to retreat, now's the time, it will be dawn in 2 more hours." Wang Zhong glanced at the soldiers still humming the sorrowful song, his heart softening. Just then, he faintly heard the sound of engines in the night sky. The enemy. His first reaction was this. Yegorov, however, looked eastward. "No, the sound is coming from the east." Pavlov, who rushed over in a hurry, said, "It must be the enemy cunningly circling to our rear." Wang Zhong ignored him and directly changed his viewpoint, only to see darkness. He couldn't see anything at all, not because his own vision wouldn't highlight the enemy. So Wang Zhong made a beeline for the water tower. After taking a couple of steps, he thought better of it and decided to get a clearer view from the village entrance, so he called out Bucephalus. The white horse that he had inherited from Captain Lubokov ran out from the stables, already saddled up. Hey, how was it already saddled? Wang Zhong looked towards the stables, only to find the former crew chief of Tank 422 hiding behind the stable doors. It seemed this guy had secretly saddled Bucephalus, planning to escape on it. Wang Zhong pointed at the stables, "Catch that deserter for me. Execute him on the spot." Tank 422's crew had behaved valiantly. Wang Zhong wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish their courage. Having said this, he mounted the horse, riding as if the movement had been ingrained in his muscles, and he galloped away on the white horse, which became a flash of lightning in the night. At the village entrance, Wang Zhong raised his field of view. By now, the roar of the engines was very close. Firstly, there was no highlight, so it wasn't the enemy arriving. Wang Zhong peered closely at the dark objects coming down the road and suddenly laughed out loud. In World War II, there were many such fabricated myths, such as the Zero fighter myth. In reality, the Zero's achievements were mostly gained against outdated fighters like the F-2A, and newer American models like the P-38 and F-4F never let the Zero have the upper hand. Another was the German armored myth. In fact, at the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, the majority of Germany's victories were achieved against light tanks such as the BT-7 and other outdated tanks. They suffered setbacks as soon as they encountered the T-34, and Guderian even developed a T-34 phobia. Later research showed that Guderian had actually mistaken other tanks for T-34s. The tank that frightened Guderian had, in the early days of the war, repeatedly created miracles against multiple opponents, and even stalled an entire German division's advance. In its presence, the father of German armored troops exclaimed, "Our armored advantage no longer exists." Now, the very culprit that had terrified another war hero in a different time and space was approaching Pinyi. Though there was only one, Wang Zhong, well versed in military history, saw it as if it were a lifeline. For the first time, he found the stout shape of this tank to be so incredibly beautiful. He saw a KV-1 heavy tank. Chapter 52. The tranquil moments before dawn. In the midst of Wang Zhong's manic laughter, the heavy tank gradually approached the white horse. Only at this distance did Wang Zhong clearly see the tank's tactical number, 67. Perhaps heavy tanks were rare, so the tactical numbers were also one digit less. The tank hatch opened, and the commander popped his head out. "Excuse me, Lieutenant Colonel, is this Upper Pinyi village?" Wang Zhong: "Yes, it is." The commander saluted and then asked, "Has someone here called for reinforcements?" "Was it you?" Wang Zhong: "Did you receive the hymn?" No, I'm not a monk, I can't hear it. But after we arrived at Bogdanovka, the 63rd Infantry Army, which was organizing a defensive line there, told me that someone in Upper Pinyi village was calling for reinforcements. It was 11 o'clock at night, and the only ones who could make it in such a short time were us." As he spoke, the commander patted the turret top. "This guy, though slow and prone to breakdowns, is still much faster than the legs of the infantry." Wang Zhong asked in confusion, "What about the trucks?" The commander laughed heartily, "With the Prasen Air Force around, we'd be lucky to have a few jeeps left." At this time, the driver also poked his head out. "Syelyusha, if there are jeeps left, it's because they know our Lada would break down on its own." Everyone but Wang Zhong burst into laughter. Although Wang Zhong claimed to be very familiar with Soviet jokes, as an outsider, he was a second late in catching on and laughed along with the others. The laughable performance of Soviet-manufactured Lada cars had become a part of Soviet humor. After the laughter, Wang Zhong said in all seriousness, "You came from Bogdanovka? How is the defensive construction there?" The task of Wang Zhong's unit, in fact, the mission of the 31st Regiment, 2nd Battalion of the 4th Tank Army, was to hold this position for 38 hours, with the aim of buying time to establish defensive lines at Bogdanovka. So it was perfectly reasonable for Wang Zhong to ask about the status of the defensive line. Commander Syelyusha shook his head. Don't mention it. When we left Bogdanovka, not many anti-tank stakes had been built, only one anti-tank ditch had been dug, and the machine gun bunkers and firing positions were all under construction. Rumor has it that aerial attacks were so fierce during the day that construction progress was severely hindered. At that moment, Yegorov arrived with the staff. Hearing Syelyusha's words, he cursed, "What is the Air Force doing? Didn't they say there are 3,000 planes in Khazarlian territory? Why haven't we seen a single one of our military aircraft?" Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow. If the progression of this war was similar to that of Earth's, then it was likely that the entire anti-Empire Air Force had been destroyed on the airfields at the outset, with the commander of the Air Force having committed suicide afterward. Of course, this universe might differ, as after all, in this universe God still guided missiles, creating quite a significant divergence from Earth. Furthermore, he keenly caught on to a term, Khazarla, which sounded like an administrative division. A division capable of deploying 3,000 aircraft was probably quite large. These matters could be more slowly understood later. What needed to be considered now was how to make good use of the newly arrived heavy tank. The first order of business was to confirm whether its protection level was the same as in the original universe. This would determine how Wang Zhong would use it going forward. "Wang Zhong, I'm not very familiar with your tank, Lieutenant. Tell me about it." Syelyusha is a nickname, which Wang Zhong, as someone meeting him for the first time, certainly couldn't use. Theoretically, he should call out Syelyusha's long paternal name, but Wang Zhong was unaware of it. So, Wang Zhong could only address him by his military rank. The lieutenant saluted. "This thing is formidable. When we joined the Winter War, it was nearly over, and Monaheim was almost winning. We took part in the final offensive, and the anti-tank weapons at the Monaheim front couldn't penetrate it. Had it not been for a mechanical failure that left us immobilized, we could have steamrolled the enemy all the way. Wang Zhong, I didn't ask for your experience using it, I asked for specific details about the tank, like the thickness of its armor." "Sorry, the specifications, right? The front." The lieutenant recited the detailed specifications of the tank. Wang Zhong actually couldn't quite remember the specific parameters of the KV-1, but he thought the turret's front defense of 120 mm should be impenetrable to the enemy's 50 mm flamethrowers, and the body's sloped 80 mm would probably give the enemy a hard time too. His only concern was if the enemy brought up the 88 mm anti-everything gun process equipment all had that Germanic feel to it. It made no sense for them to lack this most quintessentially German piece. Fortunately, Wang Zhong had an aerial view, which meant as long as he kept a direct visual on the enemy from the front line, they would spot an 88 gun before it even got off its transport. The remaining question was, how to get this tank commander to relinquish his position. Wang Zhong looked through his aerial view and saw that the tank had not been added to the troops roster, meaning it was not yet under his command. "Lieutenant," began Wang Zhong, "I am Count Rokosov, the highest commanding officer here. I've commanded the troops to fight against the enemy here for a day. You can see the remains of the enemy's tanks and vehicles in the village, and at the entrance of the village, that Jingguan. It was I who ordered him Mungsa Fang Bata Wenjisa to call for reinforcements. I hope that you and your crew would accept my command." Of course, the lieutenant agreed readily. After all, we should look at the rank. Wang Zhong switched off the aerial view and noticed that the troop marker had not been added. Could it be that a verbal agreement wasn't enough? He had to gain the trust of his allies? Wang Zhong decided to try again. "I now request direct command over you, which means I need you, the tank commander, to give up your command position." The lieutenant frowned. "Have you undergone armored troops training? Do you know how to use the equipment on board?" Wang Zhong, No, but I have commanded the 422nd Tank of the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Tank Regiment of the 4th Tank Army and destroyed 8 tanks. The lieutenant pondered for a second and then shook his head decisively. No, sir, I and my crew took part in the Winter War, we have been injured and bled together. Put yourself in my shoes, if a random officer whom you don't recognize suddenly emerged and wanted to take over the command of your comrades, would you agree? At this point, Yegorov angrily said, enough with the nonsense. The Count has shown his superb command skills, and we have all witnessed it. If you don't believe it, go take a look at the tanks in the village, and those on the fields. The lieutenant was stubborn. I am part of the armored troops, the Count is an infantry officer by the looks of it, correct? Initially, I have the right not to accept your command. It's just that given the current situation on the battlefield, we agree to comply. Look at the kill rings on the gun barrel, even if you truly destroyed 8 tanks, we have destroyed many more. Are you doubting our capability, Count? Wang Zhong raised his hand to stop Yegorov, who was about to continue speaking. He wanted to take direct control as the tank commander because this cheat code would be incredibly useful in urban combat. Moreover, the T-28 tank was just rubbish, thin-skinned and vulnerable. Without Wang Zhong's cheat, it was impossible to eliminate so many enemies. But the KV-1 was different, its performance crushed all enemy armor. Besides, Wang Zhong suddenly thought of a tactic to fully utilize the KV-1's capabilities without having to personally step into the role of tank commander. After a victorious battle and earning the respect of the crew of Tank 67, who would willingly accept his command, there would be no rush to take over a tank. Wang Zhong, I trust you, Lieutenant. Moreover, I have fought directly against enemy tanks and am intimately familiar with their tank guns' power and precision. I have a method to fully exploit your armor advantage. Wang Zhong dismounted and signaled to Yegorov, map of the village. Yegorov gestured, and Pavlov took out the map from his bag himself. Yegorov was shocked. Where's the staff who usually carries the map around with you? Sacrificed, Pavlov said calmly, unfolding the map and passing it to Wang Zhong. Speak, Your Excellency. Wang Zhong couldn't help but give Pavlov another look. At that moment, the commander of Tank 67 also jumped off and came to the side of the map. Wang Zhong adjusted the map so that the side facing him was south, and then pointed to the west side of the village, saying, "This area is an open field. The enemy, in yesterday's battle had already calculated the firing data, and they will set up a smoke screen here when they attack." Wang Zhong tapped on that point on the map. He had seen it clearly from a bird's eye view. The enemy's smoke was deployed at the same location twice, so now he pinpointed the enemy's expected position for the smoke deployment on the map with utmost precision. Yegorov used his large hand to measure on the map before exclaiming, "How did you pinpoint the smoke location just by pointing?" "I need to measure it with my hand as well." Wang Zhong, just a little trick. In any case, the enemy deployed smoke here twice today. I expect they will do it again tomorrow. My plan is simple, hide at the west entrance of the village, right here. He pointed on the map, emphasizing the spot twice more. Wang Zhong, the infantry will cover you with camouflage. As soon as the enemy starts deploying smoke, start your engine and charge towards it. By the time you break through, the enemy's offensive line should be here. Wang Zhong pointed several more times. Lieutenant Syelyusha nodded, "That's exactly our optimal range, too far and we might not hit them." Wang Zhong, with smoke behind you and the enemy about to flank you, simply reverse into the smoke, then wait for them to emerge while reversing. You only have one tank and can maneuver along the road, but the enemy needs to spread out to cover their infantry, meaning they have to move through muddy terrain. Lieutenant Syelyusha asked, "How many tanks does the enemy have left?" Wang Zhong recalled what he had seen from above and replied, 20, why? Lieutenant Syelyusha laughed, "Then we might just wipe them all out." Wang Zhong, the enemy infantry are well trained, and they have anti-tank grenades. Be extremely cautious. Syelyusha, don't worry. We've dealt with Molotov cocktails during the Winter War. We will be careful. Wang Zhong reached out and patted Syelyusha's shoulder. It's in your hands. When I asked to take over as your commander earlier, it wasn't out of distrust, but a wish to avenge the Tank 422 crew I fought with. In truth, he wanted to utilize the cheat. But his words weren't false either. Wang Zhong did indeed want revenge. Lieutenant Syelyusha asked, how many from your crew are left? Wang Zhong, just me and the driver now. Lieutenant Syelyusha asked again, how did you become the commander? You're clearly infantry. Wang Zhong recounted the incident with the fearful sergeant. Lieutenant Syelyusha was taken aback, so that's what happened. I misunderstood you. I thought it was just some noble's whim to pilot a tank. Yegorov, we thought the same initially, but let me tell you, the Earl is as skilled as Suvorov resurrected. When Tank 422 was around, they even called him the Star of Victory. Though Yegorov was flattering, Wang Zhong couldn't feel happy at the mention of Tank 422. Observing Wang Zhong's expression, Lieutenant Syelyusha asked cautiously, may I take a look at your seat in the tank? The armored troops will pay tribute to those brave comrades, and I would like to show my respect. Wang Zhong nodded, of course, but first move the tank into position so the infantry can camouflage you. Yegorov shouted, leave that to us, position the tank and take the time to rest. Syelyusha leaped onto the tank and climbed into the turret, putting on his headset and ordering, Ashka, advance. The tank engine roared, but after a few grumbles, the tank remained motionless. The driver complained, damn it, the gearbox is down again. Wang Zhong was astonished. He knew the KV-1 had a high rate of failure in the early days of the war, but he wasn't expecting it at this critical juncture. He hurriedly asked, can it be fixed? The nimble driver climbed out of the cockpit, smiling, of course. As he spoke, he opened the large satchel on the side of the turret. We brought a bunch of spare parts, it'll be fixed in an hour. Lieutenant Syelyusha spread his hands. It always broke down during the Winter War. Later, the design bureau made some improvements, claiming the issue was resolved, but we still brought spares in a toolbox based on our experience then. Wang Zhong let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this crew really were seasoned veterans. Chapter 53. Respect. The crew of Tank 67 began to repair their vehicle, and Syelyusha, the tank commander, leapt down from the turret again and said to Wang Zhong, my Lord Count, while we're repairing the tank, I'll go check on Tank 422. I'll survey the battlefield at the same time, especially the road conditions. If we're not careful, our cumbersome buddy here might just break down halfway again. Wang Zhong, all right, I'll take you for a spin. After speaking, he pointed toward the west and took the lead in stepping forward. At that moment, Pavlov said, Lieutenant, have you had your meal yet? Lieutenant Syelyusha, no, we've been on the move all day. At first, we were ordered to move towards Ronid, but just after we set out, we received a radio message directing us to Bogdanovka. Later, the radio broke, and then we encountered defeated soldiers blocking the road. It was tough reaching Bogdanovka, and upon arrival, we were told that this place needed support. Had we not taken such an unnecessary detour, this old fellow wouldn't have broken down so frequently. As he spoke, he gestured toward the tank. Pavlov, then you're in for a treat, we have some of Lord Boy's precious beef, along with potatoes and pickles. That's fantastic, said Syelyusha. Let my crew eat first, I need to reconnoiter the battlefield. Wang Zhong, this way. A few people started to move, and Wang Zhong, who had personally maneuvered a tank through the village, was already familiar with the terrain and began to explain it to the lieutenant as they went. Eventually, the group arrived at Tank 422, which was parked at the edge of the village. The bodies of the tank operators had been taken by the infantry to be buried at the church, leaving only the tank in the position it had occupied during the previous evening's combat. Upon seeing the tank, an emotion Wang Zhong had never experienced before surged within him. He stepped forward and gently caressed the tank's steel skin. Before his time travel, he'd seen a comic depicting an American soldier shedding tears while giving his broken jeep a fond farewell, implying that the jeep had become a close comrade in arms the soldier couldn't bear to see captured by the enemy. At the time, Wang Zhong thought the comic was somewhat exaggerated, but now, he understood that humans indeed could develop affection for the weapons that accompanied them on the battlefield. Touching the cold steel of Tank 422, and remembering his fallen comrades, he didn't want to let the Prasen Devils have this tank any longer. Fortunately, the vehicle was still operational and the driver, though wounded, could continue to pilot it. If they had a gunner, it could even go back into combat. Lieutenant Xiaoyusha closely observed Wang Zhong's expression, seemingly understanding something. He didn't disturb Wang Zhong's bonding with the tank, but instead went to the front of the tank to inspect the area where it had been hit. Noticing his actions, Wang Zhong explained, "It appears to have been hit in the front, fired by a Prasen Mark III tank's 50mm gun." Xiaoyusha, "Yes, it hit the left auxiliary turret directly, killing the mechanic operating the turret on the spot. With a hit like that, normally, only the driver has a chance of survival. You were really lucky." Wang Zhong, "At the time, most of my body was out of the tank to get a better view." "That may have been what saved your life," asserted Lieutenant Xiaoyusha. "I've driven a T-28 myself, and frankly, it's not a good tank. I'd rather drive a light tank, at least they have better maneuverability and lower failure rates." Wang Zhong, "Indeed, aside from its 45mm gun, it's a useless hunk of metal." Xiaoyusha continued to examine the stone wall in front of the tank. "Strange, the bullet marks on the stone wall, the shell must have flown past, right?" Wang Zhong pointed not far away. "I was hit over there, at the time." He recounted the evening's engagement with 4 Mark III tanks. Lieutenant Xiaoyusha praised, "Well fought." Under the starlight, one could dimly see the remnants of the wild Prasen tanks. Lieutenant Xiaoyusha gazed at the 2 tanks in the distance and said, "To win a long-range engagement against the enemy's Mark III tanks is impressive. According to intelligence gathered from the Castilian Civil War, the enemy's sighting equipment is very suitable for long-range firing, while we have to calculate manually based on the enemy tank's size." Wang Zhong had also seen the anti-army's sighting equipment later, and wanted to try his hand at being a gunner, but found the sight consisted only of simple settings, requiring manual calculation of distance based on the actual size of the enemy tank measured against the scale on the sight. On the destroyed Prasen tanks in the town, their sighting equipment included mechanical calculators. By simply adjusting the sight with the known length of the enemy tank, the distance could be immediately calculated. Furthermore, by clever design, once the distance was calculated, the reticle in the sight was also set in place, allowing a direct shot by aligning the crosshairs. On the anti-army side, after calculating the distance, the reticle still had to be manually adjusted. Therefore, Wang Zhong could understand why the gunner's first shot flew wide during the engagement earlier in the day. Had it not been for Wang Zhong's cheat that directly provided the enemy's distance, they truly might not have been able to outshoot the enemy at long range. No, they definitely would not have been able to. No wonder Lieutenant Xiaoyusha was so impressed. He said wistfully, "Your gunner is truly skilled, he must have undergone countless shooting drills." Wang Zhong intended to say it was he who informed them of the distance, but the words didn't leave his mouth. Let Lieutenant Xiaoyusha give a few more words of praise, perhaps it could even lead to a medal for the gunner. Though medals meant nothing to the deceased, it could bring some solace to his family. "Lieutenant Xiaoyusha, shall we continue? There are more enemy tanks destroyed in the village, right?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, and to prevent the enemy tanks from using their firepower to block the roads, we built some barriers along the way. You'll need to clear them to reach the village entrance. This way. Afterward, Wang Zhong spent half an hour with Lieutenant Xiaoyusha touring the village, making him completely familiar with the terrain. After Lieutenant Xiaoyusha returned to his own crew, Wang Zhong decided to visit the church to see the situation for himself. He was also a bit curious about what mass was all about. The arrival of the number 67 heavy tank for support was most likely because the mass had been effective, and the monks chanting hymns in the rear had heard the call for help. When he arrived at the church entrance, the guard on duty was dozing off. Upon seeing Wang Zhong, he immediately snapped to attention and saluted crisply, "Your Grace." "Wang Zhong, I am a count." "Count Wang Zhong, may I enter?" "Yes, but please do not make any noise," the guard said, gently pushing the door open. Wang Zhong tiptoed into the church. He saw Su Feng kneeling in the very center of the altar, hands clasped together in a praying position, with Ludmila kneeling on the steps to the right of the altar also with hands joined together in prayer. Monk Yakiniako was holding something like a bell and was walking in circles around them, swinging it as he went. That bell-like object looked familiar to Wang Zhong. It seemed that many Western religions had such a magic artifact. The British tabletop game Warhammer 40K even incorporated it into its setting, where priests of the Mechanicum like to wave it around while chanting incantations near all sorts of grand machinery. Wang Zhong tiptoed to the side of the altar. Monk Yakiniako opened his eyes, glanced at him, and made a shushing sound. Wang Zhong felt it wasn't good to just stand beside the altar, but he wasn't religious and had never prayed in his life. All he could do was imitate what Su Feng or Ludmila did while they prayed, drawing an inverted triangle in front of his chest. At that moment, Su Feng suddenly opened her eyes and cheered, "We've got a response. Someone says reinforcements set out 3 hours ago." "Wang Zhong, the reinforcements have already arrived." Su Feng, startled, lost her balance, and fell forward onto the ground. "Ouch, my front teeth!" Just as Wang Zhong was about to help Su Feng up, Ludmila opened her eyes. "Elisha? Are you all right? Do you still have a fever?" Ludmila asked, trying to stand up, but perhaps because she had been kneeling too long, her legs were numb and she stumbled, about to fall. Wang Zhong, with quick reflexes, caught her. She ended up falling into Wang Zhong's arms. With no time to appreciate the girl's stormy seas, Wang Zhong directly helped Ludmila to a chair and then turned to pull up Su Feng, with tears brimming in her eyes. "What did they say over there?" "They said that reinforcements have been dispatched for 3 hours and that we must hold out until 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The defensive line at Bogdanovka isn't fixed yet." The information about the defensive line not being fixed had already been brought by the number 67 tank. Wang Zhong nodded, "Well done. In fact, the reinforcements have already arrived." Su Feng was overjoyed. "How many people?" "1 tank, but that's enough," Wang Zhong confidently said. After all, the enemy, apart from the 88mm anti-everything gun, simply couldn't penetrate the armor of the KV-1 tank. That tank, placed in the open fields, was an impassable bulwark. Su Feng smiled, "That's good to hear. I need to rest for a bit, get me water." Monk Yakiniako, obviously having officiated many masses, promptly handed over a full water flask. Ludmila was already drinking by the side. "Wang Zhong, you two rest well, leave the rest to me to us." Xiaoyusha returned to his crew. Driver Ashka asked, "How is it, how much of what the Count boasted true?" "I'm afraid none of it's an exaggeration." Xiaoyusha paused for a moment, then continued, "The tank wrecks in the wilderness aren't very clear, but I made a round and didn't see any anti-tank guns." Ashka, "So it must be the Divine Arrow's doing." "I asked around, and they have clergy here, definitely a Divine Arrow team. The noble young lords serving in the army always have Divine Arrow teams by their sides." Xiaoyusha spoke earnestly, "Don't say it like that. The Count might be different from other nobles. I checked the tank wrecks in the village. 6 were destroyed by tank guns. I replayed the situation and estimated that 2 were destroyed upon entering the village, then after close combat between infantry and tanks, the enemy had pressed into the village, gaining the upper hand. And then someone suddenly got around behind them and destroyed at least 4 tanks in a surprise attack. Xiaoyusha was gesturing as he spoke. All 4 tanks were hit from the rear or the side, and their turrets weren't pointing in the direction of the attack. Someone with skillful flanking eliminated them. I must admit, I couldn't do it myself, destroy enemy tanks consecutively by circling around in a town, not even with infantry support. Ashka frowned. All done by that count? Xiaoyusha, I don't know. But listen, if I get injured or die, you follow the count's command. Then you'll see for yourselves what he's capable of. Don't talk so ominously, the gunner said as he picked up his plate. Come on, have some beef, drink some wine. This is good stuff, supposedly taken from the local nobility's cellar. It's so strong it catches fire quickly. They use it for making incendiary bombs. Xiaoyusha took the bottle first and took a big swig, his face immediately lighting up with a smile. Good wine. If I have to die at dawn, it's not a bad deal to have good wine. Chapter 54. The Eagle Above Pinyi. Wang Zhong stepped out of the church and just happened to see tank number 67 rumbling down the village road. He gave a thumbs up to the tank operators, watching as they passed by in front of him. Ludmila stood behind Wang Zhong, muttering, just 1 tank. Can it really hold off the enemy? Wang Zhong said, don't underestimate this 1 tank. It's a heavy tank, weighs a full 50 tons in battle, while the enemy's Panzer III is only around 10 tons. It'll give the enemy a tough time. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong's profile and hesitated for a moment before asking, are you very familiar with this tank? Wang Zhong replied, of course. Ludmila blinked and asked, when did you become familiar with it? Only then did Wang Zhong realize his slip of the tongue. In this timeline, Alexei was a debauchee with 0 military skills. He could only say with feigned confidence, I just got familiar with it. Tank Commander Xiaoyusha has briefed me on the tank's capabilities. Xiaoyusha, Ludmila repeated, are you already on nickname terms with each other? Shoot, he had forgotten the Russians' complicated naming conventions. In situations like this, where a superior addresses a subordinate, it's safer and more polite to use the person's patronymic, something like Whicheverovich. Xiaoyusha was a name reserved for those who were very close. The problem was, Wang Zhong didn't know his patronymic, and the man had not introduced himself. He had addressed him as lieutenant the whole time, and it was only a slip of the tongue that made him blurt out Xiaoyusha, a name he had heard from the driver in Tank No. 67's crew. It was also because the situation on the battlefield was so urgent that he hadn't thought to ask for a name. Suddenly, Wang Zhong thought of the gunner from tank number 422. I really should ask for their names. If they sacrifice themselves, at least I'll know whose name I should write in the eulogy. Though he didn't believe the enemy had weapons capable of penetrating the KV's front and side armor, just in case, he should still ask. Wang Zhong whistled loudly. A muscle memory inherited from the original Alexei and Bucephalus came galloping toward him, halting abruptly in front of him. He swung himself onto the horse and raced down the road. Ludmila, left behind, got a mouthful of dust. Su Fang carefully examined her profile. Are you all right? Ludmila murmured, in the past, he would definitely have taken advantage of a situation like that. Now, it seems like he cares more about tanks. Su Fang replied, maybe he's tired of it. Wang Zhong galloped all the way to the village entrance, learned the names of Tank No. 67's crew, then oversaw the infantry camouflaging the tank. With everything in order, he saw there was still half an hour until dawn. He decided to take a quick nap. After all, he had been feverish the day before and hadn't fully recovered, and they might be engaging in intense battle all day today. As the commander, he couldn't afford to be the weak link. But he woke up less than an hour later, feeling exceptionally spirited, not at all like someone who had been gravely ill the day before. He stood up and noticed that Ludmila and Suifang were sleeping not far from him. Ludmila was sprawled across the table, her face resting on her hands, drooling all over the table. Suifang, meanwhile, was seated on a bench, leaning against the armrest, having fallen asleep there. He had managed to get a good amount of sleep the day before, but these two girls had been busy with the mass and hadn't shut their eyes at all. He took the towel blanket covering himself and draped it over Ludmila. Then he switched to an overhead perspective to check on the enemy situation, as if covering her with the blanket had drained all his tenderness. Damn, relying on the Allies' field of view isn't showing much of the enemy movement, I'd better climb the tower myself. Wang Zhong put on his shoes as quickly as possible and strode out of the room. The guard at the door, just like the previous day, snapped to attention the moment he saw him come out. The sound of the guard's heels clicking together woke Suifang. Rubbing her eyes, the girl asked, "My lord, the count?" Ludmila also got up and asked, "Elisha?" Then they both realized the room was empty and could only look at each other in confusion. "Ah," Ludmila suddenly said, "the towel blanket." She sniffed it and said, "This is Elisha's." Suifang got up and looked out the window. "Why is he climbing the water tower as soon as he wakes up?" With that, the girl snatched up a hat, straightened her clothes that had become disheveled from sleeping in them, and ran out the door. Ludmila quickly got up, but the edge of the table scraped harshly against her chest, causing her such pain that she sat back down again. Wang Zhong climbed the water tower, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. At this moment, the sun showed just a hint of its edge in the east, while the morning fog had not yet fully dispersed, enveloping the field of view. A flock of pigeons flew across the sky, leaving behind the buzzing of their cooing. If not for the war, Wang Zhong would have surely thought of the classic scene from Laputa, Castle in the Sky, where Pazu blows his trumpet to greet the sunrise. Alas, war ruins everything. In his field of vision, the wreckage of enemy armored vehicles was like pus-filled sores on the skin. Wang Zhong remembered a song, "One day, the smoke of cooking fires will return to the village / that faint scent of late harvest rice. One day, angel sleeps peacefully, gently swaying in mother's embrace." There's no time for sentiment, ascertaining the enemy's situation is crucial. Wang Zhong switched to a bird's-eye view, looking over the hillside in front of him. The enemy had encamped in the open field, with over 100 tents pitched neatly and tanks lined up, as well as maintenance vehicles doing repairs. An armored command vehicle bearing the eagle flag was parked near the top of the hill, alongside a command tank marked with an eagle emblem. Next to the tank was a table where Cyclops and an officer Wang Zhong had not seen before were sitting across from each other, drinking coffee. Drinking coffee. Suddenly, Wang Zhong was overcome with anger. If he had a cannon in his hands, he would have loved to fire at the enemy, flipping their table and scattering their pastries. Cry elegance now. You're elegant, my ass. What right do invaders have to be elegant? Invaders should lie in the mud like dogs eating shit. Though burning with rage, Wang Zhong still carefully checked for any new heavy weaponry in the enemy camp, like the 88mm anti-aircraft guns. Luckily, although a night had passed, it seemed the enemy hadn't been reinforced much. The artillery he saw was still the same 75mm infantry guns from yesterday, and he didn't even spot any 47mm anti-tank guns. Today looks like a good day to give Cyclops a little surprise. Thinking this, Wang Zhong couldn't help but reveal a fierce grin. It would be even better if he could kill Cyclops with one shot. Unfortunately, the enemy would only observe from the hill, 2 kilometers away from the village. Even if tank number 67 moved forward out of the smoke, it would still be more than 1.5 kilometers away from the hilltop. According to Syelyusha, at that distance their 76mm gun's accuracy was poor, almost impossible to hit the target. It was a pity that there were too many enemy infantry. Rashly charging forward might leave them vulnerable to anti-tank grenades from the infantry. Furthermore, because of the heavy tank's poor maneuverability and unreliable mechanics, Wang Zhong had to abandon the idea of letting Xiaoyusha and his crew go for a thrill ride. If it were a T-34, it would certainly give Cyclops a run for his money. While Wang Zhong was observing, he heard footsteps behind him and switched back to normal vision. As he turned, he saw So Fang climbing the water tower. "You go rest, we won't need you during the day," he said. So Fang clenched her fist, "I can operate the machine gun." "Wang Zhong, there's no machine gun to operate today." "So Fang, then." Her eyes darted around as if looking for something she could do. At that moment, Ludmila came up clutching her chest. "Elisha, you." "Wang Zhong, I remember Monk Yukiniako still has one divine arrow left, right?" Yes, the last one." "Wang Zhong, then you should return to your post and get some rest." Ludmila froze, her hand still on her chest. Wang Zhong then looked at So Fang, "Like this, if you really must find something to do, go to the hospital. There will probably be quite a few casualties today. In truth, if the KV-1 went berserk, there probably wouldn't be many casualties. But, just in case?" And mostly, Wang Zhong wanted the two girls to get some rest. "Go on, hurry," he urged, "if anything goes wrong, we're still relying on you to contact the higher UPS." "Oh." So Fang shrank her neck, turned to glance at Ludmila. "Let's go, Captain Vasilievna." Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong, on the verge of saying something, but in the end, she turned around. Just then, the roar of engines came from the sky. Someone below shouted, "Air raid!" The two girls exchanged glances and rushed toward Wang Zhong, one on each side, tackling him to the ground. Wang Zhong hit the ground hard and was about to protest when he saw a camouflaged airplane flying in from the east. Recognizing the shape of the plane, Wang Zhong laughed out loud because he recognized it as an IL-2 Sturmovik attack aircraft, and a two-seater at that. The plane flew over Upper Pinayi village, then like a cheetah spotting its prey, charged towards the Prussian army to the west. The Prussian army, completely unprepared for an air raid, was caught off guard. The rockets fired from the plane hit a truck, and the Prussians stared at the rising fireball in shock, only scattering in a panic when the plane started strafing. The IL-2 dumped all its remaining rockets on the Prussians' heads, igniting a great fire in the enemy camp. Then the plane circled back and began strafing the ground with its 23mm cannons and machine guns. In just 3 minutes, the enemy camp was littered with dozens of bodies, 7 or 8 trucks were burning, and the injured were wailing everywhere. Through the bird's eye view, Wang Zhong could clearly see even Cyclops on the ground, clutching his head. "Ha ha ha, how elegant are you now?" The IL-2, having completed its attack, flew over Upper Pinayi village again. Wang Zhong pushed the two girls off him and stood up, cheering at the plane, "Yura!" While the people on the ground didn't have bird's eye view, they could see the black smoke rising from the enemy's side and joined in the chant, "Yura!" The Ant Air Force was not destroyed. Just this fact alone was enough to boost morale. Along with the soldiers, Wang Zhong turned their joy into a continuous cheer, "Yura!" Chapter 55. The White Horse General. On the Prasen army side, Major Shrifen cursed as he stood up. Didn't the Air Force say the Ant Air Force was finished? Are we being attacked by our own Air Force then? Major Franz also got up, wiping the coffee off his uniform with a handkerchief while echoing the sentiment, "You can't believe a word from the Air Force." It's said that Duke Meyer diverted all the Air Force's funds to renovate his castle. It seemed that both the old officers of Junker nobility and the emerging juniors had reached a consensus, not to trust the Air Force. Major Shrifen turned and shouted, "Adjutant, report the damage." The adjutant came over and saluted. A total of 21 dead, 49 injured, and 7 trucks have been destroyed. Shrifen cursed, "Damn Air Force, just like that I've lost 2 platoons. 2 platoons. Major Franz said, Shouldn't this grudge be counted on the enemy's head? Luckily, last night we received the support of an entire battalion of combat engineers. They were very effective yesterday, and deploying more engineers today should enable us to take it down. Hope so, said Major Shrifen, looking at the sky as if worried the plane that had just attacked might circle back to surprise him, but with such a start this morning, I have a bad feeling. Did last night's sentries spot anything unusual in the village? The adjutant immediately reported, last night's sentries heard engine sounds from the village. Shrifen frowned, our enemy is very cunning, that engine sound might be a deceptive tactic. Didn't the person who shot at tank number 422 yesterday say that they hit it? The chief of staff came over, replacing the adjutant, and replied, yes, the gunner believes they hit the enemy at least once. But since the enemy was still able to counterattack, it seems the hit wasn't critical. Shrifen pursed his lips and after standing and observing the distant village for a moment, he spoke softly, the engine sounds from last night might be a deception. Maybe their tanks have already lost combat capability, and they're using the engine sounds to intimidate us, prevent us from deploying tanks to engage the enemy in the village. At that moment, Captain Hoffman from Tank Crew 170 arrived at the peak, heels snapping together, and shouted, report. Shrifen said, at ease, speak. Hoffman said, I request to join today's assault. I want a one-on-one with that enemy tank No. 422. Idiot. War is not a knight's joust. Shrifen cursed, we are enemies, it's a fight to the death. You'll suffer if you don't grasp this. I assure you, tank number 422 will be destroyed. The anti-people's tanks are too outdated, they only won by tricks. I won't allow them to succeed again. Hoffman said, brimming with confidence. Shrifen stared at him for a few seconds before placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, good, then this morning your platoon will advance with the infantry. He turned to Major Fritz, Hoffman is our best tank operator, and his platoon is our most elite. I've been keeping them in reserve until now. Fritz extended his hand, pleased to work with you, Captain Hoffman. Hoffman quickly shook Fritz's hand. Even though the young emperor now deliberately promoted those who embraced new technology to counter the old officer corps, the rank and file soldiers didn't care much for this, they still respected these old-fashioned Junker nobility officers. Especially Fritz, who was the spitting image of everyone's perception of the old officer corps. Shrifen said, prepare for the assault. We have already been delayed a full 24 hours. If even the artillery battalion stuck in traffic behind us gets here, then our previous rush will have been for nothing. However, Fritz said, the artillery battalion should be arriving soon. We've been stuck here for 24 hours already. We might as well wait for the heavy artillery to arrive, it could reduce casualties. No. Shrifen raised his voice, in Carolingian, we relied on tanks and Stukas' relentless assault, and it was only after that we drove the United Kingdom's forces into the sea. Heavy artillery isn't essential, this is modern warfare. Fritz closed his mouth. Wang Zhong, who had been watching the enemy finish their deployment, called out loudly to the people under the water tower, take cover. The enemy is about to start artillery preparation. No sooner had his words fallen than the first round of artillery barrage came crashing down. After once again making certain there were no anomalies in the enemy deployment, Wang Zhong, amid the roaring cannonade, strolled down from the water tower and entered the manager's office of the winery. The winery was the only concrete building in town, impervious to the high explosive rounds from the 75mm infantry guns. Of course, if rounds were shot through the windows, they could still injure those inside, but the enemy's covering fire was in high arcs, and the angle of descent meant the shells were not so easily fired through the windows. Inside the room, Wang Zhong looked over the map, seemingly oblivious to the explosions outside. He sought the Khazaria kingdom on the map, but only managed to find the name of the region they were currently in, the Duchy of Wostrom. The duchy's terrain was as flat as a pancake, with the small mountain to the west of Pinyi probably being one of the few high points in the whole duchy. Furthermore, Wang Zhong also discovered that to the east of Pinyi, there was a large river called the Dibur, with Bogdanovka sitting right on its bank. While Wang Zhong was engrossed in his map study, the shelling outside stopped. He glanced at his watch. How strange, today's barrage was so much shorter than yesterday's. Why has it stopped? Shrifen asked, frowning. The artillery company commander had a bitter expression. The enemy air raid just destroyed our ammunition trucks, we don't have that many shells left. Shrifen's mouth twitched. Franz took the opportunity to suggest, then we should wait for the heavy artillery. Have the mortars smoke bomb, begin the assault. Shrifen interrupted Franz, also, contact the Air Force and have them take their responsibilities seriously. Yes. Wang Zhong once again climbed up the water tower and indeed saw the enemy's mortars laying down smoke. The fall of smoke bombs was not a bit different from yesterday. Wang Zhong was unsure whether to call the enemy rigid or praise them for being well trained and striving for perfection. As the smoke spread properly, the enemy's assault troops began to move out. And when the sound of engines reached this side, the hidden number 67 heavy tank at the edge of the village also fired up, rolled out of its hiding spot, and charged along the road toward the ambush position. But no, calling it an ambush isn't quite right, it should be a position for a head-on confrontation with the enemy. Within the enemy's attack column, Wang Zhong spotted a familiar face, the number 170 Mark III tank. It was this very tank that had previously, from a distance of 2 kilometers, precisely hit and detonated the church bell tower with a single shot, causing the large bell to fall from above. The cracked bell still lay on the street now. The enemy had sent their elite forces forward. Looking closely at tank number 170, there were 2 gold rings and 3 silver rings on its barrel. While Wang Zhong didn't know what the Prasen people's regulations were in this timeline, he was aware that the Sturmtiger's single soldier tank destruction medal went from 5 silvers to 1 gold. If these kill rings followed the same principle, then tank number 170 had already destroyed 13 tanks. Elite indeed, if it were taken out here, how many tank operators' lives could be spared? At the thought, Wang Zhong couldn't help but feel pleased. Just then, at the edge of his vision, he saw a heavy truck enter his field of view and then stop. The hairs on the back of his neck bristled instantly. Such heavy trucks were usually used to tow heavy artillery, and heavy howitzers over 100 mm were not often brought so close to the front line. After all, such guns had ranges of a dozen kilometers or more, making it unnecessary to bring them to the front line. Only direct fire guns would be brought to the front line. A heavy truck towing a direct fire gun. Wang Zhong could think of only one kind. No, he had to confirm what this truck was towing. Wang Zhong darted down the water tower like a shot, untied Bucephalus that was tied to a stake at the door, mounted the horse, and galloped away. The guard at the entrance of the winery saw him and quickly shouted, "Count, where are you going?" "I'll be back soon, hold your position." As he spoke, Bucephalus dashed through the battered streets of Upper Pinyi. The soldiers hiding behind cover all popped their heads out to watch Wang Zhong. "Are we charging?" someone asked. In the current situation, Wang Zhong knew that if he really gave the order to charge, this bunch might actually leave their houses and follow him on horseback into the wild. So he yelled out, "Stay put, remember your mission. Don't move. Stay where you are." As he shouted, he left the village and, at the village entrance, he pulled the reins and Bucephalus came to an abrupt halt. At the village entrance, he could clearly see that the heavy truck was actually towing a pontoon bridge. Then he remembered he had indeed seen several rivers on the map. If the enemy wanted a swift advance, they had to consider the possibility of the anti-army blowing up bridges. Wang Zhong felt slightly relieved, but then thought since he had come to the village entrance, wouldn't it be better to advance another 500 meters and get a clear view of the enemy's arrangements? With smoke cover anyway, even if the enemy pursued him, their commander, they would be stopped by Tank 67. So Wang Zhong continued to spur his horse forward, all the while observing the enemy's movements from an overhead perspective. In addition to the bridge-building team, Wang Zhong also saw many heavy engineering vehicles. It seemed the enemy would have more combat engineers joining the attack. Just then, Wang Zhong suddenly heard someone call out to him, "Count, what are you doing?" He switched from his unrestricted line of sight and saw that Bucephalus had crossed in front of Tank 67, with Syelyusha in the turret, eyes bulging as he stared at him. "Count Wang Zhong, I'm going to scout the enemy, don't worry." After that, Wang Zhong continued forward. After switching his perspective, he even saw the armored recovery vehicle. They were repairing a damaged Panzer III. Good grief, was there an enemy combined arms battalion right in front of him? Had the concept of combined arms battalions emerged this early in this timeline? With the aid of the, Wang Zhong could see the color of the enemy's underwear as clear as day. He was enjoying the thrill of exploiting his advantage when he suddenly felt he might have gone too far forward. Snapping back to reality, he switched back to his own perspective, only to find that there was no smoke ahead. Bucephalus had run too fast. He immediately pulled hard on the reins. Bucephalus, a bit overexcited, almost failed to stop, even rearing up on its four hooves. Wang Zhong managed, with some difficulty, to bring the spirited mount to a halt. Flustered, his actions caused Bucephalus to end up sideways across the road. Then, he found himself face to face with the enemy's great army. This was awkward. Now, he truly felt sweat soaking his back. But from Major Schriffen's perspective, the situation was quite different. The Major, with his sharp hearing, had long heard the rumbling of engines from the anti-side and lifted his binoculars, eager to see what sort of fool wanted to use outmoded tanks in an open field against the invincible Prussian armored forces. However, anti-tank commanders seemed cowardly, preferring not to open their hatches and poke their heads out to observe. Just as Major Schriffen was thinking this, a white horse emerged from the smoke. Astride the white horse was a dashing general. The general pulled the reins and the white horse reared up grandly on its four legs. Major Schriffen was no junker noble and knew nothing of horsemanship, but the old junker noble Major Franz next to him exclaimed in admiration, "Fine horsemanship! That move is a threat to the opponent in a horsemanship contest. He's expressing his contempt for us." The major pursed his lips. At that moment, the general made his white horse turn sideways, blocking the road. "Franz, the meaning of this move is..." "I know." Schriffen squeezed the words through his teeth, "It says we can't advance a step further." "Franz, yes. By the way, that's a fine horse. It could sell for at least 300,000 marks in the capital, Germania." Suddenly, Schriffen snatched up the wireless phone. "Hoffmann. Kill that general. But don't hurt the horse." "What?" Franz exclaimed in shock, "That's not gentlemanly." Schriffen sneered, "No need for chivalry towards inferior races." Then, visible on the hillside, Tank 170 came to a halt. It was 1,000 meters away from the White Horse General and Schriffen had no doubt that Hoffmann could hit the target with precision. The turret of Tank 170 began to rotate. In a flash, another steel beast tore out from behind the White Horse General through the smoke. This beast was bigger than any tank in the Prussian Empire, its tracks crushed the helmets left behind by fleeing soldiers, and the powerful roar of its engine echoed across the plain. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe. Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 56. The Burning Wilderness. Wang Zhong shouted to number 67, "Hit that 170." Fearing the tank couldn't see where number 170 was, he also stretched his hand toward the direction of 170. Tank number 170, with Commander Hoffmann, suddenly changed the order, "Target that big tank. Don't be afraid, anti-people's tanks are all show, and we're loaded with armor-piercing shells. Take it down." To execute the order not to harm the horses, Hoffmann had the loader load armor-piercing shells. Although armor-piercing shells do contain explosive charges, their fuse wouldn't activate when hitting a person. This design originated from the experience summarized by the Prussian Empire during the Castilian Civil War and the Carolingian Campaign, where armor-piercing shells were to have the ability not to detonate when piercing some soft targets, allowing them to shoot through targets like wooden houses to strike enemy armor hidden behind. Therefore, a skilled gunner could naturally use armor-piercing shells to accurately kill a person mounted on horseback, and incidentally, not harm the horse. Now, this armor-piercing shell naturally undertook the task of sending the enemy's huge object sky high. Hoffman was full of confidence, and the moment he fired before the enemy did, he felt he had won. The projectile struck the giant tank like lightning, leaving a trail of sparks on the mantelet. The huge tank continued forward as if nothing had happened and aimed its gun at Hoffman while moving. It fired directly. Because it was firing on the move, the shot hit the ground. But before Hoffman could breathe a sigh of relief, the shell ricocheted and hit tank number 170. Hoffman, quick! Watching tank number 170's turret flying into the sky, Wang Zhong burst into loud laughter. Such an ace crew, if replaced with a Tiger or Panther tank, who knows how many of our soldiers they would kill. At this point, 3 enemy tanks stopped, seemingly readying to shoot. Wang Zhong immediately turned his horse around and took off. As he passed by tank number 67, he also patted the top of the tank gun's turret and said a word of blessing. Then he plunged into the smoke. Inside tank number 67, the driver Ashka asked through the intercom, "What was the Marquis doing here?" Lieutenant Syelyusha replied, "You don't understand? He assigned us this suicide mission, so he came to the front himself to show he shares life and death with us." After saying that, Syelyusha laughed, "The Marquis probably doesn't know, we simply can't die." The gunner also laughed, "I actually wish there were more enemies to kill." The loader chimed in, "Armor-piercing shell, ready. Emergency stop." The tank braked hard, causing everyone's heads to hit the armor. Even with their cushioned tank helmets, anti-army tankers often suffered bruises after driving for a day. "Syelyusha, find the nearest target. Take out that 171. Fire." The roar of the main gun shook everyone's ears, and the whole combat room filled with the smell of gunpowder. The brass shell casing fell onto the floor of the combat room, making a crisp sound. Through the narrow view of the commander's periscope, Syelyusha saw tank number 171 stop. At this point, the enemy's counterattack followed, and everyone in the tank could hear the thud of enemy armor-piercing shells hitting the armor. Ashka shouted, "They're really enthusiastic." With nothing else to do at the moment, the driver took up the hull machine gun and began to rattlingly sweep the enemy's skirmish line. "Syelyusha, load high explosive shells. I think these enemy tanks don't need armor-piercing shells. High explosive shells can also kill surrounding infantry." The loader shoved a high explosive shell into the breech and swung the breech block closed. "High explosive shell, ready. Syelyusha, turret turn left 6 degrees, no, make it 7. Fire." Although the commander's viewing port was very small, Syelyusha still saw the enemy tank engulfed in flames, Prussian tankers covered in fire escaping from their tank and scattering. "High explosive effective. Continue with high explosive. Keep turning the turret left. High explosive, ready. Fire." Shrifen put down his binoculars and eagerly asked his chief of staff, "What kind of tank is this?" The chief of staff and several staff officers were frantically flipping through the battlefield recognition manuals issued by the headquarters. "Wait a moment, still searching. Useless. Hurry up." After scolding the staff, Shrifen picked up his binoculars again. The tank with tactical number 67 simply sat on the road, calling out the most elite tank crews under Shrifen's command one by one. The armor of Prussian tanks was like nothing in front of that big gun tube, 1 hit, 1 kill. On Prussian's side, the attacks on the enemy were like scratching an itch, producing nothing but sparks and no effect whatsoever. In an instant, half of the tank platoon had turned into scrap metal, and the situation for the infantry was even worse. There was no cover in the open field, and they were being mercilessly mowed down by enemy machine guns. Thankfully, the wheat in the field was tall, and the infantry could hide their figures by lying down. But Major Schriffen couldn't be happy at all. His armored forces couldn't just lie down in the grass. Prassen's armor advantage, had it all been wiped out just like that? Why would there be such a tank? At this moment, the Chief of Staff finally turned to a tank and shouted, "Found it! It's a T-34 model. Front armor 60 mm. In real history, the German army initially always mistook the KV-1 for the T-34. Schriffen, the hell is 60 mm? How could 60 mm possibly stop our armor-piercing shells? Chief of Staff, wait a second, there is a note here. This model of tank uses sloped armor, so the effective thickness from a perpendicular shot shouldn't be considered as 60 mm. Schriffen got anxious. Then the hell should we do? There's no mention of that here. The General Staff Headquarters has no data either. Schriffen swore under his breath. At that time, Major Franz suggested, release smoke, cover the remaining tanks as they retreat, and have the infantry engage in close combat. Schriffen thought for a moment, then nodded, that's all we can do. Wang Zhong noticed that the other side had begun releasing smoke. There were only 2 attacking tanks left. They both started to retreat. And the enemy infantry, under the cover of smoke, began to approach Tank 67. I have a mask, so I'm not afraid of smoke, but Xiaoyusha doesn't. At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly had an idea. He rode Bucephalus to the front of Boy Mansion, the defensive focus of Yegorov. Yegorov. Are any of the enemy's half-tracks intact? Yegorov poked his head out. There is one, what's up? Wang Zhong, get someone to take the flamethrower we captured yesterday, where the enemy's cuirass, get on the half-track and follow me. 7 minutes later, a half-track was armed. Sitting on it was a sergeant with a flamethrower, 2 corporals in armor wielding submachine guns, a private manning the front machine gun, and a second lieutenant from the supply company driving. Wang Zhong was still riding the white horse, but now he had brought a submachine gun and suspended the ammo belt on the saddle, then glanced at this small force. Follow me. Where my submachine gun fires, aim the flamethrower there. After giving brief instructions, Wang Zhong galloped off once more. Bucephalus was indeed a fine horse. After running back and forth over a couple of kilometers, it had only broken a slight sweat. Its stamina was plenty. It carried Wang Zhong, leading the charge out of the village, and the half-track made a great effort to catch up from behind. While galloping, Wang Zhong surveyed the terrain. First, he passed through the smoke to reach Tank 67, where he patted the hatch. Xiaoyusha popped out of the hatch. The enemy released smoke. They're cunning. Wang Zhong, you pull back. I'll lead the infantry upwind to set the fire. Let's burn them all. Xiaoyusha laughed. That's a good idea. In the meantime, the half-track passed through the smoke, and Wang Zhong immediately ordered, turn upwind. Follow me. He turned his horse around, kicked the horse's belly, and Bucephalus started to run nimbly and briskly. Tank 67 was started up and began to back into the still dispersing smoke, while the half-track followed Wang Zhong towards the upwind direction. Wang Zhong sped against the wind until he almost reached the advancing enemy skirmishers. Then he raised his submachine gun and began to spray bullets in a chosen direction. It didn't matter if he hit anything, the most important thing was to signal the direction. The half-track caught up, with the machine gunner firing green tracer rounds in the same direction. The flamethrower operator stood up and began to shoot flames in the direction of the tracer rounds. Wang Zhong, start up, keep it moving. Burn as you go. No need to see the enemy. He could already hear enemy screams in the smoke. Wang Zhong, burn them to death. Major Franz put down his binoculars. unable to bear watching any longer. Grassland fires spread quickly in the summer, and a wildfire starting from the upwind direction would soon sweep across the entire grassland. Troops lying in the grass were at risk of being burned to death. Without waiting for Schriffen's orders, he commanded his aide-de-camp directly, "Fire signal flares, retreat. And have someone immediately establish fire breaks in the grass, or we'll be burned too. Schriffen, I am the commander of the combat group." Major Franz turned to him, "Then please give the order. If we don't retreat now, the troops will just become fertilizer for the grassfield in the fire." Major Schriffen's face was stern, and it took a second before he ordered, "Retreat, and create isolation strips in the grass at the same time. Damned enemy, why didn't they set fire to the grassland yesterday?" "Perhaps they didn't have a flamethrower," said Major Franz. Such a brilliantly cunning general would not have failed to think of this. Wang Zhong returned to the entrance of the village, looking at the large fire sweeping across the grassland, and slapped his thigh, "Damn, I should have set a fire in a night raid last night. With so many instances of fire warfare and night raids in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, even combined night raids and fire attacks, how could I forget? I failed as a Chinese. Oh Marquis, I have let you down." The others didn't know what he was thinking and cheered, "Yura! Burn them to death! This is so satisfying! Yura!" The fluctuating cries of "Yura" made it seem like the soldiers' morale was even higher than the flames sweeping across the grassland. Chapter 57. Peripheral Defense. Wang Zhong had hoped the wildfire would blaze through and blow away the Prasen people. But he soon discovered the enemy had used bulldozers to clear a fire break, and any scattered flames were quickly extinguished with hand grenades. As a child, Wang Zhong watched the little soldier Zhang Jie, where the guerrillas set the enemy's watchtower on fire, only to have the enemy put out the fire with hand grenades. Initially, he thought it was an over-the-top anti-Japanese drama, but later he heard from old veterans that it was actually true. It turned out that even children's films back then could have veterans who had real combat experience as military consultants, unlike the later anti-Japanese dramas. It seemed that this wildfire strategy wasn't so easy to use after all. The fire kept burning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Mounted on his white horse, Wang Zhong looked out over the grassland, which had become a stretch of ashes, and couldn't help but think about the scenery he had seen that morning. The stark contrast between the two landscapes made him acutely aware of the presence of war. The sight brought to his mind the song "One Day, the Smoke Will Return to the Village," that faint smell of late rice, fragrant in the evening. Now was not the time for sentimentality. After the big fire had consumed all the wild grass, it gradually died out, and the enemy could launch an attack at any moment. Xiaoyusha, peeking out from atop the turret of the same pulled-back 67th heavy tank gun at the village entrance, asked, "My Lord Earl, how shall we fight this time?" Wang Zhong said, "I suspect the enemy will use smoke to gradually close in on you. So we can't leave you out in the open like before. The good news is that the fire has scorched all the grass, so the enemy can no longer hide in it. I suggest you park next to that house." He pointed towards the southwest, at a small building on the edge of the village. As a house on the village edge, the small building had been fought over repeatedly, its roof torn off, and several big holes in its walls, the whole structure vulnerable to collapse at any time. Wang Zhong said, "There, your cannon can cover 2 main village entrances, and we can set up crossfire on both sides of the village to protect you, gunning down any enemy trying to rush over and throw grenades. We can also lay in ambush with submachine gunners behind the low walls on both sides of you, making sure the enemy's advance is met with fierce resistance." Xiaoyusha nodded, "Very good. But I have a question, why didn't we hold the outer defenses of the village before? I noticed that few buildings on the perimeter bear the marks of direct hits from tank guns." Wang Zhong replied, "Because defending the outskirts of the village makes it easy to be targeted directly by enemy tanks, and our most effective anti-tank weapon is the Molotov cocktail, which is why we let the enemy come in to fight at close quarters, giving us a chance to destroy their tanks in the melee." He paused, then added, "We had a few T-28s at the time, and it's clearly unrealistic for this kind of tank to engage in open firefights with the enemy, isn't it?" "Indeed," Xiaoyusha said with a grin, "now we're here, we can engage the enemy in the open, and we'll make sure to take out the enemy before they destroy our machine gun positions." Wang Zhong cautioned, "Don't be so sure, Lieutenant, the enemy might use smoke to obstruct your vision, and those Prasen people are quite skilled at using it. Then we can be mobile and bypass their cover." "Leave it to me," Xiaoyusha said, patting his chest with a proud smile. Wang Zhong patted his shoulder and then rode his horse straight to Lord Boy's manor, planning to tell Yegorov to adjust the deployment. But after only a few steps, he saw Yegorov approaching with a group of men. From a distance, the regiment commander shouted, "I guess we should take advantage of our firepower on the outskirts of the village, so I've already ordered everyone to adjust their positions. Don't worry about the machine gun position I chose." Wang Zhong nodded. Although he had cheats, he was still a novice with no military experience, still growing and learning. Leaving the placement of the machine guns to the old soldier Yegorov was the best course of action. Still, Wang Zhong felt he needed to offer a few words of advice to highlight his role as the commander. He said, "Ensure a clear field of fire. Fully cover the 67th vehicle. And organize a squad of veterans skilled in hand-to-hand and close-range combat to stand by around the tanks, ready to take down any approaching enemy troops." "Let Sergeant Grigory take care of this task," Yegorov replied, "with him there, the enemy's infantry won't get close." Wang Zhong nodded and decided to return to his VIP spot, atop the water tower. This position allowed him to clearly see everything around him, and he could quickly enter the concrete distillery for cover once the enemy's artillery preparation began. No sooner had he climbed up the water tower than the enemy started firing smoke. This time there was no artillery preparation. Wang Zhong was extremely surprised and hurriedly checked the enemy's artillery position, afraid that the enemy was up to some fierce trick, such as dismantling their guns and carrying them to the front line to assemble and fire at ground level. Then he realized he had been overthinking it, the enemy's infantry guns simply seemed to be out of shells. Could it be that this morning's solo raid by the IL-2 had blown up the enemy's ammo storage? Could it be such a coincidence? No, the IL-2 pilot must have deliberately targeted what looked like a stack of supplies to shoot their rockets at, hitting either canned food or ammunition. Well done! Wang Zhong silently gave a thumbs up to the Ant Air Force. Although they only showed up for the first time since the war began, and it was just a single aircraft, they did a good job. Throughout the fierce battles of the day, casualties caused by enemy artillery preparation accounted for at least 60%, with the remainder being losses from close-range combat. It was a pity there was only one IL-2. Had there been a squadron of 4, the enemy wouldn't have been able to organize an attack. At this time, in Bogdanovka, 63rd Army's headquarters. Officially it was the 63rd Army's headquarters, but in fact, the Duke of Vostrom himself was also there. As the Duke held the rank of Lieutenant General, the 63rd Army's headquarters was now also the 41st Army Group's headquarters. The Duke was studying a map when his most trusted intelligence staff entered the map room. "My lord, the planes that volunteered to support Pinyi have returned today. The pilot reported no sight of our tanks. It was a group of infantry defending the village of Pinyi, and there's also a field hospital in the village, visible from the air with a red cross to deter enemy bombing." The Duke cursed, "What's going on? Hasn't anyone told them that the Prasen bastards would bomb the Red Cross? These pieces of shit, afraid that the veterans will recover and return to the front as experienced soldiers, are deliberately targeting the hospitals." The staff officer noticed the Duke's slip of the tongue but hesitated and did not point it out. The Duke cursed, took a breath, and then asked, "Why is there a field hospital? From where did this field hospital retreat?" "That's not something we know," the intelligence staff answered. There are far too many field hospitals that we've lost contact with now. At this moment, the commander of the 63rd Army spoke up. Yesterday, locals were continuously arriving with horse-drawn carts carrying wounded soldiers. They said they were from the Ronid City Field Hospital. The Duke immediately rushed to the map table to check the map. Ronid? Weren't all of our forces there wiped out? It seems not. The wounded also said that they belong to the 3rd Rear Amur Group and are now under the command of Count Rokosov. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? The Duke demanded. The commander spread his hands. I only found out myself just now. The wounded soldiers were brought in by the local carts last night, and it was all chaos then. At this point, the Chief of Staff of the 41st Army Group concluded, so, the situation is clear. Yesterday the village of Piniyi sent out a distress signal, indicating that they have a him monk there, very likely a scattered monk retreating from Ronid who joined the fleeing soldiers en route. Then the fleeing soldiers encountered the remnants of the 31st Regiment of the 4th Tank Army, which had been prepared to defend Piniyi, and they organized a defense on the spot. The military bishop of the 41st Army Group spoke. I mostly agree with this assessment. Although the enemy would deliberately slaughter clergy, there should still be some that managed to escape. The Duke leaned on the map table with both hands. This Count Rokosov can't be that playboy brother of the Crown Prince, the good-for-nothing and ignorant Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, can it? Everyone exchanged glances. After the Civil War, civilians could become officers too, so at this moment all the civilian officers present shut their mouths, as they were not very familiar with the notorious Count. However, the nobly born Chief of Staff of the Army Group added, which other Rokosov could it be? If we had known this earlier, we wouldn't have sent reinforcements. Surely this prodigal was just frightened out of his wits. It's highly probable the enemy isn't much of a problem, after all, even infantry could hold them back. The intelligence staff interjected. According to the pilot's report, the forces attacking Piniyi are the enemy's armored grenadiers and tank units. Additionally, combining intelligence from other directions, I personally believe that the force confronting Piniyi is a mixed combat group led by Major Shrifen, a recipient of the Iron Cross. The headquarters fell silent. The Chief of Staff of the Army Group scoffed. You're telling me that a bunch of rooted soldiers stopped Prasen's elite combat group? Those are veterans who have participated in the Bohemian and Carolingian campaigns, and their commander is a tough one. Since Count Rokosov proved to be so capable, I suggest that when he returns, we should send him to Luchtov to reorganize the fleeing soldiers. After pondering, the Duke replied, that also gives him and his troops a chance to rest and regroup. Wang Zhong, of course, was unaware of what was happening back at the headquarters. His focus was entirely on the enemy. Thanks to a cheat, Wang Zhong could see the enemy's formation clearly through the smoke. Besides the infantry skirmish line at the front, the Prasen had also sent tanks on a wide flank, seemingly preparing to attack the side of tank number 67. Unfortunately for them, the KV-1 had good all-around defense, except for the engine at its rear, which was the only weak point. And now, tank number 67 was back against the remains of a house, with its rear shielded. The Prasen devils were about to be disappointed yet again, and the thought filled Wang Zhong with delight. The first Prasen soldier showed up from the smoke. The machine gun mounted on the second floor immediately opened fire. Freed from worrying about direct fire from enemy tanks, the Amur Group's machine gunner fought like a man possessed, landing precise shots that dropped several enemies in succession. The remaining enemies all went prone. Their uniforms were black, and the grassland that had just been scorched was also black, providing surprisingly effective camouflage once they hit the ground. Wang Zhong had never imagined the Prasen's dark uniforms could have this effect. He was still in shock when the enemy threw smoke bombs. One has to admit, the Prasen troops really were battle-hardened veterans. They reacted quickly, and the placement of the smoke bombs was accurate. But experience was on this side too. They continued to fire through the smoke, reasoning that since they still had a lot of ammunition left from looting the third group's depot, they might as well use it up, lightening their load for the evening's retreat. More enemies emerged from the thick smoke, and the machine gun fire Yegorov had carefully set up continued to erupt. Without the cover of direct fire, infantry are helpless against machine gun fire. Not to mention the KV's high explosive shells. The fierce battle raged on. The enemy tanks reached the side and opened fire on tank number 67. Wang Zhong clearly saw the armor-piercing shell hit the side of tank number 67's turret, scraping off the paint. After 2 days of intense fighting, Wang Zhong had never felt this relaxed. He even began to feel like he was playing a game of Storm the Beaches, joyfully shooting at live targets. Just then, Wang Zhong heard an engine noise coming from the sky. This time it was not from the east, where their allies were positioned. He immediately raised his view and then realized that his cheat allowed him to see planes from even greater distances than he could see on the ground. It was rather logical for a cheat, despite being one. He saw a whole squadron of Stukas heading towards Pinyi. Trouble. Wang Zhong knew at a glance that these Stukas were the B2 model because he had flown them in games. He knew that in maximum load, they could carry 1 500 kg big potato and 450 kg little potatoes. The little potatoes couldn't threaten the KV-1 unless they were dropped with pinpoint accuracy, but the 500 kg big potato was no joke. Tank number 67 had to get moving, a stationary target was too easy to hit. Wang Zhong rushed down the water tower, expertly untied Bucephalus's reins, mounted, and galloped away in a cloud of dust. Chapter 58. Unforgettable Summer Memories. Wang Zhong spurred his horse into a gallop, dashing out of the village. Most of the machine gun fire was on the second floor, so Wang Zhong wasn't shot down by friendly fire. As he charged towards Yelyusha's tank crew, a tank shell fired by the enemy was deflected by tank number 67, which blew off Wang Zhong's hat. Wang Zhong had no time to care about that. As he sped along he shouted loudly, "Enemy planes are coming! Get moving!" At this moment, the engine's roar was already overhead, and lifting his head, Wang Zhong saw the dark shadows of enemy planes against the setting sun. Wang Zhong shouted, "Move! Dive towards the belly of the enemy planes." This type of Stuka has serious locking issues during a dive, it's not good at hitting moving targets. However, Yelyusha's crew showed no response. Faithful to protocol, Yelyusha was hunkering down inside the tank turret during combat, and with the tank's own mechanical roaring, he probably couldn't hear Wang Zhong's shouts at all. Wang Zhong had never cursed the anti-Empire's terrible radio level so much. He glanced at the enemy planes above, feeling that any second now he would hear the infamous death scream of a Stuka dive. At this point, he saw a nearby infantryman carrying a captured smoke bomb and he called out, "Give me a smoke bomb." The infantryman turned out to be Sergeant Grigory, who, upon hearing Wang Zhong's shout, directly unhooked the belt carrying smoke bombs and flung it precisely onto Bucephalus's saddle. Wang Zhong pulled out a smoke bomb and, after pulling the pin, held it in his hand, but in his haste handled it upside down, causing smoke to spray out and smother his face. He quickly tossed away the smoke bomb and pulled a new one. Then, he tugged the reins to make Bucephalus run upwind, trying to use the smoke to cover tank number 67. As an experienced War Thunder player, Wang Zhong was aware of how difficult it was to search for the enemy in the sky. Moreover, real-world smoke would drift with the wind, and if the battlefield was filled with smoke, the enemy aircraft could only drop bombs blindly. In the midst of the chaos, a Prussian soldier suddenly emerged in front of Wang Zhong. The enemy was startled by the sight of the white horse, and it took him a moment to think to shoot, but Bucephalus kicked him back into the smoke. Wang Zhong hadn't even had time to react, he hadn't switched to the overhead view and so had no idea the enemy had gotten so close. Wasn't pulling this smoke actually helping the enemy get closer to the tanks? He quickly switched to an aerial view to confirm the position of the nearby enemies. Looking down, he saw the enemy planes circling overhead. Could it be that the enemy's radio technology had improved to the point of coordinating between the air and ground, and the enemy planes knew that their biggest threat below was one heavy tank? They wouldn't drop bombs without being sure where the heavy tank was? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Wang Zhong saw an infantry officer on the ground pull out a flare gun and fire it towards where tank number 67 was parked. A red flare traced an arc through the sky, heading towards tank number 67. There was guidance from the ground. Was this really an army from the time of Operation Barbarossa? Wang Zhong could see it all too clearly from the overhead view, and naturally, so could the enemy aircraft. The enemy plane rolled into a diving posture. The famous shriek of the Stuka tore at Wang Zhong's eardrums. Just then, tank number 67 began to move, whether it was because the smoke had obscured their line of sight, making it impossible to shoot, or because they heard the death scream. Anyway, it started moving. Seeing this, Wang Zhong pulled the reins and turned to flee. He had done everything he could, now it was up to the crew's fate. At the first loud bang, Wang Zhong distinctly felt the wind blow from behind him. This was followed by a series of massive explosions. From the sound alone, Wang Zhong felt tank No. 67's crew was done for. Looking down from the aerial view, indeed he saw tank number 67 had stopped, settling in the plain, with several large craters visible from the air nearby. The enemy plane, having completed its bombing run, was pulling up, seemingly planning to find an angle to drop the 50 kilograms little sweet potatoes hanging beneath its wings. Although 50 kilograms was small among aerial bombs, for ground troops, one of these was akin to a gas cylinder. Even if you were lying down, the blast wave could still cause serious injury. At this moment, Wang Zhong saw Sergeant Grigori leading a squad of submachine gunners charge forward, using the craters from the aerial bombs as cover to protect tank number 67. Wang Zhong remembered his previous order to this group: protect the heavy tank at all costs and take down any approaching enemy. Even without knowing whether the tank had been destroyed, the order was being faithfully executed. The only good news was that the 500 kilograms heavy aerial bomb's blast had dispersed the smoke, giving Grigori's group a clear line of sight and the chance to maximize the firepower of their submachine guns. The enemy infantry rushing up only had submachine guns for the officers, so it was natural that they were outgunned in the firefight. Suddenly, a stick grenade was thrown towards the crater. Sergeant Grigori threw his submachine gun to the side and caught the grenade, tossing it back. The explosion sent the Prussian who threw it tumbling. But taking advantage of the submachine gun's pause in fire, more grenades were thrown. Sergeant Grigori drew his entrenching tool and, like playing badminton, hit the grenades back one by one. There he was, the Slavic Superman, the original Astarte. Just then, the completely silent tank No. 67's engine spewed out a cloud of thick smoke. The enemy troops, who had been swarming forward, stopped in their tracks, terrified by the awakening steel beast. The coaxial machine gun in the turret rang out, and tracers demolished the enemy's remaining morale. But the Stuka came back around. Wang Zhong just happened to run near a machine gun position at the edge of the village and he shouted, "Fire at the sky! There's no visibility on the ground anyway." With smoke covering the ground, machine guns really couldn't be fully utilized. Chapter 59. Unforgettable Summer Memories _2. The shooter immediately swung the muzzle of his gun around, then realized he didn't have enough elevation. At that moment, a private hefted the tripod of the machine gun, raising the muzzle higher. The machine gunner immediately opened fire. The tracer rounds futilely tried to stop the fleet of aircraft. Just then, a rocket rose from the ground, its head blooming with a Venus-like glow in the sunset. Divine Arrow. The enemy's lead plane scrambled to evade but was overtaken by the Divine Arrow as it curved in pursuit, plummeting to the ground with thick smoke and flames trailing behind. The remaining enemy planes, unsure of how many more Divine Arrows there were, immediately turned to disengage, swiftly descending to treetop level and sped off. At that moment, a flare shot up from the mountaintop. A yellow flare. Yesterday, when the enemy had ceased their attack, Wang Zhong had seen such a flare too. It must be the signal to stop the attack. Sure enough, the Prasen infantry began to retreat. Shrifen actually couldn't see what was happening in front of him, his view was blocked by smoke. But he clearly heard the tank engines, which had briefly stopped, roar back to life. The enemy tanks are still there, he shouted over the radio, Flying Eagle, I request a second strike. Use your 50 kilograms bombs. All right, this time we see the enemy tanks, let the infantry pull back a bit, the lead pilot confidently replied over the COMM, it's time to show some real skill. As the words were spoken, a rocket ascended. Shrifen, enemy divine arrow launched. I see it, may Valhalla protect us. Then the communication cut off. Shrifen watched as the lead plane, trailed by billowing smoke and flames, crashed into the ground without any sign of the pilot ejecting. The other aircraft scattered like birds, retreating to low altitude and heading west. Major Franz, damn it, the Air Force really can't be relied on. After saying this, he turned around, and before he could speak, Major Shrifen said, we should retreat. Major Shrifen turned to look at the sky and continued, it's getting dark. We have no way to deal with the enemy's heavy tanks. In Carolingian, we used 88mm flak guns against the enemy's B-1 heavy tanks. The anti-aircraft battalion should be up by tomorrow. Wang Zhong, mounted on his white horse, stood at the entrance of the village. The setting sun dipped westward, casting a crimson hue over the entire field. After a relentless gallop and even knocking an enemy airborne, Bucephalus had only broken a small sweat, not even breathing heavily. With the enemy retreating, did it mean the mission was accomplished? There were still 2 hours until 8 o'clock. The enemy likely wouldn't attack in this condition, right? Wang Zhong decided to use this opportunity when the enemy lacked the will to fight to move forward and verify their situation. As long as the enemy had suffered significant losses, it was highly probable they wouldn't attack again today. He gently kicked the horse's belly, and Bucephalus, as if understanding his intent, immediately set off towards the sunset. The wind swept across the battlefield, lifting Wang Zhong's hair. Through his binoculars, Shrifen saw the officer who had come to provoke them in the morning appear again on a white horse. He faced the setting sun with the posture of a victor. Shrifen's teeth clenched with a gritting noise. That bastard! Aim the infantry gun at him. Blast him to bits. Major, the infantry gun is out of ammo. Then use the mortar. The mortar can't hit that accurately. Then use a machine gun. Find a sharpshooter. Our best machine gunners are all dead, Major. Bring my command vehicle. I'll run him over myself. Major, calm down. Wang Zhong looked puzzled at the disorganized enemy. He didn't bother to investigate further, as his objective was already achieved. Confirming that the enemy had suffered heavy losses and lacked the capability to continue the attack, he could leave. If it hadn't been for Bucephalus's bravery today, kicking the enemy soldier into the air, he might have died. Wang Zhong reflected seriously, realizing he still needed to be cautious about preserving his life in the future. Speaking of which, when he had charged out earlier using the smoke to cover the tanks, he hadn't felt a trace of fear. Wang Zhong couldn't help but remember an old lady who had once come to give a talk at his school. The old lady was a sanitary officer who had been recognized with 3 significant merits. Before the reorganization, there were no different levels of merit, only major and minor. She had joked, looking back now, I find it unbelievable. I never knew what fear was back then. Now, when I'm on the street, seeing a pickpocket makes me worry whether he has a knife or accomplices. It seems that the courage I had back then has forever left me. Maybe it's because the dreams I had back then have come true. With that, the old lady beamed with a radiant smile. That kind of courage, now Wang Zhong knew exactly what that kind of courage was. He had somehow resonated with the predecessors of his original timeline, despite having crossed over to this world, and the feeling was remarkable. With such sentiments, Wang Zhong returned to tank number 67, looking at Xiaoyusha, who was bandaging his wounds. "How's it going?" Xiaoyusha smiled, "Still alive. We're all alive. But this buddy has broken down." He patted the turret's top armor. "Wang Zhong, can it be fixed? We're retreating at 8 tonight." However, Xiaoyusha shook his head, "It can't be fixed. The spare parts we brought have been blown up. The engine can still turn, but who knows when it will break down too, then we can only operate the turret manually." Wang Zhong's chest suddenly tightened. He had a vague premonition that something was about to happen. Xiaoyusha spoke up, "We'll keep holding back the enemy here, fighting until the last bullet is fired. You can retreat in peace." Wang Zhong's lips trembled. After a moment, he said, "No, I order you to try and fix the tank in the night. If it's not repaired by midnight, abandon the tank and retreat. We'll rendezvous at Bogdanovka." Chapter 60. Unforgettable Summer Memories _3. In order to keep Xiaoyusha from disobeying orders, Wang Zhong added, "This is an order." Xiaoyusha slowly shook his head, a blood-like hue from the sunset on his face. "Sir, we cannot leave the tank to the enemy. If they repair it, they will use it against us. The armor that the enemy can't penetrate, we will also have trouble penetrating. Think about how many of our own people would die if this old comrade falls into enemy hands. If we abandon the tank, we must destroy it. Right now, the enemy fears it, and as soon as it is destroyed, they will immediately begin pursuit. Trust me." Wang Zhong couldn't find the words to reply. Xiaoyusha continued, "Give us a satchel charge. Then we'll resist until the last moment, and we can even take a few bastards with us using the satchel charge." Wang Zhong watched Xiaoyusha, noticing a gleam in his eyes. Thinking back now, it's incredible how the former me never knew what fear was. "Wang Zhong, I've taken your suggestion. Do you have any letters you'd like me to pass on?" "Yes." Xiaoyusha pulled out a letter from his left breast pocket and handed it to Wang Zhong. "The address is written on it. Just mail it for us." "I have one too. And mine." Soon, all the letters from Tank No. 67's crew were in Wang Zhong's hands. Clutching the stack of thin sheets, Wang Zhong felt as though they weighed 1,000 pounds. He saw Xiaoyusha and the entire tank crew smiling fearlessly. It took all of his strength to keep from crying in front of these brave young men. He pocketed the letters. His pocket already contained a blood-stained letter. Wang Zhong, mounted on his horse, saluted the soon-to-be dead. Then, he resolutely turned his horse around and headed east. Evening, 8 o'clock sharp. Wang Zhong lowered his hand and looked at the troops already lined up in the street. Compared to 38 hours before, the size of the force had drastically reduced, and nearly everyone was wounded. But everyone, including those with minor injuries in the hospital, was full of vigor. Wang Zhong dismounted, helped a wounded man onto the horse, and then ordered to the entire army, "All units, march." The troops set off in silence. Wang Zhong also took steps. He saw the locals who had decided to stay, standing on the roadside, watching them with complex expressions. "Wang Zhong, liven up. Let the locals see our spirit. Let them know that one day we will come back to fight." Then, the orderly footsteps grew even louder. Wang Zhong felt it wasn't enough, so he shouted, "Su Feng! Start us off with a lively song. We are the army of victory, we must have the bearing of victors." Su Feng's voice came from the back of the column. "I remember a small town in another province. Peaceful, quiet, and melancholic. With a church, a station, and a tree-lined pathway. In the crowd, I sometimes glimpse that familiar, dear silhouette." More people joined in the chorus. She wore a blue sun hat, a blue short coat, a dark skirt, the silhouette of a young girl. "Ah, my brief, passing love. The chorus arrived, everyone singing in unison. The beat of the song mingled with the orderly steps, the forest of bayonets swaying to the song, like an impassable great wall. Tanya. Tanusha. My Taki Ian. Do you still remember that fiery summer? I can't forget those moments. That time of yearning love. The summer wind blew through the column, bringing the warmth of summer days. Someone unknown whistled playfully, as if scoffing at war and invaders. Tanya. Tanusha. My Taki Ian. Do you still remember that fiery summer? I can't forget those moments. That time of yearning love. Chapter 61. Dawn falls on you. Ludmila walked in the middle of the column, accompanied by the nurses from the field hospital. She kept staring at the white horse carrying wounded soldiers not far away. Su Fang asked curiously, "Why are you looking at the white horse?" Ludmila whispered, "He would have never let the wounded use his white horse before, definitely not." Who? Su Fang didn't catch on at first, then realized, oh, he's grown up, that word is, yes, transformation. I read a book about insects. Many insects start as larvae and end up inside a cocoon, and when they emerge, they turn into butterflies. Ludmila looked at Su Fang. The book of insects? The one written by that Carolingian biologist. Seems like it. Ludmila shook her head and continued watching the white horse. Can people really change that completely? Isn't there a saying that it's easier to change rivers and mountains than one's nature? I grew up with him. He was a jerk since childhood, just grew up to be a lecherous jerk. But now, I feel like he's a completely different person. Just then, a senior nurse walking in front of them turned around and said, "Miss, you may not realize this, but men change when they go to war. This is what my mother said. My father was also a jerk in his youth, then he went to war in Anatolia, and he changed. My mother has long forgotten the events of the war, but my father remembers everything: who commanded which unit, which general was a hero and which a coward, he remembers it all. If other old men come to visit at our house, they could sit in the living room and babble about these things all day long. War is like magic for men. In war, they either die or turn into men who can stand on their own 2 feet. This auntie-nurse was evidently a chatterbox. Once she started talking, there seemed to be no end, just rattling on and on. Finally, she concluded with a verdict: the count must be the same. The wounded in the hospital talk about how the count rides his white horse through the artillery fire. If they were young ladies, they'd probably be smitten by now. Su Fang looked awkwardly to the side. Ludmila still frowned, but at the beginning of the war, he still, never mind, forget I said anything. It must be some mistake if Elisha is actually charming enough to bewitch girls. The auntie-nurse burst into laughter. Elisha Wang Zhong didn't care at all what the girls were talking about. He took a few steps and then looked back, always feeling like he heard the sound of an explosion. Walking beside Wang Zhong, Yegorov comforted him. The enemy suffered more losses than we did. They won't attack tonight. Maybe by tomorrow the vehicle will be fixed, and they could even reach Bogdanovka and join up with us. Wang Zhong nodded. Let's hope so. If the enemy doesn't attack tonight, we should allow them to retreat. They want to blow up the vehicle. As soon as the vehicle explodes, the enemy will be alerted. Yegorov paused before adding, moreover, maybe they can hold out in Piniyi for another day, giving the 63rd Army at Bogdanovka more time to prepare their defenses. Pavlov chimed in, they came from Bogdanovka, so they know what the defense line looks like. Maybe they deliberately stayed behind. Wang Zhong nodded. If that's the case, we must carry on their will and continue the fight. Of course. Wang Zhong then asked, what's the process for applying for a medal? Although it was strange for an officer to ask such a question, Wang Zhong's original identity was that of a dissolute scholar, so it somehow seemed not that surprising coming from him. Pavlov clicked his tongue. The application for a medal has to be signed by the military bishop, and you blew up the bishop. Wang Zhong corrected, I blew up the spy posing as the bishop. Yegorov then turned and asked, "Hey, do we still have a military chaplain in the troops?" In the darkness, someone replied, "All dead, Commander. The chaplains are usually the first to die." Yegorov spread his hands to Wang Zhong in resignation. Pavlov went on, "Our situation is a bit tricky, the entire higher command structure is wiped out, left in Ronid. From the clerical orders, only a divine arrow squad is left. We don't even know after reaching Bogdanovka who we will be taking orders from. Wang Zhong, it doesn't matter who commands. As long as we can fight the Prussian devils, that's good enough." At that moment, he suddenly remembered something important. He had been fighting all along and had no idea what the date was today. So he feigned nonchalance and said, "With these ceaseless battles, I've almost forgotten what date it is today." Pavlov, June 29th, the first Sunday after the war started. Damn, it's actually Sunday today. Yegorov also had a sudden realization, a week into the war already? I remember the night before it started, I was planning to try out some high-class art, so I bought a ticket for the Ronid Grand Theatre, and ended up falling asleep straight through, not even waking up for the applause. Wang Zhong scratched his head. It's only been a week since the war started. Yeah, just a week. And yet we've lost Ronid. The Prussians are advancing much faster than us during the winter campaign and the civil war. Pavlov clicked his tongue. Although they are the enemy, you have to admit they are formidable. Wang Zhong, fortunately, the enemy advanced quickly, so we were not hit by heavy artillery. If the enemy's heavy artillery came up, we'd all have to fill the gap with our bodies. As he spoke, he recalled the feeling of being bombarded by the enemy navy's 381mm guns and sincerely hoped it wouldn't happen again. At this moment, the first light of dawn began to appear in the east. Wang Zhong glanced at his watch and realized it was almost daylight. Without realizing it, he had walked through the night. But Wang Zhong didn't feel tired at all. Before he realized he had walked all night, he hadn't felt any discomfort in his legs, but now they began to swell and exhibit the fatigue of a long march. "Wang Zhong, when can we get to Bogdanovka?" Just then, the scout riding a grey horse returned and saluted Wang Zhong. "Count, there's a farmhouse ahead." "Yegorov, is there a well?" "Yes, Comrade Commander." Yegorov immediately turned to Wang Zhong. "I suggest we rest at the farmhouse for 15 minutes, and fill our water bottles." It was at that moment that Wang Zhong realized he was sweating profusely and his mouth was very dry. So he nodded, "Rest at the farmhouse. Arrange the sentries, be on guard for pursuers." Yegorov immediately turned to give the order. Calling it a farmhouse was actually a bit of a stretch. It was just a small complex of a single-story house, stables, and a granary, surrounded by a waist-high wall. The granary was a tall silo, and upon seeing it, Wang Zhong reflexively wanted to climb up to survey the surroundings. To him now, tall buildings were like the watchtowers in the Assassin's Creed game series, naturally alluring and begging to be climbed. A three-generational family lived in the farmhouse, and under the lead of the old man Alexandrovich, they welcomed Wang Zhong and his group. "My lord," the old man said, glancing at the troops entering the yard, "have you suffered a defeat? Are the Prussians coming soon?" Wang Zhong, "We won, held off an attack from an enemy several times our size, and completed our mission to delay their advance, sir." The old man, "So, the Prussians are coming soon, right? Right, you should run with us. We have our defenses at Bogdanovka." After Wang Zhong finished, Pavlov added, "The trains there should still be operational. Take the train back east." But the old man shook his head, "My wife and I can't walk anymore." "Can you take my daughter-in-law and grandchildren?" "My son left the day the war started, to join the army. He said we would quickly defeat the enemy and if he didn't enlist right away, he'd miss his chance for glory. He even talked about coming back a noble." As the old man spoke, a look of sorrow appeared in his eyes. "We won't be able to defeat the enemy quickly, will we?" Wang Zhong, indeed. Pavlov, the hospital could still use nurses, couldn't it? Let this lady join. Pavlov, looking troubled, the lady is fine, but the children. Wang Zhong, let them come along. There will definitely be nurseries in the rear. We can leave them at a nursery when the time comes. Yes. Pavlov gestured for the daughter-in-law to come. Just then, the sound of an engine came from the sky. Sergeant Major Grigory, who had been on guard next to Wang Zhong and the others, shouted, "Take cover." Wang Zhong, "Don't worry, it's our plane." He had already seen the plane approaching from the east through a bird's-eye view. The soldiers who had just hit the ground were climbing up when an Il-2 appeared against the morning light in the east. Yegorov muttered, "The number is the same as the plane from yesterday, it's the same one." Wang Zhong, "It's the same one that helped us yesterday." Sergeant Major Grigory led the shout, "Hurrah!" Amidst the shouts of hurrah, the plane flew low over their heads, and they could clearly see the rockets mounted under its wings. The plane seemed to hear the sounds from the ground and rolled 60 degrees, allowing the pilot to look at the ground and salute the people below. Wang Zhong felt a sense of significance, feeling that this salute gave meaning to all the struggles they had endured. No, the struggles were definitely meaningful, but it was this salute that now gave those meanings a sense of reality. He too returned the salute from the ground to thank the pilot for his help the day before. After flying past the farmhouse, the plane rolled back to its normal position. Just then, the sun finally showed its face in the east, and the bright morning light shone on Wang Zhong. Chapter 62. Rokosov returns from hell. Jules 914, June 29, Sunday, the 7th day of the war. At 0730 in the morning, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosovsky led the last organized remnants of the Ronid soldiers to Bogdanovka. Wang Zhong actually spotted the defense line of the 63rd Army even earlier than the scouts did. In order not to attract the attention of the people around him, he specifically waited for the cavalry scouts to return and report before issuing the order, "Go immediately and inform our allies that we are the 3rd Rear Amur Group of the vanguard of Upper Pini. Along with us are the Ronid Support Battalion, and the Field Hospital. Do not fire." The scout saluted, turned his little grey horse around, and galloped away at full speed. Wang Zhong left the formation and put on the air of an officer, shouting to the soldiers, "Soldiers! I know you have fought bravely for a day and marched all night, and you are very tired. But now a new mission falls upon our shoulders. We must exhibit the demeanor of a victorious army and inspire the morale of our comrades. Let them know the Prussians can be defeated. All troops, attention!" The troops in front of Wang Zhong immediately came to a halt, and the command to stand at attention was passed down. Soon, the whole unit stopped moving. "Wang Zhong, dress right. Eyes front. Raise your heads and puff out your chests, and walk in step. March in unison." The previously disordered steps now became uniform, and everyone's feet spoke with one voice. Wang Zhong stood on a mound, watching the forest of bayonets passing in front of him, and nodded in satisfaction. Although he felt that it was time to sing a song, considering that the soldiers were indeed very tired, he decided against it. The soldiers of the 510th Regiment of the 75th Division of the 63rd Army watched with amazement at this ragged but high-spirited unit. The regimental commander, Burokino, stepped out of his command bunker and stood on the hill watching this small unit. The military chaplain stood by his side, marveling, "They look wretched, but every one of them is full of energy. It feels like they are not the remnants of a defeated force, but a troop that has won a victory. Burokino, don't you know? They broke through from Ronid, and then, without any reinforcements, held up against a Prussian assault group of elite forces at Upper Pini. They destroyed dozens of tanks alone." "Oh!" The chaplain let out an admiring sound, "That's impressive. Who commanded them?" "Count Rokosov." The chaplain was stunned, turned his head with an incredulous look at the commander, "Who? Rokosov?" Burokino repeated. Which Rokosov? The chaplain asked again, as the Rokosov surname was quite common in Livonia and Moravia, and parts of these regions were under the rule of the anti-empire, which, to consolidate its rule, once had the local nobles exchange lands with the native nobility. Burokino, the one who graduated 5 classes after me, at the bottom of his class. That Rokosov? The chaplain was shocked. Burokino pointed at the troop. Look, that one, walking next to the formation. Don't be fooled by his robust appearance, he worked out just to pick up girls. The chaplain scrutinized that Rokosov from a distance and said, he doesn't seem like the Rokosov from the rumors. At least by appearance, he looks now like a seasoned warrior of many battles. Burokino pursed his lips, not answering. Suddenly, he stepped forward 2 paces and shouted, Alexei Konstantinovich. Wang Zhong now no longer reacted slowly when hearing his own name. Looking up in confusion, he saw a colonel he did not recognize at all. Shit, he thought, who the hell are you? But he quickly realized that looking at an ally from an overview perspective would display a name, so he decisively switched to remember the name and then switched back. Burokino Alexandrovich, hello. I heard you did a good job this time, the other side said. Wang Zhong's expression darkened. If this were the past, Wang Zhong would definitely have started to strut and show off by now. But now, he could not feel happy at all when he heard the praise. He thought of the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves in battle. He said, it's not good enough. I didn't do well enough. You see, Alexandrovich, take a look at my troops, so few have returned, and they are all wounded. I did not do well enough. The man across from him was taken aback. You are Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosovsky, right? Wang Zhong just nodded. The man was completely baffled. It's already enough. After all, you've broken through and held your ground all alone, it's enough. Wang Zhong just nodded his head and passed by the acquaintance with his troops. Burokino looked at Rokosov and then at the military chaplain. The chaplain said, he really seems to be blaming himself, thinking he didn't fight well enough. So this is the kind of person Count Rokosov is. Burokino stroked his cheek. Something's not right, definitely not right. At that moment, the regimental staff officer emerged from the command bunker, reminding, we should report to the rear the passage of Count Rokosov's unit through our defense area. Oh yes, report it quickly. I need to make a phone call. Wang Zhong's troops had just arrived on the outskirts of Bogdanovka when a jeep pulled up in front of the unit and brought the entire contingent to a halt. A major with a staff badge jumped off the vehicle and asked loudly, are you the 3rd Rear Amur Group? Yegorov stepped forward, yes, what's the matter? The major nodded, Duke Vostrom has ordered that we arrange lodging and provide meals and medical supplies for you. The houses have been cleared out, and the food is ready. Follow me. The soldiers, who had just been holding themselves up with forced pride, immediately let out cheers of genuine relief. 20 minutes later, Wang Zhong's soldiers and the wounded were settled in a school, and the hospital reopened its doors. Long tables and chairs were set up outside in the schoolyard, suggesting a makeshift dining area. The exhausted soldiers rushed to the tables and sat down as soon as they heard the command to disperse. Right next to the dining area was the mess, with rudimentary stoves made of stones and large campaign pots perched on top. A field cooking team, composed of young women from Bogdanovka, bustled about. The girls, with their floral scarves and rolled-up sleeves, were busy beside the large pots. Seeing the girls, the spirits of the weary soldiers lifted noticeably, and whistling and bowl tapping became quite a scene. But the girls were too busy cooking to pay much attention to them, aside from the occasional smile. Wang Zhong watched the group and thought to himself how quickly they were able to switch gears. Just last night, they were still immersed in the grief for their fallen comrades, and now, they were already flirting with the girls. But perhaps it was the sight of the brutal battlefield that made them realize they might not make it back the next time, so they seized the chance to approach the girls while they could. Who knows? Wang Zhong didn't intend to reprimand the surviving soldiers, instead, he stood by with a benevolent gaze. Wait a moment, speaking of which, Ludmila seemed to have a nickname for me, indicating a relationship where we could address each other in such familiar terms. Could she be my fiancée? After so many days since his transmigration, Wang Zhong began to consider this possibility for the first time. He needed to ask about it as soon as possible. Just as Wang Zhong turned to look for Ludmila, another jeep drove into the school and stopped next to the major's jeep that had directed them. Two burly men in church military uniforms disembarked from the vehicle, their large caps adorned with blue stripes. In the open-air dining area, a corporal was the first to spot the blue big caps and nudged his buddy, who was whistling at the girls, giving him a forceful shush. The whistler looked around, annoyed, but upon seeing the blue caps, he immediately sat up straight, as if he'd seen a ghost. The others curiously turned their heads, and then swiftly shut up, with some signaling to their comrades who were still focused on the girls. The dining area became deathly quiet in an instant. Everyone watched the two tribunal judges approach. They came straight to Wang Zhong, saluted him, and asked, "Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky." Wang Zhong returned the salute, "That's me. What can I do for you? We've received reports that you were killed in action." "Then allow me to enlighten you about the road back from hell," Wang Zhong replied calmly. The battles Wang Zhong had been through could indeed be likened to hell, and he really had returned from it. Of course, he had also truly died. The Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky standing before them was, in the truest sense, a changed man, body and soul. For a moment, Wang Zhong wondered if the tribunal had sensed something amiss, to consider him some champion of the devil or the like. After all, in a world where God could guide the divine arrow, the existence of demons wouldn't be surprising, would it? The judge, who bore one more star on his shoulder than his companion, began to speak. "We received information from Sergei Nikolaevich Romanov that you were alive, and we've learned about your command up until reaching Upper Pini. Wang Zhong's first reaction was, "Who?" Then he remembered that Sergei Nikolaevich Romanov was the Duke's lady's sweetheart with whom he had exchanged trousers. At the mountain front west of Upper Pini, Captain Lobokov, overwhelmed by tension, mistook Wang Zhong for a Prussian and took a shot at him. Sergei's head was injured, and he decided to stay put in the hospital, leaving Wang Zhong no choice but to send him back with the wounded in carts from his fellows. "Wang Zhong, is Captain Sergei all right?" The judge made a face of disgust. "He's doing very well, ranting all day about us sending him to Ekaterinburg fortress. Apparently, some lady is waiting there for him." Wang Zhong frowned. The Duke's lady's sweetheart, could that actually be true? Now the Duchess was a widow, and he shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. Why bother about others? I, Wang Zhong, just need to figure out how to give the Prussians another thrashing. Wang Zhong, I have no connection with him. I hope to replenish my troops quickly. We're still ready to fight. Apart from personnel, he also needed to restock on tanks and artillery, T-34s preferred. Hearing Wang Zhong's words, the men of the 3rd Rear Amur Group all looked his way, their eyes sharp and expressions resolute, eager for another round of arm wrestling with the Prussians. The judge scanned the crowd, took a breath to compose himself, and said, "Before that, we need to understand the battle near Upper Pini. Would you be willing to join us for a while?" That was when Yegorov stepped in. "Understanding the battle process isn't the mission of the tribunal, is it? You don't handle military matters." "You are mistaken, Colonel Ivan Panzelyevich Yegorov. The army group's bishop wishes to understand the battle process, it's just us he sent to fetch someone. After all, the staff officers are swamped right now, as are the military chaplains and monks, only we are somewhat idle." The judge cracked a smile that carried a hint of apology. Chapter 63. Rokosov and his band of heroes receive commendations, Alliance Hierarch added. Wang Zhong stood up, but because he had walked for too long, his legs were still numb, and he nearly stumbled to his knees. The judge with one more star reacted quickly to support him. Be careful, if you had an accident in front of us, we would gain even more infamy. So you're aware of your bad reputation, hey? Wang Zhong thought just that, while Yegorov outright said, so you're aware of your bad reputation, hey? Wang Zhong widened his eyes at Yegorov, wondering if he was always this bold. Pavlov's expression was as if he were complaining, what is this peasant talking about? The judge laughed, our job is to instill fear. If everyone saw us and wasn't scared, then the lurking enemies wouldn't be scared either. They'd become reckless, right? So it's better for us to be feared. Wang Zhong and his officer squad, which really consisted only of Yegorov and Pavlov, exchanged glances. He decided to skip over this matter and straightened his body, saying to the judge, lead the way. By your car. Elisha. Before the judge could respond, a call came from behind. General Wang turned around to see Ludmila jogging over, holding a plate in her right hand with bread, grilled sausages, and pickles, and carrying a cup in her left hand. Have something to eat, Ludmila said, the last time you ate was at dawn, and you've walked so much since then, you must be hungry. Wang Zhong nodded, he indeed was hungry. He first bit into the bread, then silently put it back. It was said to be a fragrant large loaf, but this piece of wood obviously wasn't one. With apprehension, Wang Zhong picked up the grilled sausage and after one bite, stuffed the rest in his mouth without another word. He made a note to remember in the future, to trust sausages likely all meats were trustworthy. Finally, Wang Zhong picked up a pickle. It tasted like a pickle. After eating, Wang Zhong wiped his mouth and took the cup from Ludmila. After a sip, he noticed it wasn't water in the cup, but milk. Wang Zhong, where did the milk come from? There's a whole bucket over there, Ludmila said, pointing to a large bucket with a faucet in the distance near the kitchen. Wang Zhong, cow's milk. Yes, what else would it be? Ludmila asked, confused. Wang Zhong tried not to let his eyes wander and answered, I thought it was mare's milk. Ludmila was even more perplexed, you want to drink mare's milk? Isn't that difficult to get now? Wang Zhong drank the rest of the liquid in the cup in one go and handed it back to the girl, cow's milk is fine. I'm off. Right, Ludmila added, Monk Yukiniako has gone to the army group church, we might be deployed somewhere else. Elisha, Upon hearing that his divine arrow squad might be taken away, Wang Zhong became furious. He hadn't even secured a tank yet, and now they wanted to take his divine arrow? He raised his voice, without my permission, none of you can leave. I'm going to see the army group hierarch now, I'll speak to him. Ludmila breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression softened. She seemed pleased. Wang Zhong, still fuming with anger, got into the tribunal's car and sat in the back, muttering, taking my divine arrows, what a joke. Without the tank and my short-range anti-tank missile group, referring to the divine arrow squad, which Wang Zhong saw as an anti-tank missile group, being moved, this war can't be fought. I need to have a serious complaint to the brigade commander to the army group hierarch. The two judges also got in the car. Yegorov intended to get in the car as well, but the judge said, you don't need to come. Write a report on the combat process, staff will come to get it. Yegorov clicked his tongue and looked back at Sergeant Grigory. The sergeant immediately understood, picked up the captured MP40, and sat in the back seat of the jeep, next to Wang Zhong. I'm a guard, the sergeant said, it's normal to bring a guard, right? The judge nodded and started the vehicle. The car thus left the school. After the judge had left, all the soldiers from the 3rd Rear Amur group breathed a sigh of relief, and the scene quickly livened up again. The young girls from the field cooking team began to discuss the count who had just left. They were all girls conscripted from the local area of Bogdanovka, some were even born after the civil war ended, and many were too young to remember anything during the civil war. Even though Bogdanovka had been bombed by the Prussians, the Prussian attacks were focused mainly on the train station and the locomotive repair factory next to it, so most of the people from Bogdanovka had not really seen someone wounded or killed by Prussian planes. Therefore, these girls had little concept of the cruelty of war, and their imaginations of war were mainly influenced by movies, music, and poetry. They passionately discussed the words the Count had just said. "Natasha, did you hear? The Count said then I can introduce you to the road back from hell, so cool." Yes, when he said those words, his expression made my heart almost jump out. Right, who was that girl who just brought food to the Count? She seemed just a bit older than us. As the girls chattered excitedly while working, the auntie in charge of stirring the pot knocked the edge of the pot hard with her large spoon. "Stop chattering and focus on work, girls. Natasha, look at the potatoes you peeled, I can see spots where you didn't peel off the skin." No sooner had she spoken than someone from the soldiers yelled out, "I'll eat that potato." This caused a round of laughter. Chapter 64. Rokosov and his band of heroes receive commendations, Alliance Hierarch added, _2. But the old lady didn't even look at the soldiers, instead she continued to berate the girls. "During the Civil War, I was part of a field cooking team just like you. I'm telling you, whether noble or commoner, handsome or mischievous, anyone can vanish without a trace. The lucky ones are gone instantly, the less fortunate end up in the hospital, missing limbs, facing a lifetime of hardship. Don't fall in love with soldiers, girls, don't. After the war is over, find a lucky fellow with nimble legs to marry, that's the right way. The only right way." The aunt's words silenced the soldiers. After a moment of silence, Pavlov said, "Auntie, this time it's different from the Civil War. We've seen with our own eyes that the Prussian devils are like demons, they slaughter civilians at will. We've witnessed them dump entire families spanning 3 generations into manure pits. If we don't fight, if we don't annihilate them, everyone will be killed, they will take our land and use our corpses to fertilize their fields." The old lady stirred the potato and carrot soup in the big pot while replying, "Yes, I know. That's why I'm cooking for you." While she spoke, the aunt suddenly couldn't hold back her tears and began to sob quietly, reminded perhaps of some sorrowful memory. The girls gathered around to comfort her, but the aunt shouted, "Peel your potatoes. The soldiers are waiting to eat. They are still waiting, to eat." Meanwhile, at the command headquarters, the Chief of Staff of the 41st Army Group placed a map on the table. This is a map drawn by the staff officers. If it were the ignorant Rokosov, he definitely wouldn't be able to clearly explain how they made it to Upper Peni, boasted the Chief of Staff. He would be exposed instantly, and all his lies would collapse without a fight. The Archbishop of the Army Group came over to look at the map and asked, "Is this map accurate?" "Accurate, drawn strictly to scale. The biggest difference from a real map is that this one includes landmarks based on aerial photos, all specifically picked according to the route described by Captain Sergei. If it was indeed Rokosov who directed their retreat to Upper Peni, he would definitely remember." The Archbishop nodded and turned to the Duke, the commander of the 41st Army Group. The Duke said, "Very well, let's use this to test Count Rokosov's mettle. If his previous display of ignorance was all an act to charm the Crown Prince, then we shall recommend him for a medal. If he truly is ignorant, then we must find the real person who commanded this battle and put them to good use." The tribunal's vehicle stopped in front of an unimpressive little building. Wang Zhong looked at the building with confusion. "The headquarters is here? It looks just like an ordinary house." It was even less impressive than the mechanical mill in Upper Peni. The driving judge pointed toward the City Hall building not far away. "Look over there, we've put up a military and national flag on the roof, and it gets bombed every day. Fortunately, the building itself is made of reinforced concrete, which is quite sturdy. Wang Zhong replied, I see, it's to avoid air raids. The judge said, a traitor tried to guide the Prasen Air Force to the headquarters with a smoke bomb, but we caught and executed him by firing squad. Now, military vehicles are not allowed to stop nearby, nor hang colors that are easily identifiable from the air. After you get out, I'll have to drive the car away. Hurry on, my Lord Count. Only after Wang Zhong opened the door and got out of the vehicle did the jeep drive away, and once everyone else had gotten out as well. At the entrance of the headquarters stood a young officer with a golden aiguilette on his uniform. Looking at that cord, Wang Zhong felt it resembled the adjutant cord of a Sturm Tiger, with the golden one indicating the adjutant to a general. The adjutant made a welcoming gesture. Wang Zhong, however, was not in a hurry. He observed the plain headquarters, adjusted his clothes, and then strode confidently towards the entrance. Upon entering the headquarters, he heard the familiar beep-beep of telegraph machines, and by looking down the hallway, he could see a room full of telegraphs with a crowd of operators busily working. The judge led Wang Zhong into the room opposite the telegraph room. Inside was a table with a map, around which stood a crowd of high-ranking officers in lavish uniforms, their medals nearly dazzling Wang Zhong's eyes. Wang Zhong shifted his perspective to survey the room and got a rough idea of who was present, then saluted the highest ranking among them, the Duke of Vajradrom, Your Excellency the Duke, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, at your command. The Duke returned the salute, Konstantinovich, I'm glad you could make it. Come, tell us how you managed to escape from the encirclement in Ronid. As he spoke, the Duke pointed to the map in front of him. Wang Zhong immediately went forward and began to explain, using the map. He was already well acquainted with maps, having spent years playing various war games before he was transported to this world, some of which were purely about map exercises and aiming for realism. And on his way out of Ronid, he had constantly shifted to an overhead view, becoming thoroughly familiar with the terrain. About 15 minutes later, Wang Zhong stopped talking. The adjutant with the golden cord immediately passed him some water. The Duke and the other senior officers looked at each other, perplexed. Eventually, the Archbishop of the 41st Army Group spoke up, Alexei Konstantinovich, weren't you last in your class at the military academy? Our understanding is that you could barely read a map. Chapter 65. Rokosov and his band of heroes receive commendations, Alliance Hierarch added, _3. Wang Zhong thought to himself, what the hell, is the original host such a waste as to come to this? What to do? Would it be too obvious if I claim to be guided by God and get branded a heretic by the clergy and beaten? He spoke up, I might indeed be the last in my class, but I can still read a map. The so-called inability to read maps must be a rumor spread by my classmates, yes, a rumor. The army group's priest looked toward Duke Vajradrom. The Duke said, how can you be sure that the front is a defensive gap in the enemy's line? Wang Zhong, I wasn't sure. Initially, I only ordered a smoke screen to block the enemy's superior firepower. As a result, the third wave from the Amur group charged and went straight to the enemy's frontline headquarters. At that time, my judgment was that the enemy must have deployed heavy troops to the east to block the breakout forces, so why not reverse the thinking? A few senior officers looked at each other once again. The Duke asked again, why did you decide to defend at Pinayi? That was not an order given to you. Wang Zhong, at that time, we were riding in a captured Prussian truck, and as soon as we saw Lobokov's troops, we got shelled. Continuing to ride in Prussian trucks would undoubtedly result in more shelling. We had no choice but to dismount and proceed on foot. And there were only a few T-28s responsible for guarding Pinayi, thin-skinned and filled with fillings. The enemy could take the village in no time and then continue to advance. We would be caught up with, the enemy is mechanized troops. Those beside the map table exchanged glances, and finally, the Duke said, then tell us about the defense at Pinayi. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff brought out a new map, which surprisingly detailed the layout of Pinayi village, with the position of every house marked on it. Upon seeing the map, Wang Zhong immediately said, "This map is wrong here, this house should be directly south of the machinery mill." He was all too familiar with Pinyi, having overlooked it for 2 days, with many of his soldiers having valiantly sacrificed their lives there. Perhaps even when Wang Zhong grows old, he will still remember this little village, remembering every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree. The army group's chief of staff said, "Just make do with it and talk." This is drawn by the staff based on aerial photographs. It's not precise, but it's usable. Wang Zhong nodded and began to recall the battle that lasted for 38 hours. 30 minutes later. The alliance hierarch spoke first. "Well done, Alexei Konstantinovich, well done. After you have rested, go and repeat this to the priest of the propaganda department. Make sure they promote it well, we can defeat the Prussian army with courage and wisdom." The army group's chief of staff chimed in, "With close quarters city fighting, you destroyed so many of the enemy's tanks. You have destroyed more tanks than many tank armies." Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow, "So, I've passed." He could tell that these senior officers didn't believe he could command and win a battle, they were testing him on purpose. The Duke walked around the map table and patted Wang Zhong's shoulder. "Alexei Konstantinovich, I admit we were a bit incredulous initially about you fighting a splendid battle, but now we are completely convinced. Perhaps you're just not good at taking tests at the military academy." Wang Zhong responded seriously, "Your Grace, it wasn't I who fought the amazing battle, it was my soldiers who fought the amazing battle. I only cheated." But Wang Zhong couldn't say that, so he stopped there. Yet the Duke seemed to understand everything with an "I get it, I get all of it" expression, turned to the priest and said, "Nikita, apply for the honorific of guards for the 3rd wave of Amur Group. And that tank regiment too, the 31st Tank Regiment, right? Apply for them too." The priest looked troubled. The Amur Group is easy to say, but the 31st Regiment is completely wiped out. There's no precedent for granting the title of guards to a unit that has been destroyed without leaving a number. Wang Zhong was deeply distressed when he heard these words, remembering the letter from Gunner 422 in his pocket and Lobokov's smiling face. Just then, a staff officer came in. "Report, aerial reconnaissance results are in. The enemy has not yet occupied Upper Pinyi, the pilot saw a number 67 heavy tank still in battle." Wang Zhong was shocked. "They're still fighting?" "Yes, they're still fighting," the staff officer nodded. Wang Zhong stepped forward, grabbing the Duke's hand, "Quickly send armored troops to their aid." The Duke looked troubled. "Alexei Konstantinovich, the 4th Tank Army is the last armored unit we have." Wang Zhong's shoulders slumped, but then he remembered something and asked, "What is the situation of the defenses, I mean, here at this location?" The commander of the 63rd Army said, "We have constructed a basic trench system, but there wasn't enough time, and due to a lack of cement, there are not many anti-tank piles and strong defensive positions built. The situation is very bad. If only we had one more day." Having received the answer, Wang Zhong became more certain that Tank 67 must have known this. A mechanical failure was just an opportunity. Because of the mechanical failure, these brave people decided to simply stay and delay the enemy for another day, to buy time for the defensive line. Wang Zhong once again tightened his grip on the Duke's hand. "Please apply for the highest honor for Tank 67's crew." He was initially going to say Hero of the Soviet Union, but halfway through he remembered there was no Soviet Union here and he didn't know what the highest honor of the anti-empire was. The alliance hierarch nodded, "We will apply for the Gold Star Medal, the highest honor for them." The army group chief of staff chimed in, "As for you, Alexei Konstantinovich, we are preparing to send you and your troops to Ltov for rest and reorganization. You'd be in charge of reorganizing the disarrayed soldiers from the front. How about that?" Wang Zhong, "No. I can still fight, give me troops, I can kill more Prussian devils." The Duke shook his head, "No, I have a premonition that this war is going to be long and nasty. There's no need for you to hurry to kill Prussians. You look very pale and extremely exhausted, without a trace of color. You and your troops need to rest. We will hold the enemy at Bogdanovka for at least 3 weeks. By then, after you have rested, I assure you, you will be sent to the most dangerous place. Wang Zhong thought about it and felt that with the Duke's confidence, there must be ample troops at his disposal, so taking a rest might be good. With personnel and equipment replenished, they could better deal with the Prussian devils. So he changed his request. Then, I want to replenish personnel and equipment. I want tanks, artillery. At this moment, he looked at the alliance hierarch and, remembering something, said, "And, don't transfer my Divine Arrow Squad." The hierarch, the Divine Arrow Squad currently assigned to your division, the prayer hand is your childhood friend, right, Alexei Konstantinovich? I won't transfer this Divine Arrow Squad. Although we are short of Divine Arrows at the front, I think Yukiniako Monk's squad also needs to rest. Wang Zhong felt relieved. What about the tanks? He continued. I want T-34 tanks, the more the better. The Duke interrupted Wang Zhong. You will definitely get personnel reinforcements, but as for equipment, we are all short on equipment now. Luchthof is our supply center, go there and ask the logistics department for what you need. You'll rest in the city today and leave tomorrow morning, taking the empty cars heading back. The Duke turned to the Chief of Staff, tell the logistics department to send good wine and good cigarettes to the 3rd Rear Amour Group. And of course, beef, as much as they can eat, give them all they want. Chapter 66. Young Friends. Following the meeting, Wang Zhong felt like he had joined a praise group, showered with compliments by everyone. But he didn't care about that at all, he strove to find a time to hunt for the overall map. From his bird's-eye view, he could only see about 2 kilometers around the troops under his command and those he could communicate with directly. Climbing heights allowed him a slightly farther view. This distance might correspond to just 1 centimeter on the map. He needed to find a map, preferably one of the entire battlefield or even the whole country, to understand the current situation. Knowing that only a week had passed since the beginning of the war, he compared it to the Barbarossa he knew of. In the first week, the furthest German units had only advanced 170 kilometers. If both worlds progressed similarly, then the next week should see the Minsk encirclement. Wang Zhong scanned around and spotted the overall battlefield map on the most conspicuous wall with a staff officer attaching markers to it, using a small ladder. So, he left the still praising officers behind and headed straight for the map. When he got there, he suddenly remembered a scene from a movie and, to emphasize his professionalism, he asked, "What times reports have the map been updated with?" The staff officer on the ladder replied, "The north is updated with the latest reports, the situation in the south was updated at 5 in the morning." Wang Zhong nodded and began to scrutinize the map carefully from north to south. After Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky raced to the map, Duke Vostrom collected his smile and looked towards his command team. They'd praised Rokossovsky not only because he had indeed fought well, but also because Rokossovsky had a good relationship with the Crown Prince. This was common knowledge among the nobility. Otherwise, a count like Rokossovsky wouldn't be so well known that even the 55-year-old Duke Vostrom had heard of him. Of course, the Duke had only heard rumors about Count Rokossovsky and hadn't interacted with him directly. Even if they were at the same social event, the Duke wouldn't engage much with a dissipated young aristocrat. The Duke watched Rokossovsky for a while, then turned to his adjutant and asked, "Have you interacted with Count Rokossovsky? Is he always like this?" The adjutant glanced at Rokossovsky and lowered his voice, "I don't know. The Crown Prince only befriends those who share his interests, and those people are usually the bottom of the class in any school. I graduated top of my class from the Suvorov Military Academy." The Duke looked at Rokossovsky, then questioned, "Now he's in Pini, holding off several times his number in enemy forces. Do you have the confidence to do the same?" "No, the adjutant answered without hesitation, especially not the part where he personally took a T-28 to flank and take out Prasen tanks. I couldn't accomplish that. At that moment, the army group's main chaplain joined the conversation. He also rushed to the map with great urgency, obviously very concerned about the war, but I've heard he's only in the military to make money and chase women. The adjutant spread his hands. Maybe he's just pretending, in order to get close to the crown prince. Who knows? Wang Zhong was troubled in front of the map. As a player of the Hearts of Iron game series, he was very familiar with the eastern front of Earth, having fought on it countless times and on both sides. He found that although many details were different, like the shape of coastlines, specific flow of rivers, and distribution of mountains, the map's major components were similar to the eastern front he knew. For instance, the northern line was mainly forest and swamp, while the southern line was primarily large plains. While the countries were organized differently, Wang Zhong's first stop, Ronid, was on the southern coast, with its location seemingly analogous to Odessa on Earth. Traveling southwest along the coastline, nations like Romania would be bordering, but here the map directly showed borders with Prasen. No wonder Prasen's battleships could dock and shell Ronid from the coast. What had happened in this alternate timeline's history? But at the moment, Wang Zhong had no leisure to ponder history. Through the map, it was clear that three massive Prasen enemy clusters were advancing triumphantly. Even though the specifics of cities and river courses were different from the eastern front, Wang Zhong knew, he could still tell that the anti-army in the central line was about to be encircled. The situation on the southern line where he was located was also dire. They were in Bogdanovka, the capital of the Vostrom Principality and a major city on the southern front. Behind it ran the Dnieper River. This was a large river running roughly north to south, which would bend in an L shape westward after passing the Vostrom Principality. Looking at the marks on the map, it seemed as if the upper Dnieper was connected to the Bog River, which leads to the Northern Sea, via a canal. It was obvious that this river defense line was extremely important. And Bogdanovka was the most critical barrier before the southern segment of the Dnieper River, with the tributary running through here all the way to the coast. Initially, Wang Zhong had thought his current location was this planet's version of Kiev, but then it didn't seem right. It was too far south. The anti-army's huge southern group was deployed near the border, which was already doomed. Now the main southern forces were concentrated in Artsukov, northeast of Bogdanovka, right at the bend of the Dnieper. The Odsufeng received earlier seemed to come from Artsukov, saying that it was the headquarters of the Southwestern Front Army. Looking at the administrative divisions, Artsukov also appeared to be the capital of the Khazarla Kingdom, which was the overarching division above the Vostrom Principality. Chapter 67. Young Friends _2. Could that be this timeline's Kiev? The more Wang Zhong looked, the more it seemed so. If the Central Army Group continued advancing, breaking through the canal and then turning south, they could encircle Artsukov. But where is the other half of the southern pincer that was blocked by me yesterday? Why does it feel off? Wang Zhong desperately pondered over the map, as if he were the player strategizing in Hearts of Iron once again. At that moment, Duke Vostrom approached him and asked, "Alexei Konstantinovich, what is your opinion on the overall situation?" Wang Zhong replied offhand, "I think the Prasen Central Army Group will encircle Artsukov to the south after breaking through the canal, destroying our heavy troop concentration here." The Duke looked at the map without giving his opinion, but the Corps Chief of Staff said, "There is the entire reserve force of the Southwestern Front Army there, just the reserves amount to 300,000 men." No, that won't be the case. If the Prussians could complete this encirclement, it would be a large-scale encirclement of over 700,000 men. It would make their splendid victory in the Carolingian campaign seem insignificant. I think even the Prasen generals wouldn't believe such a thing is achievable. Wang Zhong looked at the map with a heavy heart, beginning to consider what he, a mere lieutenant colonel, could do in such a situation. Just then, the Duke patted his shoulder, "You should go back to rest." When was the last time you slept? Wang Zhong, 20 hours ago. Go and rest, you are too tired to think straight, the army group chaplain also said. Wang Zhong looked at them, feeling that not only himself but even these generals probably couldn't influence the overall direction of the war. This was only a corps command, and looking at the map, only the 63rd Army of this army group was in position, the other armies were still on the trains. Based on what the Duke had just said, the 4th Tank Army was also part of the 41st Group, but the 4th Tank Army had already been nearly wiped out in a counterattack. A general in command of such an army group could only do so much in a conflict of this scale, simply hold his own line and complete his mission. Although worried, Wang Zhong, realizing his helplessness, accepted the army group chaplain's suggestion. All right, I'll go rest now. The Corps Chief of Staff said, we will arrange for a vehicle to pick you up from your station tomorrow and take you to the train station. The empty cars will also be organized to depart early in the morning, evading the Prasen bombardment. Wang Zhong nodded. Duke Vistrom gave a subaltern a meaningful look, and the young aide stepped forward to gesture Wang Zhong out. Sergeant Major Grigori was outside the map room, smoking and waiting. Maybe because he exuded an aura of severity, the staff officers kept their distance as they passed by. Seeing Wang Zhong, the sergeant major put out his cigarette. Earl, how are things looking? Not bad, we can enjoy some good wine, meat and cigarettes tonight. We're setting off early tomorrow. I see. The two followed the guide out of the headquarters and then saw a large group of people gathered across the street. On closer inspection, they were all young kids, probably only 16 or 17 years old, about half boys and half girls. The youngsters had blocked the road all the way to the intersection. The young people leading the group were shouting, "Why won't you let us enlist?" Wang Zhong stopped and watched them from across the street. A middle-aged man's voice could be heard responding, "Kids, we're only mobilizing adult men right now. Look at yourselves, you've just graduated from 10th grade. Boys and girls, we really can't draft you. We can hold guns too. I can drive a tractor. So I can drive a tank. I've also been in a flying club. I can be a pilot and beat the crap out of the Prasen bastards' planes." Wang Zhong looked at them and suddenly remembered a memoir he had read, which recounted how, just 2 days after the war began, all the children of the commune had made up their minds and ran together to the enlistment office to join the army. When they got to the enlistment office, it seemed as if all the young people of the Soviet Union had come. Looking at these young people, Wang Zhong suddenly thought that if he hadn't traveled through time and then the Americans had come over, he probably would also rush to the local military department. Thinking this way, these foreign faces suddenly became familiar to him. So, under the call of an inexplicable sense of mission, Wang Zhong climbed onto a truck that was blocked in the middle of the road, stood on the footboard, and shouted, "Young friends!" He did not use children. The kids turned their heads curiously, looking at Wang Zhong. At this moment, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky Wang Zhong with the unique aura of a warrior returning from the battlefield. His military uniform was dirty, the bandage on his shoulder was dirty, his face was also dirty, but this did not stop him from emitting a dignified, solemn temperament. So the young people quieted down, all looking at Wang Zhong in unison. Wang Zhong said, "I understand your feelings. But even if you enlist now, you won't be sent to the front line immediately. Because that would be sending you to your deaths." "We're not afraid of dying," some young person shouted. "Right, I know." Wang Zhong glanced at the one who had shouted, "But if you die without taking down a single Prasen bastard, that kind of death is worthless." The person who had just shouted shut his mouth. "Wang Zhong, the battlefield is hell. Even those who have completed comprehensive new recruit training and passed numerous tests, most won't survive the first hour. No, not even half an hour. So even if you enlist now, you will be sent to the rear, to train for at least 3 months. However, I have a way that can get you involved in the action against the Prasen bastards right away. Look over there. That's where the city defense engineering team is recruiting laborers. You can join now and build fortifications around the outskirts of the city. Each trench dug will ensure a platoon survives the enemy's artillery. That platoon could then inflict heavy casualties on the Prasen bastards. Each anti-tank stake you set up could stop a Prasen tank. The young people turned their heads towards the engineering station. Wang Zhong, that is the right way to contribute to the country. First dig trenches, then when the enemy comes, retreat and enroll in the military in the rear, join the training. I'm looking forward to seeing you as new recruits in my unit in half a year. The kids looked at each other. Then someone, not knowing who, yelled out, if digging trenches is so important, we'll go dig trenches. To dig trenches. Let's go. The crowd surged towards the labor recruitment point of the engineering station. When most of the crowd had left, a colonel from the enlistment office came over. The colonel was missing an arm and could only salute Wang Zhong with his left hand. You've been a great help, Major, he said. Wang Zhong saluted back, don't mention it, that's what I should do. The colonel looked at the kids again blocking the entrance of the engineering station and said, looking at these kids, I suddenly feel confident. We won't surrender like the Carolingians. Wang Zhong stated firmly, of course not. Don't worry, of course not. Chapter 68. Brigadier General Rokosov and his battle group. Wang Zhong actually couldn't remember very clearly what happened after June 29. Mainly, he had returned to the garrison, had a hearty meal, and then fell asleep in the bathtub while bathing. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already daylight on the 30th. Wang Zhong scratched his head in confusion as he looked at the clean shirt on his body and the newly changed bandage on his shoulder. What happened? Who changed my clothes? Who changed my dressing? Where am I? As he sat up, he found himself more energetic than ever before, and besides the pain in his legs, he could hardly find anything uncomfortable. The high fever from a few days ago seemed as if it had never happened. Getting out of bed, he found that a new military uniform had already been neatly placed in a cabinet beside the bed. Wang Zhong touched his head, remembering that he hadn't brought any military uniform with him. In fact, he hadn't brought any luggage at all, as the situation had been rather urgent when he left Ronid, hadn't it? He picked up the military uniform with a sense of puzzlement, quickly put it on, and then found that it fit perfectly, as if tailor-made. The only person Wang Zhong could think of who could prepare such a perfectly fitting military uniform was one person. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Wang Zhong, come in. The door opened, and Ludmila entered the room with breakfast, and upon seeing him in the new uniform, she said joyfully, how is it? It fits well, doesn't it? I had it prepared by the supply department. It really was you. Wang Zhong, was it you who pulled me out of the bathtub last night? No, it was Sergeant Major Grigory who did that. He also changed your clothes, I mean, your shirt and boxer shorts. Wang Zhong nodded, but then realized something was off and looked at the girl. How do you know I'm wearing a shirt and boxer shorts? Because I prepared them, Ludmila said proudly, then placed the tray on the table. Have breakfast. On the tray were oatmeal, bread, fried eggs, bacon and milk. Wang Zhong skipped the bread and directly forked a fried egg into his mouth, then was pleased to discover it was a soft-boiled egg, cooked just right with the yolk perfectly in between liquid and solid states. After finishing the egg, Wang Zhong picked up the bacon. Ludmila, you need to eat some carbs. You didn't have any carbs yesterday. As she spoke, she picked up the bread, added bacon to it, and handed it to Wang Zhong. I personally picked out this bread, it absolutely suits your taste. You even know my preferences. Could it really be a fiancé? Wang Zhong sized up Ludmila up and down, thinking back to the first time he met her when he had planned on adding her on WeChat, and now, it seemed he had moved forward in one big step, resolving the great difficulty. Before Wang Zhong could indulge in the happiness brought by the girl's tenderness for much longer, the air raid siren sounded. Then came the sound of anti-aircraft gunfire. Ludmila was very nervous. Quick, to the air raid shelter. Wang Zhong, it's fine, the Prasen's target is the headquarters ammunition depot and the train station, not us. Yesterday the Corps Command even said if we left earlier, we wouldn't get bombed by the Prasens, look at this now. As he spoke, he activated his tactical view, only to find that, possibly because the entire troop was resting, he had lost quite a bit of vision, only the sentry at the school gate had some visibility. Wang Zhong thought that he needed to remind Yegorov, as the enemy could be very cunning, capable of infiltrating troops similar to the Brandenburg commandos. You could never slack on sentry duty. As he was thinking, the Prasen airplanes appeared. Then Wang Zhong was shocked, for he saw a bomber with 6 engines. Switching back to his normal view, Wang Zhong rubbed his eyes hard. Not sure, take another look. Ludmila's face was full of question marks. After returning to the tactical view, Wang Zhong indeed saw a heavy bomber with 6 engines. He counted the gun turrets and was surprised to find that this thing had 4 quadruple machine gun turrets at the nose, tail, and trailing edges of the wings. Additionally, there were 2 twin-mounted machine gun turrets, one on top and one on the belly. An Air Force version of the BV-238? The BV-238 was a seaplane made by Sturm Tiger, which had plans to be converted to a land-based version, but those plans were never implemented. After all, even on Earth, Sturm Tiger discarded heavy bomber projects like the Mi-264 to focus on manufacturing fighters for homeland air defense. But in this alternate timeline, the Prasens actually managed to develop this thing? Combining this with the Prasen Empire's territorial map he saw at the Army Group Command the day before, Wang Zhong began to wonder whether this timeline's Prasen was actually what's known as Greater Germany, or even Jude. When playing Europa Universalis or Victoria, Wang Zhong would always strive toward this goal when selecting Prussia. And now, this actually came naturally in this timeline? Then, the 6-engined heavy bomber didn't seem so strange, did it? So the question was, had the United Kingdom been pushed back to India? Because he hadn't seen the world map, Wang Zhong wasn't too clear on this matter. At that moment, the enemy planes began to drop bombs, and their target indeed was still the train station, along with the adjacent marshalling yard and locomotive factory. Amidst the rolling sounds of explosions, Wang Zhong switched back and saw Ludmila tilting her head, looking at him intently. Wang Zhong, what's up? What were you daydreaming about? You even rubbed your eyes just now, what's wrong with you? The girl asked, puzzled. Wang Zhong, don't mind it, just woke up from some extra sleep. Asleep while sitting? Pretty much. During a bombardment? I've grown used to that rumbling sound, haven't you? Wang Zhong countered. That's true, Ludmila sighed. After you fell asleep yesterday, I went to the telegraph office in town to send a telegram home, but the place had been requisitioned. Being a maiden of honor didn't help at all, they just wouldn't let me send a telegram. Wang Zhong frowned involuntarily. Maiden of honor was a rank in the Russian court hierarchy. Unmarried noble girls were generally maidens of honor, and those of lower nobility might not have the maid of addition, being simply honor. It seemed that Ludmila's family must also be of count rank. A match of equal social standing, eh? The probability of her being my fiancée just went up. Wang Zhong shook his head to rid himself of the thought. Now was not the time for romantic distractions, the day would likely be spent on the journey. Once they reached Luchthof, they needed to promptly reinforce their ranks and acquire equipment. Just then, someone outside shouted, "Report!" Wang Zhong recognized the voice as Sergeant Major Grigory. Ludmila whispered, "The Sergeant Major really seems to think of himself as your bodyguard. He didn't leave your side all day yesterday." Wang Zhong nodded. "Come in." The Sergeant Major opened the door. My Lord Count, a clerk from the headquarters has arrived. Wang Zhong, a clerk? What for? If it were about delivering orders, it should have been a courier or a staff officer. The arrival of a clerk indicated that it was related to personnel matters. Ludmila, when I went to the telegraph office yesterday, I saw people distributing extras on the streets, with headlines about the great victory at Upper Pinyi. Wang Zhong was astonished. That's considered a great victory? I haven't even spoken to the propaganda bureau about the battle process yet. The girl shrugged. By last evening, some rumor had spread, and citizens started bringing gifts to our encampment. Everyone wanted to meet the heroic Rokossovsky's troops. Wang Zhong, Rokossovsky's troops? I've never heard of this formation before. That's what they're calling us in the extras. At this point, the clerk outside seemed to have run out of patience and coughed at the doorway. Grigory turned and glared at the clerk, who immediately stepped back and hid his figure behind the door frame. Wang Zhong, let him in. Only then did Grigory step aside from the doorway. The clerk came into the room, glancing at Ludmila. Is this a convenient time? Wang Zhong, it's fine, go ahead. The clerk nodded. All right. He took out a small box, opened it, and placed it on the table. Inside were a pair of Major General's shoulder straps, including versions for dress uniform and combat uniform. Then he took out an order, from the Personnel Department of the Southwestern Front Army, based on the outstanding performance of Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky at Ronid and Upper Pinyi, with immediate effect, he is promoted to the rank of Major General. Wang Zhong, promoted 2 ranks at once. Clerk, it seems the report submitted was for Colonel, but the approval came back for Major General. Are you dissatisfied? No, not at all, Wang Zhong shook his head. What troops will I be commanding as a Major General? Surely I won't be a general without an army. Though the 3rd Amur Group had been under Wang Zhong's command, it was actually a result of a change in the order of command on the battlefield. He didn't really have the authority to command the 3rd Group, he was even on par with Yegorov. The clerk looked somewhat troubled, fiddling with the order in his hand. Ludmila stood up and took the order has indeed been received. So there was this step as well. The clerk seemed relieved and then unfolded another new order. By the current order, Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky is to organize Rokossovsky's battle group in Luchtov. The remnants of the 3rd Rear Amur Group, the remnants of the 31st Regiment of the 4th Tank Army, and all remnants of Ronid's troops are transferred to Rokossovsky's battle group. Wang Zhong was flabbergasted, assigning me a group of remnants? What about my reinforcements? The clerk shrank his neck. Only then did Wang Zhong realize he had raised his voice, so he calmed his emotions and asked again, what about my reinforcements? Where are the tanks and artillery I requested? I don't know, the clerk said, clutching the order. I just brought 2 orders. This order, you. Wang Zhong stood up and personally took the order to establish Rokossovsky's battle group, scanning it briefly. At that moment, Yegorov and Pavlov came in. Yegorov casually grabbed a piece of bread from the table, and while eating, said, "It seems you've received your order, Count. We've just received ours too. It looks like the higher UPS want to follow the Prussians' example and form battle groups." Prussian devils, Wang Zhong corrected. The clerk tentatively asked, "So, may I leave now?" Wang Zhong waved him off, and the clerk ran off as if he had wings. "These clerks!" Yegorov said disdainfully. Pavlov frowned. "Technically, I'm a clerk too." Yegorov, "Right, which is why I'm not very fond of you either." After saying this, he looked towards Wang Zhong. "So, what's the plan, General?" Wang Zhong, "First, let's head to Luchtov and see the situation. It's a supply center. If the top brass don't give us good equipment, we'll have to find our own way. Just like we did in Upper Pinyi." In Upper Pinyi, Wang Zhong and his men had essentially robbed the local boy lord's distillery. Yegorov laughed heartily. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.